A deafening blast tore through the sky, followed by a massive pillar of blood erupting, painting the land behind the traitor in a crimson hue. The gruesome scene was laid bare. The corpses of Anlak, Tiu Lam, Lu Tichan, and even Bai Yi lay scattered in a sea of blood. A cold, mechanical system screen popped up with a notification dated the 22nd of May 2025, confirming the death of all members. Elimination mission complete. The figure in the black cloak leaped into the air and departed, mockingly repeating the team's long-held wish. Finally, time for a long vacation. Left behind was the ghostly pale face of Bai Yi, blood from a fatal wound staining his face, yet his eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. The commander's bloody hand hung limp against the cold, hard ground, buried beneath withering vines. But did you think death was the end? Not a chance. In a dark, silent void, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed. "Hey, how about we make a deal?" Bai Yi startled awake, looking around in a daze, muttering, Where am I? Welcome to the void." Bai Yi's entire body was tightly bound by countless pitch-black chains, floating in a mystical space. Emerging from the shadows, a man in an impeccably tailored suit with a wicked smirk appeared, greeting him with a taunting tone. "Well, look who it is. Handsome." Bai Yi froze, his eyes widening in total shock as he realized who stood before him. He gasped in disbelief. "You're Bego? You're not dead." 5 brilliant elemental flames instantly ignited around the man. The man pointed to his own head and replied, "Come on now. Do you really think an SSS-Rank Demon King could be that pathetic?" Bego spread his arms wide as a dazzling aura of magical power erupted. "This is my soul space. All of this, the water of leaves, is my true essence." Without wasting time, the Demon King looked straight at Bai Yi, getting right to the point. "Let's keep this simple. I can feel it, you're just like me, burning with hatred." A massive, oppressive shadow of a dragon loomed behind him. "That's why I want to make a deal with you. My hidden skill is called Chronos Echo." He extended a demonic, tempting hand. "It can send you back to the distant past, giving you the chance to fix everything, to change it all." Bego's smirk grew more sinister, his eyes glowing as if peering into Bai Yi's very soul. "Do you want it?" At that moment, Bai Yi's pupils trembled in the silent darkness. Visions flashed instantly through his mind, and Lak's bright, confident smile. His eyes narrowed as fond memories came rushing back. The image of little Tiu Lam holding a magic book, laughing heartily, appeared. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed further, glinting with the cold, sharp light of vengeance, mixed with the memory of that despicable traitor's back. The scene of his team, the God's Legion, fighting side by side and joking around under the sunset, played clearly in his mind, cutting into his heart like a knife. Bai Yi's eyes were now bloodshot, burning with endless rage. Just remembering the savage smile of the man who slaughtered his comrades in a sea of blood and the horrific sight of his own brothers being mercilessly butchered broke him apart. Boom! A surge of fury exploded. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, snapping the chains, his eyes blazing with vengeance. "I want to kill him." He looked up at the sky, toward the silhouette of the traitor, the giant shadows representing the higher powers, and he swore to take them all down the gods on their high thrones. 2. Hearing this, Bego let out a hair-raising, dark laugh, clearly satisfied. He nodded in approval. Your answer is exactly what I expected. That's enough. Let me give you one more hand." A brilliant magical light appeared, and Bego offered up a heart that was beating rhythmically, radiating infinite power. "Consider this a welcome gift." Bai Yi reached out to accept the source of power, but he hadn't lost his mind. His eyes remained vigilant, staring straight at the devil. "Then why do you want to make a deal with me? What's the price I have to pay?" Demon King Bego smirked, his eyes glowing with mystery. "Hey." Suddenly, the scenery began to fade. Voices both strange and familiar rang in Bai Yi's ears. "Bai Yi, stop sleeping." Immediately after, a loud smack of a hand hitting a desk echoed. The year 2005, the nation of Thanha Nuok Dai, Junior High Division of Awakened Academy. A teacher with a sizzling figure but a furious expression on her face shouted, "Hey, Bai Yi, stand up right now." Bai Yi snapped awake, his pupils shrinking, his heart hammering against his chest in shock. I'm really back." He frantically held up his hands, staring at them, breathing heavily, feeling the real vitality flowing through his veins. Still in shock, Bai Yi stumbled to his feet, a look of stunned disbelief on his face. "I'm back. Before I awakened." The furious teacher pointed to the back of the room, going off on a rant. "Bai Yi, I let it slide when you goof off during class, but we changed schedules this afternoon and you still dare to sleep on me. Get to the back and stand there." Being scolded so harshly, Bai Yi finally gathered his wits, looked at the familiar woman, and blurted out, "Teacher Hoang." At that very second, a surge of overwhelming excitement washed over him. He clutched his face, his mouth agape. "I'm back. Back in middle school, he walked sluggishly to the back of the room for his punishment, his mind still in chaos. I really was reborn. Is this Bego's power? He stood with his arms crossed in the corner of the classroom, his eyes scanning every face in the room. It was truly unbelievable. He looked at the innocent teenagers sitting there, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It was hard to believe, these classmates. I haven't seen them in nearly 20 years. On the podium, Teacher Hoang slammed a stack of documents onto the desk to restore order. Let's keep going. Everyone, pull yourselves together. She began the lecture with a very serious expression. There are 5 types of elemental powers in this world. They are lightning, flower, cloud, core, and spirit. Bai Yi stood with his arms crossed, listening intently to this introductory knowledge. And each person can only host one type of element. To illustrate, Teacher Hoang began to gather swirling, beautiful, deep blue magic into her hand. She smiled proudly, holding the magic up. Like me, I possess the rarest element, the cloud type. Behind her, illustrations appeared representing countless factions, categorized based on elemental power and how they integrate with the human body, divided into 3 main categories: combat, utility, and special types. Because these 5 elemental powers combine with different specializations, many different professions emerge. Her voice was filled with pride as she mentioned the legendary teams. The strongest guild in our school was formed by a spirit-type mage, a cloud-type warrior, a core-type chanter, and a lightning-type assassin. She softened her tone, looking over her students. I know you all have the potential to stand out among thousands. As those with the potential for awakening, you've already left others behind. You've been surrounded by flowers and applause since you were young. You are the youth with talent. However, her voice suddenly deepened, emphasizing, but today is the most important day for all of you. As of now, nearly 100 types of awakened classes are known. A pyramid chart appeared, showing classes from lowest to highest, divided into 4 quality tiers: green, blue, red, gold, and mythical. Miss Hoang leaned in close, her sharp eyes locking onto each and every student. The classroom fell dead silent. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. You only get one chance to awaken your class. A student clenched his fists, trembling with anticipation as she continued. This very afternoon, the moment of truth arrives. Bai Yi stood there, his face calm, carrying the maturity of a man who has stared death in the face. Meanwhile, the teacher concluded that this would determine their future status in this world. During the afternoon break, Bai Yi stood under the cool shade of a tree, looking up at the sun-drenched building. What a trip down memory lane, he thought. He put his hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely across the yard. This is where he first awakened. Suddenly, there was a commotion. A boy wearing glasses tripped and fell right in front of him. Bai Yi paused. Adjusting his glasses, he tilted his head slightly, his cold, indifferent gaze sweeping over the group that had just appeared. Humph. In contrast to the miserable boy, 3 thugs stood there sneering. The blonde leader spoke with arrogant mockery, just a bunch of losers who need outside help to awaken. The thug's heavy boots stomped down viciously onto the poor boy's hand. He growled a threat. You still dare to block my path? Think you're all that just because you're about to awaken? He smugly released a brilliant red aura, flaunting his E-rank red quality elite assassin title. In front of a rare red, the boy in glasses knelt on the ground, trembling, handing over his money while stuttering. I'm sorry. It's my fault. The bully snatched the cash and smirked triumphantly. Now that's what I like to hear. Watching from a distance, Bai Yi's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. In his past life, this guy was always harassing classmates. Bai Yi clasped his hands behind his back, coldly assessing the group of cowards who bullied the weak. He seems to have the heroic spirit class. He loves stirring up trouble. Just as things seemed hopeless, Miss Hoang suddenly appeared, looking imposing. She shouted sternly, "Enough, Hong Kwang Thin." Her eyes were as sharp as knives as she angrily challenged the school bully. This is a school. Are you trying to rob someone? Kwang Thin wasn't afraid. He lifted his chin, waving the money around mockingly. Miss Hoang, it's not like that. He didn't look where he was going and bumped into us. The air suddenly became extremely tense. The 2 sides stood in a standoff. The thug's boot pointed directly at the authoritative teacher's heels. He leaned in close to Miss Hoang, flashing a rogue smile. Buying my brothers a cup of bubble tea each isn't something I should have to do, right? He whispered arrogant threats right near her ear. Trying to be a hero for your student. If it weren't for your looks, I would have gotten you fired from this school long ago. You believe me? Ignoring his words, Miss Hoang gently helped the boy in glasses up. Are you okay? The thugs felt emboldened and broke into obnoxious laughter. The leader waved his hand to retreat. Let's go. We'll give the teacher some face. We'll let this slide for now. They walked past Bai Yi, but the bully was suddenly hit by the cold, bone-chilling gaze of someone who had survived thousands of life-or-death battles. For some reason, under that stare, the bully's fingers trembled. Shaking off the inexplicable fear, he growled, "What are you looking at?" He rudely shoved Bai Yi's shoulder and ordered, "Get out of the way." Before disappearing, he didn't forget to leave a sarcastic remark about coming back later to watch the pathetic show. Behind him, the boy rubbed his neck, stammering, "I'm sorry, teacher. It was my fault for being careless." Miss Hoang firmly comforted him. "It's not your fault." Watching this heartwarming scene, Bai Yi smiled, thinking to himself that Miss Hoang was the classic type who had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Back when he first awakened, she had helped him a lot too. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared, and Miss Hoang waved for the group. "Miss Hoang's class, it's your turn to enter the awakening room." As she led them into the building, she looked back and gave them gentle advice. "Remember, the moment you enter the awakening process, you must try to stay rational to avoid injury." As he followed the crowd, knowledge from his past life surged back. Bai Yi muttered, "Awakening in this world falls into two categories. One is like that Hong Chuang Thin earlier, a natural awakening." Explaining further, he remembered that this type usually happens to those born with innate talents, triggering an automatic awakening during a moment of extreme emotional peak. He confidently stepped over the line into the sacred zone. The other type is through the awakening chamber. The scenery before him was surreal, with his students standing amid swirls of vibrant, colorful energy. This is the crystallization of the wisdom of countless scientists. After entering this space, a person's emotions and adrenaline levels are intensely stimulated. The male student clutched his chest and screamed in agony. The explosive process was intense, driving the awakening of those with potential. As the light faded, the system board flashed, announcing an E-rank core mage class. He summarized, "But since each person can only awaken once, it is completely random." The teenager stumbled out, panting but grinning from ear to ear. "Ha! I awaken a blue-quality elite class." Miss Hoang nodded in approval. "Not bad. Go to the corner and rest. You're exhausted, aren't you?" Standing in line, Bai Yi thought to himself that this class awakening is truly the only chance to restart one's destiny. Suddenly, Miss Hoang called out Bai Yi's name. "The historical moment has arrived. You're next." Bai Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, his eyes reflecting the confidence and decisiveness of someone ready to turn the tables. Before entering the awakening room, Miss Hoang crossed her arms and frowned, warning the troublemaker, "Pay attention. Don't act like you do in class. You must focus your spirit, got it?" But she didn't know that inside that student's body was a veteran general. Bai Yi kept half his face in the shadows, his eyes steady as he replied, "I understand." Walking inside, the fog of his past life's memories swirled. He remembered that in his previous life, he had awakened as an E-rank core warrior, a common green quality class, which is why he was bullied so often. Images of his glorious future flickered brightly. He thought to himself, "Only later, when I reach S-rank, will I be able to awaken the rarest form." Standing in a zero-gravity space filled with countless colorful fragments, he curiously analyzed what should have been his core element. So, what kind of class would I awaken this time? Suddenly, streams of green energy began to swirl around his body. His face tightened in intense focus as he waited. But wait, the machines around him suddenly flickered erratically, and a bright red line of text flashed on the screen. The awakening system detected an error, making him break out in a sweat. Bai Yi held his glowing chest as the system continued to alarm, detecting 5 types of elements. He gritted his teeth, enduring the intense, burning transformation from within. What is going on? Heat surged through his body as his pupils flashed with a brilliant golden light. A crisp sound rang out, followed by a supreme notification. Infinite Awakening System unlocked. A powerful status window unfolded before him, showing empty energy bars. The system explained that because he possessed 5 elements, he could choose to unlock any class from any element for his initial class. Along with that came an overpowered privilege. In the future, once he accumulated enough of a certain element, he could choose to receive a new random class for that element or upgrade an existing one. Bai Yi's jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait, what does this mean? What does this even mean? Elemental accumulation. He quickly connected these transcendent pieces of information. In other words, not only could he choose his current element and starting class, but he could also obtain other new classes later on. As icons of different grades flashed before his eyes, he was beyond excited. He could get green, blue, red, yellow, gold, every quality, even those special, unique classes. Yeah, that's one hell of a bonus. At that moment, the phantom of the Demon King Bego appeared to confirm the result. That's right, but only the starting class can be self-selected. Subsequent classes will be random. Let me give you a hand. The phantom's magic hand touched Bai Yi's chest to impart strength. He felt power surging through him. So, this is what it brought me. A towering aura erupted. The phantoms of countless mighty warriors from all factions appeared behind him, as if to prove the power of infinite awakening. Amidst the interlacing red and green elemental light, the system gave its final instruction. After choosing the starting class, all element bars will be cleared. That angle, that smile, 10 out of 10. Bai Yi smirked confidently. The system displayed, "Please choose carefully." Back outside the awakening room, the other male students began whispering impatiently. Why did he take so long? The door slowly opened, and Bai Yi stepped out calmly with one hand in his pocket. Someone shouted, "Ah, he's finally out." Miss Hoang walked over, smiling with high expectations for her unconventional student. "What class did you awaken?" An Oscar-worthy performance began. Bai Yi lowered his eyes, pulling off a perfectly melancholic expression. "I'm sorry, I think I've let you down." Even as he spoke, his lips curled slightly, and his body glowed with the faint green magic he had chosen on purpose. "I awaken as a core element warrior, the lowest green quality." The smile on Miss Hoang's face vanished, her expression showing clear disappointment and regret. "Oh, is that so?" But she immediately forced a bright smile to encourage her student. "It's okay. Even with green quality, many brilliant talents have emerged. Don't give up, this world won't fail you." She placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Bai Yi replied awkwardly, "Actually, you don't need to comfort me." She felt even more pity, knowing how much it must hurt him inside. Not letting him explain, she pushed his shoulder, telling him to go rest. "Go get some rest now. The awakening process must have drained a lot of your energy, right?" Just as the atmosphere was drowning in sympathy, a mocking laugh tore through the silence. "Poof. Haha, I'm dying of laughter." The one who arrived was none other than the school bully, Hong Kwang Thin. He held a drink and mocked the teacher's words. "Effort won't fail you." "Ha ha ha ha. Since when did you have the guts to say that, teacher?" Bai Yi squinted coldly, silently listening to him ramble on. "Why spit out such useless, toxic chicken soup?" Miss Hoang's eyes hardened with rage, but the bully continued to shout triumphantly. "Teacher, you know the truth." He pointed arrogantly, trampling on others' hopes. "Reality isn't like that at all. Are you tired of living?" He stepped closer to Bai Yi, spewing insults. "Green quality means you're at the very bottom of society." His face twisted in supreme arrogance. "That's just how the world is. The gods choose the people. They only choose the strong. The weak are only meant to be trampled." The mention of gods felt like an accidental jab at a sensitive wound. A fierce, murderous fire flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Miss Hoang stepped in and shouted, "Why are you here again?" He just kept grinning mockingly. "You know it well, don't you? With a green class, from now on, you'll only be sitting in the back row listening to lectures." He tilted his head, answering himself with a haughty tone. "And why is that?" He raised his drink like a toast to the cruelty of the world. "Society is like this without strength, without background, without a future. You'll forever be in the back, discarded by fairness." Continuing his class's speech, he gestured to illustrate a cruel reality. The strong can get better resources, and they will only grow stronger. Images of glowing shadows crushing the weak flashed in the air, and he spat out every word. The weak with green quality are destined from the moment of awakening to only be errand runners at the bottom of the awakened world. He cast a disdainful look, boring into Bai Yi, mocking him. "What's this about relying on effort to change your life? Green quality becoming a genius? Are you actually believing this nonsense yourself?" He glanced at Miss Hoang, who was frowning in anger, and delivered a venomous blow. "Just like how everyone is born, your future has already been decided. Our school for the awakened is nothing but a microcosm of society." He didn't stop there. He leaned toward the teacher, grinning defiantly. "Isn't this the truth? With a blue class, just honestly stay in school, be a loser, and eat your meals." Then he turned sharply to Bai Yi, who was indifferently holding a cup of milk tea. He concluded, "And as for the green quality ones, you should get lost and go home while you can. Don't waste the government's resources anymore." But that big mouth of his was about to get a bitter lesson. Suddenly, Bai Yi's hand tightened around his milk teacup. Without a word, Bai Yi decisively splashed the entire cup of tea directly onto the smug face of Hong Kwang Thin, leaving the bully blinking in shock, totally stunned. Bubble tea splashed down like a downpour, dripping off the school bully's face and straight into his gaping, shocked mouth. It took a second for his brain to catch up. He frantically wiped his face, sweat and tea mixing together. He roared, "Damn it! What the hell are you doing?" In stark contrast to his madness, Bai Yi just crushed the empty cup with an indifferent expression. His voice was cold as a blade. "I don't like listening to you talk." Rage surged to his head, and the bully's face twisted into something truly hideous. He laughed like a madman, veins bulging on his hands. "Ha ha, ha ha, go to hell." He gathered all his purple mana around his fist and lunged madly at Bai Yi. "You dog, you're in a life or death situation now." Seeing this, Ms. Huang panicked and reached out to intervene. Oh no! The system window flashed red, announcing the enemy's skill. Assassin's Precise Strike, a basic attack that increases physical damage. Leaping from midair, the thug unleashed a lethal blow, his killing intent radiating as he roared, "Go find your grave." Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. Beneath the shadow of that massive fist, Bai Yi's eyes slowly opened, his pupils flashing with a brilliant, imposing golden mana. As light as a feather, Bai Yi summoned a blinding blade of light, easily swatting away the enemy's brutal attack in the blink of an eye. The system rated the move, perfect parry. The school bully stood frozen, his eyes twitching, unable to fathom how a loser like him could block his attack. The very next second, his confusion turned into sheer terror as he felt a terrifying surge of power about to erupt. With an artful swing of his blade carrying overwhelming force, Bai Yi unleashed a deflective counter, sending the bulky thug flying into the air like a toy. Bathed in a fiery glow, Bai Yi's eyes held the icy ruthlessness of a king long accustomed to slaughtering demons. The massive force from his blade tore through the air, sending the bully flying backward at a terrifying speed, carving a trench into the schoolyard. He slid across the ground like a ragdoll, leaving a trail of smoke and dust in front of the stunned onlookers. The shockwave hit him right in the gut, and the bully coughed up a mouthful of blood the moment he landed. The face that was once arrogant was now twisted in pain, eyes unfocused, blood streaming from his mouth, a truly pathetic sight. Amidst the suffocating silence, Bai Yi slowly lowered his sword, standing tall in the middle of the schoolyard. The lackeys started muttering unconsciously. What? The sharp light in his eyes flared. Another student screamed in panic. What just happened? Only then did the crowd of students snap out of it. Their mouths hung open, their eyes wide, the whole place in an uproar. What just happened? How did he do that? What's going on? Bai Yi gently raised his sword, and the weapon info panel glowed brightly. Warrior class, basic light blade. Attack power plus 20, evasion plus 20. He replied calmly, I chose this class myself. The corner of his mouth curled into a devious, arrogant smirk. I'm just used to using it.
That's enough talk. I've been playing this class for over 10 years. You guys. Still alive.
Even after being beaten until he coughed up blood, the bully stubbornly stumbled to his feet, clutching his chest. He forced a bitter, resentful laugh. Ha ha. You just got lucky and dodged one hit. Even with tea dripping off his face, his delusion of power hadn't faded one bit. The bully hunched over and growled, purple mana flaring wildly. His face contorted as he screamed, I'm a rare red tier class. You low-life trash like you aren't even fit to tie my shoes. Meanwhile, at the training benches, Miss Huang stood frozen, cold sweat pouring down. Her eyes locked on the back of Bai Yi's sword-wielding figure as she muttered, No way. That move just now couldn't possibly be luck. The seasoned teacher's eyes narrowed. She analyzed it internally. That was clearly an elite-tier warrior technique. The highlight reel played over in her head, a perfect deflective counter. At the exact moment of taking critical damage, he instantly activated a shield, and in 0.09 seconds surpassing human physical reaction limits, he reflected 100% of the damage back at the source. Are you kidding me? This move was something even her old master, who had trained for decades, hadn't mastered yet. A cold breeze blew through her hair, and her expression was filled with bewilderment. How on earth does a total rookie, just awakened today, with zero combat experience, pull this off? It was surreal. Her gaze remained glued to the divine profile of her student, Bai Yi, while she screamed internally. How could he execute it so smoothly? But the time for all was over. The school bully was having another psychotic break. He drew a heavy greatsword, the air hissing with mana, and grinned savagely. Have you washed your neck and waited for death, kid? He charged, his killing intent crushing the space around them, loudly berating the one casually holding the glowing sword. You loser. Today, I'm going to make you crawl and bark like a dog in front of everyone. Ignoring the rabid dog barking, Bai Yi kept his face cold as stone. His sharp golden eyes glanced over indifferently, thinking, how could they know why I chose this seemingly bottom-tier class? Of course, I have my secret reasons. A confident, devious smile graced his lips. The truth of your future and your deaths was sealed the moment I was born. Wait 10 more years, and you'll realize how grave a mistake you made. Because I'm packing a game hacking skill set. A vibrant green system panel appeared proudly. Parry. Use a weapon to negate 50% damage combined with deflect. Time it right, and there's a 100% physical counter damage rate. Back to the fiery reality. The space seemed to tear apart from the erupting mana. The students around them gulped nervously. Oh no. Hey. This is no joke. Are they really going for the kill? The crowd began to pale with panic, whispering frantically. Fighting on school grounds with awakened powers means instant expulsion. Plus, it's broad daylight and everyone is watching. At this point, the bully's massive family background was brought up. A student whispered, "Messing with Hong Kwang Thin is a death sentence. His dad is a high-ranking official, and his uncle is the dean. And Bai Yi has nothing, not a single backer. Where would he find protection?" The bespectacled kid pulled his hair, frantically worried for his friend. If he falls for this provocation and strikes back, he's getting kicked out for sure. "Miss Huang, please, do something." This gridlock situation made Miss Huang frown in frustration. Her eyes darted around, her brain working overtime to find a way to save her student. Finally, she stepped forward, raising her hand to intervene with a tone she tried to keep calm. "Listen to me, kids. You all just awakened today. You'll be brothers in arms in the future, don't lose your heads. How about we do this? But what's the point of reasoning with a madman?" Hong Kwang Thin swiped his knife, brushing off the teacher's good intentions, and roared with a vein-popping scream. "You think you're kidding me, you piece of trash." He glared at Bai Dai with eyes burning with killing intent, recalling how he'd been provoked earlier. "Even if you tuck your tail and lick my boots now, it's too late. I'm going to carve the distance between the chosen one and a pathetic loser into your brain." His face distorted into a crazed, massive mask of rage as he hissed through his teeth. "That's an abyss of despair you can never, ever cross." Switching to tactical commentator mode, Miss Hoang frowned, deep in thought. Exactly. That's why the different grades are strictly divided. The key lies in the stats. The faint green stat sheet of Bai Dai appeared. She silently analyzed it. The green grade attributes grant a 100% stat bonus, meaning you get exactly what you have. Nothing more, nothing less. Her eyes flashed with extreme anxiety, sweat soaking her forehead. Blue grade professions get a 150% boost, and red. It just explodes. Hong Kwang Thin erupted with a glowing, ethereal red magical aura. His stats doubled, shining with brutal intensity, hitting a 200% cap. The school bully's giant shadow seemed ready to swallow Bai Dai whole. The commentary rang out coldly. The moment he awakened, the red system's stats crushed the green one by double. This gap in strength is truly an eternal paradox that can never be bridged. Back to the bookworm biting his nails in despair, his friend lamented sadly, "We're screwed. Truly screwed." He lost in strength, lost in specs, and now Bai Dai is getting absolutely crushed. Adjusting his glasses gloomily, the friend teared up and scolded, "Why did you have to be so bored and go poke a mad dog?" He knew those pieces of trash were rotten to the core. Images of hulking bullies flashed through his mind as he painfully extracted a pathetic lesson for survival. But to survive in this dog-eat-dog world, the first lesson is to stay far away from the trash. A bitter truth laid bare. The image of a weakling being crushed under a heavy boot appeared, stinging with irony. But if you're unlucky enough to get stepped on and can't run, you just have to hold onto that pathetic philosophy. The four-eyed kid trembled, bowing his head and offering his hands as if paying tribute, whispering to himself, "I have to learn to swallow this insult." Because in his survival dictionary, cowardice was justified by a pessimistic logic. Knowing when to bend keeps you alive longer. Direct confrontation is just the stupidest choice. Contrasting that resignation, Hong Kwang Thin lunged forward crazily, his red stat board pulsing with bloodthirsty, violent intent. Power plus 32%, critical strike plus 20%, lifesteal plus 15%. He roared smugly. All that's waiting for you is even more humiliating defeat. Heart stopped by the impending violence, Miss Hoang frantically reached out to pull her student back, shouting, "Bai Dai, look out." Her teacher brain raced. Is he still planning to block with a shield? But the kinetic barrier skill drains stamina like crazy. Sweat beaded on her. Hong Kwang Thin's attack power is too strong, and he's way too fast. Thinking he had the victory in the bag, Hong Kwang Thin's face twisted into a savage, smug smile. "You're finished. There's no way you can block this. Let me see how you dodge this time." Yet, in response to that ferocity, Bai Dai only smirked a laugh, so arrogant it gave people the chills. "Dodge? Are you kidding? Does dodge even exist in my dictionary?" The system board blinked, revealing a brand new skill, haste. It increased speed by 50% for a short time. Bai Dai gently sidestepped the lethal blow, whispering, "Why would I need to dodge?" Boom. The transformation magic activated instantly. The skill upgraded into blink. Once haste hit 100%, it triggered a teleportation effect that allowed him to pass through obstacles. Bai Dai's body turned into a streak of light, passing through the school bully like a ghost. That sharp maneuver left Hong Kwang Thin stunned, his pupils shrinking in absolute confusion as he blurted out, "Since when?" Before he could process the data, a terrifying pressure slammed into the back of his neck. Hong Kwang Thin's face went crooked, his eyes shaking. He moved behind me. Receiving an invisible physical therapy session, the massive school bully spat out a mouthful of dark blood, collapsing forward like a felled banana tree. A bitter end for someone who bragged too early. Hong Kwang thin face planted into the dirt with a loud thud, literally eating mud. Bai Dai coldly stepped on his head and spat out one icy word. Trash. He didn't stop there. He brushed off his shirt and nonchalantly dropped one final, lethal remark to the guy gasping for air under his foot. You belong in the trash. The entire schoolyard fell into a collective state of confusion. The hangers-on stared at each other, whispering, "Did you see what happened?" No. It looked like Hong Kwang Thin just tripped and fell himself. What the hell? Did he trip over his own feet? The four-eyed kid muttered in horror. He fell face first on his own. Miss Hoang, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly admitted, "Even I couldn't see what just happened." Amidst the confused crowd, only the class monitor with red hair squinted thoughtfully, as if she had already seen through the mysterious boy's tricks. The camera focused on the class monitor's analytical mind. The moment Hong Kwang Thin lunged, he had once again activated the warrior's exclusive haste skill, and it was the high-level version of haste, blink. Images of Bai Dai tearing through the air flashed by. She gasped to herself. After that, what the hell did he do? In that short split second, what did he do to critically injure his opponent? The sight of the bully vomiting blood and collapsing made her shiver. It was just one strike. He took care of his opponent as easily as a feather. Admiration for the monster rookie erupted. Sixingam broke into a cold sweat, hands on her hips in awe. Bai Dai not only holds the highest level method for the basic warrior skill, but can also integrate and master it for real combat. Even in that moment, he was careful enough not to violate the school's ban in public. The schoolyard was still in an uproar. What's going on? What's wrong with Hong Kwang Thin today? The other guy didn't even fight back. How embarrassing. The monitor stared at Bai Dai's back. Bai Dai, what happened to you? But our protagonist was busy, checking his system notifications, getting sweet rewards ding, ding one after another. Experience points increased, earned 50 profession experience points, accumulating elemental energy, critically injured a low-tier earth element opponent, earned 50 earth element points. Bai Dai smiled triumphantly. Just as I predicted, using combat professions grants experience, and defeating opponents of any element lets me collect their elemental points. He complained about the system rewards being a bit cheap, stroking his chin and sighing. But 50 points, that's just too little. Looks like I need to get grinding in those dungeons, and fast. On the ground, the centipede-like monster was still twitching, but Kwang Thin, coughing violently, scrambled to his feet with shaking hands. He screamed, veins popping in his neck. Don't you even think about getting away. Seething with humiliation, he grabbed the hilt of the long sword lying on the ground, gripping it so hard his knuckles turned white. Completely losing his mind from the disgrace, Hong Kwang Thin lunged forward, unleashing all his dark purple magic in a desperate sneak attack from behind Bai Yi. I'm going to kill you. Just as the situation was hanging by a thread, a stern voice cut through the air. Enough. Bai Yi glanced back at the middle-aged man standing behind the villain. It was the head of the Awaken Academy's middle school division. Hong Kwang Thin stepped forward, looking respectable, and adjusted his glasses before shouting with authority. Is humiliating yourself not enough for you? The brat, like a dog spotting its master, called out blankly, Uncle. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's gaze darkened as memories from his past life flooded back. It was this guy. The old department head waved his hand, shooing away the curious students. Everyone's exhausted from awakening today, so quit gawking. Get going. The crowd, intimidated, quickly scattered. Listen to your department head and move it. It's the weekend, go home and get some rest. He clasped his hands behind his back, ordering with a condescending tone. Go home and report your awakening class to your families properly. Seeing his old enemy, the killing intent in Bai Yi's eyes flared up instantly. He glared at the old man, his brain rewinding to the past. Go home. The department head glanced sideways at Bai Yi, issuing a threat. And you, kid, do you even know the school rules? But little did he know, the protagonist was currently stunned, his mind reeling because, having just reincarnated, he hadn't fully processed the moment. A terrifying event flashed through his memories, and Bai Yi jolted in shock, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. If he really had returned 20 years into the past, that meant everyone was still alive on this awakening day. May 22nd, 2005. There was another incident scheduled for today. His face went pale, ignoring everything the department head was blathering about behind him. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about this? This is even more important. Bai Yi spun around, suddenly kicking off the ground with all his might, bolting like a whirlwind, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The department head pointed a finger, yelling, Hey, that brat just took off and left this whole mess behind. Hong Kwang Thin's face darkened as he turned to glare at Miss Hoang, who stood there, trembling and pale. Taking his anger out on her, he pointed his finger directly at the teacher and lashed out. Manage your students better. I'll let this slide just this once, but don't expect it again. Facing the pressure of someone with power and influence, Miss Hoang could only grit her teeth, bow her head, and mutter, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Back in the stifling office, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a stern glow on old Hong's face, while Kuang Thin stood there cowering and reporting the situation. Feeling his spoiled brat pride severely wounded, he clutched his chest, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, if that punk hadn't gotten lucky, there's no way I would have lost to him. But his uncle wasn't about to be fooled. He slammed his desk with a deafening bang, roaring over his nephew's nonsensical rambling. Adjusting his glasses, which glinted dangerously, he challenged the kid who was clearly delusional. Do you even know what that brat did to you? The exact moment you lunged at him like an idiot? The mind of an experienced veteran began to analyze the situation. He stood up abruptly, his presence radiating heavy pressure. He used a high-level skill, Instant Flash. A cruel truth slapped the loser right in the face. The old man broke down the terrifying sword technique in detail. But more importantly, before he teleported, in the mere split second you two clashed. He found the fatal weak point on your body and landed a strike so painful it shattered your entire defense. Turning his back, his voice dropped, laced with a rare hint of wariness. That entire sequence of moves was executed using basic warrior skills. But even someone like me, who's been bathing in blood on the battlefield for 15 years, couldn't necessarily pull that off so skillfully. He finished with a comparison that couldn't be more insulting, throwing a bucket of cold water on his nephew's bruised ego. Your fight was as laughable as a pro gamer using basic attacks to toy with a clueless kid who spent a fortune on a pay-to-win character. While his enemy was dissecting him, the warning echoed, perfectly matching the image of Bai Yi sprinting for his life through the streets. That kid is absolutely not as simple as you think. Sweat poured off him, his eyes sharp as razors. He pushed his speed to the limit, thinking, if I've truly reincarnated, aside from seeking revenge, there is one thing I absolutely must do. Sparks flew from his sneakers as he skidded to a sudden halt in front of an old apartment building. He leaned against his knees, gasping for air like a fish out of water. He looked up, his eyes filled with immense determination. This is it. The gates of a hellish memory swung open. The sight of a pool of blood spreading across the shattered floor, along with the blood-red silhouette of a ruthless demon and the heart-wrenching screams of his younger self from the past. A weak boy, covered in blood, sat slumped on the floor, clutching his face and sobbing in total helplessness. Shaking off the tragic flashback, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, gathering every ounce of strength in his legs, ready to charge into the building. A fire of life or death resolve burned in his eyes as he made a solemn vow. Even if it kills me, I have to stop what's about to happen. His fragile, glowing blue status window popped up like a mockery. Level 1 warrior, basic stats, lower than dirt, no upgrades whatsoever, with only 2 skills, block and dash. Compared to the red, double-powered stats of his enemy earlier, the difference was like heaven and earth. Looking at it was enough to drain all hope. But the Grim Reaper doesn't wait. The fateful deadline was staring him in the face. May 22nd, 2005, 6:07 p.m. Inside the house, a shirtless man sat engrossed in the TV, laughing with a deranged, sickening smirk. Ha ha, how interesting. In a peaceful corner, completely contrasting with that nightmare, through the kitchen window, a gentle woman with her hair in a bun was washing dishes, completely unaware of the looming danger. Bai Yi stood frozen outside the window, his shadow cast faintly against the glass, silently watching his mother's hard-working back. He pushed the door open, breaking the eerie silence. The man turned his head to glare, while his mother turned around with a kind, warm smile. Oh, you're home? She was wearing her uniform jacket, her voice warm and caring as she signaled him. You're home from school early today, aren't you? This moment slowed down like a film. Bai Yi stood stunned, watching that smile through the lens of 20 years of agony. His nose stung, and the tears he had suppressed for so long finally broke through, rolling down his cheeks. He bit his lip, choking back a sob as he called out, Mom. Her gentle face lit up, and in his heart, he let out a silent cry of deep anguish mixed with relief. It's so good to see you're still alive. Wiping away his tears, he stepped forward to take the steaming plate of food from her calloused hands. It turned out his hardworking mother had a disability. She happily used sign language, her kind smile shining with affection. Sign language, I made the spicy and sour noodles you like the most. Gathering his scattered emotions to hide his agitation, Bai Yi put on the brightest smile he could manage, and playfully replied, Mom, I want to eat fish with pickled mustard greens today. Faced with the unexpected request, his mother smiled kindly and responded with sign language. Sign language, let's have it tomorrow. I've already prepared the spicy and sour noodles today. But he gave her his most charming, wheedling smile, his eyes sparkling with determination. I really want to eat it today. Let's go now, Mom. His mother smiled helplessly, gesturing with her hands as she wiped them on her apron, exuding endless tenderness, her sign language clearly saying she could never say no to him. Seeing her soften, Bai Yi hurried after her, saying eagerly, Mom, I'll go with you. However, his plan was cut short by a slurred, aggressive voice. The man sitting on the sofa declared coldly, Mom can go by herself. His alcoholic father lounged on the sofa, glancing at his son with half-closed eyes, his tone condescending. What's wrong with you, brat? You're home and you can't even bother to greet your old man? He tilted his chin, asking a question Bai Yi had long anticipated. Isn't today the awakening day? Then he pushed himself up, his face eager, waiting to brag to the world. Tell me your good news. Without waiting for an answer, he excitedly pulled a few ice-cold beers from the fridge. A bright red status window popped up, boasting, Bai Lingsheng, level 26, Class C, Electric-type warrior, attribute resonance 400%. He tossed 2 beer bottles into the air and shouted, I finished work early just to come home and celebrate with you. To stall for time, Bai Yi told a bare-faced lie, his face expressionless, his eyes sinking into the shadows. I missed it. I didn't awaken today. He calmly made up a perfect excuse, blaming it on bad luck. I wasn't very lucky today. The awakening process took too long, and we didn't even get to. But his father wasn't easily fooled. His face darkened as he questioned him suspiciously. Then why are you home so early? He then belittled the neighbors to boost his own ego. I heard Old Lei's son awaken a blue rank class. Those two are just a pair of losers. He pounded his chest, using his past glory to put pressure on his son. Bai Lingsheng's son should at least be a red rank class. Back in my day, I awakened a red rank class with no help at all. And then, it was time for his usual song and dance about how hard he had it. He slowly approached, his tone oppressive. I work hard to feed you and pay for your schooling. I poured my whole life into you. He lowered his head, a terrifying red aura engulfing the room, pressing against Bai Yi's throat as he growled. What class are you? The horrific memories of his past life flooded back like a nightmare. The father's crimson mana and Bai Yi's weak green mana clashed in the stifling air. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he hesitated. I still haven't. Before he could finish, his father smashed a beer bottle over his head, sending everything spinning into a haze of booze and blood. The beer bottle shattered into pieces. His father stood there, still clutching a piece of green glass, muttering in a drunken haze. He roared in a fury, his face twisted and hideous. What have you been doing at school? Pretending to work hard all day. Just to awaken a trash green rank class for me. Are you trying to make me lose face? Bai Yi's train of thought turned cold, his hair soaked with sweat, hiding eyes blazing with hatred. This man was an awakened, and his own father. Rewinding the tragic tape of his memories, the image of his father punching his weak son appeared a violent man incapable of controlling his emotions. The Bai Yi of today blamed himself. He stood motionless in the warm kitchen, recalling that fateful day. Too much time had passed, and he had almost forgotten what happened on the day of his awakening. May 22nd, 2005, in his past life, the cruelest truth was revealed. The image of his father, grabbing his hair and slamming his head onto the dining table, flashed by violently. After discovering he had awakened a green rank class, he felt ashamed and began beating him right at home. And the one who bore the brunt of that rage, a familiar silhouette, stepped in once again to shield him. His mother, as always, blocked his path to protect him. Helplessness gnawed at his heart as he remembered his father raising a wooden chair high, ready to bring it down. Back then, he was too weak, too terrified the price he paid for his own weakness. His father's large hand grabbed his mother's silver hair without mercy. He beat his mother for an hour just to vent his anger. Fresh blood stained the floor, and his frail mother collapsed into a pool of blood, unconscious. That day, his mother's leg was broken, and because of the severe head trauma, she became muddled and mentally unstable from then on, leaving only the heartbreaking cries of a child. His young face, smeared with blood and tears, screamed in ultimate despair and helplessness. Returning to the cruel reality, Bai Yi lay sprawled on the floor, his face battered, food scattered around him, a pathetic sight under the boots of his alcoholic father, yet his inner will was stronger than ever. He forced himself up, and the familiar green status window appeared. Bai Yi, level 1, nuclear-type warrior. He told himself that because he only awakened as a level E nuclear warrior, even though he chose this class for its hidden traits, he still needed to wait a bit longer. Hearing him scramble, his father gave a blunt command, "Get up." Bai Yi gritted his teeth and slowly kneeled up. The disparity in their levels was laid bare once again. Bai Lingsheng's brilliant red status window appeared with numbers that were suffocating. Level 26, Class C, red rank class. He looked up at him, thinking, He's completely different from the brats at school. He has real combat experience. I was truly wrong. There's no way I can defeat him right now. The brute's rage flared again. He grabbed his son's hair, roaring like a wild beast. I shouldn't have let your mother give birth to you. He painfully realized that his father had been waiting at home for him today, and he wouldn't let it go without getting a result. Because of that, even while enduring the physical pain, he remained determined. I absolutely cannot let Mom stay here anymore. Another punch landed without mercy, and even as blood gushed from his nose, he secretly felt relieved. I had at least tried to find an excuse for Mom to leave, but ironically, the sound of the grocery bag hitting the floor rang out piercingly, shattering all of my plans. Bai Yi looked up, his pupils constricting as he gasped in extreme panic. Ha! Right before his eyes, his mother's back was trembling, and his father was looming forward, surrounded by crimson mana. The groceries and keys were scattered everywhere. He screamed in despair. Why did Mom come back so soon? Could it be that she returned for me? And the truth was even more heartbreaking. The image of his gentle mother running frantically through the streets filled his mind. All she had in her head was one simple thought: she couldn't let him be hurt. Back to reality, she stood frozen at the door, her face pale and panicked, stammering, "Did you just get home?" But responding to her anxiety, his father just let out a cold huff, his body cloaked in blood-red mana, his tone full of mockery. "Humph, come here and look at what kind of trash you've birthed for me." Once again, the power comparison chart appeared, showing a desperate gap on one side, the fragile green stats, and on the other, a blazing red stat block with a 400% multiplier. Fast-forwarding to a different memory in a dark prison, a gravelly voice echoed, "I heard you're the first green tier awakener capable of evolving. Normally, to even reach the evolution stage, you need at least a blue tier profession and an A rank rating." The Bai Yi of the future sat there, wearing a prison uniform. The man across from him continued to ask, "How were you able to evolve so early?" The guy took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Even more, he had gone directly from green to the unique platinum tier. The two prisoners sat facing each other. The man asked curiously, "Tell me, why did you get locked up in here? This place is only for death row inmates." Bai Yi hung his head, his voice raspy and filled with hatred. "Because that bastard deserved to die. How could he?" His eyes bulged, bloodshot with red veins. "He beat Mom to death like that." Back to the hellish reality, Bai Yi snapped out of his flashback. His face was stained with alcohol and blood, his eyes blazing with a fire of resentment. He glared at his father, who was creeping toward his mother. His fist clenched until his knuckles turned white. Like a feral beast that had lost its mind, the man swung a devastating blow toward him. And then, everything shattered with a deafening sound. Bai Yi's hand was covered in fresh blood. He thought to himself, an awakener who has undergone training, even without using skills, is still far stronger than a normal person. Fresh blood dripped onto the floor as he collapsed, his whole body trembling from that punch. An ordinary person couldn't possibly withstand a hit like that. Hearing her son being beaten, his mother screamed in horror. "Ah!" She rushed over to catch him, shaking her head repeatedly, trying to signal her son not to provoke him further. Bai Yi looked up, blood streaming down from his forehead, his mouth still shouting relentlessly. "Ah!" The alcoholic father tightened his fist, muttering maniacally. "Hemph, what a nuisance." He turned to his trembling wife, his tone sickeningly sweet. "Ru Yun, do you remember the day I found out you were pregnant with a son? I was so happy." The man stepped forward, crimson mana coating his fist, thinking that his chance to strike it rich in the Bai family had finally arrived. The disgusting truth about his background was revealed. He pointed at his wife and roared, "Those two assholes couldn't produce a son, but Bai Leng gave birth to me, so she can." He grabbed his wife by the collar, his face twisted in madness. "The Bai family can only rely on me to bring honor to our ancestors." His rage reached a boiling point. His eyes bloodshot, he stared at his terrified wife. "But why?" he yelled, his voice cracking from anger. "My own son had to awaken, the trashiest green tier profession of all, and then all the blame was dumped on the weak woman." He pointed at her face and bellowed, "A piece of trash who can't even evolve. It's all because of your garbage genes." In that moment, his blood-red mana erupted, engulfing the unfortunate mother, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. Right at that moment of life and death, the high-level skill board flashed once again. Flash. Once speed reaches 100%, it triggers the teleportation effect. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The bloodshot eyes of the alcoholic father only managed to catch a glimpse of a green streak passing by like a phantom. And then, Bai Yi appeared right in front of his mother, using his own small body as a shield, with green mana enveloping both mother and son, knocking his father away. He gritted out every word, his eyes bloodshot, his voice raspy and full of resentment. "Don't you dare touch her." Caught off guard by the unexpected maneuver, the alcoholic father spat. A sick smile curled on his lips as the murderous aura faded. Huh. Interesting. Contrary to his madness, his mother was in a state of extreme panic, clutching her son's arm, stammering incoherently. Ah, his madness flared up again, his face contorted into a savage grin. Growing up, are we? Good. Very good. Inside the wrecked house, the three of them were stuck in a standoff. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and death. Tightening his grip on his light sword, he calculated silently he probably needed to hold out for just a little longer. Without hesitation, he swung his sword to block his father's barrage of attacks. Once again, the reflect skill neutralized 100% of the damage, and the counterattack chance was triggered. His entire body flared with the green light of hope. But the light sword shattered the moment it touched his father's armor-breaking fist, a devastating punch piercing through his fragile defense. Bai Yi bitterly realized he had been broken through head-on. This was a massive difference in raw power. Yet even his father was surprised that the recoil made his own arm go numb. He muttered, "My ribs hurt. Feels like they're about to snap." Despite that, the assault didn't stop, sending Bai Yi flying straight into the wall. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Giving his opponent not even a second to breathe, the father activated a skill. A blazing red notification appeared, black lightning strike, increasing movement speed, with every attack carrying an electric shock effect. He roared, "Now, do you dare talk back to your noble father?" Red and black electricity swirled around his body, tightening around the mother and son huddled in the corner. He sneered cruelly, his mana gathering in his fist. A bit too late for that, isn't it? Facing the finishing blow, Bai Yi covered his mother with his own body, roaring in his mind, "I will absolutely not." Responding to his resilience was a tone of utter contempt. Got some backbone? Huh. But what's the point? With such a weak profession, you deserve to be beaten to death. Despite bleeding profusely, Bai Yi kept his head held high, his eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. In this life, I won't let any of these tragedies repeat. The man's madness reached its peak. He grabbed an iron chair. He hissed, "What? You think you're hot stuff just because you awakened?" He raised the chair high, preparing to bring it down on the heads of the mother and son, as if he were some unstoppable king. Just then, a frantic pounding erupted at the door, followed by a loud shout from outside. "Open the door, right now." His mother clutched her son tightly, while his father turned around, cursing in a rage. Damn it, who the hell is coming to stir up trouble at a time like this? And this was when the real plan began. Bai Yi collapsed into his mother's arms, a faint, bloody smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. They were here. His father threw a chair aside and marched toward the door, fuming. "Who's banging on the door like a maniac?" The moment the door swung open, two men in stern, official uniforms appeared. One of them spoke up, his voice heavy with authority. "Took you long enough." Too busy to answer the door, their status screens materialized in the air. Vice Captain of the Oversight Team, Li Ang, an A-rank Red-type Awakener, an Investigation Officer, Chen Jin-woo, a C-rank Support-type Awakener. The moment he saw who it was, his alcoholic father turned into a whimpering puppy. His face went sheet white, and he stammered, "Oh, Vice Captain. What brings you here today?" Li Ang held up a wanted poster and said coldly, "We received a tip that a wanted criminal known as Snow has been spotted near this building. We're conducting a floor-by-floor sweep. Have you noticed anyone suspicious?" And this was when the real plan truly began. On the wanted poster was the image of a man in a hood with a thick, scruffy beard, accompanied by a bright red warning, "Snow, extremely dangerous." Faced with the sudden situation, his drunken father instantly transformed into a master actor. He waved his hands and laughed nervously. "Ha ha, that guy is all over the news every single day. If he showed up here, I'd have reported it immediately." While he was busy running his mouth, his mother tearfully stroked her son's bloodied head, her eyes filled with heartache. But the sharp instincts of the Oversight Team weren't so easily fooled. Vice Captain Li Ang pointed toward Bai Yi, his voice full of suspicion. "Hold on, what happened to your kid?" His father scrambled to wave him off, inventing a lie that couldn't be any more pathetic. "These two knuckleheads were just being careless. I told him to go buy some food, and he managed to trip and fall. This trivial matter doesn't need to bother the Vice Captain." But his clumsy act was about to be shattered. Bai Yi lifted his head, his golden eyes burning with a fierce orange flame as he spat out each word. "He didn't trip. He beat me." A terrifying silence descended upon the room. His father's face stiffened, and a chilling purple mana began to leak out. A special status screen appeared, serving as an explanation for the silence. Second Awakening, a rare occurrence where certain Awakeners can trigger a second awakening based on their previous class, drastically increasing their combat power. Back to 18 minutes ago, downstairs, Bai Yi stood at a public payphone, his voice calm but calculated. "I saw someone enter Building A in the ZU district. He looked exactly like that snow guy posted online. Before coming upstairs, I made that call from the convenience store across the street. At this rate, they should be finishing their sweep by this floor. Back to reality, he had calculated that if the guard team received news about snow, they would certainly mobilize in force, but he hadn't expected them to search this quickly. Regardless, the timing had been perfect. Trying to salvage a shred of dignity, his father turned to Li Ang and stammered, "Is he actually telling the truth? He's just joking with you. How could I ever lay a hand on my own son? I love the boy to death, but would Bai Yi let him keep up the act?" He stood up, pointing to every single wound on his body, his voice firm. Arm smashed by a chair, head smashed with a liquor bottle, a fist mark here, a kick mark there. Every wound on. My body right now can be medically assessed immediately. Faced with undeniable evidence, Li Ang's face darkened, and the air grew deathly tense. And this was when Bai Yi delivered the killing blow. He stared straight into his father's eyes, his voice icy cold. For awakeners who cannot control their violent impulses or who intentionally cause harm to others, according to the Divine Code, Awakener Regulation Act, Chapter 8, Article 4 clearly states, if a person's behavior shows potential for danger, they must be immediately detained for 15 days at the Awakener prison. Hearing this, both Li Ang and Shen Jinwu were stunned, looking at the young boy in front of them in disbelief. His father's face turned black with rage, his teeth grinding together. The only thought in his head was, did this brat Bai Yi lose his mind? Without a second of hesitation, Li Ang stepped forward, his voice booming with authority. Bai Lingsheng, I am Li Ang of the Oversight Team. I am placing you under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Driven into a corner, his father shrieked like a maniac, damn it. But he was immediately restrained from behind by Chen Jinwu. Calm down. If you decide to resist, we will be forced to use physical coercion. He thrashed around in vain, only managing to let out a bitter, venomous shout before being dragged away. Bai Yi, you just wait until I get out. The door slammed shut, returning the room to its quiet, eerie normalcy. Bai Yi turned around, blood still trickling from his lip. He whispered softly, Mom. Without a word of reproach, his mother rushed over and hugged her baby boy. She sobbed with relief and pain. He wrapped his arms around her too, his voice trembling. Mom, it's okay now. Resting his head on her shoulder, he whispered to himself, this time, I protected you. 15 days. He patted her back gently, his voice resolute. Don't worry, Mom, this is the last time. I have enough time now to become stronger. While hugging his mother, his bloody hand tightened into a fist. And this was the moment the real plan was revealed. He thought to himself, I couldn't just take that beating for nothing. Just a moment ago, he had conveniently swiped the safe key from his father's pocket. In the palm of his hand lay an old, golden key, stained with fresh blood. He stared into the distance, his eyes burning with the fire of hatred, the very thing his father had backstabbed his own comrades to obtain years ago. It was the explosive secret, the thing that had helped him climb from an E-rank awakener to his current C-rank status. Without a second thought, he walked into his father's room, where the safe was hidden in the most discreet spot. He inserted the key into the lock, thinking. He even hid this from his own family. Returning to the present, Bai Yi stood before the bedroom door, the painful memories replaying in his head. In my past life, I didn't even know this thing existed until after he died. With a click, the safe popped open. Inside was a dark, broad sword, emitting a freezing surge of mana. He pulled it out, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. With you, I can finally try soloing a dungeon. Starting to map out his plan, he muttered as he walked. For now, only dungeons can help me level up my class. But currently, all dungeons are under the control of the Divine Union. Those who don't belong to a guild can't enter. He stepped out of the house and entered a deserted forest. Right now, the only dungeons I can access are the ones managed by the schools. A green mana enveloped his body, and he looked into the void, his eyes burning with confidence, thinking of the hidden dungeons he knew from his past life. Before him stood a gloomy, abandoned building. A status screen appeared with a mysterious message. Hidden dungeon, required level, difficulty level. He took a deep breath, gripped his steel broadsword tight, his gaze chillingly determined. I have to get ahead of everyone else as fast as possible. A few basic facts about this world were revealed. Dungeons are where monsters live. After awakening, people can enter, fight monsters to gain experience, and boost their combat power and rank. Meanwhile, at the surveillance squad's holding cells, the clock struck 10:22 p.m. on the 22nd of October 2005. A guard grumbled, "This mess even spooked our whole unit. Even the vice captain had to mobilize." Another replied in frustration, "And we didn't even find a hair. Didn't we just get a fake report?" Li Ang stood outside the cell, looking at the alcoholic man, his tone serious. "Whether it's true or not, as long as it involves a traitor, We can't afford to be careless. He stared at the Snow wanted poster on the desk, his expression heavy with concern. On the anniversary of the organization's founding, if Snow is actually in our district, we're in big trouble. In another corner, Chen Jinwu turned to ask his colleague, I heard the captain is coming back earlier than expected, so what are we? Li Ang immediately cut him off. That is not for us to discuss. Inside the cell, the alcoholic started acting up again. He clung to the bars. Hey, Vice Captain, show some mercy. It's my first offense. I promise I'll never do it again. He put on a pitiful face, even bringing up his family to beg. I heard your wife is about to give birth. A close friend of mine just opened the best postpartum care center in Shu District. But Li Ang wasn't so easily bought. He crossed his arms, his voice cold, trying to bribe the surveillance squad, especially since you used to be a guild member. He turned to walk away, throwing a scornful remark over his shoulder. Don't you know why you ended up in this state? Stung by the truth, the man went silent, his hands sliding off the bars. Just then, Chen Jinwu stepped up. He flashed a friendly smile, but his words were like a blade to the man's heart. If a bribery charge gets out, it won't just be a short detention. You know, get some rest. Tomorrow you're being transferred to the awakened prison. The cell doors slammed shut. Chen Jinwu called out casually, just keep your head down for now. In the shadows, the man's face twisted in fury. He gnashed his teeth, growling the name of the one who had driven him to this dead end. The scene shifted to Bai Yi's mother's bedroom. She was fast asleep. He whispered to himself, in 15 days, he'll be out of prison. Before then, I have to get stronger as fast as possible. Standing in his small room, he looked out the window, his eyes full of resolve. A dungeon is my only option right now. His thoughts flowed on. Dungeons could appear anywhere. They were alternate spaces parallel to our world. You could enter them through portals that appeared out of thin air. Most dungeons were occupied by guilds as soon as they were discovered. Inside, there was a massive amount of magic beasts and magic mineral resources. They were the best way for an awakened to raise their power. But dungeons were incredibly dangerous. Usually, they had to be vetted by official agencies before a team could be sent in. Back in the man's room, he rummaged through an old bookshelf from his previous life. A news report from 5 years later had mentioned this specific dungeon. Because it was forgotten for so long and never explored, it wasn't discovered until the demon invasion of the human world occurred. He pulled out an old book. Inside was a crudely hand-drawn map. A few details about the dungeon were revealed. An F-rank dungeon usually required 3 F-rank awakened. An E-rank dungeon required a team of 5, 3 F-ranks and 2 D-ranks. He opened the hidden door behind the bookshelf, and a gust of cold air rushed out. Based on the current timeline, there's a 90% chance this is an F-rank dungeon. It's the lowest level hidden dungeon I can access right now. Before him was a glowing red dungeon entrance, and a notification popped up. Undiscovered dungeon entrance. Just as he stepped inside, a trail of black mist began to swirl out. He stepped back cautiously as the freezing air enveloped him. He muttered, dungeons are full of dangers. You mean a team with different elements and classes working together to increase your win rate. But his green magic power erupted once again, wrapping around his body, his eyes flashing with determination. But I have no other choice now. I have to get strong on my own, as fast as possible. A notification appeared, posing a challenging question. Enter high danger dungeon. As soon as he stepped in, a vast, snowy, white landscape appeared before his eyes. He blew warm air into his hands, whispering, an entire world of ice and snow. This must be the territory of ice attribute magic beasts. He walked cautiously as the wind howled in his ears. Going deeper, he discovered countless skeletons lying scattered on the ground. Has someone been here before? Then he saw a giant white bear sleeping soundly. Its breath created bursts of freezing air. It was a hibernating magic beast, an E8 rank ice bear. While he was still stunned, a shadow suddenly lunged at him in a split second. He spun around, screaming internally, damn it, I hit that 10% chance. This is an E-rank dungeon. Amidst the bone-chilling blizzard, Bai Yi narrowed his eyes to survey the area, silently forming a logical theory to comfort himself. A dungeon that had never been discovered? Could it be that most of the monsters here are hibernating? But it seemed he had celebrated too soon. Trouble arrived instantly as a giant shadow tore through the wind toward him. The system turned bright red. Bloodthirsty wolf, E-rank, ice attribute magic beast. Bai Yi dodged skillfully, unable to help but lament how pathetic he was currently. Even a wolf's level was higher than his. The wild wolf bared its fangs and claws. It frantically opened its foul-smelling maw, lunging straight at the small prey to tear him apart. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong person to bully. With the lightning-fast reflexes of a former top-tier expert, Bai Yi jumped and did an artistic mid-air flip, gracefully clearing the lethal pounce. The moment he landed perfectly, he gripped his sharp steel broadsword, turned his head, and gave a confident smirk, preparing to counterattack. Not giving the beast a chance to recover, Bai Yi accelerated, vanishing from the ground, turning into an afterimage skimming through the snowstorm, leaving the wolf lunging at empty air. Provoked, the stubborn wolf whipped its head around, the killing intent in its glowing green eyes blazing with brutality, its sharp fangs digging into the snow as it slid. But how could its speed compare to a reincarnated hacker? Bai Yi darted alongside the monster, twisting his body and weaving through the gap to narrowly dodge a bite. And then, a brilliant gold sword arc slashed across the freezing sky with a critical upward strike. The blade tore through the blizzard and pierced the beast's thick hide. The opening skirmish ended in a flash. The massive beast collapsed, staining the pristine snow red. Liu Yu maintained a cool, combat-ready stance, glancing at the weapon in his hand with a self-satisfied smirk, definitely worth the trouble of borrowing it earlier. An A-rank weapon, the Gunno Riken. It bore the marks of its previous owner, the kind of blade money simply can't buy on the open market. A sleek status window shimmered into view. A-rank weapon, Gunno Riken. Forged from Gunno stone, it was razor-sharp, cutting through iron as if it were butter. Strength plus 150, luck plus 50, stamina plus 100, lifesteal plus 20%, armor penetration plus 20%. He nodded in approval. It was the perfect remedy for his current combat deficiencies. Still, he kept his expectations in check. The beast's defenses were sturdy, even with perfect precision on its weak points. It still took 3 or 4 strikes to put it down. Remembering his glory days back when he could kill anything with a flick of his wrist, Liu Yun let out a dramatic, pouty sigh. He really missed being at max level, but wishing wouldn't grind his levels up. The system interface began pinging incessantly. Experience gained 52 profession experience points. Current level 1 experience, 1,020 out of 1,000, and thanks to the cloud-type opponent, he gained 50 cloud-type essence points. Watching the progress bar crawl like a turtle, he gripped his sword and grumbled at this rate. Leveling up his E-rank profession would take slaughtering about 20 wolves, and he needed 10 full levels just to go from E to D. As he spoke, the loot window popped up. Snow Wolf 2x1. Before he could even catch his breath, a howl echoed in the distance, a savage, ear-piercing shriek that shattered the silence. His senses spiked instantly. Liu Yun whipped his head toward the darkness, spotting shadows rushing toward him through the storm. "Welcome to the Wolf Buffet," he muttered. A massive pack emerged, led by a hulking boss with jagged, bristly fur and bloodshot, killer eyes. A 4th-level E-rank cloud-type monster, the bloodthirsty Wolf King. Surrounded on all sides, he gripped his blade tighter, calmly assessing the chaos. The scent of blood had drawn the whole pack here. Instead of panicking, Liu Yun's golden eyes ignited with a thrill of excitement. He narrowed his eyes, a fighting grin spreading across his lips. "Starting off with a gang squad, are we?" Not wasting a second, the wolves leaped into the air, closing in on him like a lethal net. He began his dance of mastery, the Gunno Riken carving a blinding arc straight at the alpha. The system flashed red, weak point critical. Like a skater on ice, Liu Yun fluidly weaved through the frenzy of charging beasts. The system chimed for a perfect dodge. He countered immediately, a lightning-fast slash rippling through their formation. The battle transformed into a spectacular combo showcase. Wind-tearing slashes rained down, seamlessly blending critical hits and dodges, turning the ferocious pack into his personal practice dummies. His cold gaze locked onto the survivors. Channeling all his strength into the blade, he roared in his mind the final strike. He twisted mid-air, unleashing a powerful spinning kick, and simultaneously released a gale of razor-sharp sword aura, blasting the remaining small fry wolves away. The XP pop-ups flooded his screen, an AoE grind gone right. A golden cascade of experience notifications scrolled down, confirming the kill on the bloodthirsty Wolf King. 52 points, over and over, non-stop. Liu Yun landed with a cocky flare. The system dinged with a loot haul, Snow Wolf 2x18. Sweeping his eyes over the decimated battlefield, he fixed his gaze on the final boss, which was trembling in a blind rage. Seeing his entire pack slaughtered, the Wolf King lunged in a desperate frenzy. It opened its massive, fang-filled maw, ready to tear him apart, but its fate was sealed with one strike that sliced through space itself. A notification chimed, bloodthirsty Wolf King defeated. 56 experience points gained. Liu Yun stood unharmed amidst the swirling level-up sparkles, a smug smile on his face. Just like that, he was on his way to leveling up. After clearing the battlefield, the system blinked. Congratulations, level 2 E-rank achieved. 12 bonus attribute points available for allocation. Liu Yun exhaled a breath of relief, wiping his brow, and grumbled to himself. "Ugh, I've only killed 20 wolves and I'm already this wiped out." Looking at the loot scattered everywhere, he rubbed his sore shoulders. His E-rank body was still pitifully weak. He cast a regretful look. At the sparkling items on the ground, he really needed a spatial bag, or he'd have to leave so much good gear behind. Picking up a gemstone, he frowned, pondering the harsh reality of the awakened world. Most dungeons were monopolized by big guilds, making it nearly impossible for free agents to level up. Just as he finished his thought, an item description popped up, making his eyes widen. Snow Wolf Core. Extremely hard diamond. Can be used for special weapon crafting. Market value around 10,000 yuan. Stuffing the treasure into his pocket, Liu Yun trudged through the falling snow, deep in thought. To get access to high-level dungeons, joining a guild was pretty much his only choice. He recalled how the world worked. The schools for the Awakened were essentially guild subsidiaries, created just to filter talent for their ranks. Images of obedient rookies lined up, waiting to be picked, filled his mind. Every student's dream was to be an elite, hoping a major guild would spot their potential. But Liu Yun's expression darkened as he remembered a particular loser. If you got kicked out of a squad, it meant your career was effectively over. He thought of the Blade's original owner, that man had been expelled from his guild and had been stuck at C rank ever since. Shaking off the memory, he returned to the biting reality, shivering from the bone-deep cold. Going solo was just too slow. He assessed his physical state. The temperature here was plummeting, and the longer he stayed, the more his stamina would drain. Just as he was feeling frustrated, a new pack of wolves came snarling his way. A cunning smirk pulled at the corner of his mouth. Instead of talking, he acted literally. He didn't even bother to fight, spinning on his heel and bolting like a track star, diving through the trees with a whole pack of ravenous wolves hot on his heels. Sprinting at full speed, Bai Yi suddenly spun around, his sword flashing with a brilliant golden aura. The arc of energy tore through the night sky like a beautiful parabola, but his target wasn't the pack of wolves. He struck the trunk of a massive, ancient tree nearby. The impact was devastating. The giant trunk shattered, lost its balance, and began to crash down. The thick canopy plowed into the snowy forest, tearing it to shreds. The baiting effect worked instantly. In a hidden corner, a massive, deep purple python was jolted awake from its slumber. It flashed its glowing yellow eyes at the red, blinking system alerts. Even the wolves, hot on Bai Yi's heels, were startled and skidded to a halt. They looked up toward the falling tree. Having successfully lured them, the mastermind, Bai Yi, slammed on his brakes. His boots carved deep grooves into the frozen ground, kicking up a blinding snowstorm as he stopped. Bai Yi tilted his head, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek, but his eyes were sharp and filled with triumph. Turns out, he managed to round up a massive haul of monsters. System warnings flooded his view, E-rank cloud pythons, clashing with the bloodthirsty forest wolves. He smirked. Using the fastest method to wipe them out was all that mattered. Moments later, a violent elemental explosion swept through the forest, forming a giant fireball that blew the monsters away. Meanwhile, Bai Yi calmly walked away, looking every bit the cool hero who never looks back at an explosion. His eyes sparkled with calculation as he peered toward the gloomy cave in the distance, whispering to himself, "That commotion should be enough to wake everything up." His words carried a hint of arrogant provocation. "Time for you to wake up, too." In response to his call, the thick ice cracked open. A massive shadow roared, shattering the debris as it lunged out, accompanied by waves of bone-chilling air. The awakened beast was an unlucky lord, whose nap had been rudely interrupted. The system immediately locked onto the glowing red target, the Ice Plains Bear, an E-rank, level 8 beast, and it was clearly in a foul mood. Berserk state. Attacks targets indiscriminately. Damage increased by 20%. The bear's eyes, burning like torches with fury, locked onto the tiny creatures surrounding it. Bai Yi watched from a corner, nodding in satisfaction. The Ice Plains Bear is in a berserk state. The giant beast madly swung its pillar-like claws, smashing the ground, and wreaking havoc on the pack below. Bai Yi smugly analyzed the situation. With that temperament, it's bound to attack blindly without distinguishing friend from foe. Sure enough, the fishing for profit tactic worked, as he picked off the monsters while they were being crushed by the bear. Bai Yi moved like a ghost, constantly swinging his blade to finish off the dying monsters. The system notifications went wild. Successfully killed bloodthirsty forest wolf plus 52 EXP. Obtained snow wolf tooth X2. Successfully killed cloud python plus 56 EXP. Obtained cloud python poison gland X1. He strolled through the chaotic battlefield, where the bear was playing punching bag with the pythons and wolves. He said casually, "I just need to weave through the chaos and pick off the scraps." With every swing, experience points poured into his inventory. Bai Yi moved with the grace of someone dancing through the monster swarm. Successfully killed cloud python plus 56 XP. Successfully killed bloodthirsty forest wolf plus 52 EXP. Obtained cloud python poison gland X3, snow wolf tooth X2. His arms were getting tired from all the hacking. Watching the dim-witted bear frantically doing his dirty work, he let out a mocking smile. E-rank beasts may be ferocious, but they don't have a single wrinkle in their brains. A brilliant leveling up glow enveloped him. Leveled up to E-rank, level 4. Obtained 12 attribute points. Please allocate them. He rubbed his chin, praising his partner. This bear is great. Not only does it draw fire, but it's basically an unpaid laborer, saving me half my stamina. Still, playing the predator requires finesse. He lowered his center of gravity, coiling his muscles to prepare for a decisive move, right in front of a giant python emerging from the fray. If he wanted all that delicious experience for himself, he slammed his feet into the ice, cracking the surface. Bai Yi launched into the air like an arrow tearing through the wind. Golden sword energy gathered on his blade. He had to land the finishing blow himself. He landed confidently after his stylish strike, but behind him, in the gloomy, freezing mist, countless cruel, red eyes suddenly lit up in unison. After all that jumping around, Bai Yi knelt on the ice, panting heavily. Woo, even with that bear acting as a punching bag, this is still exhausting. But a cunning smile spread across his lips. He swung his blade and stood up. It was time for the next phase. He scanned the ice beneath his feet, which was spider-webbed with cracks from the weight of the monsters. He calculated silently. After such a destructive battle, the structural integrity of the ice was nearing its limit. He bowed his head slightly, a dark, chilling grin appearing on his sweat-streaked face. He was ready for a legendary prank. And then, massive fissures spread like a spider web beneath the confused monsters. A horrific collapse followed. The ice exploded, dragging the entire pack of pythons and the giant bear straight down into the deep abyss. With effortless, cool, Bai Yi leaped up and plunged his blade into a large chunk of ice falling into the void. He shouted, "Then let's all fall together." Watching the wolves panic and struggle in midair, he smugly explained his brilliance. "I'm always carefully observing the environment while I fight." It turned out he'd seen through the terrain long ago. This wasn't a frozen lake at all, but an ice bridge spanning two cliffs. A barrage of notifications popped up like crazy as the monsters fell to their deaths. Successfully killed bloodthirsty forest wolf, plus 52 EXP. The mass trap turned into a rain of experience. The monsters fell and were crushed to bits, one after another. Successfully killed cloud python, plus 56 EXP. Bai Yi landed safely with artistic flair, standing with his back to the pile of monster corpses. The system cheered repeatedly. Leveled up to E rank, level 7. Obtained 12 attribute points. He collected the loot filling his bag. Obtained Snow Wolf Tooth X13, Snow Wolf Pelt X2, Cloud Python Poison Gland X8. Watching the massive figure of the unlucky bear crash down last, he smiled confidently. Looks like most of the monsters have been wiped out. With a shockwave that rattled the ground, as the bear hit the bottom, Bai Yi calmly gripped his blade. The stamina I have left is more than enough to deal with the stragglers. Standing tall and proud, he tallied up the fruits of his genius. This is how I level up the fastest. The system panel gave me an instant bonus. I've earned the 1 against 100 title. When outnumbered, all my stats get a 10% boost. But just as I was feeling smug, my gaze sharpened, scanning the gloomy cave. But from the very beginning, I've been thinking about one thing. I muttered to myself, every dungeon must have a final boss. Bai Yi frowned, feeling an unnatural silence. A level E dungeon lord should have been something like an E-rank savage lion king. My heart was full of doubt. Wasn't the commotion we just made enough to wake it up? A freezing wind swept past the monsters that were struggling to get back on their feet. I muttered, why hasn't it shown up yet? The ice bear, after that painful fall, let out a furious roar, ready to charge and turn its tiny enemy into mincemeat. Suddenly, my pupils contracted. My survival instinct screamed a warning. It's ice magic. Massive ice pillars ripped through the ground, surrounding the pack of monsters. I turned pale, realizing the bitter truth. No, I had guessed wrong. I scrambled back in a panic as a cold, murderous aura suddenly choked the space around us. A swirling vortex of dark energy swept past with lightning speed, carrying power that completely overwhelmed everything here. A series of sharp ice stalagmites erupted, freezing the entire ground. I gritted my teeth and whispered, it wasn't asleep. It was just waiting for the perfect moment. Even the massive, ferocious bear was encased in frost, frozen solid on the spot. I was horrified as I realized the boss's wicked plan. It waited until our stamina was almost exhausted before luring us all to this spot. I darted away, dodging the ice pillars that were frantically chasing at my heels. There was no escape. Every path was blocked. Massive slabs of ice shot up like mushrooms after rain, interlocking to form a death trap. I gritted my teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat. For the first time in this battle, I felt like the prey. Standing precariously on top of a rising ice block, I realized the absolute cunning of my enemy. The ice bridge from before was also a trap it had camouflaged. Cold air enveloped me. I gripped my blade tightly, furious. It just needed to appear at the very last moment to swoop in and reap the rewards like a fisherman. My eyes flashed with rage as I growled in utter shock inside this pathetic, low-level cave. And yet, it was hiding one. Before I could finish my sentence, a massive black shadow loomed right behind me, carrying the overwhelming pressure of black-purple electricity. The mastermind behind the curtain finally revealed itself. I stood frozen a boss with actual intelligence. The system panel flashed a deadly red notification. Level 11, Rank D. Cloud Attribute Monster, Dungeon Lord, Master of the Kanglin. Along with that, 2 giant gorillas appeared, brandishing wooden clubs, Level M. Rank E, Cloud Attribute Monsters. The old ape, the Master of the Kanglin, looked absolutely hideous, with eerie blood-red eyes and a sly, terrifying smirk. Without a chance to resist, my whole body was instantly sealed in solid ice. I could only stare, grinding my teeth in agony. The system ruthlessly displayed a hopeless analysis. Recorded at 2 to 10 on Saturday morning. Hidden Dungeon, Bone Hill. Rank E. Special Dungeon with an Intelligent-type boss. Level 11. Rank D Boss, Master of the Kanglin. High Danger Level. Recommendation. A party of 5 E rankers and 3 D rankers. The icy frost continued to spread, wrapping around me. I thought desperately, I'm frozen solid. At this rate, my body will lose heat completely. A hairy monster's arm, carrying a murderous aura, reached out through the freezing air. The old ape held its staff, looking down at the little bug caught in its trap, and let out a scornful laugh. Humph! On the master's command, the giant gorilla swung its massive leg, stomping down hard, hoping to crush the ice block containing me into dust. Facing that deathly shadow looming over me, inside the suffocating block of ice, one of my eyes still burned with an unyielding flame. I bit down on my jaw. All I could do was. The giant old ape with blood-red eyes stared down at my frozen figure, as if admiring a work of art before smashing it to pieces. But at the very last second, a jet-black burst of energy erupted. The thick ice cracked and shattered, scattering in every direction. The blood-red eyes of the Master of the Kanglin widened slightly, its wrinkled face showing sheer shock at this unexpected turn of events. Instantly, the system panel flashed brilliantly, signaling a successful parry by timing the block perfectly. I could nullify 100% of the damage if activated within 0.09 seconds, with a chance to reflect all physical damage back at the opponent. At the same time, I swung my blade, unleashing a fiery wave of sword energy that knocked away all incoming attacks. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, clutching my chest as I gasped, thinking, using all my energy to break the ice comes at a huge cost to my stamina. As the system confirmed the price to pay, the Awakened exerts all energy, having a chance to immediately dispel crowd control status, consuming a large amount of stamina. Despite my bloody face, my eyes flashed with a razor-sharp, murderous intent. My brain raced, analyzing the situation. It needs a certain amount of time to cast such a powerful attack again. Glancing at the old ape, which was growling and waving its staff, preparing to cast another spell, I gritted my teeth, determined to finish it before then. Without giving the opponent a moment to blink, a blazing surge of power erupted on the ape's arm. Immediately, it activated the break status. The giant ice bear recovered instantly. It tore up the ground and charged thunderously toward my small frame, acting as a meat shield for its master. Taking the full force of the crushing pressure, my pupils contracted. I bit down on my jaw, but fresh blood still spilled from my mouth in agony. The one blocking the way was that familiar brute with the glowing red notification. The Ice Origin Bear had calmed down. Level 8, Rank E, Cloud Attribute Monster, looking as fierce as if it wanted to eat me alive. I retreated, looking up at the massive monster, sweat pouring down my face as I grumbled about this miserable elemental disadvantage. My fire attribute is naturally countered by the cloud attribute. My eyes showed weariness, and sweat mixed with blood dripped from my chin. I bit my lip, bitterly acknowledging the harsh reality. Adding to that, with my current stamina, just beating those 2 monkeys alone would be enough to tire me out completely. I scanned the death squad surrounding me, consisting of the Dungeon Lord, the Master of the Kanglin, the Ice Origin Bear, and 2 level M gorillas brandishing weapons. I broke into a cold sweat and lamented, if even more of them show up. Before the words even left my mouth, a massive black shadow tore through the wind at extreme speed, shredding the ice-covered ground into countless flying fragments. As a gorilla swung a massive wooden club downward, Bai Yi had to grip the hilt of his blade with both hands, bracing himself as he slid backward. His brain automatically calculated the grim result. The chance of winning was 0. Just then, he started, his heart jumping as the colossal shadow of a snow bear loomed directly behind him, preparing to follow up with a crushing pincer attack. In front, the white-furred gorilla with mad, crimson eyes swung its club again in a violent horizontal sweep, leaving him no room to retreat. Taking the full force of the shockwave from the double attack descending from above, Bai Yi's body was sent flying toward the ground. He was forced to plunge his sword into the thick ice, carving a long trench to act as a break. His shoulder slumped, one eye squeezed shut in agony. He exhaled sharply, tasting the bitterness of helplessness. No, I don't have the strength left, he thought. Just as the outcome seemed sealed, the giant snow bear roared savagely, baring fangs as it unleashed a blizzard of freezing air to trap him. Refusing to wait for death with his eyes closed, Bai Yi glared directly at the Reaper, using his final shred of strength to tighten his grip on the sword, ready to fight for his life. The beast swiped its razor-sharp claws, the sheer force tearing through the freezing air as it lunged forward. He quickly leapt backward, triggering an explosion of light that blasted everything nearby away. Cold sweat poured down his face. Bai Yi's pupils contracted to their limit. Before he could even understand what exactly had just saved his life, another wave of pressure slammed into him. He glanced at the boss ape in the distance, groaning as it emanated a malicious aura. The environment was too cold, and his stamina was nearing its limit. Standing on a high rock formation, a twisted, cunning smile crept across the lips of the Lord of the Ape Realm, Kang Lin. The old beast clutched his staff, growling as he gathered a swirling surge of emerald green lightning energy. From high above, a terrifying magical barrage poured down like a meteor shower. The system coldly threw the bright red text Ice Storm Raid in his face, leaving Bai Yi gasping. He looked up, his eyes wide with a mix of panic and subtle frustration. Its skill cooldown is that fast. Bai Yi's expression hardened, preparing to accept the cruelest penalty from the system's super hard difficulty mode. Bai Yi's expression darkened, his determined gaze piercing through the falling snow. He silently recalled his experiences from his previous life, where he had constantly faced all sorts of desperate situations. Standing before the countless shadows of monsters with glowing red eyes in his memory, he calmly assessed the situation. Having fallen into dead ends time and time again, he had forged an ability to sense opportunities. I only have two choices now, he thought, as his body was sent flying by the magical shockwave. He gritted his teeth, calculating. Choice 1. Stay here and keep fighting, but my stamina has hit its limit. Even if he forced himself to endure all the damage to continue facing those high-level beasts, his eyes glowing with resolve amidst the blizzard, his brain coldly delivered the harsh answer. Survival rate, 0%. Quick as a flash, Bai Yi swung his blade and pivoted decisively on the cracked ice. Choice 2. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself off the cliff, plunging straight into the pitch-black abyss below. In the dark midair, a massive block of ice rapidly condensed, sealing his body tightly, completely encasing him in freezing frost. Bai Yi's figure fell freely, plummeting rapidly along the sheer cliff wall. Standing on the edge, the old ape, Lord of Kang Lin, started slightly, his wrinkled face showing confusion at his prey's suicidal move. The giant ice bear and the pack of snow wolves craned their necks to peer into the bottomless abyss. The ice block containing Bai Yi continued to sink into the dark, bottomless gorge. Between the two colossal, narrow cliffs, a ray of light flashed from the ice block falling straight toward the bottom. The scene shifted abruptly to rapid knocking on a door in a sun-drenched hallway. A middle-aged woman opened the door a crack, grumbling with a reluctant expression. Honestly, sleeping in this late every weekend. Her gaze suddenly froze, her pupils constricted, revealing extreme astonishment as she looked inside. The system display showed real-time 10 a.m. Saturday, the 23rd of July, 2005. Inside the empty room, the bed was made neatly, without a soul in sight. In her hand was a note scribbled in her son's handwriting. Mom, I've gone to a friend's house. I won't be back late. Don't worry about me. The mother's eyes sank with deep anxiety. She muttered, That's not right. If he were going to a friend's house, he would have told me straight to my face. There'd be no reason to leave a note like this. Bai Yi, what's happened to you? Memories of her son with his icy, cold gaze, quietly touching the wound on his face, flashed through her mind. Starting from the moment he got home yesterday, he had acted like a completely different person. Why do I feel so uneasy? Back in the gloomy abyss, a personal bandage soaked in blood floated on the freezing underground stream. Bai Yi's fragmented train of thought echoed, remembering the horrific scene. When the ice bridge shattered, nearly 100 monsters had clearly fallen down. A scraped, bloodied hand gripped the sharp edge of the ice ledge and pulled upward. A ragged, coughing sound rang out, cough, cough. As he used his arms to balance amidst the bone-chilling water, a series of blurry experience notifications flashed before his eyes. He furrowed his brows, analyzing. But back then, I only leveled up 3 times. Coughing violently and spitting out foam and blood, Bai Yi dragged his heavy legs onto the icy sandbank. Cough, 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 phew. That proves only about 60 of them were killed. 40 monsters still survived and fell down here. His dim eyes swept over the cold, hazy landscape at the bottom of the abyss. He whispered into the depths of the gorge. Recalling the moment the ice shattered upon hitting the bottom, his eyes flashed with keen insight despite his injuries. There must be a river. His memory replayed the scene of his body struggling as he fell straight from above, smashing into the freezing water and sending sprays of foam everywhere. The violent collision with the water surface echoed. He silently concluded his own reckless, brilliant move. So, the second choice was my only path to survival. Lying flat on the frozen ice, 3 bright red warning panels, low temperature, continuous blood loss, and weakness flashed repeatedly. He wheezed intermittently. But, breaking the ice again nearly drained all my stamina. On top of that, falling into the river from that height caused massive damage to my body. With his face pressed against the rough, cold ground and blood staining the area red, Bai Yi's heavy eyelids gradually closed in utter helplessness. Have I? Bai Yi wheezed in his exhaustion. Already reached my limit. Shortly after, his limp body collapsed onto the freezing ice, ignoring the 3 red warning panels for low temperature, continuous blood loss, and weakness that were still flashing mercilessly. Just at that moment, a massive, snow-white beast with long, jagged fangs gaped its cavernous maw, letting out a roar that shook the very depths of the abyss. A new enemy had arrived, and it raised its claws high, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that same moment, the system coldly displayed a status window. Ice-piercing Overlord, Level 9 and Ice Attribute Magical Beast. Just as death seemed to be knocking on the door, Bai Yi's consciousness began to drift into distant memories, where his silhouette floated, sinking deep into the pitch-black void. A familiar, reproachful yet affectionate voice echoed, "Hey, you're back, and you won't even invite me for a drink?" Then the image shifted to a beautiful girl with brown hair, spreading her arms wide with a radiant smile like the sun. "Bai Yi, come here for a hug." The memories continued to dance, with the image of a young comrade whispering a mischievous invitation, "Boss, boss, how about we sneak out tonight for some foie gras?" A familiar back turned to wave, holding a stack of documents tangled in a mess. "Bai Yi, what's up with this data? Come over and help me out." And then, his mother's worried voice drifted back, gentle as a spring breeze. "Is your head injury hurting a lot?" But those warm memories were suddenly swallowed by darkness. The image of the old ape, the Lord of Kanglin, appeared with eerie, blood-red eyes, reaching out its sharp claws toward him. The face of the villain with an eye patch appeared with a sinister grin against a blood-red backdrop, cursing cruelly, "Go to hell." Another mysterious shadow pointed a finger directly at his face, repeating the bloodthirsty words, "Go to hell." Finally, the massive shadow swung a lethal blow that tore through the crimson air. "Judgment, this is the end for you." Amidst the hellfire of the past, Bai Yi's hand, which had been limp on the ice, suddenly clenched into a fist as a streak of golden energy surged to life. He gritted his teeth and roared, "I will have no limits. I am not allowed to have limits." Returning to reality, he stared straight into the giant maw of the beast lunging at him. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, carrying the trauma of his past life, all the regrets he had ever endured. With superhuman strength, he held his blade horizontally, steadily blocking the beast's crushing bite as sparks flew everywhere. The ice-piercing Overlord's pupils contracted. It opened its eyes in shock as an invisible force pushed it back. Bai Yi, his face smeared with blood, looked up, one eye blazing with a furious, golden light. "I absolutely will not let this happen again." Putting all his strength into shoving the beast's fangs away, he drove his blade forward. He bellowed in a frenzy, "I've already lost everything once." A blinding golden light enveloped the blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. "And I've already died once." Bai Yi surged upward, unleashing a powerful kick. He spun and delivered a lightning-fast strike, sending blood and the beast's broken teeth flying. He roared a firm vow, "I will never die again." A thunderous collision occurred as he pressed his attack, swinging his blade down in a lethal strike of overwhelming power. After the blow, he dropped to one knee, stabbing his blade into the ice to steady himself. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. A crazed yet satisfied smile curled on his lips, his frantic breathing exhaling white mist into the freezing cold. Suddenly, a pillar of golden light erupted from the ground, enveloping his body as the system announced the result of his spectacular comeback. Only a desperate situation could trigger a class upgrade. He stood tall, bathed in surging power, ignoring the staggering, growling ice-piercing Overlord behind him. It turned out that his stupid decision to solo the magical lair and his suicidal leap into the abyss, it was all part of this mastermind's plan. A pack of snow wolves bared their fangs and lunged simultaneously, intent on tearing apart the prey that was standing still. Surrounded by the bloodthirsty wolves and the ice-piercing Overlord, Bai Yi stood his ground, his entire body radiating a brilliant golden aura. The giant beast roared in anger, but Bai Yi's actions explained it all. He had been throwing himself into desperate straits on purpose. The space around him suddenly flickered like a glitching screen, and memories of the brink of death flashed. He was doing this to reclaim that feeling. The system panel blinked frantically. Because he had experienced extreme peril, a massive amount of adrenaline was triggered. The adrenaline stat skyrocketed, a golden aura flooded the space, and he lowered his head, savoring the strength surging through his veins. This feeling, it's finally back. The words class advancement appeared vaguely, but immediately followed by a cascade of error messages. Because requirements were not met, class advancement failed. Well, the system sure is reliable. It consoled the player in a very cumbersome way with a green skill panel. Having learned a high-level skill of the Holy Swordmaster class, he revealed half his face with a cold, golden eye, telling himself that even if he didn't meet the KPI for a promotion, unlocking an ultimate skill like this meant he didn't lose out. The metal blade flashed with a blinding golden light, tearing through the cold night as he delivered his cold verdict. Now, he stood majestically amidst the flickering notification panels, a confident smile blooming on his lips. Time to clean you all up. His eyes narrowed, burning with ferocity, as he raised his blade, channeling his ultimate magical power. The ice-piercing overlord let out a terrified shriek when it sensed Bai Yi's overwhelming aura. Bai Yi's entire body glowed with golden light. He held his blade across his shoulder, his cold gaze locking onto the monsters as his voice rang out. One way. Upon hearing the skill name, the beasts ahead, including the giant bear and the pack of wolves, charged with frantic speed, as if to tear him into 100 pieces before he could react. But it was too late. Bai Yi spun in mid-air, a massive golden ring of light diffused from his body, creating a shockwave that wiped out everything in his vicinity. He shouted the name of his ultimate skill, Pure Land. The entire depths of the abyss were drowned in blinding light. Bai Yi's face was strangely calm, his silver hair fluttering in the energy storm. As the light faded, it left behind a battlefield littered with monster carcasses. The bloodthirsty wolves and the giant bear had all fallen. The system began reporting victory repeatedly. Successfully killed bloodthirsty wolf, received 52 EXP. Successfully killed ice origin bear, received 64 EXP. The corpse of the ice-piercing overlord lay there, covered in blood. The final notification appeared. Successfully killed ice-piercing overlord, received 66 EXP. Bai Yi opened his hand, and a gentle golden light condensed in his palm. The fatigue and pain vanished miraculously. A series of notifications regarding items and leveling up appeared, enveloping his silhouette. Obtained Ice Fang ×1, obtained Ice Plains Beast Fur ×1, obtained Arrogant Bear Bones ×2, level up to level 8, E rank. Received 12 attribute points, please allocate them. And most importantly, the text Pure Land of One Direction activated its effect, fatigue eliminated, stamina restored. He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging, with sharp thoughts echoing in his mind. What should I do next? At the same time, the system menu also bestowed a worthy reward upon those who risked their lives. Obtained the title Ice Plains Wanderer, Cloud Attribute Resistance plus 100, Ice Damage Reduction, and learned the ultimate skill, Pure Land of One Direction. He looked up at the cliff peak where the old boss was still waiting, a flash of provocation in his eyes. It's time to settle the score with you. Bai Yi's status board appeared, his stats having skyrocketed dizzyingly. The guy has now become a true combat machine. After a spectacular revival, he continued his non-stop leveling grind, easily taking down the remaining bloodthirsty mountain wolves. The experience notifications kept popping up, and he finally leveled up to 9. E rank, received 12 attribute points, please allocate them. He swung his blade, feeling a distinct difference. After reaching level 8, he could clearly feel that slaying E rank monsters had become much easier. The new title also took effect. Ice Plains Wanderer effect activated. Cloud Attribute Resistance plus 100. Ice Damage Reduction. He marveled to himself. Moreover, he barely felt the cold anymore. He recalled the mechanism of the cheat skill from earlier. Pure Land of One Direction can accumulate all the damage he previously sustained, then release it all at once onto a wide area target, but it can only be activated after he has accumulated enough fatigue and damage. Looking at his completely healed hand, he smiled smugly. Thanks to that, his stamina has fully recovered. The Pure Land of One Direction effect activated, fatigue eliminated, stamina restored, confirming it once again. He began climbing the icy cliff, whispering to himself, wondering how long he had been in this demonic cave. I need to get back quickly, or Mom will be so worried. The freezing wind howled, blowing through his silver hair. A strong gust blew past, carrying away the white snowflakes. Right at the exit of the cliff bottom was a small shrine covered in white snow. Inside the shrine, the old ape master of Kanglin was meditating. With a large luggage bag beside him, he slightly raised his head, his blood-red eyes flashing with a strange light as a slight tremor shook the ground. The ice wall behind him began to crack. Bai Yi had returned. He stood on a sharp ice pillar, his blade radiating cold air, and spoke with sarcasm. Met again, haven't we? The system updated his level 10 E rank, the highest level of E rank. Meanwhile, at home his mother was still standing by the window, burning with anxiety. The clock struck 11 at night on Saturday. Where on earth have you gone? She looked out the window, her voice full of worry. Why haven't you returned after all this time? The lavish dinner had gone cold on the table, and she could only fold her hands in prayer. My son, please, let nothing happen to you. Returning to the demonic cave, the old ape cracked his knuckles. One of his close gorilla minions had its head smashed by a giant wooden mace, dying before it could even gasp. The ice bear was also panting, lying flat on the ground, dead in an instant. Bai Yi walked over calmly, facing the rest of the ape's subordinates, with the carcass of the bear he had just defeated beside him. Standing on the sharp ice pillars, Bai Yi calmly greeted the boss with sarcasm. Met again, haven't we? The system immediately updated his latest achievements. Level 10, E rank, the highest level of E rank. Along with the successful killing of the Ice Plains bear, he calmed down and received 64 experience points. After cleaning up the minions, he stood on the giant bear's carcass, casting his gaze toward the dilapidated shrine where the boss resided. Inside the shrine, the master of Kanglin sat perched on a stone pedestal, with two giant gorillas standing guard beside him, weapons in hand, ready for battle. The old ape smirked, let out a scornful snort, his blood-red eyes flashing with cunning. Instantly, one of the minions stomped hard and leaped from above like a bullet, lunging straight at Bai Yi. One of the two gorillas wasn't about to be outdone. It jumped high into the air, raising its giant wooden mace. Bai Yi's golden eyes flashed with light. He didn't waver at the enemy's attack. He swung his blade, creating a blinding green arc, diving into the middle of the minions. A decisive slash tore through the air. The head of one gorilla flew into the air, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. A notification appeared. Successfully killed the Kanglin demon ape. Received 70 experience points. Seeing his subordinate destroyed, the master of Kanglin froze in midair, his eyes revealing clear astonishment. His rage erupted. He swung his magic staff forward, summoning a giant blizzard, roaring the move Ice Burst Assault. But Bai Yi simply raised his hand. An invisible barrier appeared, blocking the blizzard. The word I am immune appeared defiantly, and he glided through the storm, completely unharmed. The system explained, Cloud Attribute Resistance Effect activated, successfully reduced ice damage. The master of Kanglin panicked and backed away. Unable to believe his eyes, he hurriedly pulled a glowing purple ice orb from his bag, preparing to unleash his trump card. The remaining gorillas all lunged forward, trying to buy time for their master to stop him. But Bai Yi just narrowed his eyes, his gaze reflecting determination. Just need to finish you off. The guy suddenly vanished in a flash of green lightning. The skill menu appeared, flash step. When speed increases to 100%, it can activate the teleportation effect, passing through obstacles ahead. He confidently declared that he could reach D rank now. The arm holding the boss's staff was slashed in two, and black blood splattered everywhere. The old ape clutched his wound, his face twisted in pain. Bai Yi was already right behind him, his blade still stained with blood. The blood-red eyes of the master of Kanglin glared intensely, filled with resentment and unwillingness. He turned, his gaze cold and emotionless. He whispered softly like a farewell, goodbye. A series of golden slashes intertwined, tearing the boss's body into 100 pieces. Bai Yi landed, plunging his blade into the ice, ending the battle. The system sounded the victory notification. Successfully defeated the level 11 D-rank Cloud Attribute Mage Leader. Master of Kanglin. Received 1,000 experience. A pillar of golden light engulfed his body. The system announced the successful level up. D-rank Combat Type Warrior. All attributes plus 100%. Current level 11. D-rank received 12 additional attribute points. Suddenly, strange notification lines began to appear. Items waiting to be picked up and cloud attribute elements accumulated. New job class about to awaken. The young man was dazed, sweat dripping down his face. He'd been fighting so hard he completely forgotten about his cloud element properties. I finally accumulated enough. Standing amidst a brilliant red aura, Bai Yi gave his blade a stylish spin, a smirk playing on his lips. System, he thought, as the system perfectly timed a dazzling notification, confirming the upgrade. Level E. Cloud Element Mage class change available at any time. His eyes went wide as he gasped. A red grade class. His brain was racing, excitement making him double-check the stats. Even though he was only level E, the red grade attribute granted a 200% stat bonus. This meant his raw power was now on par with his current level D warrior level. Before he could even catch his breath, the remains of the ape boss dropped a glowing purple crystal and a small pouch. The system immediately tallied the loot. Level D mage weapon, magic crystal elemental power plus 40, spirit plus 40, with a 50% increase to magic range and a level B magic bag capable of holding up to 20 items. After securing his haul, Bai Yi suddenly slumped over, acting weak and unsteady, leaving the remaining gorillas scratching their heads in confusion. But the moment their guard dropped, he snapped back up, clutching the magic crystal he just picked up. The monkeys flinched and scrambled back as Bai Yi's entire body was instantly engulfed in a blood-red aura of magic. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he wore a villainous grin. With a fluid motion, he reached out, the crimson energy swirling violently around his fingertips. He calmly passed judgment on the remaining weaklings, his red eyes locked onto the shivering monsters with lethal intent. The system chimed with a cold confirmation. Class changed successfully. Standing tall as a cloud element mage with his new weapon in hand, Bai Yi tilted his chin in triumph. Let's see what this brand new class, something I've never played before, is really capable of. The scene of slaughter faded away. Time snapped back to reality. It was 5 a.m., Sunday, the 24th of May 2005. At the apartment in Ziyu Mansion, his mother was still curled up on the living room sofa in the silence. She hadn't slept all night, her thin frame heavy with anxiety, her hands tightly clasped, praying for the son who hadn't returned. Suddenly, the hinges creaked, shattering the stillness. The door cracked open, and Bai Yi timidly poked his head in, trying to be as quiet as possible. Hearing the noise, his mother looked up, her eyes red and bloodshot. The tears she'd been holding back all night finally spilled over. She scrambled to her feet, her apron fluttering, her gaze fixed entirely on the figure appearing in the doorway. Seeing his mother's haggard appearance, Bai Yi held up a small plastic bag and offered a sheepish, apologetic smile. "Mom, I'm sorry. I made you wait so long." Without a word of explanation, she rushed over and pulled him into a tight embrace, clutching him as if afraid he might vanish again. Resting her chin on his shoulder, she sobbed. Bai Yi felt a pang of guilt, silently chiding himself. She's been waiting for me the whole time. She hadn't even eaten. Gently, he pulled away a little, his eyes softening with determination as he broke the tearful atmosphere. "Mom, I have a proposal. Would you like to hear it?" It turned out that during his life-or-death journey, he'd used the magic bag he found to make a tidy profit. By using that spatial storage, aside from the weapons he had to keep, he cleaned out a dozen of the most valuable items. The next morning, Bai Yi went straight to fence his goods. In the shade of a busy building, a broker in a suit and dark glasses examined the glowing red magic crystal, nodding slowly. The broker smirked, trying to lowball him. 800, and I'll give you the rest later. Before he could finish, Bai Yi coldly cut him off with a sharp figure. 8,000. The dealer's eyes bulged as he shouted, "Are you kidding me? You're dreaming if you think you'll get that for this tiny stone." Sensing the guy was playing games, Bai Yi snatched the stone back. "If you're not buying, I'm leaving." The dealer panicked and scrambled to plead. "Hey, wait. You can't just shout out insane prices like that. 2,000, and I'll take the whole lot off your hands." Bai Yi replied calmly, 5,000. The dealer broke a sweat, haggling, 3,000 apiece. "That's my final offer." Bai Yi coolly countered, 6,000. The dealer's face twisted. "Hey, why did you go up again?" Bai Yi didn't even blink. 7,000. Finally, the dealer surrendered, clutching his head. Fine. 7,000. Just stop hiking the price." Leaving the dealer to mourn his lost money, Bai Yi tossed the heavy pouch in his hand, smirking to himself. In his past life, he'd known plenty of magic ore traders. He knew their tricks all too well and knew exactly how to get a good price for this loot. As he flipped through the thick stack of bills, his eyes shone with resolve. He had more than enough money to rent a decent place for his mother. Soon after, guided by a broker, the two of them went to see a luxury apartment. Watching his mother look around timidly, Bai Yi felt a sting in his heart, remembering how she had never known a single day of comfort in his past life. Watching her gaze in awe at the spacious, elegant living room, he promised himself that in this life, he would make sure she got to enjoy her time. The deal was finalized quickly. The broker shook Bai Yi's hand, grinning ear to ear. A 1-month deposit, 3 months rent in advance, at 15,000 a month. It covered all utilities and management fees. That evening, 8 p.m., Sunday, the 24th of May 2005, the new apartment was filled with warm light. Seeing his mother humming as she cooked with a smile on her face, Bai Yi felt a sense of peace. It had been such a long time since he'd seen her look so relaxed. Back in his own nice bedroom, he flopped onto the soft bed, resting his arm on his forehead to reflect. The housing issue was settled, he'd leveled up to D, and he'd snagged a new class. Still, the relaxation wouldn't last long. Bai Yi took out the magic crystal and began carving it with a knife. His eyes turned grim. That scumbag was still in prison. He absolutely could not afford to let his guard down. His expression hardened into a cold glare. Until this was resolved once and for all, he wouldn't be able to rest easy and get his revenge. The level D magic-enhancing crystal had been expertly carved down, braided into a bracelet that fit perfectly on his wrist. He clenched his fist. Tomorrow, it was time to go back to school. Level D magic crystal weapon. A mana-infused stone that can be polished and carried. Elemental attributes plus 40, spirit plus 40, increases magic range by 50%. Clenching his fists, he smirked with a calculating glint in his eyes. Might as well go and try to find that thing while he was at it. At the same time, 8 o'clock on Sunday evening. Elsewhere, in the lobby of a lavish villa, a blue glowing dimensional dungeon gate was pulsating. A blonde young master stepped out of the gate with an arrogant expression, followed by a team of neatly dressed bodyguards. Suddenly, the fawning butler spoke up. Sycophantically, the young master's performance has improved significantly. Just then, a beautiful girl shyly ran over to hand him a beverage, her voice tender. Brother, please, take a rest. But the young master immediately waved her off, surging with energy as he headed straight forward, eager to squeeze in another dungeon run while he still had time. His personal system interface arrogantly notified him. Beep beep, successfully leveled up to a grade E rank 3 assassin. He sneered complacently, silently treating Bai Yi as an obstacle, thinking, hey, no one is going to advance faster than me. In the upcoming simulated combat test, I'll show all of you who the true genius is. Switching scenes to another skyscraper, a woman with hair braided down to her heels stood silently, back turned, gazing at the city at night. In her hand, she was flipping through a stack of glowing documents inscribed with the title, New Career List for Jackno High School. Shaking her head slightly, she muttered in disappointment, the new batch of Awakeners this year doesn't have a single person with a gold-tier career. Still standing pensively by the floor-to-ceiling window, the woman with the braided hair scanned the glowing files, delivering her judgment. It seems this simulated combat test has nothing worth looking forward to. As the judgment ended, time quietly jumped to 7:30 on Monday morning, June 25th, 2005. In the newly rented apartment, flooded with sunlight, a hearty breakfast of steamed buns and hot fried dough sticks was laid out on the table. Resting her chin on her hand at the table, Bai Yi's mother closed her eyes, a radiant smile on her lips, peacefully enjoying a rare, quiet morning after the stormy days. Yet, breaking that silence was the shrieking cry of her precious son. Shedding his usual cool demeanor, Bai Yi shoved a piece of bun into his mouth, frantically complaining like any other average high schooler. Mom, why didn't you wake me up sooner? Contrasting her son's panic about being late, his mother simply reached out with a gentle finger, smiling playfully and teasing. You were sleeping so soundly, I really couldn't bear to wake you up. She reached out to gently stroke his messy silver hair. She lovingly urged, eat slowly. Being late for school once in a while is no big deal. Feeling the warmth from his mother's hand, Bai Yi's chewing slowed. His gaze softened, and his lips curled up involuntarily, savoring the moment. That's right. It's been so long since I've had such a peaceful, restful sleep. As she placed a hand on his shoulder, he felt deeply moved, thinking, and I've never been able to sit and eat breakfast so calmly and simply with her like this. Lost in thought, his mother suddenly grabbed his arm as he held his bun. Bai Yi jumped and blurted out, Whoa, Mom, what's wrong? His mother blinked her sparkling eyes, smiling with hidden meaning as she probed. Is there anything special you want to buy? A toy, a book, or maybe some electronic gadget? He laughed heartily, scratching his head awkwardly to deflect. Mom, why are you suddenly wanting to give me a gift? Ha ha, what's gotten into you? His mother laughed, pointing at the calendar on the fridge, her voice overflowing with love. Next Friday is your birthday, you know. Bai Yi's pupils constricted. His eyes were glued to the 5th of June, circled in bright red on the calendar, his brain seemingly freezing for a moment. Ah, so the 5th of June is my birthday. He lowered his eyes slightly, an unexplained wave of sadness stinging his nose, enveloping the young man's figure. As he bit into the bland bun, painful memories from his past life flooded back, haunting his mind for far too long. In his past life, after his mother passed away, no one celebrated his birthday anymore. Gradually, he even forgot about this day himself. Swallowing the mouthful, his gaze turned profound, questioning himself. Is there anything I want? Looking up at his mother's radiant, maternal smile, Bai Yi's heart felt as if it were filled with sweet honey. He smiled to himself and answered, What do I crave the most? The thing I want the most. I already have it right now. Shutting away those soft thoughts, his face hardened, and he bit through the last piece of the bun, The sharp aura of a predator reappeared. His golden eyes flared with a cold, murderous intent hidden beneath his mask of a well-behaved student. He silently swore, "Next, it's time to complete my next goal." The ghost of the masked assassin with the bone mask flashed through his mind like a blood curse. His ultimate objective was sealed with 3 cold words: kill him. Setting aside family matters, the scene shifted to the spacious campus of Jack Ngo High School. The voice of the coach boomed through the loudspeaker. "You little brats, you surely rested enough over the last 2 days, right?" Standing with his hands behind his back, looking imposing in the middle of the training field, the coach frowned and explained, "From now on, it's time to start the hellish training in preparation for the simulated combat test. Surely, no one here is unaware of the importance of the simulated combat, right?" Scanning the bustling students below, he loudly introduced the power structure behind it all. Our Jiakno High School is a high school division directly under the Divine Guild, and the guild will always be closely monitoring our every move. Contrasting the excitement of his peers, Bai Yi just stood with his hands in his pockets, looking bored. While the coach continued to ramble on, "This simulated combat is the very first stage for all of you to perform after awakening. This battle is considered your middle school graduation exam, and the entire process will be broadcast live." The coach raised a finger to emphasize the focal point of the event, and more importantly, the person with the most outstanding performance in this combat exercise will have the opportunity to join the high school division on a cultivation journey. The whole crowd of students gasped in amazement, their eyes burning with desire. A cultivation journey was an event that happened only once a year, the most direct opportunity to interact with the elite class of the Divine Guild. Under the bright golden sunlight streaming through the window, the coach confirmed the ultimate prize. The school will organize the most elite students from both middle and high school to travel together to the Holy River Nation, the headquarters of the Divine Guild. And as soon as those words finished, half of Bai Yi's face sank into the shadows, his sharp, golden eyes narrowing as his brain automatically began extracting data from his past life. The Holy River Nation, headquarters of the God's Legion Guild. An image of a guy with scruffy stubble, puffing on a cigarette with a rugged smile, flashed through his mind. Bai Yi felt a wave of nostalgia. That was where he and his master had first met. At the same time, the silhouette of the assassin wearing a bone mask also appeared in his vivid memories. He clenched his fists, his killing intent surging. That was also the birthplace of that bastard. But he and the master didn't even know each other back then. He only became a teammate after I had already joined the God's Legion. Bai Yi's golden eyes ignited with determination as he silently calculated his next move to track down the version of him that existed now. Scoring high on this upcoming assessment and infiltrating the training journey was the fastest way. The scene shifted to the classroom, where the freckled kid was shouting with a mix of excitement and fear. "This Friday, the simulated combat starts. I'm so nervous yet hyped. My blood is literally boiling." The bespectacled friend replied with a worried expression. "I heard the combat simulation takes place inside a demon dungeon. Can we really pull this off?" Before the students could even process that, the instructor stood with his hands on his hips and loudly announced the start of their hellish days. "All right, everyone, we are officially beginning training now. The first gate for physical conditioning is this gravity room. I want everyone to start with 10 sets of interval sprints. Now." As soon as he finished, the freckled kid beside him was fired up, his hands clenched into fists, burning with the fire of youth. "Ah, a real man has to step up. I'm gonna do 20 sets. In contrast to his classmates' enthusiasm, Bai Yi just glanced at him coldly, his face radiating the calm and slightly jaded demeanor of someone who had seen it all before. Following the instructor's orders, groups of students began to obediently file into the gravity room, ready to taste the pain. Just as everyone was following along like sheep, Bai Yi suddenly stepped out of line, walked confidently up to the burly instructor, and flatly proposed, "Sir, I don't want to use this training room." His bold declaration instantly petrified the entire class. The bespectacled kid and the girl with pink hair whipped their heads around, eyes wide, completely stunned. The instructor's brows knitted together, a shadow covering half his rugged face. He growled the name of the one who dared to defy him, Bai Yi. He leaned down, hands on his hips, and let out a mocking, warning remark. I heard about your little scuffle with Hong Chuang Thin last weekend, but don't you go thinking that just because you beat someone with a red tier class, you're all that special, and use that as an excuse to dodge training." He didn't show a hint of fear before the instructor's pressure. Bai Yi calmly interrupted, stating his request. "I want to perform training exercises that are more goal-oriented." The instructor was dumbfounded, stuttering as he retorted. "Goal-oriented? You? What do you mean by that?" Feeling his professional pride wounded, he jutted his chin out, his eyes like daggers scanning the rebellious student. "Are you suggesting my current training method has problems? With the poise of an old-school expert, Bai Yi began to analyze the situation clearly. Behind him, vivid images illustrating various classes appeared. Physical fitness is a factor almost every awakened person needs, so using the gravity room isn't wrong. However, interval sprints are only truly suitable for classes that require speed and coordination, like warriors or assassins. It's definitely not something everyone needs. He continued his airtight argument as images of powerful mages appeared as evidence. Classes like mages or chanters are much better suited for the elemental chamber to train their ability to control elemental power. Furthermore, because each individual's stat points and combat habits are different, the focus of training also needs to be allocated differently. Hearing the brat still wet behind the ears talk so much, the instructor leaned in close, his massive frame blocking out the light, threatening him word by word. Looks like you're trying to teach the teacher how to do his job, huh? Standing behind, the pink-haired girl glanced over, her eyes filled with secret amazement as she evaluated the training method he just described. It was exactly identical to the training model that Lord Dongyang, the coach of the Gods' Legion, had once mentioned. A storm of emotions rose within her as she thought, but this theory was only recently put forward by Lord Dongyang. If it weren't for the recording tape my dad brought home, I wouldn't have known about it either. Does Bai Yi actually share the same mindset as that great man? Seeing the tension rising, the bespectacled kid covered his mouth in fear, whispering a reminder to his best friend. Hey Bai Yi, even if you really have some ideas, you've got to save some face for the teacher. After all, he's the most authoritative instructor in our school. He was being so brutally blunt. While the bespectacled kid was sweating buckets, the instructor suddenly placed a rough hand on Bai Yi's shoulder, calling his name in a low, somber voice, Bai Yi. It made the bespectacled kid jump. Contrary to the expectation of a volcanic outburst, the instructor suddenly flashed a hearty smile and patted his student's shoulder with appreciation. The training method you just mentioned actually sounds pretty reasonable, doesn't it? Not only that, he admitted his own shortcomings, making the bespectacled kid sigh in relief and pat his chest. Thank God, that was close. The smile vanished. The instructor grew pensive and explained the harshness of reality, but the number of students in the whole school is too large. Trying to cater to the specific needs of each individual in a short time is extremely difficult. Let's be honest, the combat simulation is basically the graduation exam for all of you. If you mess this up, it might just ruin a student's whole life. His eyes drifted into the distance, looking over the vast training field where students were diligently filing out. He let out a heavy sigh as a teacher. Deciding the future for my students or letting them decide for themselves. It really is a difficult problem to solve. Listening to those heartfelt words, Bai Yi's gaze softened. He looked toward the door, a sense of gratitude rising in his heart. In my past life, even though my situation was terrible, I was lucky to have met many great mentors, which is why my character wasn't twisted when I grew up. He turned back to face the teacher, a brilliant, confident smile playing on his lips, his eyes promising, "Sir, trust me. For this graduation exam, I absolutely won't let you down." Convinced by his confidence, the instructor folded his arms and nodded, beginning to ask for his input. All right then, tell me, how exactly do you want to train? So you awaken as a fighter, huh? Bai Yi made a request that shocked everyone. Sir, could you help me turn the elemental suppression setting in the training room up to the maximum? As he spoke, he confidently pointed a finger toward the door, at the end of the hall that had a sign reading Elemental Chamber. Hearing this, the teacher, the bespectacled boy, and the freckled kid were all stunned. They all spoke in unison, looking speechless, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts bewildered. Huh? The Elemental Chamber? Seeing everyone staring at him like he was some kind of alien, Bai Yi hurriedly scratched his head, stuck out his tongue, and gave an awkward laugh to cover it up. Yeah, even though I'm a fighter, I want my abilities to be a bit more balanced, he lied. So I want to test my own weaknesses. Inside, he was sweating bullets, scrambling to think of an excuse. He couldn't exactly just blurt out that. He was secretly trying to grind up his second class as a mage, right? Hearing such a lame excuse, the instructor rubbed his temples, sighed heavily, and felt a headache coming on. Just then, the pink-haired girl behind them eagerly raised her hand. Teacher, I want to train my elemental control as well. Coincidentally, my class is actually mage. Helpless against this group of troublemakers, the teacher waved his hand in defeat. Fine, whatever. Just don't embarrass me during the final exam, all right? After receiving the instructor's reluctant approval, the pink-haired girl turned to him with excitement. Bai Yi, let's practice together. With his hands in his pockets, Bai Yi gave a blunt refusal. No, I want to go into a private room. Wouldn't you two make better progress if you practice together? Seeing Bai Yi just walk away coldly, she blinked and retorted, Hey, wait, did you just reject me? His face remained expressionless as he coldly spat out a single word. Yeah, but instead of getting angry, The pink-haired girl just laughed, clearly amused. Ha! Your attitude just makes me even more fired up to beat you. Saying that, she nimbly slipped past Bai Yi and nonchalantly walked into the room on the left with the elemental sign, leaving him standing there all by himself. Outside, the bespectacled boy scratched his head and looked at the instructor, pleading shyly. Since I'm always at the bottom of the class anyway, can't you just let me find somewhere to slack off? The instructor crossed his arms and gave a kind, yet crushing smile that destroyed the kid's hopes. Absolutely not. As the door to the private training room closed, Bai Yi began adjusting the system's settings. He muttered to himself, I'm already way too familiar with the fighter class, but as a mage, I'm still just a total amateur. The system signaled that the elemental suppression index was at -10%. He was determined to master this during this session. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilly, ice attribute magical aura began to radiate from his body. Bai Yi's eyes flashed with caution. He had to keep this ace up his sleeve well hidden. He absolutely could not let anyone know that he was capable of holding multiple classes at once. The stat bar kept dropping. Elemental suppression was now at -30%. He understood the potential danger. This academy was under the jurisdiction of the gods. Every single move the students made was under their constant watch. His body began to be encased in a thin layer of ice, and the sharp drop in room temperature made him frown as he endured it. Revealing his talent too early would likely make him a target for them. Recalling the confused expressions of the pink-haired girl and his childhood friends, he thought to himself while chanting. As for these classmates, the notification panel dropped to a dangerous level, elemental suppression at -1%. Suddenly, the door to the next room swung open, and the pink-haired girl stood before a stream of green light, hands on her hips, tossing her chin up in a challenge. Humph, Bai Yi, I will never let you get ahead of me. Bai Yi smirked, locking in his approach to social interaction. It was better not to form any deep connections with them anyway. The school bell rang, and the sunset stretched long across the empty schoolyard. Bai Yi trudged along, pushing his old bicycle through the school gate. His lonely shadow cast long on the ground. Just as he was riding slowly, a voice called out from behind. Hey, Bai Yi, wait for us. He turned his head and clicked his tongue. Ugh, these two are following me again. The freckled kid and the bespectacled boy came running over with their arms around each other's shoulders, huffing and puffing as they complained. Why are you walking so fast? Can't you wait for us a bit? Bai Yi sighed, remembering his past life. These two were his best friends back in middle school. They were the problem kids who were always being bullied, so they would hang out after school to vent their frustrations. The freckled kid raised his hand to the sky, bragging proudly. I was second to last in the exam this time, you know. The bespectacled boy chimed in to celebrate. And I managed to climb up to 5th from the bottom. Both of them laughed uproariously and turned to Bai Yi. How about you? Bai Yi replied calmly. I was last. All three of them burst into genuine laughter. Ha ha ha. So none of us have a chance at getting into high school. Memories of his childhood flooded back, and his gaze softened. Those were the rare, happy days of his entire middle school experience. But the smile vanished, replaced by the coldness of someone who had tasted too much bitterness. Bai Yi stomped on the pedals, and the bike sped off, leaving his two friends standing there in a daze. He thought to himself, but in this life, my goals are different. These useless social ties will only be a rock blocking my path to progress. And what troubled him even more was the boy with the glasses. Watching the figure of his friend slowly disappear, the bespectacled boy and the freckled kid stood with their hands on their knees, catching their breath and complaining. What's with this guy Bai Yi today? He's acting just like he did on Friday, just quietly taking off on his own. The freckled kid was annoyed. They had agreed to stay at the bottom of the ranks together. The bespectacled boy narrowed his eyes, muttering suspiciously. Hey, do you feel like he's actually gotten stronger lately? He mused, analyzing the situation. Ever since he awakened his class, he's suddenly become so confident. How can someone riding a bike be content with waiting for those who can only walk? A voice suddenly cut through his train of thought. He whispered his friend's name. Hey, Four Eyes, I've noticed you've been acting a bit weird lately. You should take some time to go to the hospital and get your lungs checked. Bai Yi stood in silence, looking at his best friend with complex emotions. The tense atmosphere was broken by the loud laughter of the freckled kid running up from behind. Huh, I knew it. You stopped here to wait for us, right? Bai Yi immediately denied it. No, I didn't. He gained momentum, pedaled away, and left the freckled kid shouting in frustration. Seriously, how are we supposed to keep up with you? Hey, are you just standing there waiting on purpose to mock us? Left behind, the freckled kid stomped his feet in frustration, turning to complain to his bespectacled friend. If I hadn't burned all my energy on that shuttle run drill earlier, I totally would have caught up to that guy. The bespectacled boy pushed up his glasses, cutting through the lie without blinking. You only finished 6 rounds, man. Don't act like you did more than I did. Watching the silhouettes of his two bickering friends drift away, Bai Yi's eyes softened with a deep, aching sorrow. In his past life, back in high school, Glass's Kun had suddenly been diagnosed with a terminal lung condition. He had to drop out for treatment and didn't make it. Tightening his grip on his bike handlebars, Bai Yi silently vowed, "Even if we can't stay friends in this life, I hope at least you can stay safe and healthy." The freckled kid was still pouting, wondering why his friend had suddenly become so cold. That's just too much. The bespectacled friend walked beside him, his eyes pensively tracking the direction Bai Yi had just disappeared. "Even though it's true he's changed a lot, I still have this feeling." The corner of his mouth curled into a warm, trusting smile. "He's still the same Bai Yi we've always known." Cut to God's Guild headquarters, St. Han Nation, rookie training ground. A magnificent view appeared, with a crystal blue beach stretching out under the brilliant sunrise. Towering skyscrapers surrounded the area. In the beachside lounge, a burly man with rock-hard abs was sprawled out on a lounge chair, using a straw hat to cover his face for a nap. "I heard a rookie recently joined God's Guild and has been performing exceptionally well. Is that the kid who broke the records in all the assessment categories?" Standing before him was a young man with stylishly braided platinum hair and an arrogant half-smile. He bowed slightly with feigned politeness, not hiding his smugness. "You're too kind, Mr. Dongyang. I'm here to report for duty." Back to the present, Monday evening, May 25th. In their cozy apartment, Bai Yi and his mother were eating a late dinner. As he shoveled rice into his mouth, Bai Yi urged her, "Oh, by the way, Mom, try to avoid going out alone from now on." His mother nodded in agreement. He continued, "I'll be back early tonight. I'll bring dinner home." While eating, Bai Yi's gaze grew deep and pensive. A latent killing intent began to simmer. Everything is still not enough right now. Watching his mother peacefully scoop food with a smile, he bit down on his spoon, sharpening his resolve. He had to quickly provide her with a truly safe and stable living environment. The scene shifted to a prison for awakened individuals, with the words "rehabilitate" and "start over" hanging prominently on a digital sign. A long line of inmates in orange jumpsuits stood listlessly, waiting for food under the strict watch of a guard. It was the turn of a middle-aged prisoner with a scruffy beard and a sinister look in his eyes. He held out his tray for the guard to scoop his food. Taking advantage of the moment, the prisoner skillfully slipped a crumpled bill into the guard's hand under the aluminum tray. The guard kept a stone-faced expression, muttering just loud enough for the two of them to hear. "What you're asking for is a bit tricky." The prisoner smirked cunningly. The guard added, "But don't worry, everything has been arranged. You'll be out of here tomorrow." Cut back to the school campus. Tuesday morning, Bai Yi stood on the breezy hallway, looking down at the massive stadium. He muttered, summarizing his training progress. "During this time, I basically mastered the core combat maneuvers of the mage class." As he warmed up his wrists, a flash of realization lit up his eyes. The essence of this class lies in calculating the exact timing for skill activation and the ability to control elemental force. Down on the field, the freckled kid was panting hard after a grueling run, sweat-drenched but still beaming with pride. "I ran 10 laps today." The scene switched to the empty track on Wednesday afternoon. The bespectacled friend was hanging from the pull-up bar, gritting his teeth as he hauled himself up, sweat pouring down like rain, his face twisted from exhaustion. While his friends were struggling with physical training, Bai Yi stood idly by the elevator, arms crossed in his pockets, his face cold and expressionless. He looked up at the floor numbers dancing on the screen. His two best friends called out to him with hopeful anticipation. "Want to go get dinner tonight?" Bai Yi had already turned away, answering bluntly without a moment's hesitation. "Can't. I have to head home early tonight. So cold." The freckled kid and the bespectacled friend stood there stunned, watching his retreating back. Suddenly, Bai Yi stopped and raised a hand to demonstrate without turning around. "Your marksman technique, your startup time is too long. Practice your strike motions more." Oh. The freckled kid instantly ignited with energy, his eyes sparkling as if enlightened, his hands clenched in determination. Then, Thursday afternoon after school, at the school clinic, the bespectacled friend sat opposite the doctor, staring nervously at the x-ray. The doctor spoke gently. "It's a good thing you came in for a checkup early." He pointed at the film, his expression turning serious. "This type of parasitic tumor in the lung, once it starts growing, it spreads very quickly. You must go to a major hospital soon to schedule surgery. Get it removed and you'll be fine." Li Ang, the bespectacled friend, replied, still shaken. "Thank you, doctor. Next week. I'll make the appointment next week." Walking through the quiet hallway, the image of Bai Yi and his recent reminder. "You have time, you definitely need to get your lungs checked," echoed in his mind. If it wasn't for the school health checkup being postponed, he never would have gotten a lung CT scan on his own. The bespectacled friend stopped, full of doubt. How did he know there was something wrong with my lungs? What on earth happened to Bai Yi? He trudged down the stairs, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice from the corner of the hallway cut through his train of thought. Hey, did you hear? That arrogant rich kid is cheating again. He already reached E4 rank in this assessment. He's definitely going to take first place again. Just watch. The bespectacled friend froze, hiding behind the wall to listen. Another voice replied with utter contempt. Huh? How could he do that? Isn't it mandatory to enter a dungeon to level up? Humph. Don't you know his family has their own private dungeon? They use it to train their family's private army. Oh, and remember that guy who provoked him last weekend? The bespectacled friend's heart jumped. He held his breath to listen. Today after school, he's planning to teach that guy a lesson he'll never forget. I told you, with his personality, after suffering such a blow, how could he just let it go? He even brought a weapon this time, and he's blocking the path outside the school. He definitely plans to finish me off. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the bespectacled boy's forehead. No way. I told you we shouldn't mess with that trash. He panicked, turning his head, scrambling away, heart racing. I have to hurry and help Bai Yi. He sprinted down the hallway, his thoughts spiraling. Outside the school, that guy would definitely use dirty tricks to ambush Bai Yi, maybe even call a whole gang to bully him alone. He gasped for air, fear and anxiety tightening his chest, but then he stopped dead in his tracks, hit by the harsh truth. But if I go, what could I even do? He hung his head, his hands falling helplessly to his sides. I'm just a guy with a chant class. I don't even have a single attack skill. Maybe Bai Yi can handle this on his own. He stood before a locked door, trying to find an excuse to back down. I don't really have to go and confront that Hong guy, do I? He closed his eyes, convincing himself with a forced smile. After all, my personal rule is to stay as far away from trash as possible. The storage room door was chained shut with a heavy padlock. Crash! The lock and chain were ripped off, shattering into pieces under a massive surge of force. The bespectacled boy shoved the doors open with all his might. The sunset bathed his sweaty face, but his eyes were blazing with fire. But Bai Yi saved my life. This life I have, he gave it to me. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temples. Even if I have to die, I have to go save my brother. Inside, he grabbed a massive battle axe that looked even bigger than him. He heaved the axe onto his shoulder, standing tall like a god of war, and roared, Bai Yi, wait, why are you destroying the weapons room? A sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind him. The bespectacled boy jumped, his heroic posture instantly deflating. He turned, stiff as a board, to see a pink-haired girl standing there, arms crossed, face dark. He could only stammer. The pink-haired girl frowned, confused, her eyes scanning his awkward appearance from head to toe. What's wrong? You look so rushed and frantic. Caught red-handed, destroying public property, the boy desperately clutched the oversized battle axe, shouting at the top of his lungs to cover up his embarrassment. I have to go save Bai Yi. Hearing that familiar name, the girl's ruby-red eyes widened, blinking in a mix of confusion and infinite curiosity. At the same time, leaving the noise of the school behind, in a quiet alleyway bathed in the shadows of the sunset, Bai Yi was calmly walking his bicycle, his thin shadows stretching across the silent ground. Suddenly, he hit the brakes and stopped, speaking in a flat tone without even turning around to break the silence. Show yourself. You've been tailing me since I left school. What is it that you actually want? Behind a dark corner, a boot slammed hard against the asphalt, stepping out of the shadows with murderous intent. It was none other than his nemesis, Hong Kwang-Thin. He radiated a blood-red magical aura, wielding a long sword, and smirked, Humph, obviously I'm here to settle the debt from last weekend. Contrary to his enemy's aggression, Bai Yi glanced back, his expression as calm as a lake in autumn. You're so confident that you can beat me now? Of course. You think I've just been sitting around these days? Hong Kwang-Thin roared furiously, activating his acceleration skill. His whole body became like a crimson arrow, tearing through the wind and launching into the air. All that training was not for nothing. He dove down with a twisted face, a maniacal grin full of arrogance at his newly upgraded power. The moment he finished, his figure flickered. Using a sneak attack technique, he appeared instantly in Bai Yi's blind spot and swung down a lethal blow. But Bai Yi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He suddenly reached out, activating his ability and streams of magical data, sparkling like computer code wrapped around his arm. A deafening clash echoed out. Bai Yi had caught the sharp blade with his bare hand, as easily as catching a feather, leaving Hong Kwang-Thin's eyes wide with terror. Cold sweat poured down the arrogant brat's forehead like a shower. He screamed in his head, panicked. How is this possible? His attack power is actually higher than mine. While his opponent was still reeling, Bai Yi's eyes flared with a sharp golden light, and a low, suffocating voice broke through. What's wrong? Are you naive enough to think that you're the only one in this world who knows how to improve? Before Hong Kuang Thin could recover, Bai Yi flicked his wrist decisively, sending the arrogant guy's weapon flying high into the air. Watching his prized sword vanish, Hong Chuang Thin's pupils contracted. Fear began to gnaw at his fragile self-esteem. In this first battle, after a long, grueling period of training, Hong Kuang Thin was grabbed by the throat and lifted into the air. In that suffocating moment, he realized a cruel truth. Even though they were the same age, the towering figure standing before him would always be a mountain he could never climb. Bai Yi stood there, his figure glowing brilliantly in the sunset, radiating the pressure of a god looking down upon a mortal. Pressed hard against the dirty ground, Hong Kuang Thin screamed in frustration, thrashing in vain. You upgraded too. What level? Why? How could you do this? Tears and sweat mixed as he shrieked until his voice went hoarse. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. I trained at school, went home, and busted my gut training even harder just to reach level 4. How on earth are you faster than me? But responding to that manic outburst, Bai Yi just tilted his head and smiled a cold, empty smile of someone who had crawled out of the depths of hell. The corners of his mouth curled up, carrying a terrifying depth of experience. Putting your life on the line, huh? As he finished, Bai Yi slammed the broken sword he'd snatched from his opponent into the concrete, the blade whistling past Hong Chuang Thin's ear by a mere hair's breadth. He leaned in close, his eyes flickering with the chaotic light of a grim reaper, each word grinding deep into the man's soul. Tell me, have you ever tasted death before? Lying beneath the cold blade in overwhelming murderous intent, Hong Kuang Thin trembled violently, but still puffed out his chest to save his last shred of masculine pride. Humph, stop with the nonsense. Today I fell into your hands, kill me if you want. Unexpectedly, Bai Yi retracted his murderous aura, gave a quiet and analyzed calmly. You followed me all this way, didn't choose to play dirty with a sneak attack, and didn't bother calling a gang. Coming here all by yourself, you're really just looking for me to prove your own strength, aren't you? As he said that, Bai Yi stood up, sheathed his sword, and tossed out a sarcastic remark. Thinking back on it, he didn't seem quite as annoying as he thought. On the ground, Hong Kuang Thin, his pride wounded, flew into a rage and shouted, "Stop looking at me with that I see right through you attitude. Take back that annoying comment, because today, it's either you kill me, or you wait for me to kill you." Just then, the bespectacled boy arrived, hauling a massive battle axe, panting heavily. The pink-haired girl standing next to him hurriedly pointed inside. Look, they're over there. But completely contrary to the bloody, gory scene the bespectacled boy had imagined, their eyes were met with the sight of Bai Yi calmly sitting on the back of Hong Chuang Thin, who was pinned flat against the ground. The bespectacled boy blinked, bewildered. I guess we don't need to do anything now. With the upper hand, Bai Yi leaned in slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on the defeated opponent. Actually, I've been waiting for you to find me. Let's make a deal. Pinned to the ground, Hong Kuang Thin's eyes went wide with shock. I can tell you how to become strong faster. Before the shock even wore off, Bai Yi dealt another psychological blow. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light in the darkness, and he wore a calculating smirk. But in return, you have to give me something. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to Friday, May 29th, the day of the assessment. After a week of insane training, all the freshmen had gathered in the school's massive arena. Standing on a high platform, the muscular instructor stood with his hands behind his back, loudly declaring to hundreds of nervous pairs of eyes, the simulated live combat is about to begin. He swept his stern gaze across the wet behind the ears students and warned them, before we start, I want to emphasize one thing. Even though it's called a simulated battle, the place we're entering is a real, bona fide demon dungeon. Behind him, a giant screen displayed a flaming magical portal, glowing deep red, along with gruesome, sharp-fanged monsters. Although most of the dungeon's power has been sealed by a barrier, the danger is always lurking. The heart of the dungeon is crawling with beasts. Remember, know your limits. To reassure the recruits, the instructor gestured with his chin toward a group of upperclassmen standing proudly to the side. To ensure safety, we have dispatched outstanding seniors from the high school division to guide you. An upperclassman with a cold gaze and a stylish earring smirked confidently. The instructor continued, they generally won't interfere in your battles, but if your life is in danger, they will intervene immediately or end your exam. An amusing illustration appeared in the air. We will form teams of 4 to 5 people. A senior will lead 3 to 4 students into the dungeon, and you are free to choose either an F rank or E rank dungeon. The screen split in 2 to show the danger levels. Of course, the difficulty of an E rank dungeon is immense. If you aren't strong enough, you absolutely should not challenge it, because if you fail the challenge, you are very likely to lose all your academic credits. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. The instructor waved his hand. Now, start selecting the dungeon difficulty. Once all students have chosen, we will divide the teams based on the rank. Now, those choosing the E-rank dungeon, raise your hands. Immediately, the pink-haired girl's slender arms shot up decisively, a confident smile blooming on her face. Not far away, Hong Kwang Thin, his face cold, also raised his hand to challenge the E-rank to prove his strength. In contrast to the geniuses, the bespectacled boy stood trembling, sweat pouring off him, clutching his backpack straps and whispering to himself. They're so confident, daring to challenge an E-rank dungeon. But I have no choice. Who told me to be a support-type class? After counting the heads, the instructor nodded with satisfaction. Good. There are 180 students in total, split into teams of 8 to enter the E-rank dungeons. The bespectacled boy glanced over, breaking into a cold sweat in surprise. Bai Yi isn't choosing an E-rank dungeon. The instructor held the list, preparing to finalize it. Then, the rest will be randomly assigned to the F-rank dungeons. Just then, a bored voice cut through the air. Hold on a second, sir. Bai Yi stood calmly with one hand in his pocket, raising his other hand casually, dropping a bombshell in the middle of the hall. I want to challenge the school's D-rank Spirit Jade dungeon. The entire hall went dead silent. The instructor holding the list was also gaping, sweat dripping down his face, unable to believe his ears. The next second, the whole hall exploded. The students were in an uproar, their mouths hanging open in shock, yelling, "What? Did he just say what I think he said?" Amidst the chaotic crowd, Hong Kwang Thin furrowed his brows, his expression complex, looking at the monster who had just handed him a defeat. The gossiping erupted like a hornet's nest. Is he crazy? How can someone just starting out demand a D-rank challenge? The instructor hurriedly shouted, "Absolutely not." But Bai Yi just stood there, his amber eyes calm and waveless, ignoring all the chatter around him. Suddenly, the dean, with his scholarly glasses and crisp suit, stepped onto the platform, frowning irritably. A D-rank dungeon is extremely dangerous. Usually, only those who have reached D-rank awakening in the high school division are allowed to enter. Bai Yi didn't flinch, his sharp reasoning blocking the dean. But the school rulebook doesn't say that challenging a D-rank dungeon is forbidden, does it? Besides, the rule of the simulated combat is that we are free to choose the difficulty. He looked straight into the dean's eyes, his firm voice echoing throughout the hall. The school's motto is to find outstanding talent for the divine guilds. And the standard for outstanding talent is courage, strength, responsibility, and innate talent. The air felt stretched thin between the two of them. Bai Yi added a cold, sarcastic jab. Or does the dean want to deprive me of the opportunity to showcase my own potential? Pushed into a corner, the dean stiffened his neck to argue. But our dungeon rules require a team to enter. Bai Yi smirked, dropping a final, ultra-confident line. I'm more than enough on my own. The dean pushed his glasses up, which flashed, and he yelled angrily, "This is a school regulation to ensure the safety of the students. It is strictly forbidden to enter alone. I'll choose the D rank, too." A small hand suddenly shot up into the air, cutting off the dean. It was none other than the pink-haired girl. Her ruby eyes were wide and sparkling with absolute excitement as she declared loudly. The supervisor nearly dropped his jaw, shouting the girl's name in horror. Chi Ingam ignored him, unfazed by the crowd staring at her like she was some exotic creature. The supervisor panicked and scolded her. "Are you crazy? If you run into any danger in there, how am I supposed to answer to your father?" Chi Ingam pouted and cut him off. "I want to get a top-tier score too, you know." She stood with her hands on her hips, determined, saying she just wanted to try it out. The supervisor was fuming, veins bulging on his forehead, grinding his teeth in helpless frustration. Seeing that the situation seemed to be under control, Chi Ingam turned to Bai Yi, giving him a playful, meaningful wink as if to say, "See, I'm pretty useful, aren't I?" To her surprise, Bai Yi immediately raised a hand in a stop gesture, his face cold and emotionless, pouring a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm. "I refuse. I want to solo this." Chi Ingam was petrified, rolling her eyes and screaming in frustration. You're turning me down again?" She bristled, ready to lunge at him and settle the score. But then a hand as big as a pot lid slammed down on both their heads. The muscular instructor grabbed the two stubborn kids by the hair, smiling menacingly. His refusal was effectively overruled. The supervisor stood to the side, clutching his forehead, completely giving up on these rebellious brats. One was a handful, but two. Good grief, they'd only awakened a week ago and were already getting cocky. Hearing the reckless demands of the two freshmen, the muscular instructor rubbed his chin, sweating as he considered his options. Since it's come to this, it'll just be the two of you for the D-rank dungeon. It's unlikely any seniors would want to take the risk of leading you two anyway. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, A slender, elegant hand rose into the air. A senior student with slicked back hair, wearing gemstone necklaces and sparkling earrings, stepped forward to volunteer. He tilted his chin smugly, smoothing out his beige vest, flashing a confident smile like a savior. The young sprouts of our nation need someone to watch over them, after all. Seeing him step up, the instructor breathed a sigh of relief. Fine, with you, Ling, coming along, I can breathe a little easier. The pink-haired girl, Chi Ingam, saw this savior and leaned into Bai Yi's ear, her eyes shining with admiration. Look, it's Senior Ling. I think he's almost qualified to join the school's central religious order. Seeing Bai Yi standing there like a wooden log, Chi Ingam poked him, emphasizing that grand title again. The central religious order, Senior Ling. Responding to her enthusiastic excitement, Bai Yi didn't change his expression, dropping 3 ice-cold words. Never heard of it. Ling narrowed his eyes at Bai Yi with disdain, cursing him under his breath. Humph, a little peacock who doesn't know his place, rushing to show off his tail in front of everyone. Let's see if he even has the weight to back it up. Ending the noisy team splitting, the instructor waved his hand, pointing straight at the magic portal burning with a red spatial flame behind him. All right, the teams are set. The simulation exercise officially begins now. From within the dungeons, advanced drone devices shot out, silently hovering in the air. The instructor loudly reminded them that there would be pro devices inside broadcasting everything live. Your entire performance will be clearly recorded. So, I hope everyone puts on a good show. Let's see who can get the highest score in this grade. Standing amidst the crowd burning with fighting spirit, Bai Yi's amber eyes remained strangely calm. He was silently calculating his next move. The scene shifted from an aerial view, revealing the massive scale of the school. It was built right on top of a giant grand dungeon that humans had once conquered. Students from the 2nd and 3rd grades moved in groups, trekking toward the spatial gates, radiating a menacing red light. Unafraid, the freshmen also charged ahead with high spirits toward the magic portal, sparkling with dark blue lightning. This grand dungeon had spawned many low-level dungeons, which were just perfect for testing new students. The bespectacled boy squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and dove into the blue light. Most of these dungeons were strictly controlled at the D-rank level. The freckled kid also tensed up and threw himself into a glowing purple gate. The moment they stepped into the instance, the real simulation exercise began. At the B-rank gate area, the trio Bai Yi, Chi Ingam, and Ling stood before the hazy spatial mist. Bai Yi glanced at the drone buzzing overhead. The entire exercise was being broadcast live. Every action, no matter how small, was being recorded. His eyes flashed with his usual caution. I have to keep my power well controlled. I absolutely cannot reveal my trump cards before knowing what the threats are. The scenery flickered, and all 3 stepped into the D-rank Spirit Jade dungeon. A damp, dark forest with tangled, thorny vines appeared before them. Bai Yi's eyes lit up with desire. Spirit Jade dungeon, this place has what I need. As he stepped onto the rotting leaves, Senior Ling took the lead, hands in his pockets, looking every bit the professional guide. You two don't worry, I'll protect you. Even though this D-rank dungeon has been unsealed, I've been through it with a team before. Hearing that, Qingam asked curiously, So, how strong are the magical beasts in this D-rank dungeon? Ling cleared his throat, acting like an expert. Generally, their power falls between E5 and D5, equivalent to levels 5 through 15. But the truly strong beasts in the school have been tightly sealed, so you won't see any standard D-rank monsters and definitely no bosses. He turned his head slightly, his sharp eyes giving a warning. Even so, you two must never underestimate high-level E-rank monsters. Chi Ingam listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Ling continued, Their attack power and speed can be extremely aggressive sometimes. After all, you two have just awakened. In front of them, you're still just small fry. Trying to speed up his process of impressing the beauty, Ling smiled gently at Chi Ingam. I'll try to help you find some low-level monsters to boost your score. Don't worry, with your senior here, I'll never let my juniors get hurt. Just as he was spouting sweet talk, Ling suddenly froze. His eyes twitched when he saw a figure nonchalantly walking away from the formation, heading far ahead. Feeling his authority challenged, Ling pointed forward and snapped loudly, Hey, you kid. Why are you running so far ahead? What if you alert the monsters? Before the senior could finish his reproach, Bai Yi suddenly turned his head. Under the shadows of the dark forest, his amber eyes flared with a frigid, suffocating surge of magical power. He spoke with icy authority, You're being too loud. Just stay back and stay quiet. You aren't needed here. Hearing his arrogant orders, the upperclassman froze, his voice trembling. What did you say? At the same time, the camera angle swooped down from above. High in the clear blue sky, unmanned drones began scattering into every corner of the academy grounds. The intercom blared loudly. This year's live broadcast of the simulated tactical combat has officially begun. Outside in the sunny courtyard, hundreds of students crowded together, craning their necks to look up at a giant LED screen hovering in the air, which displayed countless smaller frames showing battles from various dungeons. Deep inside a dark monitoring room, the professors and senior judges sat with their arms crossed, leaning back in their chairs, intently watching every move the freshmen made on the large screens. Mr. Kin suddenly panned over to a grand, closed wooden door with a gleaming, authoritative gold plaque above it, the ultimate order. Inside the room, the carefree, mossy green-haired vice leader was glued to his phone. He smirked with amusement and shouted excitedly into the room, "Leader, you really should watch this live stream, it's quite significant." He turned the phone screen around, his emerald eyes gleaming with extreme fascination, like a kid who had just found a precious toy. A freshman actually had the guts to pick a D-rank dungeon. From the shadows in the corner of the room, the figure of a seductive woman with voluminous black hair and stylish attire emerged. She curled her lips charmingly and asked with curiosity, "Oh, what's his class?" The vice leader tapped his finger on the screen, laughing with a mocking tone. "It's the most useless, trashy class. There's the green-type warrior." Hearing this, the woman's smile deepened, and a flash of excited danger glinted in her eyes, hidden in the shadows. "I really want to see where he gets all that confidence from." Back in the harsh reality, inside the sealed E-rank demon den, the bespectacled student was still in a state of total panic. He squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his rattle weapon frantically with both hands, his mouth wide open, screaming until his voice went hoarse. "Don't come over here!" The scene was absolute chaos. A swarm of aggressive fire bats was diving down to attack the front line. Meanwhile, the bespectacled student stood at the very back, cowering as he shook his rattle, casting thin, green rings of weak energy onto his teammates. The short-haired girl standing next to him just clutched her forehead, speechless. She gritted her teeth, glaring in annoyance at the coward. "You're just a support class. Just stay back and support us. There's no need to be this stressed out." Ignoring her advice, the bespectacled student was still trembling at the sight of the monster's system info appearing. E-rank, Firebat. E-rank, Violent Cat. He started crying his eyes out. Why are the monsters in an E-rank dungeon this scary? Deep inside the cave, a different scene unfolded as the beasts roared to assert their dominance. From E-rank wolf-toothed beasts, vicious and cruel, to a giant lightning leopard, a level 2 E-rank elite monster, all appeared, creating a terrifying pressure for the recruits. Back inside the sealed E-rank den, the air was thick with a heavy, somber gloom. A healing-type male student was kneeling, gritting his teeth while radiating a green glow to heal the bloody wounds on his teammate's arm as they collapsed to the ground. That misery was suddenly cut through by the furious roar of Hong Kwang Thin. He gritted his teeth until they clicked, shouting at his teammates, "If you guys can't do it, then I'll go alone." Recalling his humiliating defeat against Bai Yi, the rage in Hong Kwang Thin's heart exploded into ultimate power. He swung his glowing red arm wildly. The system instantly flashed red. Berserk skill activated strength, plus 32%, critical hit plus 20%, life steal plus 15%. As he hacked the monster to pieces, only one crazed thought screamed in his mind, "I, more than anyone, will definitely surpass you, Bai Yi." In stark contrast to the sweaty struggle in the other dungeons, the interior of the sealed D-rank dungeon was strangely relaxed. Bai Yi stood with his back turned, holding a dagger, radiating a sparkling green aura. At his feet lay the massive, bloody carcass of a beast he had just taken down. The system screen flickered. Successfully hunted level 6 E-rank Sand Fox, received 30 EXP. The camera pulled back, not just one, but 3 giant monster carcasses lay piled on top of each other on the ground, accompanied by 3 notifications of 30 EXP popping up in rapid succession, all dispatched quickly, ruthlessly, and without a single wasted motion. Left behind by Yi, upperclassman Ziling dropped his jaw, his eyes nearly popping out as he yelled in a tremble, "How? How did you do that?" Before they could recover, from the dusty clouds of the forest, 2 giant spiders with purple-black armor and countless blood-red eyes crawled out, raising their hideous legs and hissing. Amidst that gruesome scene, Bai Yi kept his icy, poker-faced expression, turning his head slightly to explain to Exich Ngam in a flat, emotionless voice. "The monsters here have been sealed. Their power is only half of what it should be, so they aren't that hard to deal with." Exich Ngam hurried to keep up with Bai Yi's pace, waving her fists with admiration as she spoke. "Even at half power, you're still fighting multiple enemies at once. It looks like I'm still a long, long way behind you." Hearing her disappointed sigh, Bai Yi didn't bother turning back, his silhouette exuding a calm, mature aura as he spoke in a low, indifferent voice. "There's no need to compare yourself to others." He glanced back with sharp, amber eyes, his profile illuminated by the dim light looking incredibly cold as he dropped one last biting line. Just do your own job well, and that's enough. That cool, handsome line immediately floored the young girl. Exich Ingam clutched her magic book to her chest, her cheeks blushing red, stars appearing to sparkle around her as she grinned from ear to ear. Hey, do you really have to talk with such a cool attitude? She beamed with determination. I'll try my best. In contrast to that rosy scene, upperclassman Ziling, standing right next to them, was left out, his face darkened like coal. Veins popped on his forehead. Humph, you stole all the cool spotlight, you brat. Not willing to let a first-year kid steal the senior's glory, Ziling cleared his throat, straightened his collar, and stepped irritably in front of Bai Yi, regaining his haughty, serious demeanor. This is still a D-rank dungeon, after all. He glared at Bai Yi with hostility. Don't get too full of yourself. It's better to be careful. As he spoke, he reached out to slap Bai Yi on the back of the neck to assert his dominance. With his chin held high, he kept on blathering. Your performance is certainly commendable, but after all, this is your first time in a magic dungeon. This place is still a level 3 dungeon. It's not as easy to deal with as you think. As your senior, I'm still going to give you some advice. At this moment, Bai Yi stepped forward and said, Sich Nam, go ahead and handle the monster coming out from the right. After saying that, Bai Yi resolutely headed toward the left. The scene narrowed within the dark, gloomy cave. The three of them stood before different sections, the ground scattered with monster carcasses and pools of fresh blood. Completely ignored by the two freshmen, Ziling gnashed his teeth, his pride wounded as he seethed internally. You're blowing me off again, aren't you? Trying to salvage some of his fragile dignity, he turned to Bai Yi and said, The monster on the right is a slightly lower level. Can you handle that one yourself? With his face as stoic as a statue, Bai Yi turned his head and replied in a flat tone, Ha! By myself? Inside Ziling's head, he was screaming wildly. This brat has absolutely no respect for his senior. Bai Yi ignored the guy completely and continued, This combat simulation is meant to test each person's individual ability. After all, you're here to take an exam, right? Bai Yi didn't bother arguing with the showboating senior, simply turning to look at his companion. Sich Engam, let's provoke it. Don't you want to get a high score? Hearing the words high score, Sich Engam's eyes lit up like headlights. Excitedly, she clenched her fists and replied confidently, Understood. I can do it. Seeing the two of them continue to do as they please and treat him like air, Ziling's face turned pitch black with rage. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Embarrassed and infuriated, he whipped out his glowing magic bow, posing arrogantly while muttering to himself, If you won't drink the toast, you'll be forced to drink the forfeit. At the school's surveillance room, an examiner jumped to his feet, mouth agape in shock as he stared at the screen. He was utterly stunned. Bai Yi had actually dealt with so many E-rank monsters. Other teachers gathered around in a buzz, one curiously asking, What rank is he at now? His colleague pushed up his glasses, sweating as he speculated. The report still says Eon, but the specific level is unclear. Maybe E3 or even E4. Another examiner folded his arms across his chest, analyzing the situation on screen intently. It's not just that. He actually chose the left side for himself to let Sich Ngam take the right. Another teacher nodded in agreement. That's because he observed the elemental counters, letting Sich Nam's flower element handle the crystal-type monsters. The examiner next to him wiped his brow, adding, Indeed. He continued to praise them. Even though it's an individual test, they've managed to apply the most reasonable distribution. It seems he has a great sense of the big picture. The trainer's memory flashed back to when Bai Yi confidently asserted in the hall, Teacher, believe in me. I won't let you down in this graduation performance. The trainer smiled smugly, thinking to himself, This kid wasn't just blowing smoke. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Returning to the intense atmosphere of the dungeon, Bai Yi's expression was terrifyingly serious. A few drops of monster blood stained his cheek, and his sharp eyes shimmered with intense focus. As Bai Yi nimbly swung his dagger to kill, he calmly calculated. He had observed that the basic crystal-type beasts were all coming from the cave on the right, and they were low-level and countered by his teammate's flower element. In the corner below, Sich Ingam was chanting spells fervently. A giant crystal-type beetle with glowing purple eyes and a mouth full of jagged fangs lunged straight at Sich Ingam, who stood with her arms spread wide, ready for battle. Sich Ingam's reflexes were lightning fast. She stomped her feet and shouted, casting her spell, Vine Wall. Immediately, massive, thorn-covered vines erupted from the ground, binding the monster tight. The monster struggled violently, making Sich Ingam break into a cold sweat. She gritted her teeth, pouring all her mana into restraining it. Come here. The relentless vines tightened around the beetle so hard that blood splattered into the air. The system flashed a poison effect notification. Sixingam clenched her fist and shouted decisively, "Die." The beetle collapsed, breathless, within the enclosure of plants. The system board popped up, successfully eliminated an E-rank level 6 crystal beetle, gained 30 experience points. Sixingam let out a sigh of relief and looked at her handiwork. She burst into pure joy, her eyes sparkling as she clenched her fists and cheered like a child. "I did it again." Standing in a hidden corner far away, Bai Yi silently observed his companion, data points flickering in his mind. A mage reaching E-rank possesses a basic profession skill. His teammate's skill information board appeared before his eyes. Flower-type mage skill, Vine Wall. Uses rapid plant growth to create a wall of thorny vines, accompanied by a specific poison effect. He nodded to himself. Her skill uses plants to create a poisonous wall. Looking at Ixich Engam holding her grimoire in a solid defensive stance, Bai Yi silently gave her credit. To be able to calmly deal with monsters higher level than oneself on a first trip to a magic dungeon, and even think of using a vine wall to restrict the area and eliminate them. She really has a bit of talent. Standing before a massive teleportation gate swirling with multicolored mana, Bai Yi frowned in thought. D-rank monsters should have already been sealed. As Xixingam courageously faced another giant beetle, Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She could handle those in front of her. A close-up of Bai Yi's calm, chiseled face showed no ripples, his brain mapping out a sharp strategy. Given the current situation, even with the pro live streaming device here, I can hide my true strength to get a high score. His gaze pierced through the glowing red spatial gate, pondering the perfect path. But I need to consider that the live streaming device followed us in here. What should my next move be? Just as the protagonist was busy deep in thought, the senior Zeeling stood behind him with a gray complexion, fuming with resentment. Ha, does he think he's so talented? To completely disregard a senior like me. Looking at the battlefield strewn with monster carcasses cleaned up by the two freshmen, jealousy clouded the jerk's judgment. If you guys think you can rely entirely on yourselves. Right next to the glowing, faint ceiling circle on the ground, Zeeling raised his bow, which was overflowing with magical light. A sinister smile bloomed on his lips. Aiming his bow straight at the dark sky, he released the bowstring with malicious intent, shouting loudly just to play the hero. Then try this, light arrow. The blinding arrow flew like a bolt of lightning, grazing over Xixingam's head, making her turn around in the air with a face full of confusion. The arrow of light tore through the silent night, slamming deep into a freakishly large, pitch-black cave. Sixingam landed, visibly annoyed, and turned to scold her senior for sabotaging the team. "I was going to pull aggro for you, why did you dodge?" The petty, nonsensical excuse hadn't even finished echoing from the depths of the dark cave. The ground shook violently. A pair of beastly eyes glowed like hellfire, signaling the arrival of a terror. A massive, level 11, D-rank twin-headed boss, with two blood-stained lion heads, lunged out of the cave, its murderous aura sky-high as it charged straight at Sixingam. Sensing the terrifying difference in power, Xixingam jumped back, her eyes wide with panic. The very moment Bai Yi turned his back to leave, his sharp intuition suddenly blared an alarm. His eyes flashed with surprise. The two-headed lion suddenly erupted in demonic red flames. The incident happened so fast that Sixingam couldn't react in time. She panicked, throwing her hands up to block. Her pupils contracted in terror. The beast let out a roar that tore through the space. The savage power snapped all the thorns and tree roots impaled in its body. The giant frame, wrapped in red fire, bared its fangs and claws. Its maw, burning with searing heat, lunged straight at little Sixingam. Faced with imminent death, Sixingam's face turned deathly pale. Cold sweat poured down as she cried out in despair, "I'm done for." Just as things were hanging by a thread, the senior, Zeeling, stood way in the back, smirking smugly. He raised his bow of light to show off. Ha! Suddenly, Bai Yi lunged forward. The system displayed acceleration. Speed increased by 50% or more for a short duration. This was a standard upgrade related to reflexes and proficiency, but faster than his senior's flashy arrow was Bai Yi. He leaped, his figure flashing over the head of the fire lion like a lightning bolt. But a second later, his expression froze. At that moment, the lion went berserk, attacking Sixingam. Simultaneously, Bai Yi activated his secret ultimate technique, System Flash. Blink. When speed hits 100%, he can activate an effect to teleport through obstacles ahead. The dagger sliced through space and plunged into the lion's throat, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. The giant beast collapsed, tearing up the ground. Bai Yi stood in a firm stance, holding a dagger burning with blue magic, shielding Sixingam. He tilted his head slightly. his gaze cold and serious as he stared at the smoking carcass, wondering, why did this monster's speed suddenly spike like that? Standing behind him, the senior Zealing was so jealous of having his spotlight stolen that his face darkened and he cleared his throat to sound knowledgeable. I know all about this monster. Although most D-rank monsters have been sealed, he crossed his arms and sneered, smugly explaining to reclaim his authority. The twin-headed Grandmaster that slipped through into this cave will constantly respawn. How can you two be so arrogant? You're just rookies who just awakened. How do you expect to deal with a D-rank monster? He raised his bow, acting full of himself, rambling on and inadvertently revealing his own sabotage. Plus, it's been buffed by my skill. The system interface popped up, light arrow status, gravity reduced by 10 times, damage and speed significantly increased. He proudly announced, "This is the fastest two-headed lion in existence." Sure enough, the fire boss roared and stood up once again. Its magic exploded, even more violent and aggressive than before. Attack increased by 10%, speed increased by 50%. Faced with the terrifying pressure of the beast, the senior had dirty buffed into a powerhouse. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes coldly. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his dagger. Is there really no choice but to use my full power? Without hesitation, Bai Yi pushed Six Ingam back, shielding her as he said, "Get back. You can't handle this monster right now." Pushed back, Six Ingam bit her lip, her heart filled with self-reproach and remorse. Damn it, I was actually scared just now. The giant ball of fire in the shape of a lion took a running start, crushing the ground as it lunged straight at the two rookies. Unexpectedly, Six Ingam didn't retreat. She stepped forward, standing in front of Bai Yi, spreading her hands as green magic exploded outward, firmly shouting an incantation. Huge tree roots bristling with thorns pierced through the flames, slamming into the monster's face and halting its advance. Bai Yi looked on in surprise as she stood shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Xikyengam's eyes blazed with a resilient fire, refusing to yield, as she poured all her strength into her grimoire for one more layer. A barrage of magical vines emerged, tightening around the boss's flaming body, imprisoning it within a 3-layered wall of wooden thorns. Seeing his friend unleash her power to share the pressure, Bai Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He turned his head to look. Sichingam looked at Bai Yi with an incredibly firm and sincere gaze. "Can you let me join you? I won't hold you back. Even if it's a B rank, I want to take it on together with you." Standing in the distance, the senior Zealing had his jaw on the floor, veins popping in frustration as he cursed under his breath, confused and powerless. Is this brat's brain broken? She was almost eaten by the lion just now. The corners of Bai Yi's mouth curled into a rare, approving smile. He flicked his dagger casually and remarked, "I thought you were going to be scared out of your wits. Your mental adjustment is pretty fast." Under the lens of the hovering fly cam, Bai Yi and Sich Ingam stood side by side, facing the danger. She smiled brightly, filled with confidence. "Of course. I've worked so hard. I can't just fail in a place like this." Sich Ingam clutched her grimoire tightly, tilting her head to beam at Bai Yi, her ruby eyes curving into crescents. "Plus, with you here, I know I won't die." Her absolute trust made Bai Yi pause for a moment. He frowned slightly, calmly analyzing the situation with the cold head of a strategist. "You just used 3 layers of skills at once. Your remaining mana is limited. From now on, don't waste it." As soon as the warning ended, she nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain. "Of course I know that." Looking at Xiknyam's overflowing confidence, a hint of contemplation flickered across Bai Yi's cold, sharp profile. Memories from his past life suddenly flooded back. The Sichingam of his past life had been shining bright like a star ever since middle school. The scene shifted to the past, where a lively Sichingam with short, energetic hair stood in front of the class, smiling radiantly as she introduced herself. "Hello everyone, I'm Sichingam. My dream is to join the godly guild, and then become a true priestess." Bai Yi's memories continued to paint a picture of a wealthy young lady who was still incredibly warm-hearted. Even though rumors said her background was very mysterious, she was always friendly and sociable with everyone. She was even the class president in middle school, always incredibly responsible. In his memory, Sichingham's smile always lit up an entire corner of the schoolyard. However, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly dimmed, carrying a quiet sorrow, the burden of someone who already knows what the future holds. But later on, there was no more news of him. Perhaps he lived a completely ordinary life. But for now, the image of a lonely bride turning away into the darkness flickered and faded. Back in reality, Bai Yi turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over his companion standing right beside him. In his heart, he silently acknowledged that he was a reliable teammate. As long as no unexpected accidents occurred, with his current hidden strength, passing this trial would certainly be no problem. Just as this thought of confidence flashed through his mind, right behind them, The senior student Ziling stood with his arms crossed, sneering with malicious intent, arrogantly judging them. Ha! Do they really think just the two of them can pull this off? That pathetic vine wall wouldn't even hold it for a few seconds. Ziling continued to gloat inwardly, consumed by jealousy, thinking that field combat isn't won by confidence alone. With your mediocre strength, you two can't possibly handle a beast of this level, especially one that's been buffed. He stood there with his hands on his hips, head tilted arrogantly toward the sky, ready to welcome a pathetic scene of weeping and begging from these two arrogant rookies. Wait until you're backed into a corner and crying for help. Only then, come crawl to me. Just then, the two-headed fire lion roared, tearing through the last line of defense, its maw as wide as a dining table lunging straight at Bai Yi and his partner. The system chimed with a warning. Warning. Escape failed. Let me teach you two a lesson in respecting your elders. Ziling grinned with glee in his heart. In that life-or-death moment, as thin as a thread, Bai Yi didn't waver. He coldly gave an order to Hingam. His demeanor was sharp, like a seasoned general. I'll act as the bait for the lion. It's a fire attribute beast, so you know when to make your move, right? Sixingam understood immediately. His expression hardened, and he gave a sharp nod. Words turned to action. Bai Yi turned and broke into a run. The two-headed lion, crazed by the provocation, chased him relentlessly, red flames churning and scorching the earth beneath its paws. While running, Bai Yi glanced back at the beast hunting him down, the corner of his mouth curling into a calculating smirk. Since I dealt the most damage to it, its priority target is definitely me. The breathless chase played out in a flash. The giant beast growled, opening its fangs as it leaped to grab Bai Yi from only a few inches away. Suddenly, right at the edge of a steep cliff by the lake, Bai Yi slammed on the brakes, his thick heels churning up the dirt and rocks. He flipped backward, boldly throwing himself into the rushing water. Below, it was too cold to stop, and his massive momentum carried him forward. The enraged two-headed lion lunged after its prey, plunging into the river. Its roar echoed through the entire forest. The moment the fire beast splashed into the water, Bai Yi, sinking into the icy river, looked up, his amber eyes locked onto the target with lethal precision. Now's the time. As he broke the surface, the fire lion shrieked in agony as the water hissed and doused the flames on its body. At that exact moment, from the cliff above, Sichingam's voice rang out, clear and powerful. Bind. A series of giant, thorny roots shot out from both banks, tightening around the beast, struggling in the cold water. Sichingham stood on the bank, his hands pulsing with green mana as he controlled the technique. The ear-splitting roar of the two-headed beast now sounded truly pathetic. It struggled madly to break free from the botanical chains, but he wouldn't give it a chance to fight back. Sichingham unleashed his finishing move, putting all his strength into a shout to tighten the magical vines, squeezing the very life out of the monster. System notifications began to pop up rapidly. Rage. Failed. Fire attribute status nullified. Attempting to escape. Failed. Poison status activated. The monster let out one final cry before collapsing completely. The perfect, flawless coordination came to an end. Sichingham stood on the bank, letting out a sigh of relief, while Bai Yi slowly swam to the shore, dragging the battered carcass of the giant beast onto the land. Bai Yi pushed himself up. His clothes were soaked, but his aura remained remarkably cool. He calmly looked at the corpse, muttering as he calculated. Now it's got no way to struggle. Next, just finish the test and easily grab the highest score. Watching from a hidden corner, the brain of the senior student, Ziling, nearly exploded, unable to process the situation. His jaw dropped, sweat poured down like rain, and he screamed in silence. What the hell is this? A single layer of pathetic vines was enough to trap that lion. I clearly couldn't even subdue it, and this was the buff version. 2. The scene shifted to the river, where the giant beast was being choked into silence by the green vines beneath the water. The growls had turned into weak whimpers. Seeing everything go so perfectly and miraculously, Ziling was so bitter that the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. His eyes bloodshot with envy, he glared at the two rookies and cursed under his breath, damn them to hell. At that same moment, in the central monitoring room, the instructor adjusted his glasses and smirked, analyzing the incredible coordination. When a fire attribute lion is lured into the water, its skills are completely neutralized and rendered useless. Conversely, in the presence of water, a wood attribute ability is enhanced tenfold. The coach crossed his arms over his chest, a satisfied smile blooming on his lips, as he spoke with pride to the entire council. Just by using the most basic elemental suppression and seamless team coordination, he effortlessly handled a monster far beyond his own level. The kid's sharp reflexes and leadership skills are truly outstanding. In the monitoring room, the judges leaned back in their chairs, nodding in agreement as they discussed the result. This combat test seemed to hold no more surprises. The top spot is definitely theirs. Someone else added, now we just wait for the final blow. The large screen showed a close-up of the two-headed lion's carcass lying beneath the water. A professor smiled expectantly. Once he finishes collecting the spoils from this lion and submits the entire recording to the guild for evaluation, he could very well achieve the highest score in history. But just at the most critical moment, the monitoring screen went pitch black, a crack flashed down the center, and then died out completely. The judges jumped, shouting in a panic, "Did the live feed cut out? Why would we lose the signal at a moment like this?" At the training ground, the expensive, unmanned drone was now nothing more than a smoking heap of scrap metal lying forgotten on the cold ground. The senior student, Ziling, stood behind them, clutching a light bow, his lips twitching into an incredibly cowardly, triumphant smirk. Ha, good luck getting the max score without the recorded evidence. The young ones ignored the presence of the pathetic man. Ixachingam stood by the stream, exhaling in relief, and turned to praise his teammate. Nice job with your ability, thanks. Behind Bai Yi, the system interface popped up with a dazzling glow, confirming the successful elimination of a grade D, level 11 boss for 100 experience points. She quickly waved her hands modestly. No way, I just followed your lead to pull it off. Bai Yi turned around, calmly providing a detailed explanation. It's not just that, your elemental resistance has reached the perfect level of proficiency. He looked straight at Sich-In-Gam, continuing to analyze her abilities. That's why you were able to use a single skill in so many ways to trap it tight. Hearing the complex technical jargon, Sich-In-Gam blinked, confused, and asked, "Elemental resistance?" The scholarly atmosphere was shattered by Ziling's sour, darkened face. He stepped forward, interrupting the two. "All right, that's enough. You finished the boss, now go outside if you want to flirt." A vein pulsed on Ziling's forehead. His face was gloomy as hell from being ignored. He spat out, his voice laced with jealousy. This is getting seriously out of hand. Bai Yi didn't back down. He whipped around, his gaze sharp as a razor, locking onto the nasty senior. You clearly knew how dangerous it would be to suddenly buff a grade D monster for a freshman entering the dungeon for the first time, didn't you? Caught in the act, Ziling looked away, dodging Bai Yi's gaze, and shamelessly denied everything. "I already told you. I meant to buff this girl who told her to dodge." Bai Yi smirked with contempt, pouring cold water on him. "Turns out, that's all your skill amounts to." Ziling's pupils contracted sharply, killing intent flared in his bloodshot eyes as his pride was bruised. Bai Yi maintained his composure, stepping forward and continuing his cutting remarks. "As an archer, is your aiming really that pathetic?" With someone backing her up, Sich-In-Gam joined in to irritate the senior. She pouted with disdain, twisting the knife further. "No wonder you never got picked for the elite congregation." His pride stomped on repeatedly. Ziling completely snapped. He drew his light sword and roared in anger. "What did you two just say?" Instantly, Bai Yi spun around, stepping in front of Sich-In-Gam to shield her. His hand gripping the blue sky dagger crackled with green mana, his cold eyes ready for battle. The atmosphere was taut as a bowstring. Ziling's face was twisted in madness, veins bulging, his teeth grinding in suppressed, blinding rage. But in the end, he didn't dare to strike. Ziling irritably sheathed his weapon and turned sharply to leave, throwing out a final threat. "Humph! The road ahead is a long one." The senior's back faded into the shadows, carrying endless spite. "You two just wait." The camera panned from above, showing Ziling trudging toward the glowing cave exit, leaving the two freshmen alone in the middle of the ruined battlefield. Once the annoying tail was finally gone, Bai Yi exhaled, his body radiating a pale green mana that dispelled the gloom of the forest. Sich-In-Gam stood behind him, watching him curiously. She crossed her arms, grumbling in frustration about the terrible senior. That senior's personality is just the worst. He's gone. She noticed Bai Yi tinkering with something and asked, "Wait, what are you doing?" Bai Yi bent down to pick up the pieces of the hidden recording device, his voice calm and steady. "He did this, right? The goal was to keep us from getting a high score. Right now, everyone outside can't see what's happening here. After he leaves, he'll need a permit to get back in." He looked up, his lips curling into a dangerously cunning smile. "And since everyone else is quite far from this dungeon, I'll have enough time. I guess he actually did me a big favor. Now, I have the chance to finish the rest." Hearing those cryptic words, Sich-In-Gam looked blank, her head filled with massive question marks. "What do you mean? What are you trying to do?" In front of them, a massive magical gate, sealed by glowing red cross-shaped swords, appeared, emitting an aura so thick it was chilling. Bai Yi walked slowly toward the sealed gate, his silhouette lonely but full of determination. He made a request. "Class president, can you keep the next part a secret for me? Although, even if you told someone, they probably wouldn't believe you anyway." Her intuition screamed that something bad was about to happen. Sich-In-Gam was utterly bewildered. clutching her chest. Keep it a secret? No one would believe you? What on earth are you planning? Memories of the deal with the moss-haired guy in the dark alley flashed through Bai Yi's mind. That guy had smiled deviously. But you have to give me something in return. The man's blood-stained hand reached out, and he hissed, "The magic stone to break the seal is with your uncle." Returning to the present, Bai Yi reached into his pocket, pulling out a magic stone shimmering with 7 rainbow colors, his voice cold. "I'm going to take this spirit jade dungeon." He firmly pressed the magic stone into the crack on the central rock. Instantly, the magic stone glowed brilliantly. Blood-red veins began to spread, completely breaking the seal. A wave of dark, red-black mana exploded outward, enveloping Bai Yi's body like a demon lord awakening. His eyes turned terrifyingly cold and ruthless. Realizing the severity of the situation, Ixi panicked and screamed, "No, you can't. This is a grade D dungeon. If you break the seal, those high-level magic beasts will all pour out." The power of the unsealed force madly shattered the barriers. Glowing red cracks spread throughout the space, signaling the release of thousands of savage monsters. Standing in the eye of the mana storm, Bai Yi calmly turned to comfort his trembling friend. "Don't worry, their strength is still suppressed by the sealing power." Xingam was on the verge of tears. Even so, there are so many grade D monsters for the two of us to face. Cutting off her anxiety, Bai Yi's arms suddenly erupted with brilliant orange magical flames, mana surging violently. "We don't need 2 people." He turned his back, his platinum hair whipping in the crimson vortex of killing intent. The air around him was now suffocating, like a god of war preparing to flatten everything in his path. Xingam pupils contracted to the limit. Her jaw dropped and her face turned pale as a sheet. She burst into a scream of absolute horror. "You! How can you?" Amidst the towering red flames, Bai Yi stood defiantly, holding not his familiar dagger, but a glowing blue magic staff. Xingham's eyes widened, gasping. "How did you suddenly become a mage?" Bai Yi didn't bother explaining his overwhelming power. He just turned back, his gaze incredibly calm, and softly reminded her, "Go to the exit and wait." The space shook violently as the ceiling chains shattered into pieces. A pack of giant lions with hideous fangs roared madly as they lunged out. A swarm of evil beasts carrying hellfire surged out from the depths of the cave, forming a blazing red flood that tore through the air, intent on swallowing everything in its path. Seeing this terrifying sight, Xingam turned deathly pale with fear, hurriedly reaching out a hand to shout a warning to her companion. "Watch out." The pack of vicious beasts opened their glowing red maws in unison, pouncing straight toward Bai Yi. Yet, the first-year rookie stood as firm as a fortress wall, not even blinking. A spark of confidence flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as the system notified him of a switch to a level 5 E-rank cloud mage. He swung his staff and clearly shouted, "Freeze." A surge of bone-chilling frost erupted from the tip of his staff like a tempest, shooting straight into the middle of the charging, aggressive beast pack. Standing safely behind him, Xingam gasped, covering her mouth with one hand, unable to believe her eyes. A red tear job. "I struggled so hard just to control one lion." Watching the giant block of ice neatly freeze 3 jagged, spiky lions in an instant, she broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in shock. He controlled all 3 of them at once. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly dangerous. Xingam anxiously analyzed the situation. These monsters had been sealed for too long. They must have been driven mad by their repression, and they would all surge out at any moment. Standing in the eye of the storm, swirling blue magical energy enveloped Bai Yi's body, his gaze becoming sharp and cold. "I need a bigger battlefield." As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered his teammate to retreat. Xingam, quick on the uptake, immediately somersaulted backward to keep her distance and obediently replied, "I got it." On the ground, beast paws as thick as pillars crushed the snow and ice, signaling a new, more brutal and crowded wave of attacks. Packs of aggressive fire leopards burst out from the black mist, tearing through the silent darkness of the forest. A giant leopard roared fiercely, and the system immediately flashed red, signaling danger. Level 12, D-rank blazing fire leopard. Bai Yi was already postured to welcome them. Artfully dodging fatal blows, Bai Yi calmly calculated his strategy in his mind. These monsters were D-rank, but having been sealed for so long, their strength was reduced by at least half. A freezing blue orb of magic power continued to condense powerfully in his hands. Lightning crackled incessantly. "Freeze." He swung his staff, executing the skill perfectly. "My mage skill is freeze." The system subtitle quickly explained, "Freeze." Instantly freezes the water vapor in the air, thereby immobilizing the opponent. Bai Yi was determined to clear them out, deciding to immobilize them all first. As the spell was cast, the giant beasts charging toward him were instantly frozen, stiff the moment they touched the bone-chilling frost. In a split second of combat, Bai Yi's pupils constricted sharply, and the system played a familiar notification sound, switching to Core System Warrior. In the blink of an eye, from a mage standing at a distance, Bai Yi transformed into a powerful warrior, wielding a dagger to slash the face of a massive level 13 D-rank fire sword rhino charging at him. Caught up in the frenzy of slaughter, his ears twitched to catch the surrounding sounds, his eyes glancing backward with disdain and caution. Trying to sneak attack me? Just as predicted, a fire-wreathed beast was crazily charging from his blind spot, opening its saw-toothed maw to bite off its prey's neck, but Bai Yi was faster than the monster's speed. He had already raised his mage staff once more, the system announced, switching to Cloud System Mage. The cold frost instantly spread, freezing the monster's head, which was hovering in the air, into a sharp, icy sculpture. Standing at a safe distance watching the incredible performance, Gam broke into a cold sweat, her eyes wide, her worldview completely shattered. He can switch professions at will like that, admiring Bai Yi's seamless combination of martial arts and magic, without a single wasted motion. Gam had an epiphany. And looking at his technique, I finally understand why he wanted to go into the elemental room. She stared intently at Bai Yi, silently admiring his thorough preparation. That's why he practiced elemental resistance. The essence of a mage's profession is actually converting energy directly into elements, to project or control them within a certain range. Recalling the times she struggled to create tree roots and panicked, shouting, "Why can't I stop it?" She sighed, concluding her lesson. Before, I thought that the stronger the magic power and the more times you cast, the better. But after watching his movements, I realized that control is even more important. Amidst the vicious encirclement, Bai Yi calmly gripped his staff and slipped past the beast's attack, speaking like an experienced mentor. Elemental power comes from nature. It is a primal wildness that is extremely difficult to tame. He pointed toward the giant ice blocks imprisoning the beasts and smirked, explaining further, that is why only by thoroughly mastering your own elemental power can you unleash more variations. Just after he finished, he swung his staff to shatter the ice block in front of him, demonstrating overwhelming power. Look, even a basic skill can be used in countless ways. Standing at a safe distance, Gam's pupils dilated to their limit, completely stunned by a scene beyond her comprehension. Looking at Bai Yi's sturdy back, nestled amidst the frozen monsters, she secretly gulped in admiration. Has he really mastered it to this extent? A feeling of inferiority suddenly welled up. Gam lowered her gaze, biting her lip and whispering, "We've all been left far behind by him." But just a few seconds later, as she looked up at that spectacular scene, her eyes gradually regained their focus. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red, and Gam hugged her chest with both hands, smiling shyly like a young girl in love. But he really looks cool, though. Before she could indulge in more daydreams, the ground suddenly shook violently as a massive beast foot, radiating cold air, stomped down onto the stone floor. A monster as large as a mountain, in the shape of a blazing red mammoth, appeared. The system immediately displayed the final boss information. The Jade Spirit Demon Lord, level 15, D-rank Hell Mammoth, followed by a mocking status line. Status, sealed, attributes halved. Contrary to the usual terror, the corner of Bai Yi's mouth curled up, forming an excited smile. His eyes glowed with a golden light. You finally decided to come out. Feeling provoked, the Hell Mammoth roared, launching its massive body from the air, intending to crush both the tiny human and the frozen beasts beneath its feet. Fast as lightning, the system chimed, switching to Core System Warrior. Bai Yi brandished his sharp dagger, pointing it straight at the final boss. What I need is right on you. Without another word, he kicked off the ground and soared, charging straight at the giant hairy head of the Demon Lord. The blade sank into the center of the monster's forehead, a streak of blue light tearing through space, and the system flashed a blinding red, announcing, "Weak point found." A critical hit, a perfect strike. Free falling, he drove his blade through the thick hide, carving out a massive, jagged gash. Blood erupted like a geyser as the Dungeon Lord buckled in agony. Bai Yi landed with effortless grace, face splattered with blood, yet his eyes burned with utter disdain. A level 15 Dungeon Lord? Once that seal was broken, you didn't even have the strength of a level 10 monkey. Enraged by the insult, the mammoth went berserk, swinging its massive trunk and razor-sharp tusks in a wild counterattack. Pouring every ounce of its fading strength into the charge, it slammed its blood-soaked head toward the punk standing nonchalantly ahead. The impact pulverized the ground, sending a shockwave of debris and snow spraying everywhere. But hidden within the smoke, Bai Yi darted in and out, carving strike after strike into the beast's vitals. The system interface flashed frantically. 4 critical hits landed in rapid succession. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the mammoth's massive head collapsed, met with one final, lethal blow. As the curtain fell, Bai Yi's eyes ignited with a golden flame, his bloodlust reaching to the heavens. He planted his feet, swinging a blazing broadsword that felt heavy enough to cleave mountains. He roared his ultimate technique, Pure Land of the World, finishing it with a crushing strike that tore across the battlefield. The system immediately recognized his dominance. Title activated. 1 against 100. Under the sweltering heat of the area of effect attack, the mammoth's face twisted in despair before being swallowed by the flames. Before the dust could even settle, the loot notification board began dancing over the monster's carcass. Successfully defeated. Level 12, B rank Flame Leopard. Gain 110 experience points. A massive shower of EXP rained down, blindingly fast. Successfully defeated. Level 11 D rank Griffin. Gain 100 experience points. A slew of other Flame Leopards followed, each contributing 110 EXP. Finally, the system tallied the rewards of this insane carry. Successfully defeated. Level 13 D rank Flame Swordsman. Gained 120 experience points. Successfully defeated. Level 15 D rank Dungeon Lord. Gained 1000 experience points. As the dust cleared, the glowing loot board popped up again. Obtained bone fragments, 10 count, value 10,000. Bai Yi stood coolly amidst the golden light. The system hit the jackpot again. Obtained rare material, Jade Fang. A mandatory material for forging the Flame Invulnerable, a rank 5 core weapon. He tucked the loot away with a flourish, looking as relaxed as if he just finished a stroll through the park. He walked toward the remains. Lying exposed on the snow was a light pink stone, shaped like a yin-yang orb. The system quickly appraised the rarity, yin-yang jade. A pair of stones with unique properties. Bai Yi's lips curled into a smirk. Finally got you. Simultaneously, a barrage of level-up notifications flooded the screen. Core Warrior leveled up to 13, D rank. Cloud Mage leveled up to 11, D rank. Plus, an insane amount of stat points. Bai Yi stroked his chin, genuinely surprised by his own carry performance. Even the mage leveled up to D rank. In the distance, Keech Ngam approached, speechless as she looked at the mountain of monster carcasses. Seeing her, Bai Yi dropped his smug look, turned, and called out, Keech Ngam. He looked at her with intense seriousness, questioning her like a teacher testing a student. Do you remember what I just told you? Completely bewildered, Keech Ngam blinked blankly. Huh? Meanwhile, under her feet, the system happily chimed in with another alert. Flower Mage leveled up to 7, E rank. Suddenly, the scene cut to the school's surveillance room. The tension was thick enough to snap a wire. A hulking man yelled in a panic. If that seal is truly broken, we're in huge trouble. The others paled. They had never recorded energy fluctuations this massive before. The big guy roared, I told you we needed to keep a guard there. Running for his life down the hallway, an upperclassman froze when he was intercepted by a patrolling teacher. The teacher frowned and barked, Why are you out here? Shouldn't you be inside protecting the juniors? He didn't even wait for an answer, bolting away instantly. There was no time to worry about that now. They had to get there before the seal shattered. Realizing the scale of the disaster, the teachers and staff rushed down the stairs, scrambling to provide backup. Watching from the side, the upperclassman crossed his arms and laughed at their misfortune, his face filled with glee. Puff. Haha, look at them. Instant karma. Huh? Back in the forest, the rescue team, led by the hulking man and the teachers, came storming in like a hurricane, screaming at the top of their lungs, Bai Yi, Keech Ngam. But as soon as they arrived, the whole group slammed on the brakes, their eyes popping out in confusion. Hey, Bai Yi stood with his arms crossed, calmly tilting his head at them. You guys don't look like you just survived a life-or-death situation. Bai Yi sighed, puzzled. Teachers, why did you all run over here? The teachers ignored him, staring intensely at the silent dungeon gate. The seal glowed red, completely intact, without a single scratch. The hulking man scratched his head and muttered, Huh. The seal isn't broken. Did the sensors malfunction again? Well, at least you're all right. Time slipped away, and the screen shifted to May 29, Friday afternoon, right before dismissal. A flashy-looking youth was trailing behind a blue-haired student in the hallway. With his hands in his pockets, he smiled with arrogant entitlement. Vice Captain, the documentation I submitted should be enough, right? So, about that final member slot. Contrary to his excitement, the blue-haired Vice Captain closed the folder, offering a polite but icy splash of cold water. Sorry, but our captain has already chosen someone else. The smile vanished from the flashy guy's face instantly. His expression darkened, and he snapped. What? Who is it? Losing his cool, he grabbed the vice captain's sleeve, shouting in frustration. Wasn't it agreed that this spot was reserved for the most valuable candidate? Are my strength and background not enough? Right then, a charming silhouette appeared, lazily leaning against the doorframe, her cold voice cutting through the noise. The most valuable person. We've already found them. The woman with voluminous brown hair, the system identified her as Hiyue. A B-rank assassin stroked her chin, tossing out a smoke bomb with an intrigued smile. That guy named Bai Yi is actually quite interesting. Night fell. Time jumped to Friday, May 29, late evening. At a rundown roadside diner, two figures sat facing each other in a dark corner. Chen Jinwu, a police investigator and a C-rank blue system ability user, held a cigarette between his fingers, his eyes narrowed in irritable warning. Don't you dare cause any more trouble. I had to pull every favor I had just to get you out early. The figure across from him, face hidden in the shadows, revealed only a scruffy beard. Slurping his noodles loudly enough to fill the corner of the shop, he replied with a look of indifference. Yeah, obviously I know that. Sensing his mocking attitude, Chen Jinwu's face darkened, his narrow, slanted eyes darting with a mix of threat and calculation. He lowered his voice to a whisper, dropping a piece of critical info. I got the news. Captain Hong is arriving next Friday. You know how to conduct yourself, don't you? The man across from him kept his head down, chewing his noodles. Don't worry about it. Their secret conversation was cut short by a shrill ringing sound. On the table, his phone screen flashed, signaling a call from Captain Lai. Chen Jinwu clicked his tongue in annoyance, snatched the phone, and stood up. Tisk, that old man is calling again. I'm heading back to the team. You should get home early too. Chen Jinwu turned and walked straight out the door. The noodle eater didn't even bother looking up, lazily dropping one last sentence. Of course I'm going home. Suddenly, an eerie red light bathed the man's face, revealing grotesque, crisscrossing scars and a twisted, insane grin. The way he slurped his noodles now looked terrifying, interwoven with the system's haunting text about returning home early. The scene dimmed, and a plot notification screen suddenly appeared. The fateful meeting and the life-or-death battle were coming sooner than expected. The tragic legend of the Sympathy Jade, passed down since the dawn of time. The owner of the spirit beast once fell head over heels for a girl. To confess his feelings, he personally forged these twin jades using a teleportation-capable mana crystal. But unfortunately, before he even finished forging the jade, he set his sights on someone else, tossing both the jade and the spirit beast to the back of his mind. Skipping past the trashy backstory, the scene looped back to Chen Jinwu holding his phone, looking sour. Tisk, that old man is calling again. I'm heading back to the team. You should get home early too. He turned and walked away decisively. The scarred man remained at the table, still deep in thought, and replied, Of course, I'm going home. His face twitched with killing intent under the blood-red light. He continued slurping his noodles as if devouring prey. Muttering the instruction, Go home early. Swallowing the final bite, he looked up, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide with madness and rage, teeth grinding so hard he couldn't speak. Carrying a belly full of bloodlust, he stormed into a rundown apartment, throwing his disheveled shirt aside and roared through the house. Where the hell are you two? The fury with nowhere to vent made him unleash a powerful kick that sent the table flying. Dishes and styrofoam boxes shattered, scattering debris across the floor. He stood in the middle of the dilapidated kitchen, his face contorted in rage, cursing crudely. Damn it, keep running if you think you're so smart. His face twisted with insanity, eyes bloodshot with terrifying intensity, hissing through gritted, savage teeth. If I catch you. His madness reached a breaking point as he slammed his fist into the tempered glass door, shattering it into 100 pieces, roaring viciously. I'm going to kill both of you. Just as the suffocating tension peaked, the scene suddenly shifted to a far more peaceful setting. A young man's hand gently placed a pale pink, Taijitu-shaped jade pendant onto a woman's chest. A warm, deep voice spoke up. This jade is called the Sympathy Jade. The weary woman, her hair graying at the temples, wore a necklace around her neck, her eyes flickering with emotion as she listened to his caring instructions. From now on, Mom, you must always keep this with you. Standing beside her, Bai Yi reached up and lifted an identical jade pendant of his own, smiling with warm reassurance. I have one just like yours, Mom. The system immediately illustrated the mystical function of the jade pair. When one piece is crushed to dust, the other releases a pulse of sensory mana. Bai Yi explained gently, Whenever you're in danger, just crush this jade. My jade will instantly detect it. Then, I will teleport to your side immediately. Saying that, he gripped his mother's thin, frail hands, his eyes overflowing with sincere worry. If I didn't have this, I wouldn't be able to rest easy leaving you alone when I go out. His mother looked down at the shimmering jade on her chest, a flash of sadness in her eyes. The narrator's sorrowful voice chimed in. In his memories, his mother had never received any necklaces or jewelry. Bai Yi's gaze dropped, feeling a bitter ache as he thought of her silent sacrifices. She has never had anything that a woman should have been able to enjoy. Gently touching the jade, his mother smiled kindly and advised her son, "My son, don't just hover around me all the time on weekends. At your age, you should be out with friends more." Caught off guard, Bai Yi laughed it off, waving his hand with a carefree expression. "Don't worry, Mom, I don't even have any need for that." His mother's brows furrowed slightly as she gently chided him with deep understanding. "How can a person live without friends? You should always have someone truly important to you." Hearing those words, the smile on Bai Yi's face vanished. The side profile of his face sank into his silence, lost in thought, unable to answer. His lonely silhouette was cast against the quiet space. He asked himself a painful question. Someone important. Amidst the flow of his thoughts, the images of his comrades who fought side by side with him in his past life flickered like a slow-motion film. He muttered with deep nostalgia and heartache, "I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to meet them again in this life." But the noisy system interface immediately cut through his reminiscence, pulling him back into the brutal reality. 11:58 at night, in front of the Grade D Wild Demon Dungeon. Standing before the magic gate glowing with blood-red killing intent, Bai Yi steeled his nerves. At any rate, since I've solved the problem of protecting Mom with a jade, I don't need to be distracted anymore. Glancing at the massive, swirling spatial anomaly, the system displayed hazy information. Hidden dungeon, required level of difficulty. Bai Yi muttered as he calculated the time. This is another hidden dungeon I know about. It only opens briefly at exactly midnight and closes right at 1 in the morning. So, I don't have much time to waste. He gripped his weapon tightly and strode decisively into the eerie, deathly mist. Now is the time to focus all my energy on raising my own strength. As soon as he stepped through the dimensional gate, his heavy boots slammed into the ground, instantly creating a shockwave of mana that tore through the fog. What met his eyes were giant plant monsters, with hideous shapes, writhing and reaching out with blood-soaked tentacles. The red system scanner identified the targets. Grade 15. Grade D. Withered corpse vines, and Grade 13. Grade D. Blood-sucking flowers. Bai Yi looked at them, recalling his past life. In my past life, I also climbed up to the level of a top-tier warrior. Fast as a tornado, he dodged the monster's flesh-tearing swipe, his heart surging with extreme resentment. But no matter how strong I became, I could only stand and watch as each of my comrades fell right before my eyes. Turning his sorrow into sky-high killing intent, Bai Yi kicked off the air, using the momentum to launch himself like a comet. The broadsword in his hand flashed with the light of a deadly lightning bolt. A razor-sharp slash tears through the air, cleaving the giant, blood-soaked flower of the slimy monster in two. The notification window pops up a successful kill on the blood-sucking flower. 260 experience points gained. Ignoring the loot, he grabs the dropped items. 3 blood petals. Bai Yi's eyes are burning red with fury. He grits his teeth and lets out a frustrated roar. So what if we're in a party? Bai Yi shouts while dodging, sounding as if he's accusing the very heavens. Are we just waiting for those trashy gods to get bored and strike us down on a whim? He lunges forward immediately, his blade dancing as he shreds the monster's defenses. The system lights up with bright text. Critical hit. Weak point targeted. He screams, venting all his pent-up frustration. If we don't fight back, we're just gonna die with nowhere to be buried. The next second, Bai Yi drops to one knee, panting for breath. Green-hued core mana surges and blazes around his body, radiating an overbearing pressure. Another notification, congratulations on defeating the Wild Corpse Orchid. 320 experience points gained. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, stares straight ahead. He carves a bloody vow into his heart. I must. I have to become even stronger. Stifling his fatigue, Bai Yi unleashes his full core mana, transforming into a streak of green light as he shoots forward, his voice a low growl of self-prodding. Faster. I need to go faster. But the plant monsters here aren't pushovers. Even as slimy tentacles wrap tightly around his neck and sharp, protruding claws rake against him, he stubbornly grits his teeth, his eyes burning with steely determination. He has to be stronger than everyone else. Fresh blood sprays onto his eyelids, but his pupils remain sharp, blazing with a terrifying craze will to fight. Not letting the monsters gloat for long, Bai Yi swings his blade, cleaving through every obstacle in his path. The system screen lights up again. Success. Wild Corpse Orchid defeated. 320 experience points gained, doubled. The battle drains his stamina, leaving him gasping. He casually bites through a stray tree root, blocking his way just to get it out of his sight. The system reports 6 counts of corpse poison received. Bai Yi spits out a mouthful of blood, silently encouraging himself. I have to risk it all to survive this. At that very moment, the image of his deranged, cheapskate father flashes through his mind like a psychological blow, striking directly at his pride. I'm too weak right now. I can't even take down that man. Wiping the blood from his chin, he bitterly recalls his enemy from his past life, let alone that genius. Metal attribute archer who's been ahead of me since we were kids, so I. Shaking off the thought, his eyes turn resolute. He stomps his heel into the ground, emitting a breathtaking aura. There are no detours, no shortcuts to take. He looks up to see a sea of hideous, starving beasts waiting to swallow him whole. Bai Yi sneers, hefting his blade as he strides forward fearlessly. There is no enemy he is allowed to avoid. Controlling motion with stillness, he raises his great sword, glowing with power, and pours all his strength into his grass cutter technique. A single, magnificent swing carrying destructive force sweeps across the battlefield, tearing through space and the monster horde blocking his path. Boom. Instantly, a blinding dome of light explodes, wiping out everything in its radius. The system pings like a jackpot winner. A barrage of notifications, success. Blood-sucking flower defeated. 260 experience points gained. Success. Wild corpse orchid defeated. 320 experience points gained. The alerts dance across his vision, filling the screen. After clearing out the small fry, Bai Yi sheathes his blade and lands with effortless cool, his entire body enveloped in a scorching golden magical flame. Under the effect of the restorative energy, the cuts and scratches on his face quickly seal up, leaving him looking sharp, confident, and perhaps a little arrogant. As he takes a moment to tidy up the messy battlefield, he glances at the system clock, 12:39 a.m., Saturday, May 30th. He clicks his tongue, calculating. The exit to this dungeon closes in only 20 minutes. I have to wrap this up and take out the Lord. Unexpectedly, before he can even finish summoning the boss, a shadow looms over his head. Keeping a safe distance, he calmly looks up, his green mana boiling around him, showing no sign of flinching before the hulking enemy. Out of the darkness, a giant made of armored tree trunks steps out, casting a blinding golden light from its bizarre eyeballs. Bai Yi smirks, ready to fight. It's your turn now. In the middle of his surge of momentum, he suddenly raises an eyebrow, freezing in confusion. Ha! No sooner than the doubt crosses his mind, the boss vanishes from its spot and charges at him. The system immediately pulls up the final boss's info. Level 20 Lord, Yi Wuming. Faced with a devastating horizontal sweep, Bai Yi weaves and dodges fluidly. He has no intention of just taking the hit. In the blink of an eye, he gathers energy into his left hand, turning his arm into a brilliant orb of light to launch a counterattack. Using the momentum of his jump, his right hand swings his blade, slicing through the air and landing a critical blow on the Lord's wooden arm. Red blood sprays like a fountain. He thinks he's managed to chip off a good chunk of health, but the boss, Yi Wuming, just stands there like a literal piece of wood, not even caring. Right before Bai Yi's eyes, the arm he just slashed open begins to glow. The system indifferently reports the boss's annoying trait, self-healing skill. Green magic threads instantly coil together, stitching the wound shut until it's as good as new. Bai Yi's lip twitches, his eyes popping out in disbelief. He's truly speechless at how cheap this is. How could it possibly have such a powerful healing ability? Before the protagonist can finish being shocked, the boss slams its hand onto the ground, instantly sprouting sharp, glowing green energy pillars that erupt from the earth. Tree roots sprout frantically, shredding the space around him like a nest of vipers. Bai Yi breaks into a cold sweat, frantically jumping and kicking off the air to save his life. Having barely escaped the root trap, he turns around, and his blood runs cold. The giant lord has moved stealthily, standing right behind him like a terrifying, cursed ghost. Furthermore, down on the blood-soaked ground, the monster corpses that seem to be at rest suddenly begin to twitch. They slowly crawl back to their feet, ready to join in on the group ambush. In a split second, Bai Yi's eyes widen as he stares at the battlefield. A series of monsters he just cleaved in two are writhing and reassembling their bodies, forcing a curse to slip past his lips. Didn't I already wipe these guys out? What the hell is going on? Why are they all crawling back up? He furrows his brow and steps back cautiously. His mind races. A level 20 Lord, logically, should never possess such a trashy resurrection ability. Before he can process what's happening, a giant tree root covered in purple lightning violently lashes out, whistling through the air, intent on turning him into mincemeat. The sharp wave of energy hits so fast that Bai Yi's pupils constrict violently. He frantically tilts his head, narrowly dodging the blow in a dangerously close call. Despite his god-tier reflexes, a razor-sharp, deep crimson thorn still grazed his ribcage, slicing deep and sending blood spraying cruelly into the air. Staggering as he clutched his bleeding wound, Bai Yi gritted his teeth and spun around, his face mask unable to hide his utter shock. What struck his eyes now wasn't just a wooden log. A giant, thorny, red-armored brute had appeared. The system unceremoniously announced it as a level 20, Rank D Lord, the nameless younger twin brother of Yi Wuming. Our protagonist was completely crushed. How the hell is this possible? Two lords? The situation was looking impossibly grim. To his left was the green-hued older brother, Yi Wuming, who had just fully healed his health bar. To his right, the crimson younger brother, Nameless, was brimming with bloodlust, flexing his muscles as he prepared to tear his enemy apart. Bai Yi's eyes burned with bloodshot rage, his killing intent surging against the unfair, shameless pincer attack from this monster duo. But ironically, just as things were reaching a boiling point, the system clock flashed a desperate countdown, 0:59 on Saturday. And the exact moment the clock ticked to 1 a.m., the system delivered a cold, final verdict that snuffed out any hope of escape. The dungeon entrance had sealed shut, time slipped away, and the scene suddenly shifted to the evening. The next day, 6 p.m. on Saturday, May 30th, the sky outside was pouring rain, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. Inside the apartment, Bai Yi's mother paced back and forth, consumed by anxiety. Looking out at the white sheet of rain, she muttered, "Another day where I haven't seen his face." She pressed her phone to her chest, her tear-filled eyes wide with fear. She'd sent countless messages, but he hadn't replied. She couldn't reach him by phone at all. As if sensing something terrible was about to happen, she rushed to the front door, determined. He must have gone somewhere dangerous on his own again, just like last time. I have to go out and find him. The door swung open, and pale flashes of lightning cut across the uncertain night sky. Amidst the downpour, the scarred thug had actually tracked them to their new place. He kicked aside some empty liquor bottles, cluttering the porch, laughing with a bitter, nasty edge. "Hey, nice try, you too." Clutching his sharp, broad-bladed knife as he walked through the rain, he muttered and cursed under his breath. "You actually dared to hide from me and sneak off to rent a private place." He looked up at the high-end apartment building, flashes of lightning illuminating his insanity. "Not a bad spot you found, huh? Damn it. Broke as a joke and you still know how to enjoy the high life." Under the lightning, a savage, chilling grin twisted his face, his milky white eyes spinning with a deranged, predatory hunger to slaughter the weak. By sheer coincidence, the mother, dressed in a thin coat, had just swiped her card to enter the residential complex through the heavy rain. As she stepped forward, she suddenly froze, as if recognizing the familiar, malicious aura lurking nearby. Her pupils dilated, reflecting the paralyzing terror of a haunting past, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. A massive bolt of lightning ripped across the apartment complex, striking the suffocating, death-filled air that stood right in her path. Regardless of how chaotic the outside world was, inside the dungeon, Bai Yi was still frantically swinging his blade to defend himself. Exhaustion made his figure sway, but he braced his blade against the ground, panting, sweating, and gritting his teeth in frustration. "That's the fifth wave already. Every time I kill them, they just drag their corpses back up." Regaining his balance, green energy flared around his body, and he stubbornly swung his blade directly at the hideous fangs of the blood-sucking flower. A smooth strike sent the monster to hell, but the system displayed a cold, dismissive notification. Successfully killed. Level 13, Rank D blood-sucking flower. Received 1 EXP. Looking at the crawling, snail-paced experience bar, he grew even more irritated. At this rate, if I keep killing these trash mobs that just respawn, I'm not going to get any decent items or real EXP. Amidst the beasts reattaching their limbs, Bai Yi exhaled, forcing himself to stay calm and formulate a strategy. Blindly hacking and slashing like this won't work. I have to find the source of their infinite regeneration. Glancing across the battlefield, from the small fry creeps to the twin lords, they were all glowing with that annoying green light of life force. With such an overpowered self-healing ability, surely it isn't just these mobs benefiting from it. Deciding to go all out, the system immediately activated the flash step skill, and Bai Yi's figure turned into a blue streak of lightning, shooting into the air, tearing through the mist. Diving from above, he aimed straight for the red-colored younger lord, Nameless, preparing to ambush him for the kill. His gaze was as sharp as a razor. He gripped the hilt tightly, pouring all his energy into one final blow. The strike, heavy as 1,000 pounds, sliced right through the monster's thick, armored shell, the sheer force kicking up a storm of dirt and rocks. The red notification panel exploded with 2 consecutive critical hits. The boss's flesh shattered, spraying out tragic streaks of broken electricity. But before Bai Yi could even feel smug, the red boss calmly bathed in the healing light surrounding its body, leaving him speechless. Even at the Lord level, you can instantly heal your wounds. Standing in the back, the older brother, Yi Wuming, was frantically raising his hands to heal. Looking at the massive, glowing healed text, Bai Yi sighed in exasperation. The other bastard is already using his healing ability. Sweat soaked his forehead. He recalled his failed tests. He had tried sneaking up on the healer before, but even when he cut the guy's head off, it just stitched itself back together like new. This is a straight-up bug. Infinite respawns for the mobs, plus full health heals for the team in a split second. His green eyes flashed with sharp suspicion. Not even S-rank healers in the real world could pull off something this game-breaking. What exactly is buffing him? Or is there some massive treasure trove of healing power hidden somewhere around here? Before he could finish his deduction, the wooden boss made his hair stand on end. Its 3 orange eyes suddenly glowed with a terrifying, eerie light. Accompanied by a fleeting notification, the boss copied the flash step skill and closed the distance to the protagonist's flank. Faster than a blink, the younger brother, Nameless, transformed into a whirlwind of thorns, lunging at terminal velocity to catch him off guard. Bai Yi startled, swinging his blade to dodge by a hair's breadth. With intense reflexes, he raised his blade to block the crushing blow, blinding light erupting alongside his system notification. Block. Use weapon to negate damage. Over 50% of damage mitigated, judgment based on timing. Hitting the precise 0.09 seconds of the death frame, Bai Yi activated a hidden skill to knock back the monster's attack. Perfect parry. 100% damage mitigated. Chance to reflect all physical damage back to the opponent. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold, arrogant smirk. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, "Nice. Interesting. We've barely started fighting, and you've already learned to mimic my moves." But before he could get cocky, the boss monster Ye Wuming behind him reached out with a giant wooden hand, blotting out the sky as it tried to crush the very space around him. The giant's eerie orange eye glowed as it let out a stuttering, booming voice to praise its enemy. "You are strong." Despite the compliment, his hand shamelessly reached out to cast that familiar, annoying green light for healing. Seeing this desperate healing loop repeat, Bai Yi's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly braced himself. But the confusion vanished as fast as it appeared, replaced by a confident smirk. He had his opponent figured out. As the green magic surged, he realized, "I've got you now." Bai Yi's sharp gaze locked onto the back of the boss, exposing its secret. "Flower-type magic? Huh. That giant ancient tree behind you is the real power source." Without another word, he swerved sharply, turning into a bolt of lightning. He tore right through the waist of the red boss, blocking his path, catching it off guard. As he closed in, frantically swinging his blade, Bai Yi roared to expose the trick. The boss's infinite healing only works on such a massive scale because of that tree. Realizing its core was under attack, the wooden boss Ye Wuming scrambled to stand, stretching out branches to block the way, bellowing in protest, "No." Ignoring the monster's screams, a brilliant greatsword strike imbued with golden aura aggressively swept through, severing rows of ancient roots. "So, all I have to do is chop down these big trees, and I can kill you for good." The protagonist's smile turned cruel and arrogant, like a true demon god. In slow motion, the moment was captured, and the determined look in Bai Yi's eyes confirmed the truth. The boss's healing is only this broken because of that tree. The giant trunk twisted, throwing out claws in a desperate attempt to regain control. Not gonna happen. The aura-infused strike exploded, burning through the roots in its way. "So all I have to do is cut down these massive trees, and I can serve you your death sentence." Just as the attack was about to hit the core, the system chimed with its familiar sound, switching to Cloud-type Mage. The boss screamed in despair, frantically wrapping armor-plated roots to protect itself. It was too late. The mage staff in Bai Yi's hand swung, and a bone-chilling blue energy sphere gathered, unleashing ice at the absolute limit. The frigid air swept through in an instant, instantly freezing both Ye Wuming and the other boss, the Nameless, into solid stone statues. Control established, the system switched gears smoothly again, switching to core-type warrior. He dropped his center of gravity, raised his flaming blade, and prepared to butcher his prey. A downward strike with the force of 1,000 pounds smashed into the ice, shattering it along with the giant's body into pieces. The protagonist's eyes radiated the triumph of a pro gamer. "Looks like I guess right. Once you and that ancient tree core go down, this whole pile of trash will completely lose its ability to heal or revive." As the boss shattered, a loot notification window exploded brilliantly. Successfully defeated level 20 boss, Ye Wuming. He received 2,500 experience points and top-tier loot, 100 spirit grass, which instantly restores 50% stamina and heals most physical damage. Deprived of their shameless power source, all the surrounding roots and beast corpses lost their vitality, collapsing lifelessly onto the cold ground. The twin red boss, the Nameless, was now exhausted, its armored body beginning to crack into large shards within its icy shell. Bai Yi stood tall amidst the ruins, his blood-stained dagger pointed straight at the remaining boss. With a haughty demeanor, he declared, "Now, it's just you left." The lone orange eye of the scarred boss flinched, as if it were finally tasting the helplessness and despair facing humanity's overwhelming power. Back in the desolate dungeon, the giant shadow of the red boss, the Nameless, swayed and collapsed in front of Bai Yi. It knelt, letting out ragged, stuttering gasps mixed with despair and hatred. "Kill me. Flames flared up, incinerating its remains. The system coldly chimed to finish the tally. Level 20 Rank D boss, the Nameless. Looking at the dying enemy, Bai Yi gave a faint, indifferent smile, unsure if it was pity or mockery. Huh. First time I've seen a boss act like that. He lowered his gaze, calmly sheathing his dagger, muttering to explain the monster's surrender. Is it because your twin brother is dead and you have no desire to live on alone? As he finished speaking, a brilliant golden magic blast descended from above, sweeping away the final remnants. Blinding golden light swallowed the kneeling boss. Then I'll grant your wish. The system notifications went wild. Successfully defeated level 20 rank D boss. The Nameless received 2,500 experience points. The battle concluded perfectly. The reward screen displayed a high-end item. Received premium material, Poison Thorn. The mandatory material for forging the poison-piercing unbound weapon. A rank 5 flower-type weapon. Holding the sparkling purple Poison Thorn, Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Phew. Before he could even rest, a flurry of level-up notifications slapped the protagonist like celebratory fireworks. Core-type warrior reached level 15 rank D. Cloud-type mage reached level 13 rank D. After the boss was defeated, the text notification appeared. The dungeon entrance has reopened, appearing amidst the glowing red vortex swirling behind him. As he strolled toward the exit, a piercing ding made Bai Yi freeze. The elemental stat window appeared. Flower type has reached the maximum cap of 10,000 out of 10,000. The system excitedly announced. Flower type elemental accumulation complete. New class awakening soon. Bai Yi scratched his chin, muttering thoughtfully. Flower type is maxed out, too. Standing amidst a glittering green leveling up aura, illusory flower petals drifted around him. Bai Yi wore a radiant, expectant smile. I wonder what class I'll get this time. The system emitted a tick-tick-tick sound like a slot machine. Remembering the intensity of his previous class, he secretly hoped for something like the red-type class. If this time, wait, the result is already right in front of me. Level 1 rank E, flower-type summoner. The smile on Bai Yi's face vanished. He stood frozen for 5 seconds, his face contorting as he let out a long, heavy sigh. Huh? Just a blue-type class? Scratching his head, he accepted the slightly lackluster reality of a flower-type rookie and clicked his tongue to console himself. Well, the summoner class doesn't require very high base stats anyway. I just don't know what the main skill will be. He waved his hand to open the new skill menu, and the system displayed a wall of skill text. Flower Spirit Contract. After defeating a flower-type magical beast, you can sign a contract with its soul, forcing it to serve you. Current contract capacity, 2. An estranged passive skill. Passive, Flower Field Vision. Allows you to see the souls of recently deceased flower-type magical beasts. After reading those 2 lines, he raised his eyebrows in curiosity. A contract with evil spirits, huh? A flicker of a ruthless, devious idea crossed his mind. He whipped around to look at the battlefield, his lips curling into a cunning smirk. In that case, those 2 bosses I just defeated, could they be used too? Without hesitation, Bai Yi turned on his heel and walked back to the corpses of the 2 giants. Sure enough, triggered by his passive skill, 2 eerie blue soul flames, shaped like Yi-Wuming and the Yi-Wuming were hovering in mid-air, facing the 2 spirits he'd just beaten to a pulp. Bai Yi flashed a business-like, professional smile and gestured grandly as he shouted the command, Flower Spirit Contract. He thrust his hand forward, and a blue magical vortex appeared. His tone was overbearing, allowing no room for refusal. Get over here, you 2. With just that short command, the 2 giant ghosts obediently shrank down, transforming into 2 streaks of light that wiggled through the air and dove straight into the palm of their ruthless new master. Back in reality, rain was still hammering against the apartment balcony. A pale flash of lightning illuminated the hunchback of the scarred thug, who was clutching a large butcher knife in front of the gate. Just as he was drowning in murderous intent, his phone suddenly rang loudly. Ring, 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 ring. His madness was interrupted. He froze, face twisted in annoyance as he pulled out his phone to curse. Damn it, what dog is calling me in a time like this? Glancing at the screen, his attitude did a complete 180 from a vicious demon to a groveling sycophant. He hurriedly pressed the phone to his ear, his voice dropping low. Yes, yes. Sir, Mr. Chen. The booming voice of the burly man on the other end echoed through. Really? I can attend Captain Hong's wine party too? Yes, yes. I understand. I'll definitely do my best to make it. This time, I'll certainly prepare a generous gift for him. Don't you worry, sir. His wheezing laughter sounded incredibly pathetic. Ha, ha, ha. I know, I know. I definitely won't waste this perfect opportunity to rebuild our guild. Hanging up, he rubbed his face, wearing a grin of extreme greed and self-satisfaction. Ha, today is a lucky day. He tossed his murderous intent to the back of his mind, put away the knife, and shrugged as he walked away, whistling a twisted little tune. Might as well go visit that good little sister of mine and catch up. Meanwhile, at 6 p.m. on Saturday, May 30th, his mother, Xiao Chui, was still standing anxiously in the apartment lobby, staring blankly into the gray, pouring rain. Suddenly, a teenage figure under a black umbrella drifted out from the misty downpour. He smiled gently and called out in a warm voice that shattered all her anxiety. "Mom, why did you come down here? It's raining so hard." She jumped, spinning around so quickly the umbrella nearly slipped from her hand. Her eyes widened in shock, her chest heaving with emotion as she saw her son standing there, alive and well. Beneath the black umbrella, shielding them from the cold rain, Bai Yi carried a bag of groceries, looking at his mother with a gentle yet firm expression. "Let's go home." Once inside the safety of the apartment, Bai Yi carefully took his mother's thin wrist and slipped a bracelet made of exquisite tree roots onto it, set with a shimmering emerald. His mother looked at the bracelet on her wrist, her eyes stung, but she couldn't help but gently scold him. "You silly boy, were you making excuses to go out at night just to make it up to me with this Mother's Day gift?" She looked up, her eyes filled with boundless understanding and love as she looked straight at Bai Yi. "Did you really think that just because I didn't say anything, I didn't know anything?" Cut to the bedroom. Bai Yi lay sprawled out on his soft bed, hands behind his head, eyes gazing absently at the ceiling. After a string of days grinding day and night, he muttered to himself, taking stock of his current assets. "Currently, I have 3 professions: green tier warrior, blue tier summoner, and red tier mage." The system stat board stretched out before him like an impressive resume. Level 13 D rank cloud mage and level 15 D rank core warrior. He smirked smugly. Both his combat classes had reached rank D. He glanced at the newer, somewhat lackluster profession, level 1 E rank flower summoner. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, but he knew this wasn't enough. That guy has been in jail for 21 days. Today is the 10th day, so he'll be released in just 5 days. But with his scummy personality, the chance of him bribing the guards to get out early isn't zero. Thinking of the thug's scarred face, his eyes darkened with calculation. That's exactly why I went through the trouble of preparing these things, just in case. The image of his mother's protective bracelet and the glowing gemstone appeared like an ultimate talisman. The system timeline jumped to Sunday morning. Bai Yi stood deep in thought, looking toward the fiery red dungeon portal on the street, coming to a bloody realization. In the end, running away won't solve the problem. Before his journey of cultivation officially began, he had to resolve this once and for all. With that, he strode proudly into the red vortex, beginning days of insane monster slaying. System notifications popped up constantly, proving his non-stop grinding. E-rank hidden dungeon cleared. D-rank hidden dungeon cleared. Time flew by. Sunday afternoon. Bai Yi emerged from a dense forest with a few scratches, but his aura was sharper than ever. Walking along, he muttered to himself, calculating, "I can't afford to rest for even a second these next few days. I need to get my professions to rank C as fast as possible." The system notified him of a new target, D-rank hidden dungeon, high danger level. Without a word, he decisively stepped inside. Sunday night, he cleared it again. The glowing notification D-rank hidden dungeon conquered appeared in a dazzling display. Bai Yi stepped out of the portal, a flash of cruelty in his eyes directed at an invisible enemy. "Next time we meet, I'll be 100,000 times stronger than you." Another leveling up wave washed over him. His rank increased, and suddenly, a brilliant golden chime rang out. Bai Yi stood rooted to the spot, looking confused. The system displayed a shimmering diamond-encrusted golden frame. New title received: Lone Wolf Hero. Conquered 10 dungeons at or above your own rank solo. Received Hero's Key. Upon meeting certain conditions, you can unlock the Hero's Tower. He frowned, looking at the weird, magical items. What kind of crazy thing is this? Ignoring the level up, the system officially announced a major event. Monday morning, June 1st, the auditorium of the Awakening Academy. The teacher's voice echoed throughout the school via the loudspeakers. "I am extremely excited to announce to all our students." In the classroom, our bombshell homeroom teacher slammed her hand on the desk with a loud thwack. With a beaming face, she announced, "The final assessment results for this term are officially in. Our very own Bai Yi and Sichin Gam have swept the top 2 spots in the entire school with sky-high scores," she boasted, waving her hands in the air with pride. By the way, Bai Yi's recorded footage has already been sent to headquarters for a thorough analysis, and the final verdict is that it's the highest score in history. The whole class erupted in shock. Standing next to Bai Yi, Sichin Gam was blushing bright red, clasping her hands to her chest in pure joy. Meanwhile, our male lead kept his usual calm, expressionless face. Because of this, you two have officially earned a spot on the upcoming cultivation journey. Before she could finish, she dropped another bombshell. Furthermore, thanks to Bai Yi's phenomenal performance, you both will have the honor of being personally received by the God Clan. The class went wild, buzzing with chaotic whispers. The God Clan's personal reception? My God. That's an honor even veteran divine officials might never get in their lifetime. It's top-tier stuff. Bai Yi kept his head down, secretly thinking about a mysterious group of people, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. I didn't expect such an unexpected bonus, he mused. I can finally meet them directly. The bespectacled boy at the desk behind him welled up, clutching Bai Yi's shoulder and begging. When you're flying high, don't you dare forget your poor old friend back home. The nerd adjusted his glasses with a wicked grin and patted his shoulder. I knew it. I knew you were destined to shine. In contrast to the joyful atmosphere in the classroom, the tension in the faculty office was thick enough to cut with a knife. The villain stood fuming in front of the headmaster's desk. The headmaster, adjusting his glasses and stroking his beard, asked coldly, "Are you sure you don't want to follow them?" The headmaster sighed, trying to reason with him. Your father barely made it back for a visit this time. You could easily go to headquarters under his name and join the cultivation journey fair and square. He bit his lip, teeth clenched in silence, his hands trembling into fists until the veins popped out in rage. He snapped his head up, his eyes burning with resentment and hurt pride. I'm not going. I only placed third this time. If I didn't earn the qualification, I don't deserve to go. I don't want people thinking I always have to rely on him. The headmaster smirked, delivering a backhanded compliment. Chimf, you've got some backbone, I'll give you that. Personally, I was looking forward to your father seeing your growth. Ziling lowered his head, grinding his teeth to suppress his humiliation before softening his voice to plead. But, uncle, there's one thing I need your help with. Could you please grant me special access to the Grade D sealed magic dungeon behind the school? His eyes flashed with a toxic desire to compete. I want to become stronger with my own power. The headmaster furrowed his brows, staring sternly at his rebellious nephew. Suddenly, the scene shifted, a piercing scream echoed through the headmaster's office. Please, uncle, I'm begging you. The privileged brat slammed both hands on the desk, snot and tears streaming down his face as he threw his earlier backbone out the window. I have to go on this cultivation journey. I'm the only heir to the Ziji family. The headmaster of the Intermediate Academy, Zi Yunqing, rubbed his temples in frustration at his useless nephew. He scolded coldly. You know perfectly well you're the only bloodline left in our Z family, yet you always act so reckless and thoughtless. His expression darkened suddenly, his sharp eyes pinning Ziling to the spot as he growled, Tell me then, on the day of the practical exam, why did you pull that pathetic stunt of unleashing a magical beast to stab your classmate in the back? Ziling jumped, stumbling back in shock. The headmaster slammed his stack of files onto the desk with a loud bang and roared, Do you think the people at the top are all brainless pigs? Do you really think they couldn't see through your cheap, clumsy tricks? The terrifying magical pressure radiating from the headmaster forced Ziling to his knees, his legs shaking uncontrollably. If it weren't for the fact that I personally buried this matter, do you think you'd still be able to show your face in this school? Thud. Ziling completely broke down, collapsing to the floor and banging his head repeatedly, begging for mercy. I'm sorry, uncle. I was wrong. He kept kowtowing, his voice trembling with panic. I know I messed up. I promise I won't do it again. Stand up. Zi Yunqing bellowed with authority. His eyes glowed with magical light behind his glasses, and a vein pulsed on his forehead. Unable to handle the killing intent from his uncle, Ziling wobbled to his feet. Cold sweat drenched him, his face deathly pale. Seeing his nephew was scared out of his wits, the headmaster withdrew his magical aura, snorted coldly, and turned toward the window. Folding his arms, he said in a low voice, However, it was precisely because of your reckless actions that those people up there inadvertently discovered the existence of an extremely special individual named Bai Yi. The scene shifted to the male lead, Bai Yi, standing calmly under a blood moon, exuding the aura of someone holding secrets that could turn the world upside down. The headmaster's voice boomed. The people up there all feel there's something very abnormal about that kid. The headmaster turned around, tapping his fingers on the desk with a calculating look in his eyes. His power growth curve doesn't make any sense at all. That's exactly why someone in the God Clan has specifically requested to meet him in person. Adjusting his collar, Zi Yunqing put his hands in his pockets, delivering a final warning to his foolish nephew. Go on this cultivation journey, but keep that rotten attitude of yours in check. Be humble. If you dare to stir up any more trouble, don't blame me for not protecting you. As if he just struck gold, Ziling's face shifted from gray to glowing with excitement, his mouth stretching into a greedy grin. Really? Thank you, uncle. You can count on me. Leaving the office, a sinister smile curled on Ziling's lips, his hand clenching with hatred. Humph, Bai Yi, just wait until we're on that journey. He thought of the alluring figure of He Yue, the metal element assassin, his smile growing even more depraved and delusional. And as for He Yue, I'll make you mine soon enough. Time flew by, and it was Monday evening before school ended. In the classroom, the nerd's eyes widened like marbles. He held a light yellow envelope, shouting like he hit the jackpot. An invitation from the Supreme Student Council. His hands trembled as he handed the letter to Bai Yi. The letter, written with arrogance, read, Dear Bai Yi, the Supreme Student Council cordially invites you to join. If you're interested, feel free to head over to the Student Council office to register. The Supreme Student Council. The bookworm-type guy pulled at his hair, shouting in excitement on behalf of his best friend. Oh my god, that's the most powerful student council in our entire school. The whole class huddled around. One guy patted his shoulder, while another clasped his hands together, chattering away. Joining them means we get direct entry into the Gods' Union, right? A male student rubbed his chin, pretending to be in the know. That's the council founded by the only metal attribute assassin awakened in recent years. People used to have to fight tooth and nail just for a chance to apply. And now, we're being invited directly. Another student's eyes went wide with awe. Wait, this isn't even for our middle school division. Why would they break the rules and send invitations to middle schoolers? The bookworm-type guy was tearing up, clenching his fists in pride. Bai Yi, you're just way too amazing. I'm gonna cry. But in complete contrast to the class's excitement, Bai Yi kept a deadpan expression. He slowly took the bright gold letter from his friend's hand, with every eye in the room following his every step. Bai Yi coldly walked over to the blue trash can in the corner of the classroom, held the prestigious, highly coveted invitation high, and snap. He let go, tossing the letter into the trash without a second thought, as if it were nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. The group of boys gasped in shock, while the bookworm held his head and screamed in terror. You actually turned them down? Are you crazy? Bai Yi dusted off his hands, turned around, and walked away, throwing back a dismissive sentence without bothering to explain, I'm heading out. His friends just watched his back as he walked out the door, completely devastated, collapsing by the trash can, scratching their heads in regret. Damn it. That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A guy with thick glasses pushed them up his nose, smirking as he whispered an obvious truth. They don't understand Bai Yi. You guys are close with him. Don't you get it? The bespectacled student's eyes flashed with a mix of worship and jealousy. With his personality, he would never bow his head and join under anyone else. The Bai Yi of now can only be the one standing at the top. Night fell on the mountain behind the school, with fog swirling eerily. Bai Yi's solitary figure walked deep into the dark, imposing forest. He stood before a glowing red sealed gate overflowing with magic power, his hands in his pockets, calmly reporting the situation. I've secured the rights to unlock the D-rank magic dungeon. No one will be wandering around to bother us tonight. Beside the spatial vortex, the orange-haired guy with rippling muscles stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree, his face filled with arrogance and a competitive spirit as he glared at the protagonist. Let's go in, then. Bai Yi blinked, responding with a sharp, icy glance and a cold, yeah. He pointed his index finger right at the guy's face, mocking him with sincere contempt. A D-rank dungeon might be a bit too much for you right now. Need me to go first? The guy jumped up as if hit in a sore spot, cutting him off with a roar. Stop talking nonsense. I won't be holding you back. Bai Yi kept a straight face, thinking to himself, I agreed to teach him combat skills and how to level up fast, but the condition was that he had to help me get the school's dungeon access rights. He couldn't help but admire the orange-haired kid's daring spirit, his hands swinging a sword that emitted a green light, slashing a beautiful arc that tore through space. Who would have thought he'd go straight for all the D-rank dungeons? Meanwhile, the orange-haired youth was being thrashed by a giant dragon boss, sliding across the ground as he gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. Bai Yi stood above, holding his sword, casually asking with a half-smile, need a hand? He was immediately met with an aggressive roar from below, get lost. I can handle this myself. Ignoring the power gap, the orange-haired youth lunged straight into the gaping, fanged maw of the giant monster, determined to fight to the bitter end. While his friend was busy getting beaten up, Bai Yi was busy checking the system menu that had just popped up, frowning as he muttered, I still haven't met the requirements to unlock this hero's tower. There's no way in. His eyes gleamed with cold determination, as if he had already calculated every next step for his personal grinding plan. He turned back, analyzing the situation. I've pretty much cleared all the wild magic dungeons I can find for now. These ones at school are the only path to leveling up left for me. After school on the third day, the trash can in the corner of the classroom was once again stuffed with prestigious invitations. While Bai Yi's muttering echoed, the higher the job rank, the more experience needed to level up. After reaching D rank, the leveling speed has slowed down significantly. Time flew by until after school on the fourth day. The orange-haired friend was still struggling to block attacks from another hideous monster. Not wanting to let the idiot be a meat shield any longer, Bai Yi turned into a flash of light, slicing the monster in two right before his friend's stunned eyes. Just as he landed safely, Bai Yi was immediately pointed at and yelled at by his friend. "Damn it, I told you not to step in." But he just shrugged, responding with total pragmatism. "If I didn't step in, you'd be a goner." But at least the amount was substantial. This bit of experience is enough for now. After going through countless ordeals, after school on the fifth day, the orange-haired youth stepped out of the portal, laughing boisterously while tossing his hair in self-satisfaction. "Damn, I finally leveled up to D rank." As expected, going into a dungeon yourself is way more interesting than being followed around and protected by those stupid bodyguards at home. He cheered for his resounding victory, completely unaware that the calm figure of Bai Yi standing behind him was the one who had actually been carrying him the whole time. At the same time, the system notified him that his nuclear warrior job had reached C rank. Bai Yi smiled in satisfaction, finally upgraded the warrior job to C rank. The power stats swirled around him, and his gaze turned icy, a smile full of absolute confidence appearing as he thought about his enemies. "My current stats are enough to deal with him." Ending the grind streak. Thursday night at home, Bai Yi's mother brought out a plate of fruit, smiling slyly as she teased him. "You've been coming home late these past 2 days. Have you been out on a date with some cute girl?" Bai Yi jumped, beads of sweat breaking out, waving his hands frantically to clear things up as if he'd been caught red-handed. "Ha! How could that be? I'm just a middle schooler." His mother leaned in, smiling gently as she cornered her precious son. "Then, if you're coming home late every day, could it be that you're out running wild with your best bros?" Leaving Bai Yi only able to mumble weakly. "That's really not it." Seeing her son flustered, the mother changed her tone, speaking gently and offering advice like a true psychology expert. "Having a crush on someone is completely normal. If there's someone you truly care about and like, you should be brave and pursue them." Mom's final remark hit him like a jolt of electricity. Don't wait until the chance is gone to regret it. The thought made Bai Yi's pupils constrict. A distant figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. His eyes grew deep and quiet as his lips parted slightly. "Someone I care about." In his mind, the image of Hiyue appeared, radiant amidst a swirl of glowing dust, her bright smile and familiar voice echoing. Bai Yi, that feisty metal-type assassin, had lunged at him with arms wide open, eyes squeezed shut, pouting playfully. "Give me a hug." Recalling that moment, young Bai Yi had turned bright red, pushing her approaching cheek away and grumbling. "In your dreams." The scene shifted to a desolate battlefield, where monster corpses were piled like mountains, smoke rising in thick plumes. Amidst the carnage, Hiyue lay sprawled on the ground, one hand clutching a bleeding wound, yet her lips still wore the radiant smile of a victor. "Captain, we won again." Clad in a tattered red cloak, her face covered in scratches, Bai Yi looked back at her with deep eyes and said 2 words, "Let's go." Seeing her boss offer a hand, she refused to stand, instead lying there teasingly. "Can't you just carry me?" This flirtatious request made the tips of Bai Yi's ears burn with embarrassment. He snapped, pointing toward the healer friend huddled in a hood nearby, telling him to treat her wounds before they left. In response, she just pouted petulantly. "Captain, you're so mean." Then, Hiyue slumped down, eyes tightly shut, her breath fading amidst the fiery ruins of the battlefield. Immediately after, his own face crazed, eyes bloodshot with raw fury flashed into view as he witnessed the tragic scene. Lost in memories, Bai Yi, wearing his school uniform, lowered his gaze, lost in deep thought. In his past life, it was only after his master saved him from the death row that he met Hiyue. A scene of the two of them, backs against each other in battle gear on a barren wasteland, flashed by. He remembered meeting her in the royal capital of the Saint River Kingdom. Bai Yi bowed his head slightly, his eyes filled with lingering sorrow and helplessness. Now, he didn't even know where she was. It would be hard to meet her again in this lifetime. Hiyue's figure gradually blurred and faded away behind him. Bai Yi whispered to himself, "Living a second life, I'm the only one who keeps the memories of the past. Even if we meet, we won't have anything to do with each other anymore." Yet, contrasting these heavy thoughts, in a luxurious bedroom, Hiyue was sitting cross-legged, leisurely playing with her phone, a small laugh escaping her. Reading a message from her vice captain commander, Bai Yi still hasn't replied. "It seems he isn't interested in our school's battle squad." Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the elegant gold-rimmed invitation card, her slanted eyes gleaming with intense interest. He really is getting more and more interesting. With a mischievous smile, every bit the commander and high-level electric-type assassin, Hiyue decided, Then tomorrow, I'll go see him personally and deliver the invitation. At the same time, Bai Yi's ability system displayed a series of brilliant level-up stat tables for his various mage, warrior, and summoner classes, accompanied by a bright golden notification. Warrior's key unlocked upon reaching grade B. You may now unlock the warrior tower in the real world. On Friday, his actual birthday, Bai Yi sat dazed at his desk, clutching a large gift box wrapped with a pink bow, his mind filled with speechless ellipses. His mother stood opposite him, arms open, smiling warmly and excitedly. "This is your birthday present." Bai Yi stared at the box, his eyes full of curiosity mixed with hesitation. He slowly reached out and carefully lifted the lid of the blue box. The moment he saw what was inside, Bai Yi's eyes widened in confusion as he lifted a thick gray strip of fabric, accompanied by a heartfelt card. "Wishing my dear son eternal happiness and the courage to live the life you choose for yourself." Touched, Bai Yi still broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "It's a scarf, but summer is coming." Suddenly, his pupils constricted to pinpoints as his brain processed the situation. Realizing a shocking truth, Bai Yi jerked his head up and stuttered, "Mom, you knew I was going to the Saint River Kingdom." Without denying it, his mother tilted her head and smiled kindly, her eyes full of understanding. "The temperature difference between day and night there is huge. You have to take good care of yourself. I will take good care of myself too." Hearing those words, Bai Yi bowed his head, a wave of warm emotion swelling in his throat. So, Mom always knew what he was doing. Pushing his shoulder gently to lighten the sappy atmosphere, she shoved a bright red envelope into his hand, smiling and urging, "It's your birthday. Go treat your best friends to a meal." Holding the red envelope, Bai Yi looked away, exhaling and muttering, I already told you, I don't have any friends." However, the silence of the schoolroom seemed to disagree with his claim of having no friends. Right in front of Bai Yi stood a figurine of a watertight mage maiden, complete with an incredibly grand and dazzling sculpted water effect. Under the shadow of his utter speechlessness, his face darkened. He glared at the creature before him and coldly dropped the question, "What is this?" Standing next to the model was his friend with the mushroom-cut hair, his cheeks flushed with excessive excitement, gesturing wildly. "How's this for a birthday gift?" "It's my favorite version, isn't it sparkly enough?" Bai Yi could only awkwardly reply, "Thanks." Seeing this, the bespectacled friend beside him lifted his chin, pushed up his glasses with disdain, and scoffed, "His stuff is too tacky. Look at mine." The bespectacled friend slammed a gray videotape onto the desk with pride. "It's not easy to find this stuff nowadays, you know." The moment he saw it, Bai Yi's pupils dilated to the max, cold sweat pouring down. He frantically grabbed the tape, his soul nearly leaving his body as he whispered, "The original tape of my favorite movie from the Magic Era." Memories of his past life flooded back. The image of two boys hiding in a corner, sneakily watching movies, appeared vividly. "In my past life, I often hid in a shed with him to watch those banned pre-war films." The bespectacled friend leaned close to Bai Yi's ear, his face pale, whispering strict instructions. "You absolutely cannot let the teachers find this. Keep it well hidden." Without hesitating for even a millisecond, Bai Yi moved at the speed of light to shove the contraband into his desk drawer. Afterward, Bai Yi turned around and gave his two best friends a rare, bright, and sincere smile. "Thanks, guys." After that, Bai Yi turned around and gave his two best friends a rare, beaming, and genuine smile. "Thanks, guys." After hearing his thanks, the bespectacled friend smiled and pushed up his glasses, looking incredibly satisfied. Just as their brotherly bond was hitting a high, a girl with pink hair suddenly appeared by their desk and gently called out. Ixijingam beamed with a radiant smile and held out an exquisite silver box in front of him. "Happy birthday." The moment the lid popped open, a blinding light erupted, making his two best friends behind him stare so wide their eyes nearly popped out, shrieking in shock. This is an A-rank weapon." Resting regally on the silk velvet lining was a gem glowing with fantastical, multicolored light. Etched onto it was the system description: A-rank mage weapon, phantom crystal, unappraised. Needless to say, Bai Yi himself was frozen stiff, breaking into a cold sweat. His jaw dropped as he wondered if this was a stroke of good fortune or a disaster landing on his birthday. Seeing him hesitate, the pink-haired girl gently pushed the box forward with a determined expression, while Bai Yi waved his hands and stepped back cautiously. "No way, this is way too valuable. I can't accept it." She waved her hand and smiled brightly, eagerly explaining to ease his mental burden. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make it on that training trip. Besides, this isn't anything super special. My family has plenty of them. This will definitely be useful for you right now." Bai Yi's hand brushed the lid of the box, then paused as he fell into deep, silent thought. His gaze turned resolute as he mentally calculated the practical benefits. He really did need to improve himself. There was no reason to refuse. Recalling their previous battles, he glanced at her and thought to himself, Did she give me this because she saw me using the lowest level mage weapon when I changed classes? What a truly thoughtful girl. Sitting among his three friends, watching the precious gift glow on the desk, a complicated warmth stirred in his heart. He hadn't expected them to remember his birthday, let alone prepare such careful gifts. He had originally planned to just leave this place. Standing behind them, the bespectacled friend covered his mouth and whispered to the mushroom-haired friend with a gossipy look. Since when were they that close? Could it be? Wait, I thought Bai Yi wasn't into girls. Suddenly, Qiling leaned in close, threateningly, making both boys jump out of their skin. What are you guys talking about? Huh. At the same time, Bai Yi's train of thought continued, determined not to have any entanglements or burdens with them. Breaking through the mess in his head, Bai Yi suddenly turned to look at the group and suggested, "Let's go out for a meal tonight." A rare, faint smile curled his lips as he generously announced, "My treat. Are you guys free?" Needless to say, all three friends immediately jumped up, cheering and celebrating. Of course. Can I pick the place? The commotion hadn't lasted long before murmurs started drifting in from outside the classroom. Wait, aren't those people from the senior division? Why are they here? Bai Yi turned a cold gaze toward the window, listening to the excited rumors. They seem to be heading toward our class. Don't you know? It's the leader of the school's ultimate combat team. The students peeking outside gossiped excitedly. I heard the leader is here personally to invite Bai Yi to join. Wait, what? Is that really happening? Have you ever met the leader? No. I've only heard from a few people that she's a total beauty. Hearing that, Bai Yi sighed heavily, pushed his chair back, and stood up. Sigh, looks like it's better to just turn them down to their face. Watching their captain walk away, the mushroom-haired friend and the bespectacled one looked absolutely thrilled. More drama to watch. The scene shifted to the hallways where countless students were gathered, craning their necks over the railings to catch the action. As soon as he stepped out, Bai Yi was blocked by a group of seniors acting like thugs, their faces menacing as they stood in his way. The leader gnashed his teeth, his face etched with fury and a look of pure jealousy as he muttered to himself. Bai Yi, is that arrogant brat really worth you doing all this? It's honestly nauseating. Bai Yi stood silently, hands in his pockets, confronting the aggressive seniors without a hint of fear. He strode forward with an arrogant, imposing air. Suddenly, magical light rings flashed brilliantly in midair, making the seniors look up in shock. Huh? What's going on? Bai Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp, piercing light. Bright golden electrical currents began to crackle around him, signaling imminent danger. A magical bolt of lightning suddenly struck the hallway, with a violent force that blasted the entire group of seniors into the air. A massive lightning arc tore through space, illuminating the entire corner of the hall. Bai Yi stood tall and unfazed. As the lightning faded, he flicked his coat, his hair blowing in the wind, his expression still icy cold. The large guys were pushed back by the blinding energy. Some shielded their faces with their hands, while others grit their teeth in helpless defeat. Tilting his head with an air of composure amidst the dancing electric sparks, Bai Yi calmly let out a light, mocking remark, "Fake move." Immediately after, a massive explosion of green nature element light erupted, and a firm hand reached out to grip the hilt of a sword. Golden and green lights intertwined, and Bai Yi swung his arm, drawing the energy weapon. Standing ready to fight, his gaze was sharp as a dagger, radiating absolute dominance. A massive, bright golden bolt of lightning struck down behind the boy. His eyes darted quickly, calculating the trajectory of the attack from the back left with extreme speed. Lightning fast, he spun around and slashed hard, splitting the roaring bolt of lightning in two. The classmates watching from the sidelines were blown back by the pressure of the wind, frantically covering their faces and screaming, "What just happened? That was so fast." From within the brilliant light, the figure of a girl radiant as a goddess of thunder appeared, her lips curling into a wild, feral smile. Seeing that scene, Bai Yi's pupils constricted, a flash of shock crossing his face as he recognized this hauntingly familiar energy. A massive pillar of lightning tore through the space above, crashing down directly into the hallway courtyard in front of Bai Yi, the impact shaking the very ground. Out of the shimmering electric smoke, Yue appeared, sword over her shoulder, her voice ringing out with an arrogant laugh. "As expected, your reaction is quick. I didn't choose the wrong person." Facing this destructive grand entrance, Bai Yi opened his eyes wide, his face clearly showing a shock that left him speechless. Memories of her acting, all spoiled in his past life, flooded back to him. Yue had her eyes closed, smiling brightly, arms wide open, begging, "Captain, give me a hug." She sat perched on a cliff edge, reaching out her hand alluringly. "Captain, can you carry me down?" Or another time, lying flat on the ground. She continued to flirt while Bai Yi turned away, refusing. "So, can you carry me?" She flashed a smug, teasing smile as he bluntly handed her over to a teammate for healing. "Captain, You're so mean. Pulling his mind back to the present, Hiyue stood with her hands on her hips, her tone carrying a hint of playful, pouty resentment. We've sent you so many invitations, but we never got a response, so I wanted to come and visit you personally. Hearing this, Bai Yi's friends froze in place. The mushroom-haired guy covered his mouth, sweating buckets as he whispered to the guys. Is he really going to reject her to her face? This feels super awkward. Ignoring the whispering, Hiyue politely extended her slender hand forward. Confident style, typical of a guild leader. Hello. Let me officially introduce myself. I am. Before she could finish, a pair of footsteps sprinted across the floor, cutting through the atmosphere. With unbelievable speed, Bai Yi dashed straight over. He threw his arms around Hiyue in a tight embrace, catching her off guard and making her stagger. Standing far away, the pink-haired girl and the boys were stunned, completely shocked by this spontaneous act from the usually cold teenager. As for the punk who had blocked the way earlier, his face twisted in frustration, veins popping on his forehead as he was caught in the unexpectedly sturdy embrace. Hiyue was stunned, her amber eyes wide with disbelief. A warm voice whispered Hiyue into her ear. The corners of Bai Yi's mouth curved into a heartbreakingly gentle smile, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he held her close. Long time no see. The corridor suddenly turned into a romantic stage for their tight embrace amidst the lingering sparks of electricity. He ignored the dozens of eyes going blind from the shock. The arrogant face of the Supreme Guild leader suddenly stiffened, her cheeks flushing slightly. The onlookers behind them exploded. The mushroom-haired friend grabbed his head and screamed uncontrollably. Holy crap! What a massive bombshell. I never expected them to just hug in public like that. Is this a sister-brother bond crossing social classes in real life? The bespectacled friend wiped away cold sweat, quickly pushing up his glasses to correct the gossip. They aren't actually related. Hiyue was in our grade, but because she awakened her abilities in the 7th grade, she was promoted directly to high school. Amidst the noise, Ngam stood like a stone statue, his whole body frozen, his expression completely blank. The romantic, sappy atmosphere didn't last long, though. A fist glowing with blinding electric sparks suddenly ripped through the air, swinging hard toward the two of them. Triggered by survival instinct, Bai Yi instantly tilted his body and backed away. The next second, Hiyue's slender hand gently rested on Bai Yi's shoulder, carrying magical electric sparks that were still dancing and crackling around. She smiled enchantingly, her amber eyes sparkling with mischief as she leaned in close and asked, "May I ask if that hug was your way of accepting my invitation?" Hiyue took a step back, folded her arms, and confidently insisted, "The Supreme Guild is fully funded by the school, so we have the best resources. There are many ways to clear school dungeons after class to level up faster. We share the goal of becoming strong. Who knows? Maybe we can fight side by side." Faced with such an attractive offer and the stunning beauty of the guild leader, Bai Yi opened his mouth slightly, his expression unusually calm. He coldly raised his hand and decisively refused. "I won't join the Supreme Guild, and I won't be staying here for long. Joining a school club has no meaning." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yi's hand suddenly clenched into a fist full of determination. He reached out, grabbed Hiyue's hand, his eyes burning bright. "But soon, I will start my own guild." A cocky, confident smile pulled at the corner of Bai Yi's mouth as he looked straight into her eyes. "By then, we'll have a chance to fight together." Before Hiyue could react to this wild declaration, a green-haired boy came running over in a panic, his face pale and gasping for air. "Hiyue, why did you run over here?" The boy urged her urgently. "Captain Hong is back at school. The principal wants our whole guild to go pay our respects." Hearing this, Hiyue turned to leave. She gave a radiant smile to say goodbye to the cold teenager. "We'll meet again on the upcoming training trip." After a few steps, she suddenly turned her head back, her eyes full of subtext, and threw out one last tease. "We can talk properly then." Bai Yi stood there stunned, while her clear, ringing voice echoed from afar. "Why did you say long time no see?" Hiyue's figure gradually faded at the end of the hallway, leaving Bai Yi standing there, deep in thought as he watched her go. His coat fluttering slightly in the breeze, the air around them suddenly became deathly silent. The punks from earlier had their mouths hanging open, staring at each other, speechless. The brown-haired guy clutched his cheeks, breaking into a cold sweat as he panicked and shouted. He rejected the personal invitation from the Supreme Guild leader to her face, and he actually invited the leader to join his guild instead. What the hell is he talking about? Starting his own guild? How is that even possible? The seniors buzzed with discussion. Some waved their hands in disdain, others were utterly bewildered. He's not even an adult yet, and starting a guild costs tons and tons of money. He should know when to quit the bragging. But I heard he got the highest score in middle school assessment history. Regardless, what's even more exaggerated is that he just hugged the leader. Watching Hiyue's retreating figure, the boys could only swallow their bitterness. And the leader didn't even refuse it, either. Ignoring the whispers around him, Bai Yi's gaze softened. He thought to himself that this surprise encounter with Hiyue was something he had never expected. Images of his teammates from his previous life, wearing cloaks that covered their faces, flashed through his mind. Information about everyone in the Gods Guild was kept strictly confidential. We never asked about each other's pasts. He looked up at the sky, smiling in relief. So I never thought Hiyue would be going to the same middle school as me, which almost made me miss this meeting. A nostalgic, warm smile appeared on the teenager's sharp face. Let's consider this a surprise birthday present. The scene shifted to a bustling late afternoon. The system displayed June 0th, after school, at Lao Wang's BBQ restaurant. Smoke from the grill rose high into the lively atmosphere. 4 friends huddled around the table. The bespectacled boy chewed his skewer while grumbling. So, this is the BBQ spot you chose, kid? He was met with a strong rebuttal from the mushroom-haired friend. No way. Bai Yi was the one who said he wanted BBQ. I only recommended this place. The red slices of meat sizzled as the fat dripped onto the grill, looking incredibly appetizing. The bespectacled friend's voice sounded serious. Bai Yi, are you serious about wanting to establish a guild? The pink-haired girl, who was picking up meat with her chopsticks, paused. Her eyes drooped sadly as she asked, You also said you wouldn't be staying here for long. Are you planning for high school? Bai Yi calmly picked up his drink, took a sip, and casually confirmed the shocking truth. Yeah, after my cultivation trip, I plan to stay in the Holy Hand Kingdom. Hearing that, all 3 friends were startled, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The bespectacled friend panicked and stammered. Wait, you're not thinking about dropping out after high school to start a business, are you? Bai Yi set his glass down, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. No, I just want to go there to study. The pink-haired girl swallowed hard and asked tremblingly, You mean, you want to take the entrance exam for the Holy Hand Kingdom's Divine Weapon Academy? At the same time, darkness began to cloak the city, revealing an atmosphere that was both dangerous and extravagant. The notice board displayed the current scene at the Kai Shin Hotel, where a white sports car screeched to a halt in front of the brightly lit lobby. A long line of burly bodyguards in dark sunglasses stood ready at the entrance, bowing low to welcome the big shot. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a man in a gray shirt stepped forward, fawning as he gestured an invitation. Captain Hong, please, come in. A large man wearing a white cape draped over his shoulders, chewing on a cigar, his eyes fierce, grinned coldly and uttered one word, Move. The system immediately identified him, Captain Hong Bing of the Gods Guild. The banquet hall doors swung open, revealing an incredibly luxurious space filled with unsavory-looking characters. A noisy murmur of gossip filled the room. When they saw Hong Bing enter, a bearded man in a gray shirt frowned, breaking into a cold sweat in surprise. Standing in a corner of the hall, Bai Yi's father, with his messy beard, chuckled deviously. The deputy squad leader nearby started doing some quick math. Wasn't Bai Lingsheng supposed to be locked up for 15 days? He stole a glance at Hong Bing's arrogant back as he walked into the center of the hall, suspicion rising in his heart. What is going on now? How did he get released so early? The red-haired youth stepped forward, rubbing his fingers together to signal for money, and smirked triumphantly. Double the bail was paid, and the captain authorized everything. Deputy, you should just turn a blind eye. Facing that insolence, the bearded deputy could only grit his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage, a bead of frustrated sweat running down his cheek. He couldn't do anything against the power of money and authority. The deputy pointed directly at the guy in the gray shirt who was cowering behind him and shouted angrily, Then why bring him to Captain Hong's party? The red-haired guy with the ponytail hurried to whisper in the deputy's ear, smiling sycophantically to soothe him. Come on, you know how it is. He was kicked out of the guild over a trivial matter before. This is a rare opportunity. He just wants to try his luck. The young man smiled obsequiously, presenting a chest full of magic crystals, ores containing magical energy born in the magic abyss, which had an extremely high market value. The red-haired guy added, He brought his whole fortune just to get back into the guild. Helping him out is no big deal for us. But crash, the valuable chest of crystals was kicked away, scattering everywhere as a shrill roar rang out. Get out. Who gave you permission to come in here? The young man was terrified, his legs trembling as he backed away from the overwhelming shadow of Captain Hong, who had just stepped out. Captain. Trash. Captain Hong, chewing his cigar, his face darkened with murderous intent, growled, This place is booked by our Gods Guild. If a stray dog runs in and leaks military secrets, who takes the fall? As soon as he finished speaking, both the deputy and the red-haired guy were startled, breaking into a cold sweat, their faces deathly pale. The one who had just been called a stray dog knelt on the floor, his trembling hands touching the shattered magic crystals, begging miserably. I'm sorry, Captain. Please let me explain. His face was pale, sweat pouring down, his eyes filled with despair and humiliation. I just wanted to. Before he could finish, a large hand grabbed his collar and hoisted him up violently. Captain Hong exhaled cigar smoke, his red eyes glaring straight at the failure, and roared with contempt. What kind of talent or status do you have to dare come here and bribe me? Looking at the glittering jewels scattered on the floor, he coldly spat, "Take your useless trash and get out of my sight." Thrown to the ground like a sack of garbage in front of everyone, the order that would ruin his life echoed from above. From now on, no one is allowed to let this dog into the guild. Bracing his hands on the floor, the young man gritted his teeth to endure the humiliation, his hand clutching a sharp stone, veins bulging on his face as he muttered in resentment. Damn it! His fury erupted, and he frantically slammed his fist into the floor, blood splattering everywhere. Damn it! His face was twisted, his eyes bloodshot, his sanity completely shattered amidst a savage scream. I will kill every single one of you bastards for daring to look down on me. Driven by extreme resentment, a blood-red aura began to surge around him. His killing intent soared. Aren't you just a piece of trash, Captain? He stumbled through the shadows of the night, his figure like a demon crawling up from hell, thirsting for revenge. How dare you insult me like this? In his uncontrollable madness, his eyes widened, and he muttered the most vicious curses. Damn them all. I don't care about anything anymore. I'm going to kill everyone I see. At that same time, in a quiet apartment hallway, Bai Yi's mother stepped out with her groceries, the villain's cruel words ringing in his ears. Kill every one of you. The madman, covered in a deadly red aura, stood towering at the foot of the apartment building, looking up as if he had locked onto his target. Seeing the stranger reeking of murderous intent, the pupils of Bai Yi's mother suddenly contracted. Extreme horror appeared on her face. The man smirked, wearing a savage, devilish grin, his eyes flashing with malice. "Hey," he said, stepping forward, forcing the weak woman until she dropped her groceries. He muttered in a manic triumph, "What good luck." Leaving the suffocating, deadly atmosphere behind, the scene shifted instantly to the lively, peaceful environment of Lao Wang's barbecue restaurant. A figure in a brown cloak glided past, wearing a glittering gold medal badge pinned to their chest. A group of people in mysterious cloaks walked past Bai Yi's table in cold silence. Sipping his drink, Bai Yi calmly glanced over, while his sharp-eyed, mushroom-haired friend immediately exclaimed, pointing with a look of admiration, "Look, guys, that's someone from the Gods Guild." The group walked away. The bespectacled friend pushed up his glasses, excitedly mapping out a brilliant future for his brother. "Bai Yi, if you manage to get into the Divine Relic Academy, you'll be colleagues with these guys." The mushroom-haired friend immediately adjusted his words with a delusional grin. Actually, scratch that, you might even be their superior. Bringing the reality of their inevitable separation back to the table, the mushroom-haired friend slumped, sighing heavily with a dejected look. Who would have thought this meal would be a farewell dinner? Hearing that, the pink-haired girl spoke up resolutely, clenching her fist with eyes burning with determination. "Who said it has to be a farewell dinner? I'll work hard and pass the entrance exam too." Watching the backs of the Divine Abyssal Guild members fade away, Bai Yi smiled faintly. He turned his head, thinking to himself that today had gone just a bit too smoothly. The somber farewell atmosphere was instantly dispelled by the pink-haired girl. She clapped her hands, excitedly reminding everyone, Hey, save the other stuff for later. Today is Bai Yi's birthday." The mushroom-haired friend raised his hand in agreement. "Right, birthdays are for partying until we drop." Holding his drink, Bai Yi blinked, falling silent for a moment. This tranquility seemed to unsettle a seasoned warrior like him as he wondered to himself, something just feels off. Brushing away the lingering doubt, the four glasses reached out and clinked together in the air. They all shouted in unison, "Happy birthday, Bai Yi." Under the warm lights of the barbecue restaurant, the red jade pendant hanging around Bai Yi's neck softly reflected the gentle glow. His hand instinctively touched the familiar keepsake, feeling its warmth and cherishing this rare moment of peace. However, in stark contrast to the cozy scene, in a dark and deserted apartment complex, Bai Yi's mother turned pale, her pupils shrinking in terror as a cold, venomous voice echoed, "Ha, you wretch." A crazed man, radiating a blood-red malevolent aura, stalked toward her, growling threats at the helpless woman cowering on the floor. "Living a fancy life behind my back, huh? Forgotten where home is, have you?" As she scrambled backward in absolute panic, his mother was forced to listen to the vile insults spewing from the villain's mouth. "Who's the bastard you've been leaning on?" His bloodshot eyes, laced with lethal intent, stared fixedly at his prey, his murderous aura exploding uncontrollably. "I'm going to make you pay today." He flexed his tendons, smirking in a savage and cruel manner, preparing to unleash a brutal punishment. "Let's help you remember a little." Just as his bloodlust peaked, he suddenly froze, his fierce gaze darting down to the victim's wrist, blurting out in confusion, "Huh, where did you get that?" Shining brightly on the woman's thin wrist was a silver magical bracelet, intricately carved, now emitting a blinding green light, signaling imminent danger. Noticing the man's greedy, savage gaze, his mother hurriedly clutched the bracelet to her chest, her lips trembling as she let out a desperate sob. Like a demon spotting delicious prey, the man threw his head back and laughed maniacally, the cold sound tearing through the night. His eyes burned with bottomless greed as he muttered with extreme smugness, "No wonder you could afford such a nice place." Surging with a violent, blood-colored power, he swung a massive fist down at the defenseless woman, roaring with degradation. "You damn bitch, you still look pretty good, don't you?" His flaming fist, carrying cruel killing intent, swept down toward the ground like a comet. Facing death, Bai Yi's mother squeezed her eyes shut, raising her hands to cover her face by reflex. Instantly, the bracelet radiated a wave of blinding green wood element energy to protect its owner. The magical energy exploded, rapidly condensing into the shape of a massive wooden demon head with glowing yellow eyes, roaring as it surged from the ground. The man's wrist, wrapped in dark energy, was sent reeling backward. A powerful magical backlash, combined with a forceful, thunderous sound from the summoned creature, echoed through the air. The counterattack blocked his killer blow. The man's bloodshot eyes widened in shock and fury, unable to comprehend what kind of power was protecting this woman. From within the light, two majestic summoned beasts appeared, standing firm to shield the mother. System notification, D-rank flower-type summoned beasts. Yi Wuming spoke in a deep voice, "Master, don't worry." Next, the D-rank flower-type summoned beast, Yi Wuming, swore resolutely, "We will face death before letting you be harmed." Protecting her, the mother's racing heart began to calm as she looked at the sturdy protective barrier. Warmth flooded back, replacing her fear. It was the bracelet Bai Yi had given her. Remembering that pouring rain the day her son stood under the umbrella and handed it to her, "Mom, this is your birthday gift." Bai Yi's cool, delicate face had hidden a deep concern back then. He had cautioned her very seriously. "When I'm not home, Mom, you must wear it at all times." Back in the harsh reality, the summoned beast lunged at the man to protect its master. It attacked repeatedly, forcing him to retreat and defend. While one was attacking, the other stayed by the mother's side. The summoned beast's consecutive blows slammed into the man, sending him flying back with a punch. Yet, after taking the hit, the man's face twisted into a sick smile, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth down to his chin, revealing a madness that was beyond saving. Red lightning, sharp and evil, erupted around him. He took a stance, brandishing a cold, sharp knife, his eyes glowing with savagery as he roared, "Perfect. I'll use this to vent my anger." His blood-red eyes bulged with malice, and the smile on his lips stretched wider and wider in a twisted expression amidst the billowing dark aura. In complete contrast to that suffocating, blood-soaked scene at the cozy barbecue restaurant, Bai Yi's group of friends were still happily gathered around the lavish meal. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Bai Yi stared down at the pink jade pendant on his hand, which was glowing strangely. His brow furrowed, lost in heavy thought. Suddenly, sensing that something was wrong, he immediately pushed his chair back and stood up, his serious expression cutting through the meal. "I have some sudden business to attend to." The mushroom-haired friend looked up, cheeks puffed with food, staring in confusion. Without hesitation, Bai Yi walked away in a hurry, glancing back to throw out a final sentence. "I'll only be gone for a moment. I'll be right back." The bespectacled friend blinked, asking after him foolishly, "Huh? You finished digesting that fast?" Stepping out into the deserted alley, Bai Yi leaned against the wall, his expression cold as he pressed his phone to his ear, getting straight to the point. "Hong Hong, Chiang Ting. How did the investigation I asked for go?" The person on the other end quickly reported the shocking truth. Bai Lingsheng had indeed been released from prison early. Chiang Ting frowned, scratching his head as he relayed the situation with a sarcastic tone. "And get this today, he even showed up at my father's banquet before getting kicked out." Alarms blared in Bai Yi's ears. But after the guy left the Kai Tan Hotel, no one had any idea where he went. His pupils constricted sharply, a surge of intense anxiety rising within him. At that same moment, in a quiet corner of the room, a phone sitting on the table vibrated incessantly and hopelessly, with no one there to answer it. Standing in the depths of the alley, Bai Yi's mind raced. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Mom isn't answering her video calls. Did she not take her phone with her? That hotel is right next to our apartment complex." Thinking of the worst-case scenario, Bai Yi's face went pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He quickly hung up. If the guy ran into his mom there right now, the bond of life and death made him feel like he was burning up inside. His hands gripped the bike handlebars so hard that his veins were bulging. He told himself, "Mom is definitely in danger." Without wasting another second, He channeled all his strength like a warrior. Bai Yi pedaled through the night like an arrow piercing the wind. I have to get back as fast as possible. As he rushed through the night, Bai Yi muttered anxiously. Even though he had left the nameless siblings to stay by his mom's side and his intuition proved perfectly correct as a voice echoed in his mind, their level is too low. They might not last long. At the scene, the man stomped on the remains of the nameless beast that had just been taken down, smirking. I thought you had more guts than that. Seeing this, the remaining nameless beast immediately spread its arms to shield the woman as the villain approached. It shouted loyally, "Master, stay behind me." However, that loyalty only earned a sneer and an arrogant, murderous smile from the assailant. Suddenly, the beast unleashed a lightning-fast strike, grazing the man's cheek and drawing blood. Seizing the opportunity, the nameless beast lunged, grabbing the man's leg and roaring defiantly, "Don't you dare come any closer." But given the massive power gap, the man holding the knife merely frowned, annoyed, and muttered, "What a nuisance." Without another word, he coldly wrapped his hand in red electricity and squeezed the beast's neck with terrifying force. Then came a frenzy of slaughter. He swung his knife repeatedly at the poor summoned creature, screaming savagely, "Die, die, die." Witnessing the carnage, Bai Yi's mother was terrified to the core. Her eyes widened in horror, and her trembling hands covered her mouth as blood splattered everywhere. Once the obstacle was dealt with, the man turned around, the bloody knife still in his hand. He looked at her and threatened, "Your turn now, you slut." The air grew suffocating as he stepped closer to his prey, surrounded by a red, murderous aura. In that moment of total despair, the green eyes of the nameless beast lying on the ground flickered with one last spark. It seemed to be using the last of its strength. With an extraordinary effort, it rose up, using all the vines on its body to lunge at the enemy, shouting in a choked voice, "Master, run." It desperately gripped the villain, giving its life to warn her, "Absolutely do not look back." Tears streamed down the woman's dazed face. She bit her lip hard, looking in agony at the savior, sacrificing itself for her. Understanding that final wish, she immediately turned and ran for her life down the empty road to find an escape. Behind her, the loyal beast had transformed into a giant cocoon of vines, trying to trap the villain for as long as possible. But no miracle happened. With just a flex of his muscles, the monster's red electricity tore through every defense. Suddenly, the man's massive hand gripped the vines, easily breaking the bindings in the blink of an eye. Without a shred of mercy, he ruthlessly tore the beast in half, ending all resistance. Very quickly, before the mother could run far, the red shadow of the Grim Reaper landed right behind her, followed by a bone-chilling mockery. Planning to run, she backed away, pressing against the wall as the man's red lightning blocked the path, cornering his prey. The man stood triumphantly, his eyes bloodshot and beastly, his voice cold and terrifying. "Where do you think you're going?" The woman's face was filled with pure despair as he continued to press her. "Tell me, where else can you run?" Suddenly, he swung his hand with blinding speed, violently ripping the pink pendant from her neck. Gripping the item in his hand, he continued with malicious, jealous words. "Did that damn man give you this jade pendant, too?" As soon as he finished, he squeezed the pendant, shattering it into hundreds of pieces that flew everywhere. He cursed, "Damn you." A sharp fragment grazed her cheek, drawing blood. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the look of shock and the tears streaming down her face, heartbroken to see her son's precious gift destroyed. And then, the moment of life or death arrived. The villain raised his knife high, pouring all his hatred into a roar. "Die, you bitch." A few seconds before that life or death moment, memories of Bai Yi's instructions echoed in the mother's mind. "Mom, if you're ever in danger, just crush this jade piece." At the very moment it shattered, she didn't hesitate. She used her remaining strength to crush the keepsake just as the electric-charged blade was about to descend. "I'll be right there by your side." And he was, true to his word, like a bodyguard who shows up the moment you call. Bai Yi teleported right in front of his mother and caught the villain's knife-wielding arm with his bare hand. Escaping death by a fraction of a second, the mother's eyes widened, filling with tears. She was stunned, unable to believe her savior was her own son. As for the villain, his beastly grin froze, his expression twisting with annoyance at being interrupted just as he was about to do his worst. Bai Yi's hand tightened around the guy's wrist like a steel vice, his gaze cold and radiating a bone-chilling frost. That's enough. At that very moment of confrontation, Bai Yi's mind was suddenly pulled back into the dark memories of his past life, a place where young Bai Yi was once tied up, screaming in tears, "Stop hitting her." The scenes of the past appeared, haunting him. His vile stepfather was madly swinging a stick down at his mother. "You rotten woman." He vented his rage like a madman. "I'm out here working so hard, and you too." Watching his mother being abused right before his eyes, young Bai Yi was helpless, only able to beg until his voice went hoarse. "Please, stop hitting Mom." He begged the assailant in despair. "I'm begging you, Dad." But even though he cried until his heart felt like it was breaking, the boy's weakness couldn't move the monster. The result was his mother collapsing in a pool of blood, lying motionless under the cruel lash. Bai Yi's bitter inner monologue sounded out. That was the first weekend of my freshman year of high school. Mom took me to the amusement park for the whole day but forgot to tell him we wouldn't be back until late. And that day, he went out looking for a job and failed. When he came home, he took all his frustration out on me and my mother. The silhouette of the abuser from the past loomed large, a blood-stained weapon in his hand, his inner demon fully unleashed. Along with it, he swung a heavy metal chain that tore through the air with lethal intent. Mom was beaten within an inch of her life right in front of me. I witnessed every second of it. That sheer, agonizing despair triggered the awakening of his power, pushing him to a second-class advancement due to the massive trauma. A brilliant golden energy exploded around him. The teenager's job changed from a basic green level to a holy, white-tier swordsman. Newfound power surged through him, but it was accompanied by a rage that bordered on insanity. And then, in a blind fury, that young boy, Bai Yi, lunged forward, his hands engulfed in golden flames as he gripped the chain tight. He used the chain to choke the beast. I killed him with my own 2 hands. My stepfather's eyes rolled back as he was strangled, paying the price for his monstrous sins. Sadly, that revenge couldn't change reality. No matter what I did, Mom was gone forever and could never come back. Young Bai Yi collapsed, hugging the chain and sobbing in deep, lonely regret. Suddenly, he snapped back to the present. Bai Yi's eyes glowed with a cold, golden light. He gritted his teeth, carrying all the resentment from his past life into this one. In this life, with just a single, gentle squeeze that held the force of a hydraulic press, the villain's steel blade shattered into tiny fragments, scattering everywhere. I will absolutely never be a step behind ever again. The atmosphere fell deathly silent. The man held the broken knife hilt, blankly staring at the young man standing in front of his mother, looking completely dumbfounded. He was probably cursing himself for buying cheap gear online. His bloodshot eyes twitched, and with a sneer, he recognized the face. I was wondering who the hell was blind enough to mess with me. "So, it's you, huh?" Then, he frantically raised the mangled hilt and charged, roaring like a cornered wild beast. "Great. I'll just finish both of you off at once." Without a word, Bai Yi yanked out a great sword, radiating an intense, emerald green light. Instantly, the system notification for his defensive skill popped up. The young man flicked his sword in a simple arc, easily nullifying the man's lightning-clad, blood-red slash. The recoil was so powerful that it sent the brawny man stumbling backward, dragging his feet across the ground. As a result, he coughed violently, spitting up a mouthful of blood, his expression a mix of shock and humiliation. His eyes bulged when he recognized the weapon. "That's my corner utility blade." He glared at the knife in Bai Yi's hand, gnashing his teeth. So the brat was the one who swiped it. Ignoring the man's hostility, Bai Yi turned to look at his mother, who was trembling from what she just witnessed, now shielded by a magic beast summoned by the system. The protagonist calmly turned to his 2 summons. "Unknown brothers, please look after my mother. Take her to a safe spot in the back." Watching this, the stepfather stroked his chin with a sinister smirk and spoke in a dangerous tone. "Hey, interesting. So these 2 flower-type magic beasts are your summons." He pointed at Bai Yi, analyzing him like an expert. "In other words, you're a rare multi-element user 1 in 1,000 who just awakened. Both a holy swordsman and a flower-type summoner." At that thought, he threw his head back and laughed wildly as if he'd hit the jackpot. "Good. Very good. Ha ha. To awaken a secondary class at such a young age. You really are the son of Bai Lingxing." Facing that shameless attempt to take credit, Bai Yi only responded with a silent, icy gaze. Ignoring his son's attitude, the man narcissistically stepped forward to continue his lecture. "Inheriting my talent alone isn't enough." Without another word, he moved. He clenched his fist, and the red lightning surged violently again. He growled, roaring with fury, "And you actually dared to rummage through my stash and even shove your own father into a corner." Then he bowed his head, his crimson eyes filled with resentment, and added, "Everything you've done is unforgivable." A twisted smile appeared on his face. Convinced he was always right, he continued, "I get it now. You think you've grown wings, thinking that just because you've awakened a class, you can defy me?" Just as he finished speaking, he leaped, turning into a bolt of red lightning that tore up the ground as he lunged forward. Seeing the enemy rush in, Bai Yi's mother screamed in terror, "Bai Yi, look out!" While the 2 magic beasts scrambled to defend, our protagonist didn't even flinch. He softly raised his hand, weaving a flow of blue magic. The cool system interface flashed, rapidly switching his class to mage. A close-up showed the powerful look in Bai Yi's eyes as they flashed, causing the surrounding temperature to drop below freezing. Boom! With a blast of ice, a massive, razor-sharp glacier erupted from the ground, completely trapping the stepfather midair. Stuck inside the ice block, his face went blank with panic. Not understanding what just happened, he shouted, "What? What the hell is this? Where did this ice come from?" His brain started racing. An awakened class? That's not right. Meanwhile, Bai Yi calmly stood there, admiring his ice sculpture. The teenager stepped back, tucked one hand into his pocket, and coolly looked down at his enemy. With a decisive tone, he said, "Whether I'm a swordsman or a mage, or how many classes I can awaken, that has absolutely nothing to do with you." A close-up of the stepfather's furious, humiliated face. "And as for who you are now, you're not even worth a penny in my eyes." Needless to say, this made the man go ballistic, cursing inside the ice. "Damn it, what the hell did you say?" With pure spite, he channeled his internal energy to shatter the ice block, shards falling everywhere. He sneered, "Heh, I gave you a little credit, and you already think you're something special." He arrogantly flaunted his outdated reputation. "You've only just awakened, while I'm a veteran mercenary who's been killing on the battlefield for years." Then, he stretched, his red electricity exploding more violently than ever, shattering the ice clinging to him as he roared, "Looks like you've forgotten completely. In this house, who's the one in charge?" Contrary to the opponent's noisy posturing, Bai Yi only squinted, gently raising his sword. Seizing that perfect opening, he swung his sword with tremendous force, creating a golden wave of energy that flew toward the villain. Bai Yi's eyes glinted. Watching the villain brace himself to swing, he immediately thrust forward, releasing a crimson-red surge of energy. The stepfather's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face in shock. "This amount of damage. It completely broke through my defense. No way." A clean slash across his chest sent blood spraying into the air. He grimaced, clutching his wound and staggering back in agonizing pain. Having lost all dignity, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, unable to believe what was happening. How? How is this possible? Didn't you just awaken? An E-rank awakener shouldn't have such terrifying attack power. Amidst the ruins of the battle, Bai Yi stood tall, his aura overwhelming as he looked down from above at the man kneeling at his feet. He made a firm declaration, officially cutting all ties of resentment. "From this day on, we are no longer father and son. My mother has absolutely nothing to do with you anymore, either." His cold, golden eyes saw right through the failure before him. "From now on, in my eyes, you, Bai Lingsheng, are nothing." Even after taking a strike that cut to the bone, the abusive stepfather clutched his chest, hunched over, and coughed violently, but suddenly let out a manic laugh like a madman. He bowed his head, laughing crazily, echoing through the night as if trying to salvage a shred of remaining dignity. "Ha ha." After laughing his heart out, venting all his long-held bitterness, he screamed in frustration. "Do you even know who worked hard to make money out there? Who drained their energy to feed you and your mother?" He glared at the teenager with bloodshot eyes, lecturing him about fatherly rights. "No matter what you think you are, once my son, always my son. I'll make sure you never forget that." At the peak of his delusion, he roared and lunged at Bai Yi, cursing through gritted teeth, calling him an ungrateful wolf, a rebellious child. But with just a slight, effortless shift of his body, Bai Yi easily dodged. He used his momentum to spin around and delivered a thunderous counterattack that knocked the cruel stepfather down, sending him rolling across the shattered tiles. However, Bai Yi didn't let up. He gained speed and charged straight at the man, ready to unleash another strike that left him in a panic. Furious at being ignored, the stepfather used his remaining strength to swing a massive, sneaky punch from behind aimed straight at his head. But before the fist could even land, his face twisted in shock as he muttered helplessly. Why was his sneak attack blocked by an invisible barrier? He roared in pure bitterness. Why? Lightning fast, Bai Yi turned around and casually delivered a clean, brutal uppercut to the gut, hurling the man's muscular body into the air. Having his defense shattered, the stepfather hung in the air and coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his mouth still tried to save what little face he had left. "I'm a C-rank red." Before he could even fall back to the ground, Bai Yi reached out, grabbed a handful of his messy hair, and threatened him through gritted teeth. "Didn't you hear what I said?" His eyes burned with extreme rage as he crushed the abuser's self-esteem. "You are simply no match for me." Childhood memories flooded back. Images of the ruthless man using a stick to beat the frail little boy appeared, accompanied by Bai Yi's stern judgment. "For over 10 years, you've used violence again and again." The man's face from the past appeared, veined and savage. Bai Yi's voice still echoed, exposing his true face. "Using that pathetic bit of violence to prove your status in this house." He looked with disdain, seeing right through the fake facade of the man who claimed to be the head of the family. "Because you never dared to face anyone stronger than you out there." Another dark memory surfaced as the man cruelly shoved the child's head into the dirt. The teenager screamed, releasing the resentment held back for so long. You're just a cowardly, useless piece of trash. Returning to reality, Bai Yi still gripped the wretch's hair, blood from the man's head streaming down his pathetic face. He delivered the final, sharp blow. You're just useless garbage. His eyes glowed with murderous intent, his rage erupting to a terrifying degree. You don't deserve to be a man at all. And to prove that point, Bai Yi swung his arm and slammed the stepfather's head into the broken ground, knocking him out cold. Witnessing her son's explosion of resentment, the mother standing behind, protected by two magical beasts, covered her mouth in fear and whispered softly. Lying flat on the ground with a face covered in blood, the stepfather hurriedly begged in a cowardly tone, "Hey, wait, just hold on a second." Bai Yi, the teenager, squatted down to look at the loser. The man rushed to recite his usual moral lecture, hoping to escape. "Regardless, I am the one who raised you. You have to respect our blood ties, right?" Hearing the words blood ties, Bai Yi's pupils contracted, a cold surge of anger running down his spine. He immediately grabbed the man by the collar, hauled him up, and stared into that hypocritical face. Blood ties. Bai Yi's face twisted in pain and resentment. He shouted, questioning the person who ruined his childhood. "When you hit my mother and me, did you ever think about blood ties?" The image of a large, ruthless hand pinching the sobbing child's ear appeared vividly. Bai Yi bitterly recalled, "At 7 years old, you pinched my ear." He remembered the scene of the abuser grabbing his hair and slamming his head against the wall repeatedly. His voice hardened with hatred. "It was just like this, over and over again, slamming me into the wall." Still a haunting flashback, the image of little Bai Yi sobbing as his ear was pinched. "Dad, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." While the mother panicked, waving her hands and begging, "Please, don't hit him anymore." Above, Bai Yi coldly narrated the man's cruelty. "No matter how much I begged for mercy, it was useless. The cruel man squeezed his ear so hard, tearing the skin and making the boy scream in extreme pain. The rage suppressed for years exploded. Bai Yi counted the abuser's crimes with bloodshot eyes. "My ear was torn by you, and you didn't even stop. How many times have you hit my mother? From the moment I was born until now, was there ever a month she didn't have to go to the hospital because you weren't satisfied? You took your frustrations out on her because you weren't happy outside. Even at home, you couldn't control yourself." The protagonist swung his arm hard, shattering the ground and creating a deep pit, roaring with grievance. "As long as you were here, we never had a single day of peace." The teenager stood straight, his gaze as cold as looking at a dead object, throwing back a sharp, sarcastic remark. "And now you want to talk to me about family?" Despite the stepfather's muscular body lying slumped in the cracked earth and stone, Bai Yi dealt the final, humiliating blow without mercy. "Do you even deserve to talk about family?" Faced with absolute dominance in both strength and logic, the lowly man could only fall silent, his whole body trembling in fear. He tried to claw at the ground, sweat pouring down his face, his trembling lips forcing out weak words. "Right, I'm sorry." Gone was the dignity of someone who used to act like a king. The stepfather knelt at Bai Yi's feet, kowtowing and begging incessantly. "I know I was wrong. It won't happen again. I truly." He lifted his blood-stained face, his eyes full of misery, uttering a late apology. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Seeing the familiar, deceitful act, Bai Yi only narrowed his eyes in contempt, exposing the man's despicable nature. "Last time you were just like this. Realizing you were no match for me, you started crying and begging for mercy. Memories of my past life came flooding back, the sight of that man kneeling on a pile of burning chains, acting remorseful." Bai Yi muttered. "And yet, just when I thought you had truly repented." Hearing that, the twisted, bloodshot eyes of that scumbag stepfather from those dark memories flashed before me. Suddenly, he flipped his attitude faster than a pancake, lunging at me with a weapon in his hand. "You're coming at me with a knife again." Back in reality, the system immediately displayed that my adrenaline levels were skyrocketing. Facing his sworn enemy, Bai Yi gripped his glowing sword tightly, reminding himself of one truth: those who pick up the butcher's blade. The protagonist's gaze darkened, an intense killing intent radiating from him, proving he had completely lost his patience and had no intention of backing down. The frame zoomed in on the stepfather's face, his eyes bloodshot like a demon, lunging forward desperately to find a way to survive. The system display coolly switched the skill from first path, pure land, evolving it into second path, judgment. Bai Yi decisively raised his sword high, the blinding golden light signaling a brutal punishment. Watching from afar, his mother panicked, reaching out with an anxious look, shouting, "Bai Yi!" But the blade of judgment was already falling, carving out a beautiful yet deadly crescent moon, carrying all of Bai Yi's bloody determination, trying to make the sinner truly repent. A world shaking slash descended, its power tearing through space itself. Bai Yi coldly delivered the verdict. It would be better if he never had the chance to commit another crime. Then the stepfather tilted his head back and screamed in absolute agony as he took the full force of the critical hit. Slashed to pieces, he collapsed to the ground, his arms covered in blood, dangling helplessly. He screamed in terror. Ah, my tendons. Meanwhile, Bai Yi stood tall, gripping his glowing golden sword with absolute dominance, pinning him against the cold wall. The cruel man was now just a pathetic invalid, blood streaming down his face as he wept and begged for his life. Calm down, just calm down, Bai Yi. Don't kill me. To save his pathetic life, he played his last, truly shameless card. We're father and son, after all, but he was met only with the cold, golden gaze of Bai Yi's pure rage. Tired of hearing his garbage, the protagonist slightly extended his hand forward. Ice magic was immediately activated, radiating a freezing blue light. Instantly, a sharp spike of ice grew from beneath the stepfather's neck, completely sealing his lying mouth, making his eyes roll back as his face contorted in shock. With the sword pointed straight at his enemy's throat, Bai Yi, like a grim reaper deciding life and death, coldly finished him off. You died by my hand in the past life, so what if I do it again? Just as the blade was about to fall, Bai Yi's pupils constricted sharply, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He froze when a mysterious voice suddenly entered his mind. Bai Yi, that's enough? Bai Yi. The murderous aura vanished instantly. The protagonist looked around in confusion, his face stunned as he wondered, whose voice is that? A woman's voice. He realized the origin of the strange sound. It was Yi Wuming's ability. Is she projecting mom's voice into my mind? His kind mother, protected by the green light of the summon, spoke with tears in her eyes to persuade her son. Bai Yi, don't become someone like him. His mother's words were like cold water dousing the flames of hatred. He looked at her immediately, and she gently continued. He has already lost everything worth being proud of. She looked at the broken man slumped on the ground, stating firmly, every day from now on, he will live in regret and bitterness. This is the greatest punishment for him. Hearing these words from his mother's heart, Bai Yi's pupils trembled. He hesitated, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Mom, but I. His mother's eyes were filled with deep sadness as she choked out, Mom doesn't want to see. An image of the blood-stained protagonist appeared, contrasting with his cold future self. His mother's voice echoed with heartache. You becoming someone like that. Mom doesn't want to see you become that person in the future. A haunting frame appeared, with black bars like prison grills cast over Bai Yi's dazed face, accompanied by a warning about living in the darkness. A dark vision surfaced, showing the teenager huddled in a cold jail cell, hopelessly looking up at the faint light filtering through the window bars. His face was buried in shadow, with only a breathless silence enveloping him. But very quickly, the protagonist snapped out of it, his eyes flashing with renewed determination. He softly replied, I understand, Mom. Standing tall and overshadowing the enemy gasping on the ground, he declared with regal presence, I won't kill him, but he will absolutely never have the chance to come near us again. With that, Bai Yi lightly spun his blade, which was burning with golden energy, his internal monologue sounding cool as ever. This was also my skill for my past life. Instantly, he swung his hand, creating a dazzling cross-shaped slash. The system announced the overpowered skill. Second path, Judgment, capable of completely stripping all mana from enemies of the same or lower level. The brilliant cross-shaped light was clearly reflected in his dilated pupils. The energy blast descended, searing the man's entire body and making him scream in pain. The system delivered the final blow, power stripped. Clenching his sword with a badass attitude, Bai Yi looked straight at him and coldly delivered his final verdict. Bai Lin Sheng, I have destroyed your awakened power. From this day forward, you are no longer an awakened. He turned his back, leaving the man lying on the floor, and spoke in a firm voice. Tomorrow, I will leave this city and leave you behind forever. A low-angle shot emphasized his absolute dominance. The protagonist stomped his heavy boot and threatened, I will make Yi Wuming memorize your scent. If you ever dare to approach my mother within 3 kilometers. His eyes were sharp as razors, piercing the heart of the defeated man. Even if I have to spend my whole life in the awakened prison, I will come to kill you without mercy. He had lost everything. The stepfather slumped like a pile of mush, blood, and saliva dripping from his mouth as he let out hollow, lifeless moans. The scene shifted to the quiet night sky, with only the man's cowardly surrender echoing. I understand. Darkness shrouded the quiet apartment complex, marking the absolute end of the long-standing family tragedy. The scene shifted inside. Bai Yi carefully helped his mother sit on the sofa, then turned to instruct his 2 capable aides, Yi Wuming and Yi Wuming. Take good care of my mother. The plant-type magical beast blinked its glowing eyes, looking confident and giving an okay gesture. Don't worry, he stated firmly. He can't hurt Mom even a little bit. The teenager knelt on one knee beside the sofa, his expression still tinged with self-reproach. Good thing I made it in time, otherwise. Before he could finish, Mom gently rubbed his head in a scolding, affectionate way. Didn't we already talk about this? Mom's face lit up with a warm, radiant smile, chasing away all the gloom. I'm okay, really. Hearing her comfort, Bai Yi turned his head away, a bit embarrassed, muttering with lingering concern, that's not good enough. Later, I have to figure out how to get a piece of jade. While muttering to himself, the protagonist suddenly jolted, his eyes widening in shock as if he had just discovered a new world. Seeing her son's strange reaction, his mother blinked in confusion and asked, "What is it?" The young man leaned in close to his mother, stuttering in disbelief. "Wait, just now? Mom, did you just speak?" His mother asked back, puzzled. "Did I really just speak?" A radiant, unprecedented smile spread across Bai Yi's lips. He cheered in joy. This time, it wasn't a voice in his mind, it was a real sound coming from his mother's mouth. His mother covered her mouth, equally shocked, her eyes welling up with happiness. How could she speak? At that moment, the beast companion raised his thumb, proudly explaining, the language system was actually damaged due to nerve damage after being beaten. I have the ability to heal it. A few days later, text appeared against a vibrant sunset, accompanied by the nostalgic tone of the summoned beast. "Master, can you really not stay here?" While Bai Yi sat perched on a tree branch overlooking the bustling city, the beast pleaded. "Your mom and friends are all here. If you're willing to let go." He looked at the beast, lost in thought, carefully planning his next moves. "I've already paid the rent for that house in advance, and once I save enough, I'll buy it outright. Besides, I've prepared a new jade pendant for Mom. If she's ever in danger, I'll come running immediately." But for most of the other time, Bai Yi turned to smile brightly at the two large, teary-eyed beasts. "I'll have to trouble you two to take good care of her." Down in the kitchen, his mother was happily cooking with the beast assistant wearing a grumpy pink apron. Bai Yi mused to himself. Mom knows I'm going on a journey, but she doesn't know the truth. The teenager's silhouette sat watching the cozy family scene, a whirlwind of complex thoughts surging within him. I'm no longer the same person in her mind. A blood-soaked frame cut across the scene, showing Bai Yi standing amidst a pile of corpses with a cold, ruthless face. He closed that chapter of his thoughts with a sharp affirmation. I am bearing grudges that I am forced to face. Returning to a serious and icy expression, Bai Yi sat at the dining table, calculating a major plan. Now I've got the ticket to the Holy River Nation. He is there. This is my best chance. The portrait of his enemy in the shadows emerged a guy wearing a terrifying skull mask with dreadlocks, radiating a red, blood-like aura. The protagonist stared at the letter in his hand, asserting firmly, I can get to the Holy River Nation earlier than in my past life. A close-up of the envelope clearly showed the words, Invitation for Training Journey, Headquarters of the God Guild. The teenager stood amidst the bustling crowd on the night street, filled with a risky premonition. I don't know if I'll succeed, or if I can even survive and come back. The quiet night sky with its bright, golden moon seemed to be witnessing the resolve of a man bearing a grudge. Maybe this is a one-way ticket, but I have to get on this train. The atmosphere was incredibly somber, when suddenly the mood shifted. His mother looked up, panicked, and cried out, I almost lost track of time. Her son asked, confused, what time? The calendar displayed June 25th, 2005. His mother's face brightened up, and she smiled radiantly at him. It's time for the blessing prayer. Every lunar 15th of June, the High Mage of the Flower God Temple returns to the district. Seeing his mother so enthusiastic, Bai Yi scratched his head, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I forgot, Mom is a devout believer of the Flower God sect. She never asked, and I never told her tomorrow is the day I leave. The teenager shoved his hands into his pockets, silently standing behind her, watching his mother's radiant smile as she clasped her hands in prayer. His gaze softened. This is fine, too. I'll just leave quietly, without a sound. From a high angle looking down at the quiet street, the protagonist acknowledged his own weakness. After all, what I'm worst at is saying goodbye to someone's face. The scene shifted to a hospital, where a young man wearing glasses was lying on the bed. A doctor stood by, advising the family. The surgery went very smoothly. It was just a minimally invasive procedure. He just needs to rest for a few days. It's a good thing the kid discovered the problem in time. The young man's mother thanked the doctor profusely. Thank you so much, divine doctor, for saving my son. The very next second, she snapped, pointing her finger at her precious son. You stay right there, and don't you dare move around. Being scolded, the young man turned his face away, sighing in disappointment. Didn't the doctor say it was just a minor surgery? Immediately, his mother pinched his cheek and gently ordered, Surgery is surgery. There's no such thing as big or small. You are not to move. Stuck in bed, unable to go anywhere. The young man grumbled with regret for missing an important occasion because he was forced to have surgery today. Tomorrow, Bai Yi's group is leaving for the Holy River Nation. Now there's no way I can go see him off. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to see him again. Time moved to the next day. The system panel displayed Day 2. Departure for training journey, 12:30, June 26, 2005. The Holy River Special Train Station platform. From the platform, voices of advice rang out. When you get there, you have to take good care of yourself. A tearful family farewell scene unfolded. A mother covered her face, crying and telling her pink-haired daughter, "Remember to call Mom. If you see Dad, tell him to stop staying up so late." Unable to bear parting, the mother rushed over to kiss her daughter's cheek repeatedly. "Come here, let Mommy kiss you, my darling." The girl turned red, feebly resisting out of embarrassment. "Mom, that's enough." Seeing the mushy scene drag on, a brown-haired male student stepped forward to nudge them, acting mature as he advised, Geez, everyone, please go home. It's just a short trip. I'll be back in half a month. Don't act like it's a life-and-death separation." The station was bustling with laughter and advice. Almost every child had family and loved ones surrounding them to see them off before their long journey. But in a corner of the vast station, a lone figure stood completely separated from the noisy crowd. A close-up of Bai Yi's lonely back, he stood there with his backpack, his quiet demeanor making it seem like he belonged to a different world. A teacher with a striking figure and the pink-haired friend from earlier approached him, looking surprised as they asked, "Why are you here alone? Didn't your parents come to see you off?" Instead of answering the painful question, Bai Yi glanced to the side, coldly trying to change the subject. "The train is almost here, isn't it?" The teacher stared back, baffled by his sudden icy demeanor. "Huh? Have you always been this used to being on your own?" The word "on your own" hit a nerve, and Bai Yi's face darkened, his eyes sinking into a shadow of gloom. "On my own, you say?" He let out a whisper that sounded like a bitter admission of the truth. That's right. A gleaming white high-speed train roared into the station. Watching the train, Bai Yi's silhouette radiated a chilling sense of solitude. He told himself, "I got used to being alone a long time ago." A close-up of the protagonist's profile, his eyes, hidden behind his bangs, flickered with a complex light, a mix of loneliness and unspeakable hatred. The darkest, most painful memories of his past life struck like a knife. He remembered his younger self, Bai Yi, cradling his mother's blood-stained body in a pitch-black cellar, bound by cursed iron chains. He sobbed in absolute despair. "Mom, please, wake up." The word "mom" was the start of everything. Memories of his previous life flashed by like a tragic film. A voice broke the news. "Have you heard? Lin Lu passed away from lung cancer." They didn't even get to finish the surgery. Bai Yi stood there, hollowed out. Then came the next blow, another lightning strike to his eardrums. "You need to go back now, Dong Yang. He's gone. He's not coming back." The boy's eyes widened, spiraling into a panic so deep it even shook his master. Bai Yi recalled being wrapped tightly in countless tree roots, screaming until his throat tore in helpless, crushing despair. He, Yue, Lu, Tixi, Anva, and finally, his comrades. The protagonist lowered his head, his eyes somber and resigned, muttering to himself, "I'm used to people leaving me, one after another. My whole life has just been one long goodbye." Standing before the memory of the blood-soaked, dark landscape where his friends had fallen, Bai Yi said, with a heavy heart, "I've long been used to indifferently accepting the loss of everything." However, just as the emotional intensity reached its peak, it was cut short by the voluptuous teacher. "Train's here. Everyone, get ready to board." His train of thought was dragged back to reality. Bai Yi, with his divine profile, looked down, his face still lingering with unshed sorrow. He stepped onto the train, leaving the noise and bustle behind, firmly facing the life-or-death journey ahead. Just as he was sinking back into silence, a bright voice rang out. "Bai Yi." The protagonist jumped, his eyes wide and dazed as he spun around, his face looking genuinely bewildered. He thought to himself, "Because I'm so used to loss, I'm still not used to the feeling of a fresh start." Far off on the platform, an odd group of well-wishers appeared, calling his name loudly. His best friend Lin Lu was being pushed in a wheelchair, flanked by a boy in a green shirt and his mother, who was waving frantically. Running over, the boy in the green shirt panted, taking the chance to spill the beans. "You have no idea. Lin Lu's parents are super strict. If this kid hadn't risked his life demanding they let me sneak him out." The protagonist was speechless, looking at his friend in the wheelchair who was just grinning. "I came to find you this morning." Seeing his friend out and about right after surgery, Bai Yi worriedly reminded him, "Lin Lu, you need to rest." "How could you?" But the bespectacled guy slapped his own chest. "Don't worry, man. I'm feeling great." The friend adjusted his glasses, offering a gentle, experienced smile. It's you we're worried about. Once you're over there, take good care of yourself." Suddenly, the friend pushing the wheelchair chimed in, shoving a large bag into Bai Yi's hands. "We didn't have time to get you a real gift, so we picked out some clothes and packed some snacks." The protagonist shyly tried to refuse. "I can't. You guys already gave me birthday gifts." Before he could say more, the fierce girl with pink hair forced him to take it, smiling brightly as she scolded him. "Why are you being so difficult? If we tell you to take it, just take it." Once the noisy group finished, his mother stepped forward gently, lifting his hand to put on a string of beads. "I prayed for these for you. These beads from the flower deity temple are said to be very effective." A close-up of his mother's rough, loving hands, carefully placing the turquoise beads into the boy's palm. Her face was bathed in sunlight as she reached out to ruffle his hair. Her gentle smile held so many expectations. "I hope these can keep you safe, my son." Bai Yi gripped the beads tightly, staring deep into the string. He was stunned, reaching a realization. "So, Mom went to the flower deity temple to pray for my safety. Did she know I'd be gone for such a long time?" Their goodbye was interrupted by the teacher's urging. "Students, hurry up and board. The train is leaving immediately." The cultivation journey officially begins. Bai Yi put on his backpack, turning back to look at his loved ones one last time with a determined gaze, promising himself, "That's right. A month until I return." Seated on the train with his bag of gifts beside him, the protagonist watched the scenery blur past, realizing, "I've changed a lot." Everyone's instructions still echoed in his ears. "Bai Yi, remember to eat well. Goodbye, and remember to send us pictures when you get there." Bai Yi smiled, remembering. He Ming, Lin Lu, Mom. He looked at them and waved back as a farewell. For once, his eyes were filled with a rare gentleness. He was no longer the lonely person filled with hatred. "These are my friends, my family. Their lives have changed, too. My home. There are people waiting for me." He clenched his fist, the beads on his wrist providing strength, his resolve burning. "Wait for me. As soon as I finish everything, I'll be back soon." But things weren't going to be that peaceful. Like a scene from a youth drama, the camera shifted to the roof of the building opposite. A man with green hair and a long coat stood with his hands clasped, watching the train speed away. He reported the situation mysteriously. "He's safely on the train. He'll reach the Shenghe Kingdom soon. The item has been successfully delivered to him." The system interface popped up, revealing the true identity of the man in the shadows, sect master of the flower deity temple, Liu Zhongjiang, grade 5 master. A voice from the other end of the line asked, "Anything else to report?" He answered coldly, "Nothing else." The final frame closed on Bai Yi, who was intently studying a map on the train. Meanwhile, the sect master delivered a cryptic final remark, hinting at the coming storm. "We can only rely on him now." Sitting on the train, the girl with pink hair excitedly updated Bai Yi on the situation. "The elite group and the captain's train left just before us. They've already finished the overseas procedures. We'll be at the border of the Fang Kingdom soon, and right on the other side is the Shenghe Kingdom." Right then, the voluptuous teacher walked down the aisle, clapping her hands to grab everyone's attention, happily announcing, "Our cultivation journey officially begins now." She pointed at the map, laying out the schedule. "Entering the Holy River Nation takes 1 day. As per standard procedure, we'll stay at the border tonight for a field training session first." The pink-haired girl looked a bit nervous, turning to the cold guy next to her, Bai Yi. Meanwhile, in the back row, a guy with spiked hair was shooting glares at him with a provocative look. He smirked, his mind churning with a dark scheme. "A nice little play is waiting for you at the border training today." The pristine high-speed train zoomed along the tracks. The teacher's sweet voice continued. They were almost at the Holy River Nation. She started explaining the basics as if to a first grader. "Everyone knows the gods created our world, and they protect us always." Hearing the mention of the gods' clans, Bai Yi's face darkened, while the teacher kept rambling on. "The gods' clans possess supreme power. The Holy River Nation is currently home to 2 gods and their clans. Therefore, once you enter, please strictly adhere to the divine laws. Do not cause trouble or bring disaster upon yourselves." The teacher continued explaining using a simple stick-figure diagram. "From the Jiang Nation, we enter the Holy River Nation, crossing 3 checkpoints. The students file off the train." The teacher pointed toward the platform. "We've already passed the first checkpoint." She held up the invitation pass, emphasizing, "To ride this train, you must possess an entry permit from the Holy River Nation." Everyone began lining up at the strict security checkpoint. The teacher announced that the second checkpoint was right here at the border. The station came into view, bustling with security personnel and advanced machinery. Everyone needs to register their info and undergo a full security check. As they shuffled through the gate, the teacher wrapped up the plan. "Processing your info usually takes about a day, so we can only enter tomorrow. Thus, the next 24 hours will be the first stage of our pilgrimage. The map zoomed into a barren island between the two nations, signaling that a rough journey was about to begin. The time displayed the morning of June 27, 2005. At the desolate coastal border of the Jiang Nation, the students had all gathered, ready for their first real training. The new chapter title appeared, Awakening All Classes. Bai Yi had just changed into his new combat uniform. He let out a breath, looking much cooler. The pink-haired girl beside him had sparkling eyes, complimenting how the new gear made him look much more mature. No sooner had she finished than a group of queen bees swarmed toward the protagonist. A blonde girl spoke up, mocking him. "Isn't that the kid who turned down the Supreme School Council?" Her friend added, "He's such a shotta." The blonde girl approached, acting friendly. "Your name is Bai Yi, right? I heard your 9th grade combat test score was the highest in history." The two girls, their system panels displaying C rank, one a C rank lightning mage and the other a C rank archer from the senior year, looked at him with sparkling, inviting eyes. "Can you lead us later, cutie?" Faced with their aggressive flirting, Bai Yi just silently waved his hand as if shooing flies, his face as cold as stone, not saying a word. Seeing the icy heartthrob, the girls didn't get angry, they just giggled while hugging each other. Even his rejection look is adorable. Bai Yi ignored them, thinking to himself that the monsters in this wasteland were too low level to really help with his class leveling. After C rank, leveling up became much harder. Unless. Just then, a school hotshot stepped forward with a smirk. "Ha! I was top of my class back then, too. Dealing with some monsters sealed away during school exams isn't that impressive. Real-world monsters are completely different." He draped his arm around a gray-haired girl, looking at Bai Yi with condescension. His system panel popped up. "Zhang Jun, senior year, C-rank spirit warrior," he declared confidently. "Only real combat like this shows who has true skill." The girls who were just surrounding Bai Yi did a complete 180, clinging to Zhang Jun, acting spoiled. "Hotshot Jun, you have to lead us later." The other girl chimed in, "Me too." Surrounded by beauties, Zhang Jun's ego soared to the skies. He patted his chest with a loud thud. "Ha ha, leave it to me." Bai Yi just glanced at the noisy crowd once and looked away, too bored to even speak. The teacher stood before the group for one final briefing. "Those eligible for this pilgrimage are the school's most elite students," she said with a stern face. "I emphasized this many times on the train, but I must repeat it again. Remember this well during field training." She held up 4 fingers and clearly recited the rules. 1. Never venture outside the designated training area. 2. Avoid acting alone. If you encounter a monster, know your limits. 3. Gather at the camp by 8 p.m. 4. Before she could finish, Zhang Jun led his fan club charging ahead, shouting back, "We've heard it a million times already. Nothing will happen. Such a rare opportunity, we can't wait to go grind." The guy from the train earlier quietly followed, wearing a mask covering half his face, looking extremely mysterious. He turned his head slightly, smirking wickedly, as if he had already set a trap. At the same time, at the Holy River Nation border, a private jet had just landed. A group of men in black bowed respectfully. "Captain, you have returned." Then, a tall man stepped out, his aura overwhelming. "Your subordinates report. The hunting festival is about to begin, and the God's Peace Team leader has been waiting for you." In another corner, 2 members of the Supreme School Council watched. The blue-haired guy said with jealousy, "That is real privilege. The Supreme School Council is on the same train as the captain. They don't even have to pass through checkpoints." The captain took a puff of his cigar and turned to order a cold-faced blonde youth. "Go straight to the team and wait for me." Hearing this, the blonde youth frowned, his face darkening as he replied, "Understood." Back in the wasteland, Zhang Jun was showing off by slicing off a lizard monster's head. He stood on the monster's corpse, posing like a superhero, while the girls behind him cheered. He's not named a C-rank class user for nothing, and he's so handsome. The system panel announced the successful kill of an E-rank lizard. Contrary to the noise, Bai Yi just stood in a corner and pulled up his system to check it. With an indifferent expression, he assessed his own performance as mediocre, just business as usual. His system screen flickered with endless lines of text, accompanied by a single, confident thought. "Right now, all 3 of my classes have reached C rank." Meanwhile, the guy named Truong Tuan behind him kept droning on narcissistically. "Just average, a pretty standard performance." While the crowd was in chaos, Bai Yi silently opened his personal system interface. A dense list of stats appeared, proving his overwhelming power. Level 21 Cloud Mage, Level 22 Core Warrior, Level 21 Flower Summoner. Even his summoner class had a long, rambling explanation about the ability to form contracts with magical beasts. He thought to himself, "Still, I've been stuck at this threshold for over 10 days. Bai Yi looked toward the phantom battle in his subconscious. He understood his problem clearly. To gain experience, he had to defeat magical beasts of the same level or higher. But right now, in the Jiang Kingdom's monster den, the highest level beast I can reach is only D rank. He glanced at the low-level monsters of all shapes and sizes wandering the wasteland, the kind of low-level fodder that even the guilds didn't bother looking at. He concluded with frustration, killing monsters weaker than me is basically pointless. Suddenly, a giant eight-legged spider with bizarre patterns burst from the bushes, attacking an unfortunate student. The monster information panel appeared clearly. Level 11, D rank. Flower-type warrior, wild magical beast. Eight-legged spider. The poor guy only had time to let out a desperate scream. Seeing their comrade attacked, the two big sisters who were crowding around Bai Yi earlier were now pale as ghosts. The archer girl stammered, "Oh my god, this spider is vicious." The other one shrieked in panic, "We can't handle a monster of this rank." The guy who had been attacked sat slumped on the ground, his arm already turning purple from the venom. He looked back, crying out for help in vain. "Someone, please, help me detoxify." After all, it was a wild magical beast that had never been sealed, a complete D-rank entity. While the whole group was panicking like a swarm of bees, the giant spider suddenly ignored them entirely. It spun around and lunged straight at the little boy standing quietly in the corner. Seeing their little brother in danger, the girls hurriedly shouted a warning, "Little kid, watch out. The monster is charging at you." But ignoring everyone's anxiety, Bai Yi just coldly swung his hand in a clean sword stroke. Slash! The D-rank giant spider was sliced in two. The system interface popped up a brief notification. Successfully eliminated 8-legged spider. Experience +2. Received item, poisonous spider leg. The rest of the students were so shocked their jaws practically hit the ground. Bai Yi tossed the spider leg behind him, thinking dejectedly, "Even the dropped items are just low-level materials that clutter up my inventory. The high-level monsters are all controlled by the guilds. That's why everyone says the gap between C rank and B rank is like heaven and earth." Thinking that, he casually tossed the spider leg to the ground like trash. Seeing his wasteful behavior, the platinum-haired archer girl couldn't help but ask, "You don't need that D-rank poisonous spider leg." Bai Yi didn't even look back, continuing deep into the forest alone. He already had a plan in mind. "I remember in my past life, the wasteland on the border of St. Ha Kingdom yielded some high-level magic crystals later on. I'll head deeper to check it out. I might be able to gather some useful materials." The young man walked alone, drifting away from the group deeper into the forbidden forest, only to freeze when he discovered something. Night fell quickly. The timer displayed 1958. Deep within the wasteland forest, Bai Yi muttered to himself, "Found quite a few magic crystals. All right, but this is strange." He picked up a purple magic crystal to examine it. Inside the crystal was a large amount of energy, which usually generated in places with many monster dens and beasts. But then he frowned. Looking at the crystal in his hand, it was slowly losing its glow. The system notified him. "Item received, withered magic crystal, not broken," he concluded. "The magic power in these crystals has withered away, and it looks like it was just drained clean." Bai Yi felt goosebumps. He looked at the surrounding trees, which were also withering away. He muttered in alert, "Even the trees here. It's like their nutrients were completely sucked dry." What kind of magical beast could absorb energy from the surroundings that quickly? Standing in the middle of the dead forest under the dim moonlight, he asked himself a suspicious question. Could a D-rank monster have this kind of ability? Continuing forward, he realized he had hit a dead end. In front of him was a majestic waterfall blocking his path. Bai Yi looked up, his sharp, alert eyes scanning the eerily silent area. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a strange object on the ground, the shadowy outline of a broken test tube. He approached, leaning down to look closer, his pupils contracting in surprise as he recognized the words on the fragment. "This is Death Industrial Lab." Meanwhile, at the campsite, it was already 20. The students were huddled around a campfire, happily roasting the spider legs they had just hunted. A boy remarked in awe, "Teacher, you actually managed to handle so many D-rank monsters all by yourself." The teacher just smiled in response. "It's dinner time at the camp now." She flipped a skewer of meat, explaining to a confused student. "Field training is a simulation of wilderness survival. Finding food is also a crucial part of the process. You guys have been fighting all day, but it seems like not many of you noticed that." "Huh." A boy frowned while holding a piece of roasted spider meat, complaining, "Is this stuff actually edible?" The boy in the brown shirt next to him stood with his arms crossed, questioning. Coming on this training trip without preparing food is just too stingy. The teacher and the pink-haired girl seemed to enjoy it, not caring about the complaints at all. Another boy looked around and said, "Only Bai Yi and Ziling haven't returned yet." The teacher immediately gave instructions, "Leave some extra for them." The pink-haired girl turned to flatter the teacher while eating. "I always thought you only taught theory, teacher. I never expected you to be so proficient in actual combat." The teacher smiled modestly, blowing gently on the hot meat, and replied, I wouldn't call it proficient. Actually, before I became a teacher, my dream was to join the gods' guild or even become a priest. She sighed softly, her distant eyes revealing a hint of regret. Unfortunately, my potential wasn't enough. I didn't even get a chance to take the exam. Suddenly, the teacher leaned in close to the pink-haired girl's ear, whispering with a mischievous expression. Let me tell you a secret. This is actually the first time I've been to St. Ha Kingdom, too. I really have to thank you all. Sitting by the fire, the teacher smiled gently and continued her unfinished story. Thanks to you and Bai Yi, I finally got the chance to visit this sacred site I've always dreamed of seeing. Upon hearing this, the pink-haired girl looked up, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames as she asked, What about you, teacher? Suddenly, two glowing red dots, like a demon's eyes, lit up in the darkness behind her. The teacher immediately sensed the killing intent. Her pupils contracted, her face went pale, and she could only let out a desperate warning. In a split second, a greenish shadow shot out from the bushes like lightning. The teacher shoved her student aside, taking the full force of the attack herself. Blood sprayed everywhere as a sharp, green, thorn-like limb pierced right through the teacher's chest, leaving both the teacher and student wide-eyed in terror. The pink-haired girl, face ashen and covered in blood, screamed in absolute panic. Hearing the scream, the other students sitting around the campfire spun around, startled. Everyone turned pale at the horrific scene unfolding before them. What is that? Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Bai Yi sensed that something was wrong. He immediately accelerated toward the camp, thinking to himself that he had to warn everyone to leave as soon as possible. He remembered the fragment of the test tube he had just found. There was one here. Back at the campsite, the teacher, Huang, was dying. She was still trying to use her last ounce of strength to grip the thorn in her chest, gasping out instructions to her students. There is one here. It's extremely dangerous. Run. Go find. She painfully struggled to finish the sentence. Go find the nearest guild. The pink-haired girl behind her was sweating in pure terror. From the darkness, a giant mantis-like monster emerged. Its glowing red eyes shone with malice, and a ghostly whisper echoed in the air. Nutrients. Give me your nutrients. Arrived just in time to shout in horror from a distance. It's a B-rank monster. Instantly, a detailed information panel about the beast appeared in his mind. B-rank flower system warrior, praying mantis. High intelligence, extremely dangerous. Origin, industrial laboratory. Below that was a bright red warning. If you encounter this monster, please flee immediately and contact the nearest spirit guild. The scene shifts to earlier that morning in another part of the forest. A guy was standing there, muttering to himself, Humph, Bai Yi. Ever since you showed up, he clenched his fist, his face twisted with jealousy. You've stolen all the attention. He pulled out a test tube. Inside was a B-rank monster being held captive, with a label clearly reading, Extremely dangerous, B-rank praying mantis. He smirked, always acting so high and mighty all day long. He smashed the tube, releasing the monster. The mini-mantis quickly burrowed into the ground, and he commanded, Absorb all the nutrients here. He laughed wickedly, his eyes flashing with madness. Wait until they get beaten to a pulp by this thing, looking absolutely pathetic. Then it will be my turn to step onto the stage and show everyone who the real savior is. Back in the present, the guy was excitedly running toward the campsite, imagining himself becoming a hero. But what greeted him was a scene of devastation, not a single soul in sight. He panicked. How can this be? He gripped his hands, looking at the battle marks on the ground. He muttered in confusion. It hasn't even been a day yet. He looked up at a massive tree, where a fully evolved praying mantis was hanging. He was so shocked he stuttered. This stupid thing. It matured way too fast. The giant monster turned its head, its red eyes, like burning coals, staring right at the person who had released it. The current state of the campsite was tragic. Every student was injured, and teacher Huang was clutching a fatal wound, blood pouring out endlessly. Bai Yi dashed toward the crowd like a blur, his mind flashing back. In my past life, I encountered an S-rank praying mantis. Even back then, after I had evolved, it took everything I had to defeat it. He analyzed the monster before him. It was well-balanced in offense and defense, and a master of stealth. In terms of individual combat power, it was nearly perfect. The highest level among the teachers and students here was only C-rank. Encountering this B-rank beast, they stood absolutely no chance. He gritted his teeth as images of his past lives with various classes flashed through his mind. If I don't use my full power, I definitely can't defeat it. His face showed clear hesitation, but using his full power meant revealing to everyone that he possessed more than one class, which might attract even more attention from the gods. While the protagonist hesitated, the praying mantis struck. In an instant, it had wounded the entire group of students. Teacher Huang clutched her wound. She fought against the paralysis spreading through her body, thinking, The monster's attacks have a paralytic effect. She looked at her blood-stained hands, determined to protect her students until the end. In the face of imminent death, Teacher Huang could only watch helplessly as the giant monster prepared to devour the students. She screamed desperately in her head, "What do I do now?" The B-rank monster licked its lips, its long, wet tongue flapping out. It muttered greedily, "Nutrients. Nutrients. So delicious." The poor pink-haired girl, already paralyzed, trembled violently, forced to watch as death approached. It slowly raised its razor-sharp sickle-like limbs, preparing to take the girl as its first appetizer. Just as the scythe of death was about to descend, a silver-white flash of light suddenly erupted, blocking the attack at the very last second, creating a piercing metallic clash. Despite being critically wounded, Teacher Huang tried to stand up. She gritted out each word through her anger. "No, don't you dare touch them." The monster paused, tilted its head, and let out a confused hiss. "Humph." It shifted its target toward the dying woman. "Then, I'll start with you first." Instantly, its long tongue turned into a sharp drill and shot toward the teacher. But once again, its plan was shattered. A dark silhouette lunged forward, using his own body to block the teacher. A loud clang echoed as the scythe was deflected by immense force and shattered into pieces. Teacher Huang looked up, her vision blurring from blood loss, and saw a familiar back standing tall, shielding her. That back was as steady as a mountain, radiating an overwhelming aura that allowed no one to trespass. The heroic profile of our protagonist, Bai Yi, appeared cold and resolute. He launched a wave of blue energy toward the monster. Boom! A sound of impact rang out. The overwhelming pressure of the energy caused the monster's scythe to shatter into countless tiny fragments. The Lingqiu monster's eyes bulged, glowing a fierce crimson. For the first time in all its hunts, someone had actually blocked its full-force attack. Standing there, Bai Yi was enveloped in a blue aura, standing tall and proud to shield his teacher, frowning as he glared at the beast. He quickly assessed the situation. A C-rank warrior's attack power just wasn't enough to handle this thing. In a flash, his system interface shifted with a crisp sound, switching to Cloud-type Mage. A look of cold resolve flashed in his eyes. The only option was to immobilize it first. Bai Yi leaped into the air, using his staff to channel magic toward the beast. A blast of frigid, bone-chilling air erupted from the staff, striking the monster head-on. The skill menu popped up. Frost Blizzard. Having unlocked a crowd control skill as a Cloud-type Mage, he condensed all the moisture in the air, creating a massive amount of ice that froze everything in sight. A gigantic block of ice plummeted from the sky, freezing the beast solid while it was still in total shock. The rest of the students stared in disbelief. Every single one of them stood there with their jaws on the floor, stunned by the impossible sight before them. Zhang Jun and the two big sisters who had been acting all high and mighty earlier were now stuttering, unable to form a coherent sentence. The archer girl stared at Bai Yi and shouted, "Wait, aren't you a combat-type warrior?" The girl next to her was just as shocked, gasping. He actually froze an A-rank monster. Zhang Jun joined in, terrified, his finger trembling as he pointed at the protagonist. Could he be a dual-class awakener? Faced with everyone's suspicions, Bai Yi could only grit his teeth and accept it, thinking to himself, "Even if my secret is out, I have no choice. I can't just stand by and watch them get killed." The injured teacher, Huang, tried to stand, calling out weakly, "Bai Yi, are you okay?" Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed through the air as the ice block began to shatter. From within came the beast's hateful voice. "You just wait." It wasn't over yet. The ice exploded into 100 pieces, revealing what was inside. It was empty. The monster had vanished without a trace, leaving everyone in a state of sheer panic. A boy stammered, It's gone." The girl beside him was equally horrified, squeaking, Is it dead?" Hearing this, Bai Yi spoke with a grave tone. "It's not over yet. I managed to injure it, so it's retreated for now, but it will likely show up again." He looked at the people around him and made a decisive call. "My current strength isn't enough to kill it. We need to use this chance to retreat immediately." Upon hearing this, Teacher Huang was helped up by one of the students. She firmly shook her head. "You all go first. I have to stay here." The pink-haired girl frowned and asked, "Why?" Bai Yi glanced toward the dark, ominous forest, suddenly remembering that Ziling hadn't returned yet. The teacher clutched her wound, her gaze steady and unyielding. She explained that she had brought these students out, and she had to be the one to bring them all back. She looked at the dying embers of the campfire, filled with anxiety. "We agreed to meet here at 8. If he comes back and sees no one." Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Yi coldly cut her off. He held up a shard from the test tube, his gaze sharp as a knife as he pierced through the brutal truth. This monster was released by him. Memories of his past life flooded back. The man wearing a skull mask was standing there, smiling brightly while holding 2 bowls of food. Breakfast today is fresh wontons. Back then, the naive Bai Yi of the past cheered alongside the captain. Oh, is it my favorite? Did you add extra chili? The female teammate with the fiery physique ladled more soup for him. Bai Yi said happily, I want another bowl. She smiled until her eyes turned into crescents, teasing, Captain Ma, you sure are fast. Immediately, the skull mask man chimed in to tease them, Captain, you better watch your intake. If you get fat, Hiyue won't even look at you anymore. Hit right where it hurt, Hiyue turned red, puffed out her cheeks, and sulked, no way. It made Bai Yi feel shy, while the rest of the teammates burst into laughter. The scene shifted to the past, where Bai Yi was paralyzed, his body racked by crackling blue electricity. He gritted his teeth in despair, unable to move a muscle. Watching the back of the masked man cruelly walking away into the deep forest, the brutal truth was revealed. For the past month, his breakfast had been laced with paralysis-inducing mushroom powder. A close-up showed the traitor's twisted, sinister smile beneath the mask. He muttered cunningly, I have to kill all of you strongest ones. If I don't prepare thoroughly, how else would I do it? Cutting back to the present, Bai Yi snapped out of his dark memories, returning to reality with the shard still gripped tight in his hand. His eyes gleamed with bone-chilling coldness as he held up the fragment and clearly declared, this monster was released by him. A close-up of the label on the shattered glass clearly showed the fateful words, Zifeng Industrial Extremely Dangerous. When Ling Chu heard the familiar name, the pink-haired girl's eyes widened, and she panicked, explaining, Zifeng Industrial is a business owned by Principal Zi Yunqing's family, and it's currently managed by Ziling's father. Bai Yi held the bottle toward Teacher Huang, who was still clutching her bleeding wound, and continued to confirm his theory. Their laboratory specializes in buying and researching magical beasts, so they use these special containers to store a large number of miniature specimens. I found these fragments deep in the forest. Connecting the dots, Bai Yi analyzed the situation, exposing the truth. Outside of the people from the Zifeng industrial family, no one would have had the opportunity to touch this. Cutting back in time slightly to the culprit, the man was trudging through the deep forest under a starry sky, his back exuding pure frustration. He frantically pounded his fist against a dead tree, loud enough to echo through the silence. Furious that his plan was at risk of being exposed, he thought to himself, I should have just thrown the whole bottle in the river. His fist tightened until it bled, his face twisted with jealousy as he roared the name of his nemesis, Bai Yi. It's you again. It's always you, everything is because of you. His eyes were bloodshot with insane rage, envy clouding his entire sense of reason. It's always you. Back at the campsite, a male student couldn't hide his outrage and shouted, Why would he do something like this? Does he want us all to die? The eyes of another were burning with righteous indignation as he spat out every word. He belongs in prison. Even so, there was someone still stubbornly arguing. Who knows? Who's to say it was definitely him? They were immediately shut down. Then why is he afraid to show his face? In the tension-filled air, a wave of invisible, evil energy suddenly shot toward them, tearing through space. Ignoring the bickering students, Teacher Huang clutched her blood-soaked shirt, struggling to command them. No matter what, all of you leave now. She reached for the wireless distress device. Just as she was about to find a signal, the pink-haired girl's eyes welled up with tears, her hands trembling as she grabbed the walkie-talkie, looking at the teacher and choking out, Teacher. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed by at lightning speed, knocking the walkie-talkie from her hand, causing her to scream in sheer terror. What's happening? Bai Yi was startled, his pupils constricted, his sharp gaze instantly locking onto the danger lurking in the shadows. Ixishingam clutched his mangled hand, his face pale with terror. The friends around him panicked and pressed. Ixishingam, are you okay? Who fired that? The only radio that could have saved them was now impaled by a pitch-black object, smoking heavily and shattered on the ground. A close-up of Sich Mam's tiny hand covered in fresh blood, trembling uncontrollably, completely cutting off the group's last hope for rescue. Witnessing the continuous cruelty raining down on those around him, Bai Yi could hold back no longer. His face was swallowed by the shadows, his eyes burning with an intense, soaring, killing intent. Just as the atmosphere grew taut as a bowstring, a strange cylindrical object was suddenly thrown from the bushes, dragging a stream of toxic green smoke that sprayed directly into the crowd. The industrial-grade Zifeng smoke grenade released a dense fog, making the students cough violently. Someone clutched their chest and cried out in panic. What the hell is this? Cough, cough. The group hurriedly covered their noses and mouths. One male student grimaced, revealing the disgusting smell in the air. There's anesthetic powder mixed in this fog. Amidst the thick toxic mist, the tall figure of a man strode out like a grim reaper knocking at the door, making the whole crowd gasp in horror. Who is that? Standing motionless among his classmates, Bai Yi coughed slightly. His eyes darkened behind his bangs, and his killing intent began to coalesce. The ultimate villain finally revealed himself, wearing a full-coverage gas mask. He stammered in a mix of panic and hatred. No, this can't be. It's all Bai Yi's fault. Behind the mask were the crazed, bloodshot eyes of the young master Ziling. He screamed, blaming the situation to cover up his own cowardice. Everyone knows it was you who ruined everything. You're the reason nobody can leave this place. Bai Yi looked toward him, his entire body radiating a golden aura of rage as he called out the traitor, Ziling, by name. Ziling stood defiantly in the toxic mist, gripping his weapon. Bai Yi's cold, questioning voice rang out, shattering the air. Get ready. The protagonist's eyes burned with murderous intent as golden magic power erupted around him. He gritted his teeth, judging the madman before him. Are you trying to send everyone to their deaths? His only reply was the swirling green clouds of anesthetic powder spreading wildly, accompanied by the hacking coughs of the fragile students suffering under the effects of the extremely potent poison. A student, stumbling and disoriented, collapsed to the ground, whispering desperately, "What is this mist? I feel so tired. I'm." Before he could even finish his sentence, he closed his eyes and passed out on the spot. A cylindrical object rolled on the ground, and someone realized it was anesthetic powder, clearly a B-rank prop used to deal with magical beasts. Someone brave picked up the empty canister, the Zifeng Industrial label plain to see a slap in the face to the traitor. Faced with undeniable evidence, someone indignantly questioned the person hiding behind the gas mask. Why use this on us? Don't you care about the lives of your classmates? Ziling's eyes widened behind his lenses, and he maniacally confessed his crimes. That's right. He tightened his grip on his energy bow, screaming furiously about the heroic script he had imagined for himself. All of this was meant to deal with that pest. I was supposed to be the one who jumped out to save you all. Instead of panicking, Bai Yi stood tall, which only further ignited the young master's rage. It's all because of a jerk like you. Pulling his bowstring to the limit, Ziling aimed his killing intent at Bai Yi, gnashing his teeth. You're always the one ruining everything. Between the two mortal enemies, the air seemed to freeze. The glowing arrow waited only to be loosed, piercing through the night. At the moment of life and death, their teacher frantically tried to intervene despite the danger. Ziling, stop now. It's not too late. Seeing the woman he secretly adored standing up to protect his enemy, Ziling's bow hand trembled. Teacher Huang still tried to appeal to his remaining conscience. Don't keep compounding your mistakes. Fighting through the pain, tearing at her chest, Teacher Huang also spoke up, using her most forgiving tone to coax the misguided student. You didn't mean to release that monster, right? You didn't intentionally want everyone to be in danger, did you? Struck in his weak spot, Ziling stepped back, cold sweat pouring down. He panicked, denying everything to protect his fragile ego. No. It's already too late. Nothing can be undone now. Don't try to lie to me. Seeing that the madman was beyond help, Teacher Huang clutched her bleeding wound, bitterly realizing her body had reached its limit and she couldn't move at all. Is B-rank anesthetic powder really this strong? If this keeps up, I'm going to pass out too. Suddenly, a blinding golden light pierced through the mist, accompanied by fresh blood splattering through the air. Teacher Huang's eyes widened in shock. Before she could understand what had happened, a cold voice rang out. Teacher, she's not wrong. Stepping through the toxic smoke, Bai Yi stepped forward, his golden eyes as cold as a judge deciding a criminal's fate. Everything he's done can no longer be undone. Witnessing the aura radiating from the student who usually kept to himself, Teacher Huang could only stare in stunned silence. Casting aside all mercy, Bai Yi drew his glowing Fang Qing broadsword from its sheath. The system immediately announced a surge in adrenaline. The protagonist roared a final, incredibly domineering line. I don't care how much grievance you have, or what ridiculous, nonsensical reason you think you have. Ignoring all warnings, the madman Ziling gritted his teeth and pulled back his magic bow, firing an energy arrow that shot through the toxic green smoke, hurtling forward. In that split second between life and death, a familiar image from his past life flashed through Bai Yi's mind. The skull-masked captain holding his fingers in the shape of a gun, flames burning around his hand like a provocation. Remembering that old grudge, Bai Yi's eyes widened, his rage boiling over as the system continued to pump up his adrenaline. Swinging his sword, he shouted in indignation. How could you point a gun at your own family? I meant what I said. The protagonist swung his burning broadsword, intercepting Ziling's energy arrow with a fiery collision. Sparks scattered, lighting up the entire area. Not just defending, Bai Yi used his overwhelming power to shatter the arrow. His figure, like a ghost, tore through the toxic mist, charging straight at the masked traitor. A close-up of his cold, golden eyes, merciless. Bai Yi swung his arm, unleashing a decisive diagonal slash, his fury raining down on his enemy. The vicious sword strike sent the weapon in the man's hand flying into the air, while simultaneously grazing Ziling, causing blood to spray everywhere. The guy stumbled backward, taking the full brunt of the punishment. Clutching his blood-soaked wound, the pampered princeling's eyes bulged behind his glasses as he shrieked in agony. The frame shifted to the cold, sharp profile of Bai Yi, his killing intent reaching a breaking point. He muttered his verdict: a traitor can never be forgiven. Delivering a final, decisive blow that sent the enemy sprawling to the ground, the protagonist coldly sealed his fate. There was absolutely no room for mercy. Lying flat on the ground and clutching his mangled arm, Ziling wailed like a bullied child. "Ah, it hurts, you madman." Even in such a pathetic state, he refused to wake up to reality, sobbing and grinding his teeth while blindly shifting the blame. "This is clearly all your fault. It's all on you." Ignoring the coward screaming at his feet, Bai Yi just stood tall, his flaming greatsword dripping fresh blood onto the cold ground. The protagonist's eyes narrowed slightly, exposing the villain's pathetic nature with a chilling question. "So, you've been hiding here the whole time, huh?" Ziling jumped in shock, cold sweat pouring down his face as he was caught red-handed. Bai Yi twisted the knife into his psyche, forcing him to watch the catastrophe unfold. Bai Yi's overwhelming aura drove Ziling to scramble backward in a panic. He continued to berate the guy's cowardice, pointing out how he just watched the disaster he created spiral into something beyond repair. The pampered princeling looked absolutely wretched now, his face ghostly pale, staring blankly at the man he had always hated now standing over him as his judge. But right in the middle of that punishment, the shadow of death descended once again. The massive corpse mantis beast had silently appeared behind the group of students without anyone noticing. Seeing the monster, Ziling's eyes rolled back, his pupils shrinking in sheer terror. He was finally tasting true fear. Under the eerie light, the giant mantis spread its crimson scythe-like claws, aiming straight for the girl below. Tears mingled with blood as they fell. Ziling trembled, mumbling incoherent words of regret. With his cowardice laid bare, he wept, trying to justify his own selfishness. "I was just scared. I was afraid I couldn't beat it. Listen to me." Bai Yi couldn't be bothered to hear any more of his garbage. Bai Yi turned sharply, swinging his blazing sword with a gust of wind, leaving the screaming behind. In the back, Ziling hurriedly clutched his bleeding mouth, choking on his own self-pity. "My mouth." The badass protagonist lunged into the battlefield like a golden torch, leaving behind a sharp lesson. Once you've made your choice, you have to face the consequences. Abandoned and pathetic, Ziling kept clutching his mouth, staring at Bai Yi's retreating figure and muttering in despair. This lunatic. Tears streamed down his contorted face. He finally had to admit the other's overwhelming power. That guy really was a lunatic. Panic consumed his entire mind, and he clutched his face in desperation. He realized with a jolt that killing intent from before. Was he actually planning to kill me? The judgment didn't stop there. The frame cut sharply as Bai Yi raised his glowing greatsword high. The system screen flickered, displaying the ultimate skill, mana deprivation, judgment. A surge of destructive power enveloped the protagonist's body, and a golden lightning bolt struck Ziling directly. He writhed in bone-crushing pain, screaming like a madman. "Ah! Ah!" The protagonist maintained his cold, golden-eyed gaze, looking down at the punished man without a shred of pity. The system panel flashed, judgment complete, crippled, awakening ability lost. Ziling collapsed into a pool of blood, feebly whispering, "Save me." His eyes were wide with desperation, tears mixing with fresh blood. He let out one final, pathetic groan. Cutting all ties with the traitor, Bai Yi grabbed his flaming sword and charged toward the main battlefield with everything he had. He roared out the name of the girl in danger, Si Shingam. But just as he lunged forward, a sound rang out that made Bai Yi's pupils contract in shock. It was the teacher's voice. A horrific sight greeted his eyes. The corpse mantis beast, its entire body radiating a sickening, ghastly green aura. The feet, still wearing the teacher's familiar shoes, dangled lifelessly from the monster's body. It had swallowed her. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, cold sweat breaking out. He growled in extreme tension. That beast is on the move again. He turned and saw the hideous creature standing proudly above, as if it were a companion. Bai Yi stumbled slightly and cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Under the effects of the anesthetic powder, my mobility is seriously compromised." The brutal truth dawned on the protagonist. Maybe even if I use all my strength right now, I still can't beat it. Even knowing he was being drained by the anesthetic, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with killing intent. There's no other way. I'm the only one left who has a chance to save them. In the moment when the darkness seemed ready to swallow everything, bright golden lightning bolts suddenly appeared, weaving through and tearing the silent space apart. A blinding flash of light caught Bai Yi off guard. his pupils widening in astonishment at this unforeseen turn of events. Strangely, those golden lightning bolts gently wrapped around the protagonist's body, powerfully cleansing and stripping the green toxic anesthetic residue right out of him. A slender figure descended from the sky like a flash, delivering a powerful kick charged with crackling electricity, sending the mantis beast flying away from the terrified girl. The power of the golden lightning shattered the monster's grip. A blinding surge of electricity dealt it a fatal blow, forcing it to retreat in pain. It turned out this badass savior was an old acquaintance. Teacher Huang breathed a sigh of relief and whispered weakly, "Hiyu, you're just in time." The golden assassin, Hiyu, turned around, her fiery figure radiating crackling electric light. She looked at the protagonist and teased, "Looks like you're having a bit of a hard time dealing with this monster all by yourself, huh?" A close-up of Hiyue's confident, arrogant half-smile. She tilted her head and asked, "So, how about it? Can you keep fighting?" Encountering the comrade who had lived and died alongside him in his past life at this very moment, Bai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, stunned into silence. Opposite them, the giant corpse mantis roared in fury at having its prey snatched away, creating a breathtaking standoff between man and beast deep in the forest. A close-up of the monster's hideous face. Its glowing red eyes glared at the two who dared to block its path, its mouth emitting threatening growls. But in the blink of an eye, the monster's massive frame suddenly blurred, merging into the air before vanishing without a trace. Seeing the enemy evaporate, Hiyue frowned in alert. It disappeared? Bai Yi immediately warned. "This thing has camouflage and color-changing abilities. Earlier, after I wounded it, it also went invisible to escape." No sooner had he finished speaking than the side effects of the battle began to hit him. Bai Yi broke into a cold sweat, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion, and his breathing became heavy. The combat wound on his thigh was still bleeding, the tearing pain a constant reminder of his body's limits. Hiyue turned to look at the protagonist's terrible condition. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and reported the situation. The numbing powder was taking effect. They were all going to pass out soon. And true enough, on the ground, the students and the teacher were completely exhausted, lying scattered and unconscious, oblivious to the world. Seeing the high schooler still stubbornly standing his ground, Hiyue flicked her hand, tossing him an item, and couldn't help but marvel. "You've been poisoned. How are you still standing after all this time?" Catching the vial from Hiyue, the system notification popped up, confirming he had received a purifying potion. Hiyue kindly instructed, "I only have one recovery potion with me. You better use it first." Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi gulped down the antidote, while Hiyu, the C-rank lightning assassin, clicked her tongue in frustration. The guild members are so slow. Who knows when they'll actually get here? As the purifying potion entered his system, it immediately washed away the numbness. Bai Yi wiped his mouth, his gaze sharpening once again as he quickly detected a shift. "It's still lurking around here. It's absorbing like crazy." The surrounding air began to warp. Toxic green vapors swirled together, forming a massive, ghostly vortex. Before he could finish his sentence, the beast suddenly materialized from the mist, swinging its razor-sharp pincers and charging through the air, striking straight at the protagonist with a bloodthirsty screech for nutrients. In a flash, the system interface activated a block skill. Bai Yi swung his sword to parry the heaven-shaking strike, the collision creating blinding white sparks. Even with his damage reduction skill active, the terrifying strength of the B-rank monster forced Bai Yi to retreat. But instantly, Hiyue turned into a bolt of golden lightning, surging to the front lines to take his place. With wind-tearing speed, the assassin brandished her razor-sharp daggers, wreathed in golden thunder, and slashed straight at the giant monster's face without hesitation. The mantis recoiled in shock, its glowing red eyes widening, as if it hadn't expected the small prey to have such terrifying reflexes. The force of the strike, charged with powerful lightning, unleashed a shockwave that sent the beast's massive body flying backward, tearing up the ground and scattering stone and debris everywhere. Standing firmly beside the battle-ready Bai Yi, Hiyu spoke with a hint of pride. "I didn't expect it to recover that quickly. You still haven't answered my question from earlier. What do you say? Want to have a real go at it with me?" Giving a confident, half-smiled grin, Bai Yi didn't hesitate to answer his old comrade. "Of course. Let's pull off a real team-up." Instantly, two auras, one jade green, one golden, erupted. The two figures, a man and a woman, stood shoulder to shoulder, defiantly facing the massive, towering, screeching beast. As he took his stance, Bai Yi glanced at Hiyu, offering some praise, but didn't forget to remind her, "Your attack reactions are top-notch, but at the end of the day, you're still a student. Remember, safety comes first." Hiyue secretly scoffed to herself and replied, "As if you aren't a student yourself." Cutting short their comedic banter, the giant mantis monster let out an ear-splitting shriek, its killing intent surging, Damned pests. Its blood-red eyes glared at the two who dared to block its path, and its ghostly, drooling whisper echoed. Don't let it put on a show of force any longer. Bai Yi tightened his grip on his flaming sword, lunged forward with momentum, and shouted, "Let's go." Godspeed was activated. The two figures transformed into twin streaks of light, tearing through space, coordinating perfectly to strike the beast from both flanks with cold, lethal blows. But the very next second, Bai Yi's pupils constricted. He let out a gasp of shock as he realized their slashes did nothing. A piercing, metallic clash rang out. The protagonist's blade struck the monster's high but bounced off as if he were slashing against solid reinforced steel. The massive recoil, coupled with a swipe from the monster, sent Bai Yi staggering and flying backward. Seeing her comrade at a disadvantage, Yu immediately turned into a blinding golden flash of lightning, shouting, "Leave it to me." The assassin swung her lightning-wreathed daggers in a barrage of strikes at the mantis' face, creating a brilliant but futile shower of electrical sparks. Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat breaking out as she realized the horrible truth. The monster's armor seemed impenetrable. She gritted her teeth and retreated, helplessly muttering, "It's impossible to land a hit." Seizing the fatal opening, the beast swung its giant pincer in a counterattack. Down below, Bai Yi yelled in panic. Squelch. A sickening sound of tearing flesh followed. The scythe-like pincer slashed across the assassin's chest, throwing her hard to the ground. Yue slid a long distance, clutching her bleeding chest, her face twisted in agonizing pain. The system panel immediately flashed red, poisoned. A green aura began to spread around the wound. She gritted her teeth and groaned. No good. Its attacks are laced with deadly poison. On the other side, Bai Yi was also struggling, moving constantly. The system tech scrolled chaotically as he dodged, blocked, and used his weapon to mitigate damage, neutralizing 50% of the impact to withstand the storm of attacks. Glancing at his fallen comrade, the protagonist frowned, assessing the insurmountable power gap. Its defensive strength is already at the level of a top-tier B-rank warrior. Even Yui's super burst attacks couldn't scratch it. And that wasn't all. The minor wounds on the beast's body were starting to close on their own. It let out a savage laugh to mock them. "You're all going to die. Ki. Watching the streams of jade-green energy being sucked into its body, Bai Yi felt a chill. This isn't right, there's more to it. It's been continuously absorbing nutrients here. Whether it's raw power or intelligence, it's evolving. His gaze swept over the students and the teacher lying scattered and unconscious on the ground. Time is running out. If we keep this up, we won't even be able to hold out until the guild team arrives. With the weight of the world on his shoulders, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, analyzing the hopeless situation. Our current strength is only C rank, and Yue is already wounded. Facing that unshakable wall of defense, a spark of steely determination flared within the protagonist. I have to use maximum speed to break through its defenses, or there's no chance. In that life or death moment, a tactical lesson from his past life suddenly resurfaced. Bai Yi, playing the role of a calm commander, asked himself, when you encounter an enemy of equal strength in battle, or even an enemy stronger than you that leaves you at a stalemate, what should you do? The silver-haired guy waved his hand, laughed dismissively, and uttered a blunt answer. Then you just retreat. She immediately splashed water in his face. Retreat? In the God Legion? Get real. Shaking off the comedic relief, Bai Yi clearly laid out his high-level strategy. This is the mousetrap plan I wanted to talk about. First, I'll go all out on the offense, drawing all of its fire directly onto me. Back to the brutal reality. The system kicked into overdrive. Bai Yi turned into a streak of jade-green light, lunging straight at the giant monster's maw, while the second half of his strategy echoed in his mind. Once the enemy is lured in, it will commit all its energy to the immediate offensive and defensive struggle. Continuing with the mousetrap strategy, Bai Yi stared at the beast with razor-sharp intensity, silently calculating every single move. Next, he just had to wait for the perfect opening. The teenager darted forward like a jade-green streak, relentlessly provoking the giant mantis to grab its attention while mentally reciting the core of his plan. Once the enemy is hooked, it will pour all its focus into the struggle right in front of it. Following the mousetrap strategy, Bai Yi kept his cold, sharp gaze locked onto the beast, calculating his path forward. Now, he just had to wait. Seeing Bai Yi charging in alone like he had a death wish, the assassin, Yu, standing behind him, quickly gathered electricity to prepare her support. Realizing his plan was about to be ruined, the protagonist spun around and roared at the top of his lungs. Don't. Yue, hold your attack. Just stand there and charge up your power for me. Blindsided by the shout, Yue froze, her movement stalling. Okay, she murmured, sparks of lightning flickering around her. She stared at him in disbelief, screaming. Are you planning to take this thing on by yourself? Watching his slender back as he stood alone against the onslaught, Yue bit her lip in worry. It was hopeless. No matter how talented he was still just a green rank fighter at the end of the day. He was still just a student. The pride of the golden rank assassin wavered. She clenched her fists in self-reproach, thinking, I'm the one with the high-tier golden profession. Why am I the one standing back? But why? Her eyes were glued to Bai Yi's figure, and she couldn't help but feel that he was the real. Suddenly, the image of him standing tall and heroic, blocking the B-rank monster, washed over her. A strange sense of admiration welled up inside her, and she blurted out, a leader doesn't give their teammates time for useless thoughts. On the front line, Bai Yi was unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. His blade collided with the beast's steel-hard armor, throwing off brilliant sparks. Standing behind him, Yue held her breath, tracking every sudden movement. Suddenly, the monster launched a brutal counterattack. With a massive claw, stabbing straight toward the protagonist's chest, she screamed in horror. Bai Yi took the blow head-on, stumbling backward. Dark red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his breathing grew heavy. Even injured, Bai Yi kept a cool head. He reached a hand behind his back and signaled, stop. Seeing this, Yue's eyes went wide with surprise as her brain raced. He told me not to move. What does that even mean? Thinking the prey was weak, the giant mantis lunged forward triumphantly, its hideous mouth spewing savage mockery toward humanity. You're all the same. In the end, you'll all just become nutrients for me. A shadow of death loomed over the student as the monster opened its jagged, venom-filled maw. Under the shadow of death, Bai Yi's lips curled into a cunning smirk. Close enough. Just as the monster opened its mouth to swallow its prey whole, Bai Yi mustered every ounce of strength to roar the signal for the all-out attack. Now. Waiting for exactly that moment, the golden rank assassin snapped into action. Understood. The system immediately activated Flash God. Electricity surged through her entire body, boosting her movement speed tenfold in a heartbeat, turning her into a bolt of lightning that tore through space. He continued to recite his brilliant tactical lesson internally. Every time it's been injured in the past, it was when it was busy devouring someone. So, the moment it bites down, its defense is guaranteed to drop to its lowest point. The most important part of the mousetrap is creating that one moment where the enemy completely drops its guard, exposing the fatal weakness. To make sure the mouse walked right into the trap, Yue's flashing dagger swung out. The system reported the electric pierce skill hitting the target directly, triggering a massive paralysis effect. Blazing speed combined with explosive power. Yue, her eyes razor-sharp, thought confidently. Victory in an instant. Having been hit unexpectedly in the weak spot inside its mouth, the giant mantis stared in total shock. Red system notifications flashed the good news. The heart was fully paralyzed, shattering its defenses. The golden opportunity had arrived. Bai Yi, face grimacing, looked up at the beast. Mana began to swirl violently around him. Now, it's time for the final step. The monster collapsed, its body twitching from the electric current, marked by the status paralyzed. Yue stepped back, panting, and warned her teammate, my control skill only lasts a few seconds. If it uses its invisibility skill again, then. Bai Yi stood up, wiping away the blood. He declared heroically, that's more than enough time. This time, I'm absolutely not letting it turn invisible and slip away again. He stood up, gripping his sword tightly, staring at the monster with burning hatred. Suddenly, a cool system interface flickered. He switched to the Azure Cloud Mage class, and a freezing blue light radiated from Bai Yi's hands. Skill activated, Ice Stasis. It instantly sealed the monster's entire body into a giant ice sculpture. Watching her friend's superhero-like class change, Yue's jaw dropped. She stared in astonishment. You possess dual professions. He didn't bother answering, maintaining his mysterious cool. The protagonist's system stats jumped again, switching to the core fighter class. A brilliant jade-green aura flared up. He muttered to himself, I've been taking hits for a while now. The power accumulated from these injuries and the exhaustion is more than enough to land the finishing blow. Bai Yi raised his greatsword, which glowed brilliantly, and put everything into his ultimate technique, Pure Land. He slashed straight down at the ice statue. Boom. A green explosion of light filled the sky. The system chimed with a chain of notifications, great victory. Mantis Beast successfully eliminated. You have received 10,100 experience points. You have received 300 flower element points. A shower of loot followed with a notification. Azure Cloud Mage level increased to 22. Valuable loot acquired. Mantis Limb, B-rank armor material. Talk about an over-the-top but highly profitable monster farming run. Standing tall amidst the fading light of battle, Bai Yi enjoyed the soothing flow of mana recovering throughout his body, realizing the eternal truth. Killing high-level monsters is the only way to earn a massive amount of experience points. The status windows for healing wounds and recovering stamina glowed incessantly, marking the perfect end to this incredible hunt. Hiyue looked at Bai Yi with a look of astonishment and exclaimed, "There are so few geniuses in this world who can possess multiple elements, let alone awaken a job at such a young age. It's truly unheard of." Ignoring the flattery, Bai Yi silently raised his hand, and the system interface shifted dramatically once again, switching his job class to a flower-type summoner. A surge of green magic erupted, swirling around his hand. The young man gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes reflecting the calculated, cunning nature of a hardcore professional gamer. Summoner reached rank C, he thought. I can contract 6 magical beasts, and I still have 4 slots left. A high-tier skill board appeared, announcing the Flower Soul Pack skill. After defeating a flower-type magical beast, one can contract its soul. 26 contracts completed, he noted. Bai Yi pointed his glowing hand toward the giant carcass of the mantis and commanded coldly, "Come here." An intense green light enveloped the monster's remains, absorbing its essence. The system chimed with a successful notification. Contract successful. Acquired flower-type warrior. Corpse mantis, rank E. Having tamed a capable minion, Bai Yi frowned in disappointment. Corpse mantis? That name is way too hard to remember. He looked at the magical beast, which had now obediently shrunk down, and gave it an incredibly lame name. From now on, you'll be called Qiangzi. One might think the monster would be furious at such a down-to-earth name, but it simply blinked its large, round eyes obediently, its fangs clicking together in a signal of joy. Qiangzi was thrilled and immediately set about fulfilling its duties as a pet. It went ahead, waving its sharp scythes to cut through the tangled vines, aggressively clearing a path for its master and the female assassin following behind. Watching the entire peak-level taming display from the back, Hiyue clutched her chest, her eyes wide as she stared at Bai Yi's back, stuttering in total shock. "You just switched jobs again. You have 3 jobs?" she exclaimed, feeling helpless. "You really never cease to amaze people, do you?" Hearing this, Bai Yi abruptly stopped and turned his head slightly. His face was shadowed, one golden eye glinting with hidden meaning as his tone turned oppressive. "About what you saw today. Can you keep it to yourself?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hiyue closed her eyes and smiled a smile that reflected the worldly understanding of a veteran. "You have so many jobs, yet you didn't even show them off during the graduation exam. You just don't want too many people to know, right?" The golden-haired assassin placed a hand over her heart, affirming with a loyal and righteous attitude, "Rest assured, I'm very good at keeping secrets." Just as the two reached a silent agreement, from deep within the forest in the distance, 2 hooded figures rushed in like a whirlwind. A loud voice broke the silence. "Squad 26 has arrived." 3 men in neatly pressed uniforms appeared, their faces stern and anxious. "We finally caught up. Are you guys okay?" The system panel then slowly updated information about the rescue group. Holy River Nation, Eastern Division, 26 of the Gods Guild. While hurriedly biking through the night, Bai Yi muttered with concern, even though he had left his nameless brothers by his mother's side, keeping a mysterious smile. Hiyue placed a hand over the wound on her chest, assuring her mysterious comrade, "Rest assured, I'm very good at keeping secrets." Before she could finish, hooded figures rushed out from the dense night air of the forest, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Squad 26 has arrived at the scene. 3 young men with imposing bearings appeared. The silver-haired one sighed in relief. "We finally caught up." The leader, with blue hair, also rushed to ask, "Are you guys okay?" "We are from the Holy River Nation, Gods Guild, Eastern Border Squad 26. The words had barely left his lips when the blue-haired man's gaze fell upon the giant mantis carcass lying nearby. A bright red system frame appeared. Corpse mantis, rank B. Seeing the corpse made his eyes bulge in shock. "What? You already dealt with the monster?" The guild members immediately dispersed to perform rescue operations. One used green healing magic on the student's arm and reported anxiously, "Those who fainted after taking the medicine have all woken up." The squad leader nodded and commanded, "Quickly do a head count." On the other side, a pink-haired schoolgirl hugged her teacher, crying bitterly, her face still filled with shock. "Teacher, did I almost get swallowed by that monster?" Teacher Hien too hugged and comforted her. Don't be afraid anymore. It's all over." Returning to the battlefield ruins, the blue-haired leader crossed his arms, admiring the 2 young warriors. "A rank B monster like this. Even a mature rank C squad might not be able to handle it. You 2 students actually defeated it. You are truly worthy of being called genius students from Jiang Nation." Despite the endless praise, Bai Yi kept his cold, flawless expression, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hiyue, who was smiling proudly. The 2 of them radiated the aura of true warriors, even overshadowing the adults. Just then, a male student stepped forward neatly, followed by two girls looking at Bai Yi with heart-shaped eyes full of admiration. He said tearfully, "We only survived this time because of you." A female student chimed in to support him. "That's right. If it weren't for Bai Yi's bravery, we would have definitely gone to meet our ancestors." The boy solemnly reached out his hand toward Bai Yi, thanking him sincerely. "Thank you for saving everyone." Our protagonist maintained his usual reserved attitude, silently shaking hands and looking at the other. In another corner, a gentle healing light from He Yue's hand was covering a wound on a blonde boy. The guy grimaced in complaint, but his tone was full of concern. "Squad leader, are you okay? Why did you rush back all by yourself like that?" Being nagged, He Yue remained calm while maintaining the spell. As the guy continued to grumble, "Do you know how dangerous that was?" He Yue gently replied, "Rest easy. Didn't we take care of everything?" The blonde guy stood with his arms crossed, turning to show off to the pink-haired girl standing next to him. "Don't look down on our squad leader. After all, she is a rare gold-class job holder. A genius like that only appears once every few years, you know. How could there be any way she couldn't handle it?" Hearing that over-the-top flattery, He Yue just turned her face away slightly, a smile of helplessness on her lips. She muttered to herself, "No, today is the first time I've met a true genius." Her eyes stole a glance toward Bai Yi, who was shaking hands and chatting with his friend, secretly marveling at the teammate who had single-handedly carried the whole team. "Bai Yi, you really are such a mysterious guy." The frame zoomed in on Bai Yi's divine profile. The night wind brushed through his platinum hair, his golden eyes cold and calm as a still lake. Such breathtaking beauty was truly a gift from the system. In the clearing, after the students gathered, a guild member reported in a stern voice, "Roll call complete, only one student is missing." The team leader immediately gave orders for the others to board the special train first. The remaining student was left to the guild to search for, and the atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The system narrative board popped up. At the same time, in the forest within the wilderness area, a metal container labeled Industrial Purple Wind, a high-danger item, lay shattered on the ground, with toxic green liquids spilling out everywhere. A male student wearing a backpack was running for his life, sweating buckets, his face twisted in sheer terror, screaming desperately, "No, no, don't come over here. I let you out. I didn't let you out to eat me." Suddenly, a giant shadow with sharp, glowing green eyes blocked his path. The student collapsed to the ground, desperately cursing the very predator he had unleashed. "You stupid beast, you're supposed to go eat them, not me." The monster, clearly, didn't care about the orders of its meal. It bared its hideous, fanged jaw and lunged down to tear its prey apart. The traitorous student was officially eliminated from the survival game in a bitter end, as the scene cut smoothly to a much safer environment. The notification board indicated that on the God Guild's special train, Bai Yi was lounging comfortably, scrolling through the skill board for the completed Contract 36. He smiled calculatingly. The growth potential of the mantis was very high. With proper care, it could become a highly effective combat asset for him. His impressive status board appeared, and he silently reviewed it. Today, after defeating the mantis, his mage class had leveled up once, but the distance to grade B was still vast. The dazzling status signaled his terrifying grind levels. Cloud Mage level 22, proficiency 400%. Not just the Cloud type, but other types were also leveling up. Core Warrior type level 22, proficiency 300%. Flower Summoner type level 21, proficiency 350%. The skill board carefully noted that leveling up would allow him to sign contracts with more high-level magical beasts. At this rate of army building, he'd be the final boss in no time. In the opposite row, He Yue was resting with his eyes closed. The team leader frantically radioed in, reporting that they had successfully rendezvoused with the students now on the special train. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's superior brain was silently analyzing the situation. Monsters from grade C and above were basically all controlled by the god race and the guilds. Bai Yi's cold golden eyes narrowed with ambition. Since he was a level grinder, he wouldn't allow himself to rest. He had to find a way to get even more chances to level up. Outside, the high-speed train cut through the wind under a clear blue sky, hugging the beautiful coastline. The narrative board showed that after passing through the coastal tunnel, the train rumbled into the darkness, light streaking past the windows like a flash, creating a sense of urgency as if crossing between two different worlds. In an instant, a brilliant light flooded in, revealing a bustling, modern megacity with skyscrapers and parks filled with gorgeous cherry blossoms. The narrator exclaimed excitedly it was the long-lost Holy River Nation. Standing in front of the train window, Bai Yi bowed his head slightly and tilted his chin up, his eyes shining with the arrogant aura of the strong, ready to conquer a new map. He whispered to himself, "Everyone, I'm home." The scene suddenly plunged into a gloomy tone, signaling an inevitable confrontation. The reflection on the glass showed a man with messy hair and a sinister smile. Beneath him was another figure wearing a skull mask with piercing, murderous red eyes. A formidable enemy force was clearly waiting as the scene shifted back to the much brighter reality. The system notification board appeared. Holy River Nation, Eastern Border. Along with it, a specific timestamp, June 28th, 8:00 a.m. The station loudspeaker echoed clearly. The train has arrived at the Eastern Region Divine Soldier Academy station. Immediately, the country bumpkin students were wide-eyed and open-mouthed in awe. As expected of the Holy River Nation, just the station alone is dozens of times bigger than ours back home. Amidst the noisy crowd, our protagonist maintained his cool demeanor, walking with confidence. Behind him, the students' chatter never ceased. This is the richest nation in the world. Of course, it's different. Suddenly, a man in a very elegant suit appeared, waving to welcome them. His title board appeared, Director of the Eastern Region Divine Soldier Academy. He smiled kindly and said, "Welcome, students, to the Holy River Nation. Next, I will take you all on a tour of the world's highest cathedral for awakeners," the man announced clearly, his tone full of pride as he pointed toward the majestic structure in front of the Divine Soldier Academy. But while everyone else was excited, Bai Yi's mind was occupied with entirely different thoughts. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. The Divine Soldier Academy was where that guy had graduated. In his mind, the image of the masked figure with the strange Chris hair returned, along with his calculated muttering. According to his time calculations, he was studying here right now. Returning to reality, Bai Yi's golden eyes ignited with a flame of determination and hatred. "Chris, it's about time we met." Right after, the teacher led the group to a giant, majestic statue of a warrior holding a sword high. He introduced it with full reverence. "This is one of our 5 great founding gods, Cadmus the Best." The frame zoomed in on the solemn, sculpted face, radiating the aura of a true god, making everyone look up in awe. The group of students immediately turned into fanboys and fangirls. One girl raised a sign that said "Idol Tanzi Best" and shouted with joy, "Finally, I get to see what my idol looks like in person." Another student dreamed aloud, "Tanzi Best family is the most powerful family now. If only I had the honor of meeting them, that would be great." Another girl immediately threw cold water on him. "Keep dreaming, they're the god race." But a guy nearby retorted, "But isn't there a rumor that this time the god race might meet us? I'm so excited." The director smiled at the students and began a lecture on their heroic history. Years ago, when the demon dragon appeared, slaughtering humanity and devouring the land, it was the great Cadmus who stood up and slew the great dragon to help humanity survive. Later, in order to unite humanity's greatest strength, it was he himself who founded the God's Will Guild and the Divine Soldier Academy. He continued to broadcast this information with an incredibly smug tone. The Divine Soldier Academy is the world's premier awakening institution, #1, and completely unrivaled. Every year, the school only admits 100 students between the ages of 12 and 18 from all over the world. He kept emphasizing that one must reach at least B rank and must also pass an extremely grueling entrance exam. A giant, bright red B was stamped over the images of the top students, like a bold statement of their superior class. Hearing this, the students felt like they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. One friend groaned, "B rank." The guy next to him looked at his friend and replied, "I had to give it everything I had throughout middle and high school just to barely pass D rank, and I only just scraped the edge of C rank." Standing next to a blue-haired boy, Hiyue crossed her arms and had to agree. "Exactly. You can count the number of B rank awakeners in an entire country on one hand, and they have to achieve it before turning 18, too. Getting into the Divine Soldier Academy is truly harder than ascending to heaven." A wave of memories suddenly washed over Bai Yi's mind, and the voice of his old captain echoed. That's right, even under such extremely difficult conditions, he had graduated from the Divine Soldier Academy. The memory replayed the scene where his captain introduced a new member, the guy named Chris, wearing a skull mask. "This is your new teammate, Chris." The captain even leaned in and whispered to Bai Yi, "Oh, and by the way, even though you aren't allowed to ask about each other's pasts, I'll tell you on the down low. He's the top graduate of the Divine Soldier Academy. He's super strong." Returning to the present, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, his determination boiling over. Based on his calculations, he must be at the Divine Soldier Academy right now. His hands clenched into fists, his veins popping. "I have to reach B rank quickly. I absolutely have to be stronger than him, and I absolutely have to get into the Divine Soldier Academy." In another part of the scene, 2 of Bai Yi's close friends were worried about him. The pink-haired girl looked at him with a pensive expression. Bai Yi said he wants to stay at this school. He must have his own way of doing things. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded, breaking the atmosphere. A middle-aged man in an elegant suit rushed over, shouting, "Little princess." The pink-haired girl jumped, her expression shifting instantly. He continued to scold her. Why did you come to the Holy River Kingdom without even telling your father? The pink-haired girl turned around, flustered, a forced smile appearing on her lips, while the students around them stood there, confused about what was happening. Seeing the man, the school headmaster hurried over and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Secretary General Tran." He responded politely, "Greetings, headmaster." The secretary immediately turned to the pink-haired girl, his voice full of worry and urgency. "Your father has fallen ill from overwork. He's been sick for days and he wouldn't let me tell you." The girl gasped, screaming, "What?" Without a second's hesitation, the pink-haired princess bolted like a lightning bolt toward the luxury car parked nearby, leaving behind a crowd of students with their jaws dropped in discussion. What kind of status does this little friend actually have? Even the headmaster has to treat her family's secretary with such respect. Another student could only shake his head. Who knows? No idea. The luxury car screeched, its tires biting into the asphalt and leaving a long streak before zooming off, leaving behind a group of confused students staring at the dust clouds, with giant question marks appearing over everyone's heads. One student looked in the direction the car had just vanished, stammering, what just happened?" The guy standing next to him was no better, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Are all the cars in the Holy River Kingdom this luxurious?" But the drama continued when another long, glossy black limousine slowly approached, and a man in an elegant white suit stepped out to open the door. The frame zoomed in on a pair of high-end, stylish sneakers stepping out of the limo, signaling a grand entrance that was anything but ordinary. Right after that, a group of fashionable young men and women stepped out, exuding an air of arrogance, as if they were the center of the universe. The headmaster hurried over, but his tone carried a hint of reproach. "You're late." Hearing this, the orange-haired youth with stylish headphones around his neck spoke up, his tone clearly mocking. "Oh, please, as if we didn't know. We're students from the Supreme Private Academy of the East. We have to go into the demon realm to train every single night." He walked closer and waved his hand, explaining further. "We had a huge battle yesterday. We're exhausted, so cut us some slack for sleeping in a bit." The headmaster, feeling helpless, turned to introduce them to the students from Jiang Kingdom. "Let me introduce you all. This exchange trip includes 2 schools from 2 different countries, and these are the local students from the Holy River Kingdom. They are from the Supreme Private Academy of the East." The students from Jiang Kingdom immediately started whispering, "Oh, the local Holy River Kingdom students, they look so trendy." The headmaster politely gestured toward Bai Yi's group, intending to introduce them, but before he could finish, the orange-haired youth rudely cut him off. Yeah. No need for introductions. We already know." He smirked, his attitude clearly showing he looked down on everyone. "Coming from a vassal state, I bet you're all just commoners, right?" Hearing that insulting remark, the entire group of Jiang Kingdom students, including Bai Yi, stood there stunned, their faces clearly showing shock and annoyance. A purple-haired girl from the wealthy group looked at Bai Yi's team with a probing gaze and asked sarcastically, "Are there only 5 of you? Is that it?" The wealthy crowd burst into rude laughter. The orange-haired guy pointed at Bai Yi's group, his tone as if he were telling a joke. "I told you they were country bumpkins. It's no surprise they haven't heard of our private academy." To boost his own ego, he puffed out his chest, raised his hand, and flatly declared, "We are the noble families of the Holy River Kingdom." And then he stepped closer, gesturing toward the Jiang Kingdom students, continuing, "So, the educational resources we enjoy are naturally different from yours." He held up 5 fingers, speaking with pride as if he were handing out a favor. "It's not that only 5 of us came, it's that our school only has 5 students total. All of the school's resources are dedicated solely to serving us." That statement made the crowd of students pale in shock. Not only that, but one of his cronies added, with a look of disdain, "Obviously. How would you country bumpkins from public schools ever understand?" Unable to take it anymore, the class monitor of the Jiang Kingdom group turned red with anger and spoke up. You're being way too disrespectful. Why do you keep calling us country bumpkins?" The guy with orange hair stepped closer, his voice sharpening the challenge. "What? Looking down on us? We're all headed to the God Soldier Academy, you know. I'm only in 11th grade, but I've already hit level 30, rank C10. Just one more level and I'll be rank B." He pointed at the class president and sneered, "We came here to scout the place, but what about you losers?" The class president was speechless, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, only able to stammer. Just then, he pointed at Hiyue's group and declared clearly, "Our school team will definitely compete against you all." Hearing this, the orange-haired guy gestured toward his own group and scoffed mockingly. "You're seriously overestimating yourself. The 5 of us have reached perfect coordination. We even successfully cleared a D-rank dungeon yesterday. That's a record-breaking achievement for high schoolers." The blonde girl beside him covered her mouth and giggled, talking to her friends. "Hey, why bother talking to them so much? They probably haven't even seen what a D-rank dungeon looks like. How would commoners living in the slums know anything about the luxurious lifestyle of the nobility? While the class president and his friends were fuming, they couldn't find a single word to fire back. The orange-haired guy delivered a final, arrogant blow. Our goal is to become blessed ones. You lot are destined to live that peasant life forever. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had been silently observing from the back. Amidst the noisy crowd, he remained quiet, but inside his mind, a storm was brewing. He muttered to himself, "A blessed one is the highest social status a commoner without divine blood can ever reach. It's the goal everyone chases, and it's the final position I held in my past life." Painful memories flooded back, images of himself in tattered armor, body chained, kneeling in helpless despair. He laughed bitterly. A whole life just to end up as a dog for the gods. There is no way I'm letting that life repeat itself a second time. Just as the tension in the air was reaching its breaking point, a roaring engine echoed from above. A highly modern, luxurious aircraft zoomed toward them. All the students, including the rich kids, looked up in confusion. One student stammered, "Whoa, what is that?" Someone in the crowd shouted in terror, "That's a specialized aircraft of the God Clan. Why is it here?" The plane landed, kicking up a powerful gust of wind that sent dust flying, enveloping everything in a cloud of white smoke. As it cleared, a tall, imposing figure emerged. A calm, steady voice rang out. "It seems all the students are here." The group of wealthy kids stared, stunned, looking toward the source of the voice. As the smoke faded completely, a man in a black suit and glasses, exuding an extraordinary aura, stood there. The crowd shouted in unison, "A blessed one from the Jeb family, Lin Feng." But Lin Feng didn't even spare the spoiled rich kids a glance. He quietly scanned the crowd and thought to himself, "So, student Bai Yi must be here, too." The wealthy students were sweating buckets, looking completely lost. The orange-haired guy asked in confusion, Who is Bai Yi?" His friend was just as baffled. Why is Lin Feng looking for him? Amidst everyone's bewilderment, Bai Yi calmly stepped out of the crowd and walked straight toward the Blessed One. His gaze didn't waver as he faced the powerful man. Lin Feng adjusted his glasses, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. "It is you, the one who solo cleared a D-rank dungeon perfectly during the simulation test." A scene of the devastated battlefield appeared, with monster carcasses strewn across the ground. Lin Feng's voice continued, "The Z family is very interested in your performance." A shot of Bai Yi's sharp profile appeared. His eyes were as still as a frozen lake. The official invitation was issued. "Our family is hosting a hunting convention recently, so we would like to specifically invite you to attend." Hearing this, the rich kids who were just boasting were now slack-jawed, their faces drained of all color. They stammered in shock. "Solo. A perfect clear? A D-rank dungeon? An invitation from the God Clan?" Lin Feng smiled elegantly and gestured toward the luxury aircraft hovering nearby, signaling for him to follow. "Please, join me for a trip." Bai Yi didn't say a word. He just quietly watched the man in front of him. His eyes were resolute, not moving an inch, as if he were weighing something very deep. In that moment, a flashback of world history surged into his mind. 100 years ago, the world was plunged into chaos. Countless magical beasts with immense power descended, and humanity lacked the strength to fight back. Then, 5 great gods descended, protected humanity, and wiped out the powerful monsters. A heroic image appeared, a god in silver armor standing atop the corpse of a giant dragon. Humanity was preserved thanks to the gods' protection. Since then, they have all knelt in submission beneath the shadows of the gods, filled with awe and worship. To protect humanity, the gods remained on Earth from that moment on. They bestowed knowledge and great power upon humans, built mighty armies, and issued new laws. They even interbred with humans, giving birth to descendants carrying divine blood. These direct descendants, with backs radiating brilliant light, are known as the God Clan. Back in reality, Bai Yi's gaze turned cold. That's the history we're taught. Everyone in this world lives under the rule of the gods. Hearing about the golden opportunity, the orange-haired guy's eyes lit up immediately. He scrambled over, asking, "Can we come along, too?" The hunting convention is held in the God Clan's territory, a place commoners can't reach in a lifetime, let alone see in person. Lin Feng smiled gently and explained, "This trip was organized by the Jeb clan. Naturally, this time, we are inviting all the students. There is still some time before the visit to the Divine Guild, so any students interested are welcome to come along." All the students, including the class president, were stunned, unable to believe their ears. We actually have a chance to step foot on God Clan territory." The blue-haired student crossed his arms and said, "That's a place only nobles can go to." He Yue, standing beside him, smirked meaningfully and replied, "You guys sure are lucky." Lin Feng nodded, officially inviting everyone. Then, "Please, everyone, come along." The scene shifted to an unbelievable sight, a massive city floating amidst the clouds. A notification appeared. Tanzibest family territory, Sky City. A panorama of the city appeared, majestic and spectacular to the point of being overwhelming, with modern architecture mixed with greenery. White silver dragons glided between the skyscrapers. A narrator's voice began to explain the background. The families of the 5 gods are scattered all over. St. River City is essentially the home base of the Zbest family. They are descendants of CM Zebes and currently command the world's most powerful military force, the Divine Guild. They also oversee the Divine Soldier Academy. Therefore, both military recruitment and management are handled entirely by the Z family. The awakening academies of all nations are also under their control. Bai Yi thought to himself, the reason they're interested in me this time is definitely because of my performance in the graduation exam. He narrowed his eyes, a question forming in his mind. Why choose to meet at the hunting festival? The scene shifts to a magnificent hall, as opulent as a royal palace. The ceiling is adorned with stunning frescoes and massive crystal chandeliers. The group of small-town students is left agape, necks craned upward in awe. Wow, is this where the God clan lives? It's so tall. In the center of the hall, a Mona Lisa painting is displayed with great solemnity. Surrounded by guards in black uniforms standing strict watch, an introduction board appears. Z-Best Family, Divine Security Detail. As soon as he stepped into the magnificent hall, Bai Yi's gaze darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He mused silently, God clan, we meet again at last. In front of the famous Mona Lisa painting, a black-clad guard bows respectfully to report to the young man standing with his back turned, hands clasped. They have arrived. The young man with light blonde-brown hair continues to admire the painting leisurely, reciting a philosophical line reeking of aristocracy. My grandfather once told me that art is the only trace humanity leaves behind in this world. Then, he turns gracefully, revealing sharp, angular features and a high-status identity appearing on the system board. Tan Z Best, the top heir of the Zeb God clan. He continues coldly, but my father said that ruins are the only real trace. Tan's indifferent eyes narrow slightly, and he drops a chilling line, thick with stereotypical villainous energy, but I feel that creating ruins is, in itself, art. Upon hearing that convoluted theory about destruction being art, the small-town students behind him have their minds blown, faces blank and filled with question marks. Seeing the commoners looking as clueless as deer in headlights, the orange-haired young master immediately bows at a 90-degree angle and lashes out at them. Did you forget what your parents taught you? Bow your heads and show some respect. How can you be like a bunch of ignorant peasants, staring straight into the eyes of the God clan? Contrasting with the surrounding panic and sycophancy, Bai Yi maintains his ice-cold expression, mentally noting his enemy before him, Tan Zeus, the eldest son of the god currently ruling St. River City, the pinnacle of power in this world. To break the stifling, tense atmosphere, the awakened god Lin Feng claps a few times to draw the crowd's attention. With a practiced, friendly smile, Lin Feng gestures, inviting everyone to move deeper inside. Please, follow me. Skipping past the magnificent hall, they are led to an unimaginably vast area. There, a massive honeycomb-shaped energy barrier engulfs a primal forest. A notification board appears, Sky City Center, Hunting Grounds. Looking down from the high observation deck, one male student exclaims, this place, the hunting ground, is truly massive. Inside the protective energy veil, 2 giant monsters with razor-sharp fangs are growling, making the students shrink back, eyes wide as they point at the beasts. Suddenly, the sky becomes crowded with floating chairs carrying VIP guests gliding past the crowd. Sitting indolently on a chair with legs crossed is a pair of twins named Arthur and Arthur. Arthur curiously discusses the participants this time. How many people are there? Ours guesses. I don't know. Maybe they'll announce it soon. Switching to another VIP chair, a chubby young master named Jock Jen impatiently gestures to his butler with a request precise to the millimeter. Iced coffee, 3.2 parts sugar. Nearby, the beautiful young lady Alice gently waves away a drink offered by a servant. I don't need it. The butler bows respectfully and replies, understood. The scene zooms in for a close-up of Bai Yi. He thoughtfully observes the high-profile figures who just appeared. 2 scions of the A family and the grandchildren of the Gold family are also present. Bai Yi's golden eyes narrow, flashing with heightened vigilance. To think that 3 God clan families would all be here today. In front of the security barrier glass, Zbest stands solemnly, watching the monsters. While the crowd of students waits obediently in line for instructions, Lin Feng turns his head slightly, beginning to take on the role of the program's MC. The hunting festival is about to begin. Let me briefly introduce the categories and rules of the festival so you can understand what you're watching. A detailed 3D map of the hunting grounds appears. Lin Feng explains that the entire hunting festival is held in a massive arena. The core of the game is awakened vs beast inside the hunting ground. The projection shows a close-up of a steel-scaled dragon roaring in a rage. Lin Feng continues, the beasts here are captured from all over the world by the Divine Guild. They are all rank C beasts. As for the awakened, they are volunteers from all four corners of the continent. An infographic explaining the scoring system appears clearly to add a challenge to the hunt. The strength requirement for applicants is that they must not be rank B or higher. All participants form their own teams, successfully defeating. One rank C beast earns 10 points, and the final ranking is based on total points. Hearing these life or death rules, the class monitor and his friends immediately break into a cold sweat. Rank C monsters, but the participants can't be rank B. In other words, their strength is only about the same as ours. Two male students look at each other, terrified, sweating profusely. The brown-haired friend exclaims about the disparity. Monsters at the same level, usually it takes an entire team just to challenge one. Those applicants are way too brave. Contrasting the terror of the male students, the girl, Hack Knack, just calmly crosses her arms, her eyes observing thoughtfully without uttering a word of complaint. Returning to the center of the arena, Lin Feng stands solemnly, looking at a mechanical pedestal rising from the ground, his tone becoming increasingly excited. The date of this year's hunting festival falls exactly on the anniversary celebration. The lid of the pedestal opens, revealing a high-tech chest emitting a golden light so blinding it seems meant to sear the viewer's eyes. Lin Feng announces loudly, therefore, the Zeb family has specifically prepared an extremely generous reward for the ultimate winner. Finishing his sentence, Lin Feng gestures toward the massive tunnel entrance and shouts the opening declaration. Next, I invite all this year's contestants to enter the arena. The central console lit up, and a 3D topographic map of the vast hunting ground instantly unfolded in intricate detail. Emerging from the tunnel, a group of people with cold, sharp demeanors and weapons equipped to the teeth stepped out slowly. The announcement over the loudspeaker rang out clearly. There are a total of 12 contestants this year, hailing from the Holy Kingdom. The scene shifted to the back of a girl gazing up at the massive screen displaying the roster. The voice continued to call out names. Hailing from the Leaf Kingdom, Lam Thon. Watching the warriors below exuding intense killing intent, a student on the observation deck broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "These contestants must be extremely experienced, right?" His friend frowned, analyzing the situation logically. Facing monsters of the same level, killing even one on your own is already the limit. But there are hundreds of thousands of monsters in this hunting ground, and there are only 12 people. The two students looked at each other, apprehensive, swallowing hard. This was truly dangerous. One tried to cling to a glimmer of hope. But if you win, the rewards are incredibly generous. They say it could be S-tier equipment, and if you perform well, you might even receive a blessing from the God Clan. The other friend shook his head violently. Then I'd rather keep my pathetic life. In stark contrast to the panic of the crowd, Bai Yi just stood there, his eyes calm as he thought to himself, if a monster like that stood in front of me, I'd probably pee my pants. Suddenly, a man with an arrogant air stood before him and called out to him. He turned toward him with a smirk, his eyes sharp as daggers, full of provocation, aimed straight at our protagonist. You're Bai Yi, right? Facing the gunpowder-scented roll call, Bai Yi's golden eyes narrowed slightly. The other guy continued his taunting. At level 2, you use your strength to break through a D-rank dungeon alone. That hasn't reached your limit yet, has it? The challenger's face darkened, radiating a twisted and terrifying aura. He gritted his teeth, standing proudly in front of the screen, where a giant steel-scaled dragon was roaring behind the energy barrier, issuing a ridiculous condition. Show me you can kill a C-rank magical beast. Hearing this wild challenge, the orange-haired young master and the young lady beside him were so shocked their jaws almost hit the floor. The girl gripped her friend's sleeve and shouted, "What? You're forcing a student to single-handedly challenge a C-rank monster. How is that even possible?" But this is the God Clan's requirement. Standing next to Bai Yi, Yue crossed her arms, her face calm but her eyes flashing with sharpness. She evaluated him silently. No wonder they specifically invited Bai Yi here. This requirement shouldn't be difficult for him. He previously helped me take down a B-rank demon. His strength to solo a C-rank is certainly. Suddenly realizing something, Yue's pupils constricted. She was stunned as she reached a conclusion in her mind. No, the camera zoomed in on Bai Yi's feet as he took a decisive step forward, leaving safety behind. A bold calculation formed in his mind. One monster isn't enough, is it? The corner of Bai Yi's mouth curled into a flawless, confident smile. He looked straight at the God-blessed, Lin Feng, and boldly declared, "Since I'm already here, let me join the hunting festival too." Facing the insane request from a student, Lin Feng maintained his calm expression, his eyes behind his glasses flashing with intrigue, just silently observing. On the contrary, the nobles looked as if they'd been struck by lightning. The young lady and the orange-haired young master widened their eyes, screaming in terror. Did he just say that? Did I hear that right? On the floating VIP seats, the A-twins clutched their stomachs, laughing mockingly. He wants to join too? What kind of joke is this? The chubby young master narrowed his eyes, tilted his nose to the sky, and let out a cynical, weary scoff. Ignoring all the ridicule, Bai Yi only had one leveling goal in his mind, and the smile on his lips grew even more cryptic. Currently, in this world, C-rank magical beasts are nowhere to be found. Looking at Bai Yi's resolute back, his system interface flickered with the ultimate goal: level up to B rank. He tightened his resolve. This was his only and fastest opportunity right now. Bai Yi's golden eyes sharpened, glancing toward the powerful seats floating above. Furthermore, all three god clans were present today. A brilliant aura exploded, enveloping Bai Yi's body. He held his head high, his eyes glowing as he wore an arrogant, provocative smile, facing those who called themselves gods. Let me give you all the most thrilling performance of your lives. Just as Bai Yi was about to go solo, a slender hand was suddenly raised, and a voice rang out decisively, cutting in. Wait, I'd like to sign up too. The blue-haired boy with him also stepped up, raising his hand with a breezy smile. And me, too. Watching the trio of death-defying students lining up to join the fray, the fake nobles were completely petrified, their faces pale and speechless. The entire observation deck buzzed like a disturbed hive. The students behind them panicked. What are these guys saying? The God-Blessed scanned the information on the electronic board, calmly confirming. The entry requirement is C rank, and you all do indeed meet the criteria. The corner of the God-Blessed's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes showing a mix of appreciation and curiosity. Tsk, interesting. This is truly the first time students have come to join the hunting festival. Your request is granted. Seeing the commoners favored by the God-Blessed, the red-clad boy in the wealthy group gritted his teeth in anger, turning to his cronies. These bumpkins just want to show off in front of the God clan. Hearing this, the orange-haired boy, sweating profusely, replied, there was an incredible precedent for this before. Because of an outstanding performance, they were directly chosen by the God clan to become God-Blessed. But they are being too reckless, not wanting to be outdone. He wiped his sweat, trying to look cool, gave a thumbs up, and shouted, I'm joining too. Lin Fang glanced at the impulsive student and coldly reminded them of the brutal rules. Did you all hear clearly? There are no teleportation devices at the hunting festival. If you run into danger, basically no one will be coming to save you. The orange-haired boy sweated buckets, trying to force a smile. Of course. To save face, he looked toward Bai Yi and spoke arrogantly. It's just a C-rank monster, isn't it? What's so special about it? Then he glared at Bai Yi with overt provocation. Are we really that much worse than you people from this vassal state? Bai Yi only responded with a look of disdainful silence. A top-down shot of the castle appeared, followed by the narrator's voice. The number of contestants has naturally increased by 8. All 8 people, including the orange-haired young master's group and Bai Yi's group, stood in 2 distinct camps, preparing for battle. Sitting in floating VIP chairs, the twins rested their chins on their hands, watching with amusement. They observed the 5-man team from the St. Ha Private Academy and the 3-man squad from Jiang Nation. This is getting interesting, the chubby young master sneered, turning to lure the nobles into starting an impromptu betting pool. Who are you all betting on? The twins didn't hesitate for a second, laughing as they chimed in. Obviously, we're betting 1 million on the students from St. Ha Private Academy. Count me in for another million. They've received elite noble education, second only to us. There's no way they'd be like that trashy bunch of nobodies crawling out of nowhere. With a single step forward, firm and steady, the camera zoomed in on a mysterious man's polished black leather shoes. His voice echoed with intense, thrill-seeking excitement. Interesting. Immediately, all eyes turned toward the floating VIP section. The brown-haired young man spoke up, making a decision that went against the majority. Then I'm betting on Bai Yi. This statement made the two sitting below widen their eyes, startled. Hearing that, the twin sitting next to him burst into a raucous laugh, laughing so hard he threw his head back, spitting out biting mockery. Bai Yi? You mean that rustic white-haired kid? The dark blue-haired young man only smirked, looking toward the back, wearing a confident, half-smiled expression as he replied coolly, then you might as well get ready to throw your money out the window. Meanwhile, the chubby young master, Rock Gold, sat heavily on the sofa with a glass of wine by his side, silently narrowing his eyes as he looked down at the grounds, not saying a word. He rested his chin on his hand, letting out a long, troubled sigh, muttering to himself, sigh, who should I bet on? The scene shifted back to the hunting grounds, where Lin Fang stood straight, as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh, he said. He slightly adjusted his glasses, a dangerous glint flashing through the thin lenses, slowly warning, I forgot to remind you all. Under no circumstances are you to approach the dark forest in the center. The frame swept over a dark, eerie, terrifying forest with ruined stone gates looming in the fog. Lin Feng's voice remained calm, though he added, "But I suppose you wouldn't go that far, right?" Without wasting any more time, the official student group stepped into the dense forest. Bai Yi led the way with He Yue and the blue-haired boy, the three of them moving with such ease, as if they were just taking a stroll in the park. In another development, the group of rich kids from the private academy was clearly looking tense. They were fully armed, darting their eyes around the gloomy forest, with the organizers' drones hovering overhead recording their every move. The blonde, noble girl clutched her staff tightly with both hands, her face pale as a sheet, beads of sweat pouring down as she trembled. "We've never fought a C-rank monster before." Seeing his teammates' cowardice, the orange-haired young master snapped to steady the formation. Even though he was sweating just as much, he barked, "What are you afraid of? It's not like we've never fought D-rank bosses before." He looked back, trying to analyze the situation with a decisive tone to suppress his own fear. "The strength of a C-rank monster is at most just a D-rank boss level. We just need to maintain our usual formation." His eyes sharpened, revealing extreme arrogance and competitiveness, emphasizing every word to show those hicks what real talent was. What does it really mean to be elite? Back with Bai Yi's group, the three of them had already ventured deep into the woods. Unlike the panic of the noble group, the three of them walked side by side, their expressions cold and composed, ready to face any challenge. Suddenly, Bai Yi's golden eyes widened, his pupils contracting as if he had just felt the surge of killing intent or some terrifying pressure. He startled, instinctively clutching his left chest, his heart thumping wildly against his ribs, leaving him shaken. A faint light flickered from his body, and Bai Yi frowned in confusion, wondering to himself, "What is this? My heart was beating so fast just now." Noticing his teammate's strange behavior, He Yue immediately turned, her eyes filled with concern as she asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Yi quickly lowered his hand, immediately regaining his usual cold expression, and softly reassured her, "I'm fine." Just then, the blue-haired boy walking with them turned around and softly called out to them. He flashed a very friendly smile at the two, offering a highly collaborative proposal. "Since we're heading in the same direction, why don't we form a squad and fight together?" His smile turned even more cunning as he teased the pair. "Ever since you turned down the team captain's invitation, our supreme captain hasn't been able to eat or sleep properly." Then he pointed at himself and winked. "Actually, I've been looking forward to teaming up with you even more." Hearing these sweet, flirtatious words, Bai Yi scratched his head with a giant question mark, while He Yue's face flushed red, and she retorted in confusion, "What on earth are you talking about?" Despite being scolded, the blue-haired boy wasn't angry, just laughing casually. "So, think about it, will you?" But before they could seal the deal, a terrifying noise erupted from the dark bushes. A pale green reptilian monster with bulging, insane eyes poked its head out, its long tongue flicking as it eyed its prey. The camera abruptly cut to the fake elite noble group currently being ambushed. The orange-haired young master hurriedly raised his green energy shield to block a lethal claw strike from the beast, screaming in terror. The massive monster standing before them was completely overwhelming due to its sheer size. Seeing this, the orange-haired guy cursed angrily. "Damn it." The other members were pushed back, nearly falling to the ground, too terrified to speak. In the face of imminent danger, the orange-haired guy's combat status screen instantly lit up. Name: Cavan. Class: Earth Mage. Level: 30, C-rank. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring like rain, and strained his voice to command his teammates. "Can you keep up with my moves?" Ignoring his shouting, the giant magical beast didn't care at all. It swung its razor-sharp claws, brutally ready to launch its assault. Switching back to the nobles' battle, a massive, 25-level C-rank frost dragon, its entire body covered in blue scales, roared as it lunged to attack the two students with its icy, sharp claws. Facing the terrifying pressure of the magical beast, the male student holding the sword was pale with fear, his pupils shrinking, and he shrieked in panic. In that split second of life and death, the black-haired student gritted his teeth and charged forward, swinging his greatsword, carrying a wave of green sword energy as he slashed directly at the dragon's belly and shouted, "I'm risking it all on you." The skill, Deep Abyss / activated, the strike tearing through the monster's skin, causing fresh blood to spray everywhere. Having been hit in a critical spot, the frost dragon threw its head back and roared in pain, red blood running down its blue scales, creating an incredibly bloody scene. Seizing the golden opportunity, the blonde noble girl hurriedly backed away, waving her hands to gather magic, and massive snowflakes immediately condensed in midair. A chilling surge of magic rushed toward the wounded dragon. The glacial bone domain skill activated, and cold air instantly enveloped the magical beast. A thick layer of ice spread rapidly, completely freezing the monster's lower half. The young lady sighed in relief and shouted confidently, "I've got it locked down." Immediately, the black-haired girl standing on high ground drew her bow, the arrow brimming with green energy aimed straight at the dragon's head, and smiled to praise her teammate. Well done. The enhanced poison hand and attached spirit sword blade skills were unleashed simultaneously. The poison-tipped arrow tore through the air, piercing the dragon's head. Meanwhile, the blue-haired student lunged forward to deliver a powerful sword strike. Coordinating perfectly, the orange-haired young master Kevin stomped onto the ice platform his teammates had created, using the momentum to spring high into the night sky. Hovering in midair, Kevin held high a brilliant fireball that was gathering immense power, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Let me finish it off. He poured every ounce of his mana into the decisive strike, his veins bulging, and let out a mighty roar to boost his momentum. Then he shouted, "Die!" A massive, blazing fireball, bright enough to illuminate a corner of the forest, was hurled down with destructive force, aimed squarely at the monster. Facing the incoming fireball, the ice dragon could only widen its yellow pupils in horror, helpless as it remained frozen stiff, and the blazing flame explosion skill erupted violently. A giant column of fire shot up to the heavens, sweeping away everything in its path, the blinding light completely engulfing the unlucky beast. The extreme temperature difference combined with the pressure of the explosion shattered the ice, and the body of the ice explosion dragon was torn into pieces, scattering everywhere. Kevin landed, soaked in sweat and panting heavily, but his face was filled with boundless excitement. Success. The system board announced the drop loot: Ice Dragon Bone X2, Cold Dragon Tail X1. He turned his back, thrusting his fist into the air with a smug, arrogant grin. Above his head appeared the text, "Kevin, plus 10 points. He boasted, "See? I told you we could do it. We truly are the elite of the elite." Witnessing that top-tier performance, the young master from House A, sitting in a hovering VIP chair, laughed out loud and clapped in applause. "Haha, that's badass. Kevin, he got 10 points. They actually managed to take down a C-rank wild monster." Kevin, getting even bolder, tilted his chin and pointed toward the dark forest where he thought the Jiang Kwok students were hiding, trying to lecture them. "We helped you guys take down one. The stragglers behind are yours." The platinum-haired girl watched on, full of confusion. But after waiting in vain for a reply, the platinum-blonde lady happened to look up at the electronic leaderboard hovering in the air. Her face suddenly froze, and she called out with a trembling voice, "Guys, look." The leaderboard was clearly displayed. First, Hacknack, 150 points. Second, Blue Hair, 130 points. Third, Box C, 120 points. She stammered, unable to speak clearly. The leaderboard was a harsh reality check slapped right in the faces of the nobles. One person in the group trembled and blurted out, "The three of them have already killed over 10 monsters." At the same time, on the observation deck, the blessed divine Lin Feng, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, suddenly furrowed his brow, opened his eyes in surprise, and let out an exclamation. He reached up to adjust his glasses, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, inwardly regretting that he had forgotten to warn them never to approach the dark forest area. The screen projected an image of an ancient, gloomy stone gate, blurred in the chilling fog. Lin Feng clicked his tongue to reassure himself. They couldn't possibly be unlucky enough to wander into that place, right? But still, no response. The platinum blonde lady happened to look up at the electronic leaderboard hovering in the air. Her face suddenly froze, and she called out with a trembling voice, "Guys, look, the leaderboard is clearly showing it. First, Hacknack's 150 points. Second, Blue Hair, 130 points. Third, Box C, 120 points." She stammered, unable to speak, as the leaderboard dealt a cruel truth straight to the nobles. One person in the group trembled and blurted out, "The three of them have already killed over 10 monsters." Her eyes flickered wildly, unable to believe the brutal reality. How can this be? Kevin, standing nearby, was left completely speechless, sweat pouring down like rain, his face twisted in utter shock. On the VIP observation deck, the glass in the hands of the chubby young Master Rock fell and shattered on the tiled floor, red wine spilling everywhere. The shock at the commoner's scores made him angrily spit out a curse full of frustration. Damn it! The blue-haired young man with swept-back hair sat on the sofa, quickly dodging and cursing angrily, his face showing deep disappointment. What kind of elite education is this? A bunch of losers. Seeing his $1 million bet on Kevin about to evaporate, he grimaced, sweating, and gritted his teeth, complaining, "We're going to lose our money again." Roy Cao, his twin, glanced over and said, taking so much effort to kill a monster at a lower level than themselves, he turned to glare at his friend beside him. Seeing this, his friend let out a cold snort and said, "That guy just got lucky. The 3D screen displayed the leaderboard clearly. Below the Box C group, the student Lam fan had lagged behind in 4th place, pushing Kevin all the way down to 5th. The blue-haired young man glanced at the scoreboard, his tone sarcastic and surprised. I didn't expect that bug you picked at random to climb to 3rd place. The Blessed Divine lightly curled his lip, replying with deep meaning. Never underestimate the power of bugs. Father taught me that since I was little. Next to them, the chubby young Master Rock, who had been squinting, suddenly rubbed his chin and broke into a sly smile. Hey, he said, swinging his wine glass, sighing as he arrogantly declared, I haven't even placed my bet yet. Is this hunting game really that simple? He stared down at the hunting grounds, which were far too peaceful compared to expectations. Rock sighed, bored. Playing like this is deadly dull. Seeing the fat man's restless, troublemaking demeanor, the Blessed Divine turned back to ask, his eyes full of suspicion. What bad idea do you have now? Rock slowly sat up straight in his hovering chair, grinning deviously. Me? His expression suddenly darkened with malice, and he confidently announced an insane decision. I want to sign up too. I'm betting on myself. No sooner said than done. Rock's hand reached out, grabbing the ear of the black-clad butler standing behind him and pulling it down. The butler just broke into a cold sweat, not daring to resist. Rock spoke, looking straight at his servant, giving a blatant order to swap participants. However, I'll have my dog go in my place. Hearing this outrageous arrangement, the Kao twins were so shocked they broke out in a cold sweat, turning quickly to intervene. He's a Blessed Divine. The rules only allow C-rank awakeners to participate. Ignoring the protest, Rock just sneered with an authoritarian air, his eyes sharp and threatening. The Divine Clan is the rule. Rock turned to the butler, who was bowing his head in resignation with a wicked smile, and casually released a high-level beast he'd been keeping caged. His words were ice cold. He spat out every syllable, heartlessly sentencing his own servant. If you can't secure 1st place, you might as well just go die. The poor attendant broke out in a cold sweat. The moment the order was given, the situation in the hunting grounds turned chaotic. A massive grade C, level 29 stellar beast, the pillar stoneworker, suddenly appeared. It crushed the ground beneath its feet, sending a student into a panicked, sobbing heap. The mammoth let out a sky-shattering roar and brought its massive leg crashing down. A boy in the group screamed for his teammate, but only silence answered his cries. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the orange-haired young Master Kevin and his group were sweating buckets, shouting in terror. Why? Why are there so many high-level monsters all of a sudden? The unlucky student, Ly, was trapped under the beast's claws. With a scratched face covered in tears, he desperately reached out, crying, Help! Someone, please help me. Realizing no one was coming for him, Ly let out a desperate shriek, his will to fight completely shattering. I give up. I give up. Just let me go. The moment he surrendered, a glowing red X appeared on the system interface. Accompanied by a cold notification sound, Ly was eliminated. Watching from afar, the student with Kevin pointed at the digital leaderboard, where red X's were popping up one after another, his face slick with sweat. Look at that, guys. Another awakener eliminated. They've clearly given up on the competition. This is brutal. The noble young ladies looked pale as ghosts, shivering in stifled, fearful silence. One girl glanced around, her heart filled with extreme unease at the insane events unfolding. Her eyes drifted to the screen showing the VIP lounge above, and she thought bitterly, they're the complete opposite of the life and death struggle happening down here. The rich heirs were sitting there grinning as if watching an action movie, and the duo beside them were just as hyped. She muttered bitterly, they look like they're really enjoying the show. The Ao brothers were even throwing their fists in the air, laughing with delight. That's how it's done. Give and take. That's where the fun is. One of them turned to urge the brown-haired guy, the best. Do you have any more hidden monsters? Release them all. The heir to the ZS family remained perfectly calm, his gaze unwavering as he looked down at the chaos, ignoring the frenzy around him. On the central monitor, countless terrifying monsters had been unleashed, forcing the students into a desperate flight for their lives. The scene shifted to Heniak's group, a grade C. Level 28 stellar beast, a stone ape with a body made of solid rock, was lunging at them, fangs bared. Its massive stone hands smashed into the ground, creating an impact that sent rocks and dust flying everywhere. Hit by the shockwave, Kevin and his group were blown away, tumbling through the air. Scrambling to run while terrified, they screamed, It's got a broken leg and it's still this fast? Beside them, Hinak looked up, eyes widening as she spotted a green leaf-shaped aura suddenly appearing right behind her head. Before she could even process it, a kick imbued with heaven-shattering power, wrapped in green magic, slammed directly into the stone ape's face from midair. The force was so immense it sent the building-sized beast flying backward, carving a path through the forest amidst shattering rocks and blinding light. As the dust settled, Bai Yi landed perfectly in a cool superhero pose. Flanking him, he, Nak, and the blue-haired boy immediately struck fighting poses, radiating murderous intent as they circled the collapsing beast. The power trio had officially joined the fray. After that devastating kick, the stone ape lifted its glowing red eyes, baring its jagged jaw, panting in rage. But suddenly, a massive wave of purple dark energy surged from nowhere, pinning the beast down and freezing its body in place. The system immediately announced, target subjected to pressure deceleration. It could only let out a roar of helplessness. It turned out to be the technique of the blue-haired mage Don Chi-han. He confidently clenched his fist, declaring, "I've got it locked down." The system displayed information for Don Chi-han, Grade C, Star Mage, with the skill expert lockdown to immobilize targets. Just as the target was held, Bai Yi landed safely, kneeling to brace himself with finesse. He swung the flaming greatsword in his hand, his eagle-sharp eyes locked onto his prey, preparing the finishing blow. Instantly, a fiery, earth-shattering slash came crashing down, completely ending the level 28 stone ape as his teammates looked on in awe. When the system announced received Meteorite X4 and Bai Yi plus 10 points, Nak stood back, looking at his back, and called out softly, "Bai Yi." Her mind was a mess of thoughts. This is the third time he's helped me already. Even though it's supposed to be a team effort, he's been leading the whole fight from the very beginning. I can't believe it. And to think, he's only used his warrior class so far. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was staring at his palm, lost in thought. And it was true. The system pinged with a notification, received 1,700 experience points. Bai Yi thought to himself, just as I guessed. In such a short time, my warrior class has leveled up twice. He looked at the monster's carcass, continuing his internal monologue of a multifaceted persona. All the classes I use in battle earn experience. Glancing around the forest, he became cautious. I can't easily reveal my other classes. His face tightened, and a single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he realized the complexity of the situation. After a moment of silence, he turned and walked away. A plan already forming in his head. I need to find a place to be alone. His gaze shifted toward the distance, where a dark, fog-filled forest seemed to beckon the reckless, the dark forest in the center. At the same time, elsewhere, Don Chi-han stood with his arms crossed, looking smug. Ahem, he looked at the group, then glanced at the leaderboard, and said with his nose in the air, "Our team coordination isn't too bad, is it?" Continuing his narcissism, he declared excitedly, "Looks like first place is going to one of us three." He turned to provoke Nak with a sly grin. "We've left fourth place pretty far behind, haven't we?" This only made her glare at him in silence. His attitude really irritated Nak. She frowned slightly. Suddenly, a whoosh sound came from the leaderboard. Nak pointed at the screen and screamed in panic. "Look at that, guys. Someone is climbing the ranks at a terrifying speed." Bai Yi looked up too, unable to hide his shock. The name-jumping numbers like crazy left him speechless. Gannicus, you narrowed your eyes, your face filled with disbelief and deep thought. Why would he be participating in this match? Elsewhere, the giant stone sentinel let out one final roar before collapsing into a pool of blood. The system announced, successfully eliminated level 29 stone sentinel. Points awarded, 10. Through the swirling mist, a figure emerged clad in glittering ice armor. The system introduced Divine Envoy candidate Gannicus, B-rank cloud-type warrior. Gannicus's cold, stone-faced expression remained unchanged. He gripped his sword, surrounded by terrifying silence. He stood amidst the frozen battlefield he had created himself. The frozen carcass of the massive beast lay before him as proof of his absolute power. The leaderboard shifted once again. Gannicus's name shot up to third place, knocking Bai Yi down to fourth, leaving everyone in shock. Back in the VIP room, the fat man burst into laughter, his belly jiggling with delight. He pointed at the screen, boastfully showing off to Tan Zbest, who stood as still as a statue. "See that? My ranking has already surpassed yours. Tan Zbest, right?" The fat man let out a triumphant sneer, his eyes narrowing with contempt as he looked at Tan Zbest. "The one you picked is nothing special. I'll be taking first place. I'll gladly accept the victory." Meanwhile, one of the twins clicked his tongue, propping his chin up with a mocking smile. He glanced at Tan Zbest, sneering. "Sending a divine envoy to take your place? That's really playing dirty." He turned fully to face Tan Zbest, who remained silent with an enigmatic smile. "Hey, Tan Zbest, it seems you've never lost a bet before, right?" Faced with the twins' anticipation, Tan Zbest kept his expression calm and unreadable, listening silently as the guy happily added, "We're finally going to see what you look like when you lose." Ha, ha. Unexpectedly, Tan Zbest smirked and finally spoke up. Everyone. He glanced at the gossip-hungry crowd and made a provocative offer. Want to up the stakes? You're all free to change who you're betting on. Then, with a cold, piercing gaze, he announced a shocking decision. As for me, I'm betting another 100 million on Bai Yi. Dare to match me? The twins' jaws dropped, and they stammered, unable to find words. One of them panicked. Are you crazy? The guy just said 100 million, that's an entire week's worth of tribute money. Provoked, the fat man sneered, confident in his own hound. Gannicus is my most loyal dog. If you want to throw your money out the window, be my guest. Tanzibest just smiled gently, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He stood up, turning his back to the leaderboard, his voice echoing throughout the VIP room to stir up their desire for first place. Immediately, he signaled his assistant nearby. Add some spice to the show. The assistant bowed instantly. Yes, sir. At once, a powerful voice boomed from above, echoing across the hunting grounds. Attention contestants, the final round of the hunting festival has officially begun. The voice continued, announcing new rules that made all the contestants, including Cavan's group, look up in astonishment. More powerful monsters will be released. You all have the right to choose, continue or withdraw right now. Hearing this, a delicate noblewoman turned pale with fear and stammered, I want to withdraw. But the most important revelation was yet to come. Furthermore, the Zeb family has specially added a new reward to the treasure chest. The one who wins first place overall will receive a special item. A golden ring with a mystical purple gem appeared in midair. A solemn voice rang out, the holy decree. Bai Yi's face tightened, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. The system began to explain this priceless treasure. The holy decree, a ring that every member of the divine clan can bestow only once in their lifetime. An illustration appeared, showing a commoner holding the ring high amidst brilliant radiance. A mortal who receives the holy decree possesses a get-out-of-jail-free card. In other words, even if that person commits a capital crime, the holy decree will pardon them once. Memories flooded back. Bai Yi recalled his past life, where his master had used this very ring to save him from a prison for awakeners. He looked at Tanzibest on the screen, his eyes hardening. His heart surged. He hadn't expected the Tanzibest family to go all out like this. Fueled by a burning determination, he thought to himself, at this rate, the competition will only get more brutal. I don't have much time left to level up. Just then, Don Shi-han spoke up from behind, breaking his train of thought. You too, he said, holding out his hands, offering a calculated suggestion. Team tactics are effective, but gaining points is too slow. The number of monsters in the outer ring is dwindling. Why don't we split up and fend for ourselves? Don Shi-han pointed at the leaderboard, his voice full of provocation. That new guy is about to leave us in the dust. Everyone immediately looked up at the leaderboard appearing above. After a moment of silence, Bai Yi turned to his two teammates and asked seriously, can you two protect yourselves? Hearing that concerned question, Hacknack smiled faintly, thinking to herself. As expected, he only agreed to join the group because he was worried about our safety. She confidently gave a thumbs up, her fighting spirit rising. Don't underestimate the central congregation. Let's have a competition to see who takes first place. Elsewhere, in the wealthy group's area, the black-haired guy soared into the air, his body radiating a green aura, preparing to unleash a lightning strike at the giant beetle monster. Watching his hound fight frantically, the fat man roared in his mind with a manic expression. That's it. Keep doing that, tear those monsters apart for me. The fat man's command still echoed in his ears, driving Gannicus to dive into a sea of monsters, slaughtering them without rest. If you don't secure first place, you might as well die in there. In the VIP room, the fat man burst into triumphant laughter, pointing at the large screen to boast to Tanzibest. Ha, 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 see that? That's the hound I raised. He turned to Tanzibest, who maintained his stone-faced look, and continued the mockery. Jeb, you're definitely going to lose. Look at the Bai Yi you chose. The screen showing Bai Yi suddenly glitched, flickering as if about to die. The fat man laughed even harder. Even his teammates abandoned him. What a loser. Ha, ha, ha. But the static grew worse. The screen flashed with a blinding light, and then it cut out completely, leaving a pitch-black screen in the stunned silence of everyone present. Tanzibest furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something wasn't right. He muttered, The unexpected incident caused the entire VIP room to erupt in confusion. One of the rich guys jumped up and asked, why did his live stream cut out? What's going on? Only Tanzibest remained perfectly calm. He stared into the pitch-black void, thinking to himself, so, you're finally showing your true colors, aren't you? And he was right. Deep in the heart of the forest, Bai Yi had personally destroyed the surveillance drone. The system coldly announced, Livestream Pro has been destroyed. He mused, having intentionally ventured into the central zone, a place most people were too terrified to even approach. Standing in the middle of the clearing, a blue magical aura began to envelop his body as he activated a new class, Cloud Mage Mode. He looked straight ahead at the iceberg, feeling confident. His master had taught him exactly where the forest monsters like to hide. Instantly, a host of easy targets appeared before him, level 29 Thunderstrider birds. He smirked, finding these walking experience bags was just too easy. The blue aura erupted violently. Bai Yi gripped his staff, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Let's get these classes leveled up properly. Meanwhile, in the viewing stands, the crowd was buzzing over Bai Yi's blacked-out screen. A gray-haired girl panicked, clutching her cheeks in worry. His screen just went dead. Is he in danger? The purple-haired girl beside her couldn't hide her anxiety either. Clasping her hands together, she muttered, Bai Yi, what on earth happened? Suddenly, another viewer shouted, pointing at the leaderboard. Hey, look at Bai Yi's score. The entire crowd gasped in disbelief. How did he gain 30 points in the blink of an eye to rocket into second place? Before they could even process it, the score jumped again, sending everyone into a frenzy. Another 20 points he was about to catch up to first place. On the control ship, a technician couldn't help but scream in shock. Is the system glitching? The fat guy, Rock, stared at the leaderboard with his jaw dropped, roaring in frustration. How can his points skyrocket after his stream got cut off? Zeb's assistant behind him calmly explained. The scoring system cannot be wrong. We attach chips to every magical beast. Points are only awarded when they are killed. But the disgruntled fat man was in no mood to listen. Furious, he hurled his coffee cup right at the assistant's face. He pointed at Tan Zebest, roaring like a wild beast. Damn it! Do you think I need you to explain this to me? Do you think I'm an idiot? Then, Rock turned toward Tan Zebest and barked, Hey, doesn't your chosen one know the rules? Since when does a divine kind get to interrupt the gods? Tan Zebest just turned around, offering a provocative smirk. Are you really that afraid of losing? The fat guy standing behind him was boiling with rage and spat. You! Tan Zebest turned his back to watch the leaderboard, where the name Bai Yi sat proudly in first place. He murmured, Bai Yi, you're more interesting than I thought. Down on the battlefield, Hiyue was standing next to a defeated magical beast, looking up at the leaderboard. She couldn't believe her eyes. She had guessed that if he fought solo, he might catch up, but she hadn't expected it to happen this quickly. She stared at Bai Yi's insane score, calculating silently. If he keeps up this pace, he's definitely going to take first place. Meanwhile, Don Shihan was panting heavily. He looked at the leaderboard, his soul nearly leaving his body as he gasped, How? How is this possible? Is this even something a human can do? He stared at Bai Yi's score. That 750 felt like a bucket of cold water to his pride. Had Bai Yi been hiding his true strength all along while they were in a group? Instantly, his own fighting spirit ignited. This was a rare opportunity to show his worth in front of the divine kind. The center was dangerous, but there had to be more monsters there. He turned around, his gaze fixed firmly on the dark forest. I have to head to the center, too. I can't let myself get left behind. He ran, trying to reassure himself. Just stay away from the deep, dark part of the forest, and it'll be fine. There shouldn't be any real danger. But he didn't know that the most dangerous place he was avoiding was exactly where Bai Yi had chosen as his main farming spot. Standing among the bizarre monsters, Bai Yi whispered, Darkness. Finally, you've arrived. Facing a horde of creatures in every shape and size, from giants to one-eyed octopuses, Bai Yi's eyes flashed with a golden light. He calmly thought, I've gone through the whole loop. I pretty much wiped out all the magical beasts in the inner circle. 3 virtual info panels appeared before him. They displayed his boosted stats. Cloud Mage level 25, rank 2, 400% strength. Speed 20 times 4, endurance 39 times 4, luck 30, 1 plus 42 times 4, elemental power 62 plus 158 times 4, mental power 40 plus 88 times 4, atomic warrior, level 27, rank C, 300% strength, 57 plus 128 times, speed 41 plus 1000 times, endurance 61 plus 81 times, luck 26 times 3, solar elemental power 141 times 3, mental power 11 times 3, floral summoner, level 24, 350% endurance, 10 times 3.5, speed 10 times 3.5, rest force 50 times 3.5, luck 30 times 3.5, elemental power 20 times 3.5, mental power 0, 276 times 3.5. He looked at his achievement panel with satisfaction. All these classes had leveled up quite a bit. Maybe today he could push the warrior class straight to B rank. On Bai Yi's side, He looked at the freshly updated system panel, satisfied, and muttered, "I've managed to form contracts with 2 more summoned beasts." He patted the blue falcon, Xiaolin, on the shoulder, then glanced over at the spiked ape to finalize his tactical plan. "Xiaolin, you're responsible for scouting enemies and checking the surroundings, while the ape will fight alongside me." With the plan set, he looked up and commanded the falcon to soar high. "Xiaolin, help me see if there are any more beasts around." But before the word beast could escape his lips, Bai Yi's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. He jolted in surprise, letting out a stunned gasp. A searing, piercing pain shot through his brain. He collapsed to one knee on the cold ground, clutching his chest, which pounded like it was about to burst. Sweat poured down his grimacing face. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with extreme bewilderment. So it really is this feeling again. He struggled to lift his head, his sharp eyes scanning the infinite darkness of the forest, growling through gritted teeth. "You're in here, aren't you?" Instantly, a haunting, eerie voice echoed through the silent space, calling me out by name. "Are you the one beckoning for me?" An evil shadow gradually took shape with glowing eyes and a sickeningly wide, sinister grin. He whispered enchantingly, "Let me give you a hand." The demon's pale hand reached out, holding a ghostly heart wrapped in chaotic, multicolored energy. His smile remained twisted and cunning. "Consider this a welcome gift." Even while accepting the power, Bai Yi remained defensive, his eyes sharp as daggers, probing. "Then why do you want to make a deal with me? What's the price?" The demon didn't answer directly, half his face obscured by shadow. He just smirked and let out a mysterious, cryptic chuckle. "Heh." The figure's pale lips curled into a chilling sneer. "Wait until you return to the past." Hearing this, Bai Yi's face hardened, his narrow eyes filled with complex calculations, yet he didn't utter a single word. The demon's grin widened even further, a look of smug satisfaction, as if the prey had walked right into the perfect trap. In a blink, the demonic illusion dissolved. Bai Yi snapped back to reality, his forehead drenched in sweat, his expression still gripped by lingering shock. He took a deep breath, slowly straightened up in the silent forest, and muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly glinting with cold, absolute resolve. "It's time to keep my promise to you." Meanwhile, in the observation area, a spectator stared at the leaderboard, where Bai Yi's score of 750 points stood dominant. They exclaimed in disbelief. No one expected the hunting competition to take such a sudden turn. The purple-haired teacher covered her face, beaming with pride she couldn't hide. Out of the top 4, 3 are students from our Django Academy. A group of male students crossed their arms, whispering among themselves. One clicked his tongue, impressed yet confused. "Bai Yi is a total beast, but we haven't seen his live feed at all. How on earth is he farming points like that?" Hearing this, the pink-haired girl from the Central Order spoke up to explain. "Perhaps he's headed to the Central Zone." Before this cultivation field trip, we at the Central Order studied all the necessary information regarding the hunting competition. Recalling the combat footage, she explained enthusiastically, "Actually, the entire hunting ground is massive. We can't see the whole thing at once, so we have to rely on the professional streaming drones following the participants." A virtual screen projected a map showing 3 concentric circles. She pointed precisely. The entire ground is divided into 3 zones. The basic hunting zone on the outside, the high difficulty zone in the middle, and the innermost core, the Blackbone Forest. Gesturing toward the screen displaying safe, grassy plains, she continued, "What we're looking at right now is the basic hunting zone. The demonic beasts here are low-level and relatively sparse." The footage shifted to students entering a gloomier area. She analyzed sharply. The deeper they go, the higher the level of the demonic beasts, and obviously, their numbers increase as well. The male student had a sudden epiphany, nodding in agreement. So, the reason Bai Yi can farm points so quickly must be because he's ventured deep into the inner regions. I see. However, the pink-haired girl's expression suddenly turned grave, her voice dropping. "But the core zone, the Blackbone Forest, is an area that absolutely must not be entered. Rumor has it that place is cursed. Once you go in, you never come back." The male student broke out in a cold sweat, muttering anxiously. Then why the hell did the vice captain head straight into that hellhole? While his friends were panicking, the young man, Don Chi-Han, at this very moment, was shoving his hands into his pockets, huddled up in the dark forest, glancing around and grumbling in frustration. He originally planned to sneak into the inner circle to kill more beasts for points, but he wandered aimlessly and ended up in this Blackbone Forest instead. However, the lost Don Chi-Han was currently hiding in the bushes, sweat beading on his temple, his eyes darting with calculation. He peered out from the shadows, eyes widening as he watched Bai Yi's back as he walked inside, muttering in shock, "Bai Yi? How did he get here too? Does he want to go in there? Does he have any idea how dangerous the Blackbone Forest is?" In a moment of impulse, Dong-Chi Han reached out, his mouth half open to call out, but he immediately froze. He slowly lowered his hand, stifling the urge to shout. His gaze flicked to the virtual leaderboard, showing Bai Yi comfortably in first place with 750 points. He pulled his hand back, his lips twitching as he told himself, "This is fine." A dark, cunning smile spread across Dong-Chi Han's face. A gleam of craftiness flashed in his eyes. If he disappears, it'll be that much easier for the gaze of the gods to notice me. With that thought, he shoved his hands back into his pockets, standing leisurely at the edge of the gloomy forest, watching coldly as Bai Yi's figure was swallowed by the darkness, without the slightest intention of stopping him. At the same time, deep inside the black-bone forest, everything was drowned in a deadly shade of purplish black. Bai Yi's figure was small and lonely, walking along the deep, winding path. Suddenly, he stopped, reached out to touch a withered tree trunk, his eyes filled with suspicion. Back here again. Even after marking his path, he had been walking straight forward. Bai Yi's finger traced the circular mark with a diagonal line he had carved into the bark himself. His tone carried a hint of irritation. "I haven't turned left or right, yet I'm back at the same spot." He stepped back, looking around the eerie forest at the massive skulls lying scattered on the ground. He clicked his tongue, concluding, a ghost trap. Under the faint moonlight piercing through the dark canopy, Bai Yi stood tall amidst the piles of white bones, analyzing thoughtfully. It seems many hunters in the past have been lost here forever. Is there someone who casts some sort of powerful magic here? His silhouette stood imposing amidst the forest of dried bones, exuding an intimidating aura. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky, questioning himself. Why would there be magic like this here? What secret is the Blackbone Forest hiding? Back in the outer area, the leaderboard suddenly shifted. The Namejikas had climbed to the top spot with 830 points, pushing Bai Yi down to second. The crowd began to murmur in confusion. What's happening? Why has Bai Yi's score stopped at 750? In another part of the hunting ground, the girl He Yue stood with her hands on her hips, looking cool beside the carcass of a giant demonic beast. Dong-Chi Han ran over, waving his hand loudly. Captain He Yue turned, her ponytail fluttering, her sharp eyes questioning, "Did you run into Bai Yi? His score hasn't changed for a long time." Dong-Chi Han put on a look of feigned innocence, raising his fingers as he answered smoothly. I saw him in the high-difficulty hunting zone. It seems like he headed toward the central area." Hearing this, He Yue's face paled, her eyes widening in horror, and she exclaimed in a hurry, "He didn't wander into the Blackbone Forest, did he?" Just then, on Bai Yi's personal tracking screen, the image began to flicker violently. Red and blue static lines zigzagged, obscuring his face. The screen glitched and then went completely dark, replaced by a bright red frame with an X mark and a cold notification. Signal lost. Even his name on the overall leaderboard began to flicker, glitching and fading away before the astonished eyes of the crowd. At the surveillance room, the male student stared in wide-eyed panic. Stuttering as he stared at the screen, he stammered, "Teacher, Bai Yi's score." It just vanished. Could it be that he, the purple-haired teacher, turned pale, her hands trembling to cover her mouth? Cold sweat dripped down her face, and with teary eyes, she prayed desperately. "No, no, please, you have to be safe." While the world outside was in a frantic panic, Bai Yi stood as still as a statue in the silent heart of the Blackbone Forest. Centering his focus, pulses of deep violet and blue magic began to flare intensely around him. Bai Yi furrowed his brows, firm and resolute. He reminded himself, "Close your eyes. Don't trust what you see or hear." He placed a hand over his chest, eyes squeezed shut, relaxing his body as magical energy swirled violently around him. Trust your own senses. A massive, thundering heartbeat rhythm ripped through the space within his mind. Following that invisible guide, Bai Yi moved in sync with the rhythm of his own heart. Lightning crackled all around him and magic roared, yet Bai Yi's face remained incredibly calm. Eyes still tightly shut, hand on his chest, he whispered, getting closer. A brilliant, massive surge of energy erupted, blasting away the dark, suffocating fog. Bai Yi's eyes snapped open, his demeanor imposing as he declared, "This is it." His eyes widened, his pupils gleaming with a sharp light that pierced through all the illusions of the world. The landscape shifted instantly. Before him, the confusing phantoms of the forest faded away, replaced by a towering ink-black cliff face that scraped the sky, radiating a heavy, suffocating pressure as if daring him to enter. Bai Yi stood stunned before the abyss, eyes wide with shock. "I never imagined there would be such a massive chasm in the middle of this hunting ground," he muttered, reflecting on how he'd never seen this mentioned in any of the records from his past life. He peered down into the pitch-black void, a bottomless maw like some ancient beast. "This floating city, it's definitely hiding something. Suddenly, a virtual interface flickered to life. Class change, floral summoner. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Yi summoned a colorful bird and commanded quietly, "Little Lin, shall we go take a look?" Without a second's hesitation, he dove straight into the abyss like a deity descending. His cloak whipped in the wind, fueled by endless curiosity. What on earth was hidden down here? In a flash, Bai Yi landed perfectly on the gravelly floor of the abyss. Beside him, the magical bird flapped its wings, hovering close to its master. He paced through the ruins of massive, fallen stone pillars, casting his gaze around the dark, desolate site. Where exactly is this place? Bai Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed. The keen instincts of a veteran hunter told him a massive battle had taken place here. Suddenly, from the eerie purple smoke behind him, a towering black silhouette wielding a terrifying weapon emerged, its voice booming like a ghost from the underworld. "Who goes there?" Bai Yi flinched, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. He glanced back, bracing himself against the sudden, crushing pressure. His eyes darted around, and he realized he was surrounded by a squad of spectral, armored knights. They radiated a deadly purple flame, and their stats hovered clearly in the air. Level 28 Pillar Spirit, Level 29 Hidden Spirit, Level 27 Imperial Spirit, all of them were high-difficulty Class C monsters. The leader, a beast marked in bright red by the system as a Level 36 Class B Star System Warlord, glared at the stranger and roared, "Who dares to trespass in this forbidden land?" The warlord's face was nothing more than a cold, blue glow behind the iron helmet. He let out a blood-curdling roar. A warning window popped up. Possesses intelligence. Unknown abilities. Extremely high danger level. Mysterious origin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the hunting grounds, Hiyue was crouching down, examining the carcass of a massive magical beast. She touched a strange wound and concluded, "This wound was frozen by magic, and it has traces of burns. Bai Yi definitely did this." She looked toward the gloomy path leading deep into the forest and spoke calmly to the young man behind her. "I checked the surrounding area. Bai Yi's tracks only lead down this path." Hiyue rested a hand on her thigh, analyzing the situation with complete confidence. The monsters here aren't strong enough to pose a real threat to him, so he must have gone inside. Don Shihen's face turned pale. He wiped away sweat and waved his hands, trying to dissuade her. "We should just keep hunting monsters, if he's even still alive." Before he could finish, Hiyue turned away and flatly said, "No." Her ponytail swished as she looked toward the forest with a determined expression, ready to move forward. "I'm going in to find him." Don Shihan was left behind, eyes wide in disbelief. "What?" She walked straight into the thick, dark shadows, her heart heavy with guilt. "It's all my fault for not warning him about the dangers of the Blackbone Forest." Seeing his prey walk right into the trap, Don Shihan put on a fake, worried expression. "Commander, that's the Blackbone Forest. Are you really going in there?" As soon as Hiyue was out of sight, he dropped his act, a cunning, wicked grin spreading across his face. "My competition isn't that one less person to worry about." The tracking screen showed Hiyue's silhouette flickering, then vanishing into the forest, accompanied by the villain's triumphant, mocking laughter. In the VIP monitoring room, the fat man pointed at the screen that had just gone dark, his tone mocking. "Is she an idiot? Why would she run into the Blackbone Forest by herself?" The man in the suit lounged back in his luxury chair, waving his hand and laughing smugly. Oh, what do we do now? And I thought we were going to have an interesting competition." He smirked, declaring arrogantly, "Looks like the first place spot belongs to my hunting dog and no one else." At the same time, two esteemed guests were sipping wine at a nearby table. One rested his chin on his hand, curious. "Tan, what exactly is that dark forest? Why has no one who entered ever come back?" The other shrugged indifferently. Forget about it. It's almost the final act, isn't it?" The panoramic screens switched constantly between contestants. An excited voice cut through the silence. Only a few minutes left until midnight. The camera zoomed in on the cold, calm face of a young man, silently waiting for the deciding moment without saying a word. A system notification appeared in the middle of the silent night, the 29th of June 2005, 11:58 p.m. Inside the hunting grounds of the floating city, a group of contestants was hiding in a decrepit stone cave. Under the dim light, a girl gritted her teeth in pain while her companion bandaged the bloody wound on her leg. "Ah, it hurts." The young man comforted her. "Hang in there, honey." Sweat poured down his face as he held her shoulder, soothing her. "At 12 o'clock, the competition will be over." The girl replied, tears welling in her eyes. "But it really hurts." In another corner, a young man punched the stone wall hard. He roared in frustration, "Damn it. What do you mean we can't choose to withdraw? This place doesn't give us any way out at all." The orange-haired guy with headphones kept wiping cold sweat from his forehead as he paced back and forth, breathing a sigh of relief. At least we found this spot where the monsters are scarce to hide out. He glared, gritting his teeth in a mix of bitterness and cowardice. The score doesn't even matter anymore. He held up 2 fingers in a V sign, his face determined as he encouraged his companions who were huddling together. We just have to hold out until 12 o'clock, that's all. His subordinate nodded obediently. Yeah. The orange-haired guy's expression turned to one of pure contempt as he looked at the 2 people behind him, muttering, "Our lives aren't as cheap as those commoners. We absolutely must survive and make it out." Suddenly, a notification screen flashed. Time is up. Attention, hunters. The standard competition phase has now concluded. The system chime rang out repeatedly, and the orange-haired guy jumped, his eyes wide with confusion. Huh? Time's up? His companions were overjoyed, patting their chests in relief, thinking it was finally over. But before their smiles could fade, another announcement hit them like a hammer. Now, initiating the final Easter eggs round. Everyone stared blankly outside the dark cave, where a terrifying killing intent was surging toward them, signaling the arrival of death itself. Boss battle. The faces of the survivors instantly drained of all color, cold sweat pouring down their bodies. Their eyes constricted in pure terror as they stammered, "What?" The ground beneath them began to crack, and massive rocks shook, crumbling down the cliff face. The system delivered its cold, final verdict. The final boss is about to descend upon the hunting ground. This will be the final chance for you hunters to turn the tables. The ground shook violently. The young man with blue hair turned pale, his eyes bulging in panic as he shouted, "Is this an earthquake?" Meanwhile, a female contestant stood behind him, her face full of hollow despair, whispering through tears, "Why? Why hasn't it ended yet?" At the same time, a cruel notification appeared. The person who defeats the boss will instantly receive 1,000 final prize points. Good luck. In contrast to the heavy silence, the orange-haired guy with headphones pointed at the empty air and shouted furiously, "Are you kidding me? What the hell do you mean, boss battle? Let me out. Didn't you say the hunting festival would end at 12? He stared frantically at an invisible wall, screaming in helplessness. "Let us out. I don't want the grand prize." The guy mustered all his courage, desperately using his background as leverage. "I am from a noble family." But before he could even finish, his pupils constricted, and his face went blank, showing absolute, soul-crushing horror. A sharp blade shimmered in the darkness, slicing through the cowardly noble without a sound. In the blink of an eye, the young man's body shriveled up like an empty husk, his eyes bulging and mouth agape in extreme agony before a final strike pierced his heart. His dried-up corpse slumped lifelessly to the ground. Behind him, a massive monster with long, jagged claws and a lethal aura began to materialize. Witnessing such a gruesome sight, the guy's companions were frozen in place. The blue-haired young man gritted his teeth and screamed in panic, "Caliban is dead." The platinum blonde girl burst into sobs, covering her face and trembling as she stammered, "Whoa, why? Why?" Before the survivors stood a bizarre, towering monster with massive horns. A status window appeared clearly. Lord Soul Reaper, Flower Path System, Level 36, Rank B. Someone in the group trembled and gasped. "This is a Rank B boss?" The black-haired young man, his face etched with despair, analyzed the situation in a panic. Even if we weren't just a few people, even if all the awakened participants attacked together, we couldn't possibly win. Behind them, the Rank B boss glowed with eyes burning in the dark, its entire body radiating pressure, as if to make a firm, cold statement. Victory against a Rank B boss was absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, in the second layer of the abyss, the space was deathly silent, except for the solitary figure of Bai Yi facing the mighty final boss of the floating city in the second layer of the abyss. With his golden eyes and a green aura radiating from his body, Bai Yi stared straight at the monster and spoke, "You're the only one left." Bai Yi quietly tightened his grip on his blade as a green energy surged and erupted around him. He told himself, "During the hunting festival, all of my job ranks have increased. Right now, both of my combat classes have nearly reached the peak of rank C." 3 detailed status windows appeared, showcasing his formidable power. Core System Warrior level 29, Cloud System Mage level 27, and Flower System Summoner level 26. Bai Yi stood firmly amidst the green aura, his blade shimmering with a brilliant golden light. A notification appeared, "Skill, Flower Spirit Pact. After defeating a Flower System monster, you can form a pact with its soul to make it serve you. Current pacts completed." 56. He whispered to himself, but with the stats of a single class. He raised his sharp eyes to stare directly at the final boss, which was radiating a towering purple aura. "I still can't go head-to-head with a rank B like you." With that, Bai Yi swung his blade and moved forward, his eyes flashing with the fire of battle. But my advantage is that I possess multiple classes. Seeing this, the Soul Reaper Lord let out a roar, swinging the great blade in its hand to unleash a move carrying terrifying soul energy, the power of the soul. Instantly, Bai Yi swapped classes in the blink of an eye. His body became nimble, gracefully dodging the boss's ferocious attack as he switched to Cloud System Mage. In his mage attire, he soared into the air, hands forming seals to unleash a powerful ice magic spell. But his magic was like a mere tickle to the boss. The ice layer shattered instantly against the monster's dark power. A cold notification popped up. Ice binding failed. Bai Yi flipped skillfully in midair, artfully dodging the boss's counterattack. His body was enveloped in a glowing red energy. As the Soul Reaper Lord's attack missed by a hair's breadth, Bai Yi swapped classes once more, ready for a direct confrontation. Switched to Core System Warrior. He then used his glowing blade to unleash a strike that blocked the boss's earth-shattering attack. A notification appeared, parry. A look of firm resolve appeared on Bai Yi's face, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. He growled. The important thing is, at that moment, Bai Yi delivered a powerful blow, carrying the destructive energy of the core system, driving a critical hit straight into the chest of the Soul Reaper Lord. Meanwhile, Bai Yi wasn't alone. A glowing status window appeared. Channeling the destructive energy of his core, he delivered a critical strike straight into the chest of the Soul Lord. But Bai Yi wasn't alone. A glowing status screen suddenly appeared before him. Crimson Grade Summon. Huh. Bai Yi muttered, his voice filled with quiet confidence. His powerful summon had been growing rapidly lately. Its strength was easily on par with a C-rank Awakener. The monster didn't stand a chance. His strike left it frozen in place, a deafening roar escaping its throat. Under that overwhelming power, the boss's sturdy dark armor shattered, creating a critical opening. Seizing the golden opportunity, Bai Yi dashed forward like a shadow, blade aimed straight for the crack. He gritted his teeth and declared, "This is enough to close the gap between us." He pulled his blade free, triggering a bloody explosion. The giant monster staggered and then collapsed. A proud system notification popped up. Boss, Soul Warrior defeated. Bai Yi withdrew his stance and exhaled, while 3 consecutive level-up notifications danced before his eyes. Core-type Warrior reached level 30, Cloud-type Mage reached level 28, and Flower-type Summoner reached level 27. He wiped the sweat from his cheek, his eyes weary but filled with satisfaction. He complained softly, finally took him down. Defeating an over-leveled monster is a real pain. Before he could even rest for a few seconds, Bai Yi carried his blade and walked toward the massive door, which was tangled in chains within the shadows. He told himself, time to open this gate. Suddenly, his footsteps faltered, his eyes widening in shock. Huh! A system notification flickered with an abnormal golden light. In an instant, Bai Yi was floating in midair, enveloped by a beautiful, galaxy-like aura. The system boomed, star element accumulation complete. Looking down at his glowing hands, he revealed a look of disbelief and hesitated. The star element is full. Simultaneously, a notification for a new, awakening class flared brilliantly, overriding the old data for the boss, the soul-snatching Lord Flower-type Mage. Possesses intellect, ability unknown, extreme risk level, origin unknown. His current class parameters began to glow, displaying a surge in power. Core-type Warrior level 30 and Cloud-type Mage level 28. Next came the third status board, Flower-type Summoner, level 27. Skill acquired, Spirit Pact. After defeating a Flower-type magical beast, you can sign a pact with its soul to make it serve you. Current pacts completed, 56. While Bai Yi was busy awakening, the scene suddenly shifted to a massive, futuristic city floating above the clouds. A voice echoed out, "Have you heard the rumors about the mysterious floating city? Information displayed for the Divine Guild, 6th Division, 8th Squad." A green-haired guard whispered, "They say there's a mysterious space inside that tower holding a lot of powerful monsters." The brown-haired guard next to him waved it off. "No way. That's the God Clan's territory." The green-haired guard crossed his arms, closing his eyes to dismiss his colleague. "You've been listening to too many ridiculous urban legends." The brown-haired guard pointed at him and pouted. "Believe what you want then. You talk like you've actually been in there." Before he could finish, a loud shout made both of them jump. A notification appeared, 8th Squad Captain. The captain glared, his face livid with anger. "Who gave you permission to chat on the job?" The 2 guards turned pale, breaking into a cold sweat. They immediately stood at attention, saluting with trembling hands as they stammered, "Sorry, Captain." The captain scowled as he scolded them. "Our mission is to guard the security of the eastern district of the God Clan's territory. Today is the Hunt Festival. Not even the smallest mistake is allowed." He continued, pointing forward while his subordinates hung their heads. "You two have been in the squad for 3 years. and you have less common sense than a new recruit. With that, the captain turned his gaze toward a young man with braided hair who was standing guard. His tone shifted to one of satisfaction. Look at Chris and learn a thing or two. But he had no idea that the exemplary Chris was staring right at the tower, a cryptic smile on his face as he thought to himself, the mysterious space of the floating city. Huh. Back in the deep abyss, red stars sparkled around Bai Yi. The system board flashed continuously. New class awakening imminent. Awakening successful. Star-type mage. The young man looked blankly at the level 1 star-type mage notification. His eyes full of curiosity, he muttered, a red star-type mage. Immediately, an image flashed in his mind of a man in a sharp suit summoning 7 wolves. He realized, so it's the same class as Don Shihan. Bai Yi stood tall in the ruins, the glowing name of his new class in front of him, even though the text was glitching and displaying upside down. Suddenly, Bai Yi's pupils constricted violently. A strange, multicolored light flickered rapidly in his eyes. His breathing became extremely labored. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he clutched his left chest in agonizing pain. His vision blurred with persistent static, as if his nervous system was short-circuiting. He grabbed his shirt, cold sweat drenching his forehead. His eyes flashed with resilience as he resisted the pain, growling through gritted teeth. This feeling, it's getting even more intense. After the pain subsided slightly, Bai Yi raised his cold, sharp eyes to stare at the giant stone gate sealed by the heavy chains, muttering with conviction, it's definitely behind this door. He gripped the hilt of his blade, pouring strength into his hand. A green system notification appeared along with a resolute shout, switch. Instantly, a burst of green energy engulfed his body, his platinum hair whipped in the wind, and his familiar status board appeared. The core-type warrior didn't hesitate. Bai Yi swung his glowing blade, unleashing a world-shattering strike. The sword aura carried destructive power as it flew straight at the gate, slicing through the massive chains. Along with that power, the giant chain links shattered and flew everywhere. Massive stone slabs on the wall cracked and came crashing down, creating a chaotic cloud of dust. From the smoke, Bai Yi's hand, wrapped in green energy, gently pressed against the edge of the wall, pushing away the heavy remnants of the door to step inside. The giant gate swung wide open, and a gloomy, cold air surged out like a storm. Bai Yi stood heroically in front of the doorway with his blade in hand, ready to face the next mystery. Walking inside, what greeted him was a deep, cylindrical space where massive black chains were crisscrossed, filling the air. On the stone floor below, ancient magic circles were deeply carved into the ground. Scanning his surroundings, Bai Yi suddenly froze, his pupils dilating as he let out a gasp of shock, his face filled with pure disbelief. His gaze locked onto the heavy chains binding something in the shadows. A cold system analysis panel flickered into view. Purgatory chains, level 5. Behind the chains was a massive, intricate locking mechanism fused into the wall. The system buzzed again with another notification. Soul seal, level 5. It turned out someone was being held behind these layers of extreme seals. A gaunt figure hung there, their wrists shackled to heavy weights, suspended in midair. The tattered body swayed in the cold, desolate tower while Bai Yi stood tiny and silent below, gazing upward. The prisoners stirred and slowly lifted their head. Matted, disheveled hair covered half of their face, revealing only one eye that burned with icy, murderous contempt. They rasped out, filled with resentment. Ha! Did they send another pawn to mock me? Despite the hostility, Bai Yi remained unnervingly calm. He stared straight at the figure hanging above. He spoke clearly and firmly, "You're Samuel, aren't you?" At the sound of that name, the prisoner jolted, their body twisting as the iron chains clattered loudly. They widened their only visible eye in shock and roared, "How do you know that name?" Bai Yi stood firm on the ancient formation, sheathing his blade with a confident, collected air that echoed through the empty room. "I'm here to set you free." Contrary to Bai Yi's enthusiasm, Samuel hung his head, his messy hair shielding his eyes as he sank into a deathly silence. The air grew chillingly still, broken only by the sound of cold liquid dripping from the chains clinging to the tower's massive pillars. Suddenly, a sharp intuition hit him. Bai Yi snapped his head around, his eyes razor-sharp as he scanned behind him. From the ceiling, dark debris rained down, signaling that something was terribly wrong. Right in front of Bai Yi, dark magical energy surged like poisonous smoke from cracks in the ground. A ghostly armored figure wreathed in purple flames rose suddenly. The system coldly announced a twisted resurrection. Spirit-type Lord Warrior. Level 36, Rank B, Death Soul Soldier. Bai Yi broke into a cold sweat, his face etched with astonishment. What is going on? I killed this thing already. Before he could even collect his thoughts, the monster swung its claws, slashing through the air to strike. Worse yet, ghostly pillars of light erupted all around him, summoning countless more Death Soul soldiers. Facing this forced ambush, Bai Yi was truly shocked. How can there be so many? Even at Samuel's pedestal, the ground cracked open as monsters poured out, surrounding the tower. In the blink of an eye, the young man was swallowed up by an army of black-armored warriors, burning with lethal purple flames. From the center of the formation, a colossal boss stepped forward, radiating a suffocating pressure. Spirit-type Lord Commander, level 40, rank B, Death, Soul General. Its deep voice boomed like a final judgment. Those who enter the forbidden grounds find only death. Bai Yi drew his sword, gritting his teeth as he assessed the hair-trigger situation. This is going to be a tough one. Seeing the protagonist surrounded by monsters, Samuel, hanging behind him, threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. He looked down with a mocking sneer, clearly enjoying the sight. You brat, you really walked straight into your grave and lured them all out here, didn't you? Ignoring the cranky old man's taunts, Bai Yi swung his sword and snapped back. Quit blathering. How do I get you out of those chains? Samuel curled his lip in disdain, replying with a condescending tone. Humph, you can't even find the key. Yet you talk about saving me? Taking the hint, Bai Yi furrowed his brows, piecing the clues together. As he stared at the massive greatsword in the Death Soul General's hand, a spark went off in his mind. The size of that weapon was a perfect match. Analyzing the energy radiating from the general, he realized the fatal clue, and all that power from before was massive spirit-type energy. Bai Yi suddenly saw the light, sweating with excitement as he realized the gamer's truth. That sword in his hand, it's the key. Hearing this, Samuel offered a faint, rare smile of approval. Your reflexes aren't bad, but he immediately followed up with a cruel splash of cold water. But you should know, demanding to save me is a delusional act. Everything had become clear now. With sharp, icy eyes, Bai Yi exposed the hidden truth. No wonder the divine organization didn't allow awakened ones above rank C to participate in the hunting festival. Standing tall amidst the circle of death, he exposed their scheme. It's because they wanted to hide everything here. They knew that even if a rank B awakened found this place, they'd definitely end up with no place to be buried. Samuel glared down at him after hearing the sharp deduction and dropped a bombshell. Humph, looks like you've realized your own fate. But facing death, Bai Yi's eyes ignited with the arrogant confidence of someone who still had a card up his sleeve. Not me. The system interface swirled brilliantly once more, switching his class to a spirit-type warrior. A surge of power exploded from him, followed by his cold declaration to the monsters, go ahead and die. Wrapped in the glowing flames of his new class, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, his voice filled with unwavering confidence as he threw out an offer that couldn't be refused. Want to make a bet if I manage to free you? Surrounded by the purple flames of the skeletal minions, Bai Yi kept a straight face and looked up at the shackled man. Well, what do you think of my deal? Just then, the system finally finished analyzing the data, popping up a blindingly bright name tag that made him gasp. Demon King Samuel. It turned out he'd been talking back to a real-deal Demon King the whole time. Hanging above, Samuel bowed his head, his messy hair hiding his eyes as he secretly marveled at the boy's audacity. He's not even a little bit afraid. Suddenly, the corner of his lips curled into a wicked, excited smirk. How interesting. Bring it on. Samuel's eyes flared in the darkness, and he roared with joy, proposing a lucrative contract. If you can truly set me free, I, this Demon King, will grant you anything you desire. The deal was sealed, but the system immediately flashed red, warning him of the boss's sheer difficulty. Lord Commander, Death, Soul General, rank B, Spirit type, possesses high-level intelligence and skills, threat level unknown, unable to scan. It was truly a boss of a different caliber. Without giving them time to discuss the terms any further, the level 40 Death Soul General raised its massive greatsword, gathering sharp, purple energy to deliver the execution blow. It swung its weapon down toward Bai Yi with such speed it tore through the air. A violent blast of magic erupted, shattering the ground into pieces. Luckily, Bai Yi managed to roll backward just in time to dodge the area of effect attack. He winced, gripping his sword tightly with sweaty palms, assessing the enemy's insane durability. That attack power is way too strong. The black-armored general didn't give him a second to breathe. Massive amounts of demonic energy surged and swirled around its body, dragging behind it countless afterimages that signaled the next strike. With no way to retreat, a flash of determination lit up Bai Yi's eyes, his pupils narrowing to focus intensely on matching the target's speed. Switching to a counteroffensive, he leaped into the air, swung his blade to parry, and created a brilliant flash that scattered the flying debris. The boss immediately vaulted high, its massive frame blocking out the light as it swung its greatsword with bone-crushing pressure, coming down straight on Bai Yi's position. The hellish blade slammed into where he had just been standing, pulverizing the solid stone floor with explosive force. In the split second their weapons clashed, sparks flew. A system prompt flickered as the summoned muscular gorilla appeared to intervene. The summon didn't directly block the boss's pressure for its master, but the gorilla launched an aerial drop attack to create an opening, allowing Bai Yi to roll away and narrowly dodge the enemy's ruthless, sweeping strike. Hanging from the cross and watching the show with indifference, Samael muttered in surprise, "A summoner, and it's a human who actually possesses that job class." The Demon King's eyes narrowed, silently acknowledging the skills of the kid who was risking his life working for him. His strength was truly not bad. But the smile didn't last long. Samael's gaze swept across the swarm of minions below, and he dropped a cold reminder. "But the thing you're facing is the Undead Legion." Back on the battlefield, Bai Yi started panting, his face beaded with sweat and tense. He had to admit, this bet was turning out to be incredibly brutal. The general gathered power once more, purple demonic energy exploding like a storm around its great sword as it charged forward like a destructive tank. Bai Yi quickly raised his sword across his line of sight, pouring all his strength into meeting the demon's powerful downward strike. A system skill window for block popped up. The weapons collided, generating such terrifying force that the surrounding air vibrated violently. Even though he used a defensive skill, the massive recoil still sent him flying backward. His sword slipped out of alignment, and Bai Yi crashed down, sliding across the shattered ground. He had to jam his blade into the stone to finally break his momentum. A bright red status window warned of injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with both surprise and irritation as he analyzed his opponent. It even knows how to use high-level parrying skills. Before he could wipe the blood away, the giant boss swung its great sword horizontally, forcing Bai Yi into a corner, his sword constantly clashing against the frantic, relentless strikes. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his mana around his body. His hands clamped tightly on the hilt, bearing the heavy pressure until his arms shook. Even with a job class, human stamina had its limits. Bai Yi clutched his chest and coughed, his face pale from internal injuries. Cough. "This isn't good, even though I've reached the peak of X rank right now." He retreated, gasping for air, glancing at the giant boss and the B-rank monsters preparing to charge. He sighed helplessly at the life of a grinder stuck with an F-rank system. Still, facing a whole pile of B-rank monsters like this is really pushing it. The boss's shockwave strikes sent everything flying, the slash trailing purple flames that tore through space, backing Bai Yi into a dead end. The terrifying pressure sent the teenager's body spinning through the air like a ragdoll, his trajectory tracing a tragic arc. Fast as lightning, Bai Yi landed, jammed his sword into the ground, and carved a long trench to break his insane momentum. But the general had no intention of letting him breathe. Its massive shadow loomed over him once again, swinging its weapon down onto the stone platform with cataclysmic destruction. When the dust finally settled, Bai Yi struggled to lift his head, fresh blood leaking from his lips, his eyes burning with a mix of resentment and extreme tenacity. Across the battlefield, the black-armored minions joined in to gang up on him. Their weapons struck, slamming into the defensive wall formed by the gorilla's body, sending blood splattering everywhere. Seeing his pet get shredded, Bai Yi screamed in agony, "No, no." He frantically reached forward, shouting like a parent calling their kid home for dinner, "Get back here, now." Instantly, a flash of summoning light erupted. The return skill activated just in time, rescuing the muscular gorilla from the general's brutal finishing blow. After retreating to safety, Bai Yi hunched over, gasping for breath, clutching his wounds as he muttered the harsh truth. "Every single one of these monsters is a level above me." Painful memories flooded back. He remembered the struggle of farming mobs earlier. He and his pet had used up all their strength just to kill a single undead soldier. He gritted his teeth, reevaluating the enemy formation with his sense of hopelessness. And now, in front of me, there are 10 black-armored soldiers, plus a commander with overwhelming power. Just as things were at their worst, the Demon King hanging from the cross started clowning around with a sarcastic tone, pouring mockery into his ears. Standing before absolute power, Samael looked down with eyes showing a mix of pity and contempt, finishing with a cold, "The weak will never have a shred of hope." But was the master of comebacks, Bai Yi, going to give in that easily? He jerked his head up, his eyes burning with the fire of tenacious fighting spirit, resolutely responding to the true nature of this battle. From above, the scene showed Bai Yi standing tall amidst the monsters closing in. His eyes locked onto the general engulfed in purple flames standing majestically before him, his tone turning firm. This was never a fight to the death. Suddenly, Bai Yi glanced at the empty space and shouted his command, "Shaolin!" Ambush them from behind. Responding to his urgent call, a dazzling surge of magic exploded. The avian beast, Shaolin, spread its brilliant wings wide and immediately launched a preemptive strike down at the monsters. A rain of feathers, as sharp as blades, whistled through the air, piercing straight into the formation of black armored undead soldiers. Caught off guard by the surprise attack from above, a chorus of screeching echoes rang out. The minions fell into disarray, the purple flames around them flickering wildly as they were hit with the stun effect. Seizing that golden moment, Bai Yi's pupils contracted. He roared with excitement. This is it. The system window flashed a brilliant red. Flash step activated with supernatural speed, and Bai Yi's figure transformed into a lightning bolt, tearing through the chaotic space. With a miraculous display of agility, you nimbly dodged a dozen massive blades crashing down, moving as slick as an eel slipping past a swarm of crocodiles. As you slipped behind the boss, the system glitched out, cycling through the familiar, dirty playstyle of a wind element mage. Liu Yun's hands instantly ignited with a chilling blue light, freezing skills triggered, instantly surging forward to blast the boss's greatsword. A massive, frozen shockwave expanded rapidly, sealing the general's blade tight. You smugly read your opponent, catching that split second of hesitation. The boss suddenly froze, its weapon immobilized. Confident of victory, you muttered your calculations. Right now, all its focus was forced onto breaking free from that damn ice. Not missing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, you spun around, swinging your mana-charged sword high, and roared with all your might. Then be a good sport and take my full power strike, splitting the darkness with blinding lightning. Liu Yun's blade, carrying destructive power, slashed straight at the Death Soul General's waist. Contrary to your expectations of splitting the boss in two, a deafening, ear-piercing metallic clash rang out. The general's armor was too tough, throwing Liu Yun backward. Even though it blocked the blow, the monster's blood-red eyes suddenly flashed with panic. It seemed to realize something was wrong. The key. Just as the boss sensed, after being knocked back, Liu Yun proudly continued his half-baked lecture. I already told you the nature of this battle. You rolled and landed gracefully, hands gripping your sword, waving it in the face of the purple fire-wielding boss. Isn't about killing each other. You drew out your words dramatically, but suddenly, high in the air, the summon portal loomed into view. The focus of this performance wasn't a death match, but a decoy. Liu Yun let out a hearty, boisterous laugh. It's a race for the objective. The one who grabs the objective is the winner. The teenagers smugly exposed the eternal truth of the gaming world. The hairy, massive hand of the gorilla summon reached out from behind, grabbing the pinkish-purple glowing greatsword, the supposed key. Meanwhile, the Death Soul General reached out, preparing to draw his sword to attack the gorilla and reclaim the key. But before he could do anything, the gorilla was one step faster, snatching the key to the Death Soul General's utter shock. Seeing the summon had finally grabbed the key, the smile on Liu Yun's face suddenly froze. His eyes bulged, his face twisted in absolute horror, as if he had just witnessed a catastrophe outside of his script. A purple magical slash tore through the space, finishing off the hulking gorilla in its moment of complete surprise. A cold, crimson system box appeared. Summoned creature has died, signaling the tragic end of the big beast. From the misty fog, the figure of the attacker emerged, a knight in pitch-black armor, a purple cape fluttering with eerie, dangling chains. A glowing red gaze flickered from beneath his helmet, followed by a bone-chilling warning from the abyss. Total despair struck. The Dark Warrior stood there majestically, coldly swinging his weapon while watching the remains of the summon vanish into dust beneath his feet. Liu Yun's eyes went wide, sweat pouring down his face, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. No, no way. A cold voice spoke up. You have severely underestimated their strength. At that same moment, the system identified the enemy, Star Element Warrior, Level 40 Supreme Leader, B rank Death Soul General. By now, the man shackled high above spoke slowly, his eyes grave. These undead are completely different from any magical beasts you faced before. Looking down from above, Yue looked tiny, surrounded by 6 hulking Death Soul Generals. As the guy added another shock, they used to be my subordinates. Under that suffocating pressure, Yue broke out in a cold sweat, weapon gripped tight, bracing himself to parry the massive demon general looming over him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes turning cold, staying silent but ready to explode into action. Not giving him a moment to breathe, the demon general swung his massive blade down, forcing Yue to leap into the air to dodge the deadly strike. Mid-air, the green skill frame for teleport flashed, and Yue glided away like a gust of wind. Suddenly, a monster jumped from above, swinging its blade straight at him. Despite the danger brushing past his nose, Yue's sharp features remained terrifyingly calm as he faced the monster. His eyes darted, calculating his retreat with incredible agility. He somersaulted in the air, twisting his body to evade the massive magical damage zone with finesse. Just as he drifted to the edge of the encirclement, Yue lowered his center of gravity to land, crushing the stone beneath his feet to break his momentum. Immediately, he twisted and swung his great sword, unleashing a golden crescent-shaped sword wave, clashing sparks with the armored brute. But life isn't a fairy tale. Before he could recover, two other demon generals lunged from the shadows, swinging their weapons at his head from both sides. In a moment of distraction caused by the powerful recoil, Hiyue's grip loosened, and the sword slipped as if it were flying out of his hand. Thinking fast, he leaned back, grabbing the hilt out of thin air before it could fly away. Tightening his grip, Hiyue spun, dancing a smooth sword arc that formed a light shield, blocking the enemy's follow-up attack. Witnessing this top-tier survival dance, the man suspended in chains nodded in approval. Not bad, quite a skilled fighter. The defense skill frame flared as Hiyue parried the giant blade. The guy in chains continued his commentary like a professional announcer. Your class development has reached its peak. His gaze dropped, his tone shifting to one of admiration. For a fragile human, you are truly an extraordinary talent. As the praise ended, reality hit hard. He concluded, but you are all alone. Below, 6 weapons were pointed straight at the center where Liu Yun was standing, and they were a coordinated team. The ganging up tactic came to life. A demon general swung his weapon down with earth-shattering force, the power forcing Liu Yun to block horizontally, sparks flying everywhere. The force of the strike was so immense it sent him skidding backward. He dug his hands into the stone floor to break, while a cruel taunt echoed, no matter how you look at it, you don't stand a chance. Kneeling on one knee, he gasped for air, sweat drenching his face, but his eyes still blazed with a stubborn, arrogant flame that refused to break. Suddenly, hearing the word team, Liu Yun's pupils shrank. A glorious past flashed through his mind, making him mutter, a team. I used to have a team, too. Memories swept Bai Yi back to the past, standing before the magnificent headquarters of the God Guild. The young man he was back then had coldly declared, I don't need a team. One man is enough. The scene shifts to a luxurious room, where Bai Yi is lounging with his legs crossed on a sofa, complaining to the middle-aged man sprawled out in the chair opposite him. I'm just not used to working with others, he said. The man with the stubbly beard, calmly clutching a cigarette between his fingers, exhaled a wisp of smoke and lazily called his bluff. I know you think you're the best and hate others getting in your way, right? Caught red-handed, Bai Yi jumped in surprise. His face broke into a sweat, and he hurriedly waved his hands at Qing Ming. No, that's not what I meant, he stammered, his gaze dropping to the floor in embarrassment. He muttered quietly, I'm just not good at communicating with others. The man decisively stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, his voice booming with authority as he dismissed the boy's argument. Nonsense. The man with the long scar on his face offered a gentle smile, looking at his stubborn apprentice. Isn't it fun for us two to be together? Recalling that moment, the past Bai Yi could only hesitate, thinking to himself, that's because you're my master. Meanwhile, his master stood before the guild gate, tilting his chin as he commanded, stop talking nonsense and go give it a try. They are all capable warriors I personally handpicked. Along with my sincere advice, you really should find some friends. Images of 3 new teammates, each with their own vibrant and confident personalities, appeared before Bai Yi, opening a new chapter in his life. Bai Yi's voice overdropped, filled with nostalgia, as the silhouettes of the 4 of them walking together surfaced in his mind. I thought since everyone had different personalities and backgrounds, it would be awkward living together. But unexpectedly, we've been together for all these years. Shaking off the memories, the brutal reality pulled Hiyue back. His face was smeared with scrapes, but his eyes were more determined than ever. I have never fought alone. His eyes sharpened, igniting with an intense fire of will, and he muttered with resolve. Since the day I returned, it has never been just me alone. Bai Yi's entire body erupted with a brilliant purple magical aura, and the system immediately announced a class change. Constellation Mage, he roared with pent-up resentment. I carry their vengeance with me always. Without a second of hesitation, he threw a punch upward, activating an ultimate skill as the system window turned a burning red, earth-shattering pillar. The ground shook violently as countless sharp stone pillars pierced up from the earth, breaking the enemy formation. The notification window explained in detail. The Constellation Mage skill has the ability to alter the surrounding terrain. With their formation shattered, a black-armored demon general lost his footing and stumbled, stepping heavily onto the top of a giant rock that had just jutted to the surface. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, his hand wrapped in deep purple mana, clenching into a firm fist. As he tightened his grip, the giant stone pillars slammed into each other, trapping the demon generals in a solid stone prison. Standing before the massive rock formation, Hiyue maintained his incantation, using magical power to mercilessly crush the enemies inside. Witnessing this scene of turning the tides, the man floating above remained calm, thoughtfully judging. I have long been familiar with various professions, but before I could gloat, a giant greatsword engulfed in red demonic fire suddenly crashed down from above onto the cliff, forcing Bai Yi to dash away at extreme speed to dodge the blow. From within the blinding light, the Death Soul Lord appeared, his massive body looming as he raised the giant heavy sword, emanating an oppressive killing intent. Facing imminent danger, Bai Yi lunged forward, clutching a sharp dagger, his wild eyes burning with a murderous drive to fight to the death. A streak of bright red blood splattered into the air, staining this brutal, life-or-death battle. Unfortunately, the power gap was too great. The Demon General's giant dark blade pierced through Bai Yi's body, pinning him in midair. Bai Yi slumped his head, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Cough! He smirked and whispered bitterly. A blow from a B-rank lord really is brutal. Yet, in that split second near death, his bloodied hand suddenly grabbed tight onto the hilt of the enemy's giant sword. A massive question mark of shock appeared on the Demon General's black-armored face, while the master chained up above calmly added a theory. You can only shatter the ice layer if you rely on a weapon. Freezing cold air radiated from Bai Yi's hand, quickly spreading the ice across the enemy's arm. The system window lit up, switching to Frost Mage. He lifted his head with a provocative look, but you can't shatter it anymore. Bai Yi roared, unleashing his full inner power, turning the space into a desolate, white, frigid zone, and unleashing the full power of his frost element, World of Ice Bones. The system window simultaneously confirmed the finishing blow, World of Ice Bones, C-rank Frost Mage skill. Use all elemental force to freeze the target in front. Success rate greatly increased. The freezing ice clung to his body and spread rapidly, causing the black-armored Demon General to panic, letting out a roar of fury. The man chained up above witnessed the entire turn of events, his eyes filled with astonishment. This kid, his sharp mind, quickly analyzed the boy's insane tactics. First, use the Constellation Mage skill to scatter the minions, successfully creating a one-on-one situation. The master continued to marvel. Then, use himself as bait, intentionally letting the enemy's weapon pierce a non-vital part of his body. Using the very second the opponent couldn't withdraw their weapon, he immediately switched away from the mage class to freeze the opponent. Bai Yi lunged forward, raising his blade, preparing a finishing blow on the arm wrapped in jagged ice. The master floating above whispered in admiration, even though he is all alone. At that very moment, the system flashed a change notification, Core Paladin. And as the skill window lit up with the words three-way rupture, it was also the moment Bai Yi's blade hacked down onto the monster's frozen arm. Seeing this, the master continued. But he fights as fiercely as an entire army. The system painstakingly explained the overwhelming power of the ultimate move. Three-way rupture accumulate all power to unleash a single blow, ignoring all defenses to slice the target in two. After use, the user will fall into a state of weakness for a period of time. A skill of the core paladin evolved from the purifier. The Death Soul Lord took the bone-chilling blow head-on, only having enough time to scream a bitter curse. Damn it, his massive body exploded, shattering into thousands of shards of ice that mixed with a rain of crimson blood splashing through the air. Collapsing to the ground, Bai Yi stumbled, unable to stand steady. His entire body tattered and soaked in blood, but he still breathed out a mocking remark. I've kept you waiting long enough. He looked up, his angular face smeared with blood and grime, but his eyes burned with a fierce, wild intensity. He roared, the key is here, right on time. With his final reserves of strength, Bai Yi swung his arm, hurling the Fang Than greatsword, glowing with crimson magic, high into the air. The massive blade tore through the wind, leaving a blinding trail of light as it streaked straight toward the giant lock on the cliff wall. From the wreckage, other demon generals scrambled to break the ice seals, rushing to stop him, but it was too late. The core of the broken lord began to flare with light, letting out a primal, echoing growl from the depths of the underworld. Don't you dare. The sword slammed into the center of the magic lock, sending a shockwave that rattled the entire chamber. The lock began to shift, forcing the surrounding walls to crack and fracture under the terrifying pressure. Losing their anchor, the thick, heavy chains that had imprisoned the man for so long snapped instantly, crashing to the ground. Finally, freed from his shackles, the man hovered in the air, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He offered a genuine, heartfelt compliment. Ha, you actually pulled it off. Below, Bai Yi collapsed to his knees, his body reaching its absolute breaking point. Gasping for air, he reminded him of their bargain. He had said he would grant any condition. He raised his sharp, piercing eyes to look at the one just freed, shouting, You said you'd grant anything. Before he could finish, a wave of killing intent surged forward. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and raised his dagger to retaliate, but his stamina was completely gone. The dark silhouette of the Soul Reaper Lord loomed suddenly behind him, lifting his small frame high into the air. At that same moment, the remaining demon generals completely shattered the stone cages. Giant boulders exploded, flying in every direction. Bai Yi had no strength left to dodge. He took the blast head-on, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and winced in agony. collapsed on the ground, he tilted his head back, wearing a satisfied grin as he demanded his payment. Now, it's your turn to keep your promise. The long-haired man stretched his limbs as he hovered above, while Bai Yi's command rang out clearly, "Take care of them, right now." As the entire legion sensed the demand, the man let out a mocking sneer. Humph. The seals on his body shattered, revealing swirling black tattoos pulsing with raw magic. He replied arrogantly, "You don't have to tell me twice." Energy surged and coiled around his forehead, a twisted, evil demonic horn slowly growing out, piercing the very fabric of space. The tyrant's aura awakened, and thunder shook the heavens. He glared down with cold, sharp eyes to deliver his verdict. "I will not forgive any traitor." Looking down from above, he appeared like a god of destruction, locking his gaze firmly onto the ungrateful demon generals below. His piercing eyes crackled with deadly lightning, and his overwhelming bloodlust crushed all resistance. With a single thought, a massive pillar of lightning tore through the ceiling from the void, crashing straight down. The bolt, carrying destructive power, struck its target, swallowing the black-armored lord into a sea of electricity without hesitation. A deafening blast echoed out, lightning sprayed everywhere, tearing up the ground and turning his enemies to ash in a blink. As the smoke cleared, the tyrant with the demonic horn slowly descended, his robes billowing, carrying an aura so oppressive it forced all of nature into silence. He looked toward the monster currently crushing Bai Yi's neck. Suddenly, he moved with such speed he vanished before everyone's eyes. In less than a second, he appeared right in front of the monster, his eerie gaze leaving it too stunned to utter a word. A dry, crisp sound of impact rang out as he effortlessly grabbed the massive blade with his bare hand, crushing the enemy's last shred of hope. The demon tyrant with long hair unleashed a powerful spinning kick from above, sending the black-armored demon general crashing headfirst into the ground at terrifying speed. The collision triggered a shockwave that rocked the entire space, sending rubble flying like an exploding bomb. From a safe corner, Bai Yi slumped to the floor, clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, struggling to breathe while eyes wide in awe at the spectacular cleanup. The demon tyrant strode out of the smoke, his entire body radiating brilliant golden lightning, his pressure so intense it was suffocating. Glancing at the remaining Soul Reaper lords frozen in the air, he spoke in a cold, arrogant voice, "It seems you lot still haven't realized." One demon general, disregarding the danger, lunged down and swung his vicious battle axe straight at him. Without even bothering to dodge, he caught the razor-sharp blade with his bare hand in a flash, lightning crackling wildly around his palm. The tyrant shoved his hand, tossing the general into the sky, and summoned a giant pillar of lightning to strike down and punish the obstruction. Afterward, he gripped the remnants of the traitor's soul in his hand. The violent electrical force crushed the dark mask into nothing but scattered, tattered fragments. He roared, finishing his interrupted sentence about how gravely they had erred. Standing amidst his former subordinates, purple lightning danced around the tyrant as if screaming on behalf of its master. His eyes were bloodshot, and he hissed every word with burning resentment. "You bunch of ungrateful curs!" Lightning struck repeatedly, each brutal blow casting the demon generals away like broken toys. Without a shred of mercy, he grabbed one by the head, using all his strength to slam the body into the stone floor, shattering it. The entire space was submerged in a sea of destructive lightning, his voice echoing deep into their souls. This place was clearly our home. While the man was busy clearing out his house, a wood-type spirit bird appeared, casting a soft green light over Bai Yi's chest. The system interface reported in real time. Healing in progress. With emotions erupting, the tyrant roared at the top of his lungs, accusing the enemy of their crimes. It was those self-proclaimed gods who seized our land. He unleashed a blinding lightning strike, blowing away an enemy. He poured his fury onto the next one. But you didn't even think to fight back. You chose to betray me instead. A giant lightning blade slammed into the ground, tearing space apart and cleaving every obstacle in two. The declaration forced the final demon general to kneel and prostrate himself at the feet of his former king. And then, he looked down at the monster, speaking in a tone dripping with bitter sarcasm, acting as their lapdog. His glowing eyes bored deep into the traitor's soul. "Is it more fun than being my subordinate?" The traitor knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he begged for pity. "My liege, everything I did was for survival, there was no other way." Hearing that pathetic excuse, his expression darkened for a moment, muttering with disdain, "For survival." But ignoring the monster's pleas, the tyrant coldly swung his blade straight at it. Lightning exploded, and with lightning-fast reflexes, the tyrant punched through the enemy's chest in a brutal, final blow, ruthlessly exposing the truth. "So, that isn't betrayal?" As the blade pierced through his heart, the demon general slumped his head onto his former master's shoulder, whispering his final, resigned confession, "Please, just end me." The plea for a quick death only fueled his rage further. Veins bulged on his forehead. "You traitor. You actually want to die that easily. The tyrant's hand reached toward the sky, summoning a millennium of vengeful lightning into a single point. The demon general's silhouette was incinerated from within by the blinding, brilliant discharge. A harrowing scream tore through the night. Standing amidst the terrifying flashes, half of his face remained shrouded in grim darkness. His eyes burned like a manifested demon as he growled out a blood-soaked curse. "I won't play around anymore, you tyrant." He swept his hand, unleashing lightning bolts as sharp as blades. He roared ruthlessly, "I'll shred your body to pieces." The unlucky demon general took the full brunt of the rage, his outer armor exploding under the electrical assault. His screams merged with the old king's curses until the very last drop of his blood ran dry. Under torture that defied endurance, the once arrogant lord was now nothing but a tattered mess, whispering a pathetic plea. "Please, kill me. Just kill me." But then, an unexpected anomaly occurred, just as the finishing bolt was about to strike. A streak of sword energy cut through the wind, leaving a massive, bewildered question mark on the faces of everyone watching. Slipping past the boundary of life and death with lightning speed, Bai Yi appeared like a god swooping in to steal the kill. With one beautiful slash, he took the lord's life right under the tyrant's nose. Mission accomplished, the ultimate kill steal. Bai Yi drifted away with effortless cool, leaving behind the demon general's corpse, shattered into fragments of spent energy. The system immediately pinged with a celebratory notification for this shameless opportunism, confirming the successful elimination of the undead general, along with a massive reward. Gain 100,000 EXP and an S-rank item, Soul of the Messenger. Talk about easy money. But the tyrant hovering above wasn't happy at all. He floated there, wreathed in brilliant, crackling lightning, glaring down at the brat bold enough to snatch his prize and interrupt his execution. His demonic eyes glowed with intimidating lightning as he roared in anger. "Who do you think you are?" Under pressure so suffocating it could crush an ordinary person, Bai Yi simply looked up, his expression cold and unmoved. Sweat beaded on his cheek, but his gaze remained strangely resolute. In that moment, memories flooded back. The image of his master, dressed in a sharp suit, appeared in his mind with a mysterious instruction. "Once you return to the past, find the other 6, then set them all free." In his subconscious, Bai Yi floated face to face with his master, asking with a blank expression, "The other 6? The man stroked his chin, looking enigmatically contemplative. "That's right. How should I put it?" He flashed a wicked grin and pointed straight ahead. Behind him loomed the giant, dark shadows of 6 entities radiating terrifying pressure. The 6 other great demon lords. Bai Yi froze for 5 seconds, his face flat. What kind of logic was it to make a good, innocent student release demon lords? His master reached out and tapped Bai Yi's chest, right where his heart beat, calmly explaining, "When the time comes, the heart I gave you will resonate on its own." The two faced each other in the night. The master rambled on, planting seeds of rebellion. "They are just like you, they deeply resent those gods. So, your goals are aligned." The frame split between Bai Yi's determined face and the master's crazed smile. "After you set them free, let them become the force that helps you slay the gods." A surreal, bittersweet vision unfolded, a hero riding a dragon, fighting side by side with a dark demon lord. The master's voice rang out, full of excitement. "Just thinking about it is thrilling, isn't it? A hero and a demon lord shaking hands. Ha ha." He clenched his fist, his eyes sparking with sharp hatred. But those foolish, ugly gods brought it upon themselves. Let's flip the table on them together. Recalling his ultimate goal, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly ignited. He silently finished his master's thought. "Under the rule of those gods, the world is filthy. Let's end the rule of the divine race." Thanks to the massive influx of EXP, the system launched a flurry of level-up fireworks. Warrior Core rose to B rank. Wind Mage rose to B rank. Star Mage rose to C rank. What a high-return investment. His breathing grew ragged, his chest heaving from exhaustion, but Bai Yi still managed to glance at a glittering golden notification that had just appeared. Hero's Key. Unlock conditions met. You can now unlock the Hero's Tower. As the tension faded, the physical toll crashed down on him. Bai Yi knelt, one hand bracing himself firmly against the stone floor, the golden lightning around him gradually fading. He was truly drained of energy, yet his mouth refused to admit defeat. He looked up at the tyrant and stated his logic clearly. "The condition I set for you was to deal with them immediately, and you couldn't do it." The tyrant, Samael, narrowed his eyes at the daring, sharp-tongued brat. Bai Yi delivered the final blow to justify his kill steal. "So, I handled it myself." Provoked, the tyrant roared, lightning crackling around him in a threatening display. "Do you think just because you helped break my seal, you have the right to set conditions for me?" Unflinching, Bai Yi struggled to stand, bracing his knees. "With all due respect to the Demon King, you should know that on your own, you can never get out of here. He scanned the vast expanse of the giant prison, calmly exposing the bitter truth. The very existence of this tower is to suppress your power. If you want to be stuck here for the rest of your life, then go ahead and kill me. What a high-stakes gamble with his own life. The psychological blow was so sharp that Samael was left speechless. He glared at Bai Yi, keeping silent as he weighed the pros and cons. Having gained the upper hand, Bai Yi dropped the final bomb, uttering a name that could shake the entire demon world. Do you still remember Bernie Tokag? The tyrant froze, his expression shifting from rage to utter astonishment. Ignoring that surprise, Bai Yi lowered his head and said, "To look for you, find you, and free you completely." That was the condition I agreed to with him. The tyrant hovered in the air, looking down at Bai Yi, filled with questions. A puny human like you. How could you possibly know Bernie? Bai Yi's blood-stained hand clutched his chest, where his heart was pounding wildly. He gripped his clothes tightly and gasped. This heart. And this life. He looked up, his voice resolute, were both given to me by him. Bai Yi's eyes sharpened like razors. He defiantly declared, "So, I will absolutely not fail to repay his kindness. Breaking your seal was only the first step." Hearing such arrogant tones, the tyrant crossed his arms and asked with interest, "So, what do you plan to do next?" The corners of Bai Yi's mouth curled up as he declared with fiery eyes, "I want to tear this place down and turn everything upside down." Light flickered down from the top of the tower, illuminating the broken, hanging chains, suspended in mid-air like the remnants of a collapsed prison. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland of ruins as the system displays a notification, Abyssal Land, 2nd floor, ruined sector. The tyrant stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing sorrowfully at the devastation. This place, it used to be our city. His bare feet tread slowly across the cold, shattered stone floor. He speaks in a deep, brooding voice. I don't even remember how many years ago it was. I once led the demon race. Distant memories flood back images of a glorious past, the agonizing struggle to find this fertile land, and the barriers they erected around the magic crystals and mana to build a peaceful home. But that peace didn't last. It was torn apart by a giant hand descending from the heavens. His voice trembles with bitter resentment. A group of self-proclaimed gods led a massive army and brazenly invaded our territory. His demonic eyes burn with grief. The cowards launched a sneak attack while we were busy building our home. Images flash of miserable demons, their necks chained, forced to use pickaxes to dig up mana crystals. Their land was stolen, and their entire race was cast into slavery. A towering structure appears, bridging the abyss and the sky. They transformed this place into the Sky City, a city in the clouds, split into 2 separate levels. The decadent, lavish scenes of the gods partying stand in mocking contrast to the misery below. That upper level is a place of supreme luxury, dedicated solely to the excessive hedonism of those so-called gods. In stark contrast is this dark, wailing prison of chains. This lowest level is where they hold the humans who dared to stand up and fight, along with my own former subordinates. A glowing pink, 5-pointed star barrier seals off every exit. Those gods set up an impenetrable barrier on the upper floor, forever trapping us in this hell. The Demon King stares bitterly at the emaciated slaves tossing mana crystals into a roaring furnace. These enslaved people are worked until they break, repeating this grueling labor day after day. Even more horrifying is the sight of gaunt bodies having their life force drained through the chains, some even being drained until they petrify into raw minerals, their energy constantly sucked away. The city hovering proudly in the clouds is a cruel testament to their suffering. Also, the Sky City can stay afloat, providing an endless power supply for the hedonistic creatures above. Bai Yi lowers his eyes, his voice heavy with resentment. These people didn't do anything wrong, yet they have to endure such humiliation. Some are so broken they've even forgotten their own names. He turns his back, his silhouette radiating loneliness and helplessness. If those incompetent gods weren't unable to kill me, they wouldn't have just kept me chained up like this. I would have shared their tragic fate long ago. Gazing at the laboring demons, Bai Yi speaks up. Sky City. Huh? What a perfect, brutal depiction of this world. Bai Yi's eyes are sharp as daggers, piercing the void. The superiors lounge in comfort, looking down and trampling on the lives of those beneath them. He grinds his teeth. This world never had a shred of fairness to begin with. Pushing the philosophy aside, Bai Yi turns back to reality, eyeing the massive energy-supplying machine and finalizing his plan. If all the power for Sky City comes from this one reactor, then things are going to be easy. As he ponders this, he hears the tyrant speak flatly. The tyrant turns around with a huge question mark on his face. Bai Yi, hands in his pockets, calmly delegates tasks like a seasoned leader. You handle breaking the chains and freeing everyone on this level. Then smash that energy furnace. I'll head to the upper level and shred the barrier holding you all in. The tyrant sneers, looking at Bai Yi's skinny frame with skepticism. Break the barrier? You think you alone have the power for that? The gods aren't stupid enough to design a barrier that's easily destroyed from the inside. Bai Yi smirks and raises an eyebrow, responding confidently. Who told you I was going alone? His eyes glint with calculation. Before I even stepped into this hunting ground, I already set my countermeasures. Everything is ready. His voice hardens, his eyes blazing with certainty. I'm going to get all of you out of this hellhole so everyone can return to the world that belongs to them. Looking up at the towering structure, Bai Yi makes his bold declaration. I am going to level this tower of the gods. While the young man is making bold statements in the dungeon, the camera pans to the level above, where other candidates are screaming in terror before a giant vine monster. The system displays a red warning. Class B, level 36. Lord Class Wood Mage, Ni Lingxi. Desperate screams ring out, even if we all teamed up. No, even if all the candidates rushed it at once, we wouldn't stand a chance. A young man in a purple suit, his face pale as a sheet, beads of sweat pouring down, backs away. We're only Class C awakeners. Beneath his feet lies the mangled remains of an unfortunate candidate being gnawed on by the vegetation. He sobs, hope completely extinguished. There's no way to beat a Class B boss. In that moment of utter despair, a young man with a determined gaze suddenly yells, trying to rally everyone's spirits. No, don't panic. He tries to steal the group. We can fight together. Who knows? We might actually be able to take it down. Contrary to that courage, the guy in the purple suit looks twisted with fear and shouts at the madman. You think we're cheap, expendable nobodies like you. With tears and snot running down his face, he speaks with fear and deep regret. We're from noble families at the private academy. If I'd known it was this dangerous, I would have died before coming here. Ignoring the squabbling group, the boss, a giant monster made of tree roots, is casually enjoying its horrific meal. The system coldly displays, devouring, accompanied by the sound of crunching on the remains of the unfortunate candidate. The guy in the purple suit points at the monster, screaming in panic. Look at that. Does that look like a normal monster to you? He continues to tremble and back away, his voice filled with disdain for the poor. How is this fair? Why would anyone join this ridiculous tournament for a little bit of petty cash? His insult hits a nerve. The spear wielder freezes, his back radiating intense resentment. Because of the money. He whirls around, veins bulging, teeth gritted, shouting right in the fake noble's face. Stop living in your own fantasy. His hand grips the spear handle until it shakes. He roars with bottled-up rage. We didn't volunteer for this at all. Painful memories flood back. In a rundown apartment building for the poor, a notification rings out like a death knell. Congratulations. Two messengers in black cloaks stood before the door, flashing a sinister grin at a woman. You have been chosen to participate in this hunt. The husband, clutching a spear, rushed out to shield his wife and newborn child, begging in a panic. No, please. She just gave birth. She's still nursing. How could you? Can I go in her place? Responding to the father's desperation was the crushing weight of authority, delivering a cold, ominous threat. Are you suggesting you defy the divine decree? Returning to the cruel reality, the impoverished warrior ground his teeth, suppressing a surge of pure rage. This hunt was nothing more than a slaughterhouse created by the gods for their own twisted entertainment. Hiding behind a nearby cliff, the wife, Liu Tui, clutched her head in despair. Resigned to their tragic fate, she choked out, Honey, we're nothing but toys to the gods. She wasn't wrong. Right then, on the luxurious top floor of the Sky City, the gods were lounging, watching the massacre live on a massive screen, laughing and jeering. Ha ha ha. Look at them, scared out of their wits. Two nobles tilted their wine glasses, amused as if watching a play. One chuckled until he spat out his drink. Ha ha ha. Faster, faster. Boss, do something. Standing at the center of the observation deck, a superior being with icy, ruthless eyes issued a supreme command. I want to see a spectacular hunt. Back on the bloody battlefield, a young man with blue hair stammered in sheer terror. It completely devoured the power card. The grotesque monster tilted its sharp, jagged head, drooling as it locked onto its new prey. It's looking at us, someone whispered. A burning red aura of death gathered in the creature's maw, signaling a devastating attack was about to strike. The red eyes of the plant lord flickered with bloodlust, its voice wheezing as if from the depths of hell. I smell fresh blood. Sensing the murderous intent, the wife, hiding behind the rock, curled into a ball, shaking with uncontrollable fear. Without hesitation, the monster lunged forward at blinding speed. Its razor-sharp tentacles struck straight toward the fragile woman. Honey! The husband let out a blood-curdling scream, lunging forward regardless of the danger to block her path. A massive crescent-shaped green energy blade slashed down mercilessly, blood spraying onto the husband in a crimson mist. Using his own body as a shield, he took the full force of the sharp roots as they pierced his chest, leaving his wife in utter shock. The force of the blow was so immense, it sent him flying. His bloodied body collapsed like a broken doll. A heart-wrenching scream tore from the wife. My love. She watched as the person she cherished most fell because of her. The wife stood petrified, clutching her chest, her eyes hollow and glazed over. Meanwhile, the coward in the purple vest just huddled against the cliff beside her, sniveling and crying like trash. Wah. The massive shadow of the plant lord monster descended, blocking out the last bit of light. The husband's blood-soaked hand hung limply against the cold ground. A horrific scene unfolded before Liu Tui's eyes. The monster's massive, slime-dripping maw opened wide, ready to swallow her whole. Lying gasping in a pool of blood, the husband reached out with his final strength, whispering in desperation. No, suddenly, a sharp ice blade whistled through the air, smashing into the monster's face, making it recoil in pain. A figure radiating freezing cold appeared in midair. The system immediately announced a finishing move. Cloud Tier Warrior skill, Ice Blade. The savior dived down like a blue lightning bolt, tearing through the darkness with overwhelming icy power. He landed majestically, using a massive surge of energy to block the monster's aggressive root attack. Standing in front of the terrified wife, the savior landed in a cool pose, shattering all attempts at pursuit. His face was revealed, a young man with black hair and a sharp, cold expression. The system identified his noble status, Kanikatsu, divine blessing, bearer of the Kim clan. Hiding behind the rock, the guy in the purple vest stared in shock, mouth agape. That's the number one on the rankings. The cowardly contestants behind them felt as if they'd found a lifeline, tears of joy streaming down their faces. We're saved. But contrary to the crowd's cheers, Kanikatsu didn't turn back, speaking coldly. From the moment you entered this battlefield, your fate was sealed. He stared straight ahead, his voice devoid of emotion. No one can escape this game of the gods. Suddenly, an arrogant voice boomed through his earpiece, filled with extreme anger. Hey, who gave you permission to come out? You're ruining our show. The guy in the purple vest, hearing this, looked confused and broke into a cold sweat. What does that mean? Scene shift to the VIP observation room upstairs. The gods were visibly annoyed by the interruption. Your clan's blessed one is messing around and ruining our fun. A noble smirked, his perverted smile revealing white teeth. What's the rush? I have other games. The fat guy was so excited his jowls shook as he roared, I want to see something more stimulating in this hunt. Down on Earth, the cruel command from the superior being echoed in Kanikatsu's ear. Now, ignore that monster, turn around for me. He stood frozen, his eyes obscured by shadows, while the voice continued to order. Kill that woman in front of everyone. The camera panned to the terrified face of the poor wife. The most cruel and twisted death sentence had been handed down. Meanwhile, the camera cut back to the dark, gloomy dungeon. Bai Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, finalizing his insane plan with the tyrant. I'll unlock everyone on this floor, then destroy the energy furnace. The tyrant, Samael, looked at the kid, his face full of doubt. Break the barrier. Your individual strength isn't enough. The gods wouldn't design a barrier that can be easily destroyed from the inside. Bai Yi smirked, a cunning smile on his lips, confidently retorting, who said I was alone? Before entering the hunting grounds, I made preparations. Everything is ready. He looked straight at the Demon King, making a solemn vow. I will help all of you leave this hellhole and return to your own world. Bai Yi's eyes burned with determination as he declared his ultimate goal with arrogance. I am going to tear this tower of God to the ground. Silently listening to those wild but weighty words, Samael fell into deep thought for a moment. Soon, an intrigued smile crept onto his lips, his eyes flashing with admiration. Humph! The person chosen by Beltug is certainly interesting. He hovered in the air, turning to look back at Bai Yi, his majestic voice echoing throughout the dungeon. I previously promised to grant you one request, and I haven't fulfilled it until now. Golden lightning erupted violently around the tyrant. He roared, unleashing the ultimate power he had kept hidden for so long. The demon tyrant's entire body glowed with golden electricity as he generously declared to the bold young man, Then, allow me to decide on a gift for you as a token of my gratitude first. No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive bolt of lightning surged from his hand directly into Bai Yi. The heart of Belphegor can absorb all types of elements. I will pass all the elemental power I've accumulated over the years to you. Bai Yi stood amidst the lightning storm, shutting his eyes tightly to endure the surging power pouring into his body. Electric sparks raced along his nerve endings. A brilliant golden system interface appeared, confirming elemental force abundant. Next came a resounding ding, announcing a divine promotion, awakening the pre-career lightning mage. Bai Yi's eyes snapped open, brilliant golden lightning flashing across his pupils. Unable to hide his astonishment, he exclaimed, In the blink of an eye, my lightning element is fully charged. I've received it. His eyes widened, staring at the vivid colors on the system interface of the Golden Tier class. But it didn't stop there. The old tyrant extended his hand, offering a delicately carved ring toward him, and said, "Take this as well." Bai Yi reached out to grab it, listening to the old man explain its features. "This is my magic ring. Normally, it can be used as an infinite storage space, but it has another function. It can transmit your voice to me. Just call into the ring, and I will be able to sense your location." His eerie eyes now held a strange, gentle, and trustworthy look. Samael, make this promise here." The lightning tyrant placed his hand over his heart, clearly making a life or death vow. "No matter how far away you are, as long as I hear your voice, I will come to find you immediately." Hearing the strange name, Bai Yi was stunned and asked, "Samael, isn't your name Samael?" The old man smiled slightly. "That was my original name." His voice lowered, carrying the weariness of the past. "It's just that after going through certain things, I feel more suited to the name Samael. Only a few people I trust know this name." Realizing the heavy trust and absolute recognition from a demon lord, Bai Yi closed his eyes and smiled with relief. "Understood, Samael. I won't delay any longer." Bai Yi operated the system to change his class to Summoner. A glowing summoning magic circle immediately appeared beneath his feet. Bai Yi turned around, hurriedly instructing his partner, "There isn't much time left. I have to get up there. Once the barrier is destroyed, you must lead everyone out of here immediately." A beautiful turquoise-feathered fantasy bird flapped its wings and flew out of the magic circle, obediently awaiting the orders of the summoned beast, Little Lamb. Watching the back of the young man preparing to stir up heaven and earth, Samael laughed heartily. "Next time we meet, we must have a real drinking contest." Bai Yi hopped onto the fantasy bird's back, soaring into the air and leaving behind a firm promise. The deal was set. Samael felt the sense of freedom again, watching the bird's silhouette fade away, his lips curling into the arrogant smile of a true demon lord. "Let us tear this playground of the gods apart." At this moment, Bai Yi sat on the back of the bird beast, speaking with immense excitement. "Turn it all upside down." The camera cut sharply to the upper level at the bloodthirsty hunting ground. The giant root monster stood menacingly, its tentacles dancing in midair. The pitiful wife backed against the cliff, helplessly watching the back of the black-haired young man standing in front of her. The cold, mechanical voice from the communication device on his neck rang out again. "Turn back for me." A cruel command, like a blade piercing through his humanity in front of everyone. "Kill that woman." She was terrified to the core. Hearing this, the husband spoke up to stop him. "Hey, what are you people trying to do?" Canex tilted his head slightly, his eyes darkening as he glanced at the people lying scattered on the ground. He urged them, "Hurry up and kill his wife," right in front of him. "Do it." The manic laughter of the sick Protoss echoed through the device. "Ha ha, Lack. You really are a piece of work, ha. But this is what makes it fun." Standing on the edge of corruption, Connex's ice-armored hand trembled slightly. Then he clenched his fist, crushing the cold ice crystals, and made the final decision to defy orders. Canex turned sharply, glaring at the weak survivors, his voice gravelly as he shooed them away. "Get out of here quickly. Even if you have to crawl, you must leave immediately." Contrary to the chaos outside, in a luxurious VIP room high above, the Protoss were drinking wine and watching the show. When they suddenly froze, huge question and exclamation marks appearing on their faces. Through the surveillance screen, they saw Canex's cold back turning away, completely ignoring the order. One of them muttered, "What? What does this mean?" The fat guy jumped up, his face red with rage, screaming uncontrollably, "That animal!" The two sharp-beaked Protoss beside him broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe their eyes. How could this fake blessed one dare to do this? The fat guy cursed frantically, his belly fat shaking. "He dared to blow out my earpiece. Once he gets out, I'm going to skin him alive." While they were busy cursing, another Protoss pointed in panic at the floating virtual screen. Hey, look at that." On the dazzling electronic interface, the hunting assembly leaderboard suddenly showed a seismic shift. Right below the name Canex at the top with 950 points was the name Bai Yi, who had just impressively climbed to second place with 750 points. The Protoss gasped as if they had seen a ghost. On that leaderboard, Bai Yi's score appeared again. He's still not dead. The camera shifted once more, focusing on a cold, gloomy, mountainous region, the Black Fog Forest. Bai Yi's lonely figure stepped into the demon's lair. Bai Yi lifted his head, walking through the dense canopy, quietly engraving the filthy truth of this world into his heart. This hunting assembly, from start to finish, is just a game for the gods. Suddenly, a giant, savage beast roared as it emerged from the shadows, its jaws full of drooling fangs, but Bai Yi's eyes didn't ripple in the slightest. Coldly, he drew his weapon and muttered, "Good, it's a demon beast." Images of the awakened ones helping each other flee flashed through Bai Yi's mind. He thought to himself, even the awakened ones participating in the competition. He stood tall, his lightning aura exploding around him, his eyes sharp as knives. Or everyone who has stepped foot into this arena. In the end, they are just players being manipulated in a game created by you people. Bai Yi looked up at the fake sky, yellow lightning crackling around him with immense majesty. But this game is still missing the most important player. And now, the camera. He teleported straight to the VIP room, where the gods sat perched in their armchairs, looking down on everything with arrogant eyes. It's time you all entered the game yourselves. Back in reality, Bai Yi stood lost in the gloomy expanse, silently judging this world. It looked just like a giant forest of black fog. Grotesque trees stretched out, blocking his view. Once you fall under their control, you'll never find your way back again. He squeezed his eyes shut, recalling the bitter past. In my past life, I spent my entire existence living for the lies woven by the gods. Then, he snapped his eyes open. His golden electric pupils flashed with sharp insight. Looking back now, it's so clear. They have so many flaws, just like this black fog forest. Right before him, the source of all the illusions revealed its true form. A massive, monstrous tree. The system interface flickered with information. Floral type mage, level 39, B rank, illusionary great demon. Ability, specializes in creating hallucinations. Up close, metal pipes were jammed deep into the tree's trunk, dripping with ridiculous green fluid to supply its power. Bai Yi looked up at the hybrid tree and declared firmly, "You're the source of this black fog, aren't you?" He shoved his hands into his pockets, letting out a scathing, pitying remark. "Looks like you're just a pathetic tool trapped here by the gods." Suddenly, a dark memory from the past flooded back, a little boy frantically shaking his sister awake on a large bed. "Hiyue, wake up. Hiyue, please, wake up." The little girl blurred her eyes open, rubbing away the sleep, and asked her brother, "Huh, brother, what's wrong?" The boy's face was pale with absolute terror as he gripped her hand, urging her, "Hurry." Then, he dragged her, running for his life out of their familiar room. The two siblings held their breath, hiding in a dark corner of the closet. As the door closed, the little girl trembled and whispered, "Brother." He immediately clamped his hand over her mouth, glaring with a look of pure dread. "Don't make a sound." Before his warning could even fade, a booming, bone-chilling voice of a demon echoed from outside. "Let's see. Where are you hiding?" In the cramped darkness, tears streamed down the poor girl's cheeks as she shivered uncontrollably. The demon, with its hulking frame leaking black miasma and a large battle axe in hand, loomed over them. "Where are you hiding?" The girl's eyes widened in absolute horror as she looked through the crack, whispering in silent despair, "Daddy." A bloody scene appeared, her father's body slumped in a puddle of blood on the luxurious floor. Desperate tears burst forth as she sobbed in agony. "Mommy." Her mother's corpse, eyes still reflecting the terror of her final moments, suffered the same tragic fate, slumped over with a fatal wound in her chest. A cold, sharp blade swung down mercilessly, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, don't. Wake up, please wake up." Hiyue brought back by a desperate call in reality. She snapped out of the trauma-induced nightmare, her mouth still screaming, "Ah, don't." The scene shifted back to the hunting grounds. Hiyue panted, huddled in Bai Yi's arms. He gently reassured her, "You fell into a dream of the black fog, but you're okay now." She blankly called his name, Bai Yi. She was still dazed, beads of sweat glistening on her face, as she hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Not waiting for the situation to fully settle, Bai Yi propped Hiyue up, smiled faintly, and looked straight ahead with a determined gaze. His voice was warm but carried a murderous intent. "It's over. Everything here. It's time for it all to end." On the floating electronic leaderboard, Hiyue's score displayed a modest 250, making the VIP room more boisterous than ever. A god sitting in his armchair clapped gleefully, laughing. "Look, her score finally appeared. This game is getting interesting. Those gamblers are going to lose everything this time." He turned to his companion, laughing wickedly. "This is too fun. Everything is going exactly according to your script." The other one, seizing the chance to add fuel to the fire, continued. "Now even your sacrificial lamb isn't listening to you anymore. Do you even have the face to laugh?" The fat god standing nearby went silent, his face darkening with rage. His temper flared, and he clenched his fist, shouting, "Enough! I order you, activate the demon enhancement serum for me, now." Another god frowned, speaking up with hesitation. "Enhancement? That stuff is too dangerous. If you stimulate a B-rank lord to that level, the consequences." The fat god waved him off, his eyes bloodshot and savage. "I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to see them die in there. Cast your votes. There are 5 gods here today. I want to see how they survive." He growled, staring intensely at the screen with bloodthirst. You all want to see a more brutal performance, don't you? The two gods from before kept smirking, shrugging with utter indifference. If there's a good show to watch, of course, we'll watch it. Don't you feel any pity for your chosen one? The fat god ignored the question and commanded coldly. Good. That's 3 votes. Immediately, the pedestals beneath the 3 gods split open, and a terrifying surge of energy was channeled straight down to the hunting grounds. The fat god waved his hand, his expression ecstatic. Release it. I want to see them get crushed with my own eyes. The remaining god stayed silent, his eyes cold. Understood. The fat god crossed his arms and ordered haughtily, that leaderboard is in the way, turn it off. I don't want anything blocking my view. Now, on the screen, the monster roared in rage. I want to see the moment they perish. From deep within the earth, massive metal pillars erupted, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. A blood-red mist, reeking of iron, began to spread, plunging the entire forest into a horrific nightmare. Hiyue stood amidst the blue electric currents, her face pale as she looked around. The guy with black hair behind her asked with concern, What the hell is this? What is that thing? From within the red mist, a grotesque entity with sharp fangs and eyes burning like fire emerged, roaring in madness. Its wings spread wide, radiating an overwhelming killing intent that seemed to freeze the very air. It spun around, shattering huge boulders with a single, terrifying strike. The sound of it tearing through the air made one's skin crawl. Its system status window flashed in deep red. Floral type mage, level 36, B rank, spirit-absorbing beast, berserk state. A pillar of jagged, sharp earth spikes shot up from beneath its feet, slamming into the ground with terrifying force. The monster roared, and long, slithering tentacles sprouted from its body like the arms of the Reaper. Its aura exploded, and waves of green energy rushed toward it, pushing its attack, stamina, and elemental stats to the absolute peak. The surrounding trees withered and dried up in a blink of an eye as it drained their life force dry. The surrounding monsters also began to go berserk, clashing with each other in a desperate fight for survival amidst the chaos this beast had created. Camney braced himself, his entire body covered in a flow of blue electricity, his eyes filled with tension. These monsters, they had been enhanced. He frowned, his breathing growing rapid, realizing that the situation had spiraled into an uncontrollable mess. Then, he locked his gaze onto the energy barrier where the monster was lumbering forward. It was preparing to wipe out every single person standing within that barrier. In the VIP room, the fat divine being's overconfidence was doused with a cold bucket of reality. He roared in fury. That's right. This is the price for daring to defy me, you damn low lives. You want lives. He gritted his teeth, glaring down at the hunting grounds with utter contempt. You pathetic ants thought you could escape my control? In this life and the next, you're nothing but sewer rats living in the dark. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging as he continued to scream. Never even dream of rebelling against a god like me. He bellowed, his killing intent making the surrounding space tremble. Suddenly, the control console let out a piercing warning sound, and the blue screen began to flicker and glitch repeatedly. System alert, power failure. The entire VIP room shook. The divine beings panicked as the protective energy barrier began to crack, displaying digital artifacts like a broken television. The room descended into chaos, and the other divine beings began to panic the protection system had failed. At that moment, another god cried out in fear. Wait, wasn't this thing designed to keep us separated from those monsters? What the hell is going on? Why is the barrier glitching? Contrary to the others, a god with a cold expression turned to stare into the void, gasping. Did someone just infiltrate and destroy the entire floating city? Down in the hunting grounds, the spirit-absorbing beast was still standing tall in front of the fat guy, but its attention was distracted by a strange energy current flowing toward it. It turned its head, its glowing red eyes looking into the distance, as if sensing the collapse of something incredibly important. The fat guy panicked, stuttering as he called out to his cohort. Camney, someone save me. In a secret location, the blueprint of the floating city appeared, filled with complex energy diagrams. The design showed the primary energy furnace system on the second level, where slaves and magic crystal sources continuously supplied power to the upper levels. The second system was an emergency reserve capable of sustaining the city for a month if the main system failed. A mysterious figure, weapon in hand, stood casually in the shadows and spoke to the person in front of him. As long as there's an issue with the main system, the backup will activate immediately. That way, the floating city will drift forever, never falling. Even if a suicide intruder appears, these two systems are enough to protect all the divine beings. Hearing this, the bearded man in glasses smirked with arrogance. Ha! Who would have the guts to invade the divine territory? The image of the floating city drifted proudly in the deep blue sky, completely detached from the world below. The fat guy roared in anger, his face turning red. What the hell is going on with this barrier? The person standing next to him, with an unnervingly calm gaze, thought to himself that if the barrier was useless, it meant someone had already destroyed the energy furnace. The scene shifted to the ruins on the second level of the abyss, where rusted chains lay scattered across the cold ground. A massive explosion echoed out, golden energy erupted, completely obliterating the control center. Smoke filled the air. Bai Yi and his team stood there looking at the shattered furnace. The energy furnace. We've destroyed it. Samael turned to look at his comrade, wearing a sinister smile as he continued. Next, it's your turn. Zzz. The backup system immediately activated, mechanical sounds reverberating through the air. The Divine Being's VIP room swayed. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The backup power had kicked in, causing the gods to tumble off their armchairs from the tremor. The entire arena, from the gods' area to the hunting grounds, shook violently from the sudden energy shift. Two of the gods huddled together, faces pale, terrified. I can't believe you had a backup plan prepared. Boom! Another massive explosion sent everyone staggering. At the same time, a series of warnings popped up. Backup power supply compromised, backup power error. This barrier is completely useless. Look, the grandstand is falling. The panicked screams of the lackeys rang out. The entire luxurious platform went into freefall toward the ground below. Armchairs toppled in the chaos, and the fat guy crawled about, screaming madly. What is this? Where is your damn backup power? His companion, no longer able to keep his cool, had a face full of terror. This isn't a coincidence. Someone intentionally destroyed the entire energy system of the floating city. Next, the image showed the emergency energy center also burning fiercely and collapsing. The divine guards lay scattered, wiped out by the surprise attack. A bizarre creature, shaped like a praying mantis, was absorbing the golden energy from the circuit boards. The creature hissed with delight. This energy, it's delicious. System display, energy absorption and progress. It turned toward the shadows and bowed respectfully. Master, the mission you entrusted me with has been completed perfectly. Kwang Tu has leveled up to brand. In that case, you better reward me handsomely. The creature's voice echoed, leaving Bai Yi speechless. He darkened his expression and walked forward. Suddenly, he stopped, turned to look at Kwang Tu, the mantis creature that had just leveled up, and offered a cryptic smile. Well done. When the time comes, remember to ask me for your reward. He glanced indifferently at the defeated monster, his tone cold. Don't get cocky too soon. The most important mission is still waiting for us ahead. Kwang Tu replied respectfully. Understood, Master. Hacknax, standing nearby, looked around the violently shaking forest, exclaiming in confusion. What the hell is happening here? Everything seems out of control. The sky above is starting to crack. A swarm of strange creatures and small monsters are going crazy, screeching violently. Suddenly, the energy barrier covering the hunting grounds vanished completely. The survivors inside couldn't hide their joy. The barrier is gone. Quick, we can escape. They didn't hesitate, rushing away from the dangerous area, cheering nonstop. We finally survived. On the other side, the spirit-absorbing beast had just risen, its muscular body looming right in front of the divine beings standing on the falling platform. The fat guy turned pale, trembling as he shouted, Quick, inform the nearest guild union to send reinforcements immediately. The monster let out a roar, its blazing red eyes locked onto the fat man, who was so terrified he started screaming at the top of his lungs. Why? Why does it keep staring at me like that? Panicked, the fat man waved his arms, ordering his trembling subordinates standing nearby. You useless idiots, hurry up and kill it. Two other subordinates, just as scared, shouted from behind their chairs, Don't let it get anywhere near him. If he gets hurt, we're all done for. The monster didn't wait. It lashed out with its razor-sharp iron chains, striking directly at the chaotic god race members. One of them tried to stay calm, standing in front of his master and shouting, Even if this monster isn't a high level, you still need to be careful, sir. Hearing this, the man behind him asked, confused. The man in black turned back with a bewildered look. Seeing that, the man continued, Look at this scene. No matter how you think about it, there's only one possible explanation, right? He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with contemplation. How long has it been? How long has it been since someone dared to stand up and rebel against the god race like this? On the arena floor, the spirit-absorbing corpse monster was tightly bound by magical chains. Its breathing grew shallow after the previous attack. Seeing an opportunity, the fat man pointed to the sky, his voice dripping with spite. Don't let it die too easily. That damn beast, it almost killed me just now. He roared viciously. I want it to suffer, tortured bit by bit until it dies. Shock it for me right now. Bai Yi appeared behind the fat man, watching the monster struggle against the electricity running through its body. A system window popped up in front of Bai Yi, Switching status, nuclear warrior. Bai Yi gripped his sword tightly and looked at the fat man with a sarcastic tone. Keep enjoying this moment of chaos. A violent bolt of golden lightning struck the monster, making it shriek in absolute agony. Bai Yi stood there, coldly passing judgment, regardless of the monster's power. Then a flashback appeared, a person with a collar around their neck, hands bound, face twisted in pain, along with the arrogant god race members. In his hands, all of them had become his masochistic toys. Meanwhile, the fat man cowered, screaming in despair. That's it. Keep shocking it. Bai Yi remained unmoved, his eyes burning with a deadly green light. He is the clearest proof of you, god race's stupidity and cruelty. Following that, a powerful beam of light shot out, and the monster was pierced by Bai Yi's power. Bai Yi's sword strike split the monster apart, and he said decisively, "All right, this is the end." A system notification scrolled across the screen. Successfully defeated spirit-absorbing corpse. Received 88,000 EXP. Received item, Flower of Bone. Boss kill bonus, 1,000 points. Bai Yi turned to look straight at the terrified fat man. This hunting game has finally reached the point where we find the winner. The fat man stammered, his face pale as a sheet, pointing directly at him and saying, Who? Who gave you permission to act? Boom. A massive explosion echoed. The ground beneath their feet collapsed completely. The entire space seemed to tilt, and the whole structure of the floating city shook violently, falling freely into the abyss. The god race members in the VIP room froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. The blue-haired man gasped, "What is this?" The leader looked at the scene, his face changing color, cold sweat pouring down as he muttered, "No, this isn't just a simple rebellion." The entire floating city structure shook violently. Debris from the watchtower flew everywhere among the clouds. Bai Yi stood tall, the mantis beast beside him feeling smug. "See, master. I told you, this tower's structure is weaker than a dry twig." The mantis flapped its wings, laughing gleefully. "How could they have expected us to strike the support pillars from the inside? The mission you gave me has been completed brilliantly." A earth-shattering roar echoed, and the giant tower began to tilt, accompanied by the sound of steel being torn apart. The people below looked up in panic, the surrounding space crumbling, dust filling the air and obscuring vision. The entire main tower officially collapsed, shattering the final energy shield and creating an earthquake that wiped out everything nearby. The god race man stood on high, looking down at the ruins, muttering in shock, "Those rebels." From amidst the dust and smoke, a surge of black energy billowed out, carrying a suffocating pressure. A massive black shadow with tattered wings and shiny black scales emerged. Level 55 Demon King, Liu Yun form. Bai Yi stood right next to the giant dragon, his pupils glowing with electricity. This is not just a simple rebellion. He gave a proud smile. This is a formal declaration of war against your god race's tyranny. The giant dragon swung its wings, the power sweeping across the space, knocking away every obstacle. The floating tower, once so proud, was now just a pile of twisted scrap metal falling into the void. The god race members above looked down in extreme terror. "What?" Suddenly, a voice screamed over the radio. "Squad 8, hurry and save the backup power system. Investigate exactly what is happening." AOE, the elite squad leader, responded, "Understood." Then the captain turned to his team and shouted, "The whole army is ready, set out with me." The elite army received the order, hurriedly forming ranks, preparing to charge into the vortex of chaos. Through the thick smoke, a shadow glided past like lightning. The god race subordinates only managed to catch a glimpse of a black streak, and then fear struck. What is that? The Liu Yun form, with its icy eyes, was staring straight at them. A golden beam of light descended from above, tearing through the sky and striking the center of the battlefield. The fat man trembled, pointing his finger forward, stammering as he asked, "Kadermos, you said the strongest monster here was only B level." The other man stood frozen, looking at the giant dragon guarding the sky, thinking to himself, what the hell is that giant dragon? A giant dragon that our ancestors couldn't destroy even with all their might. At this moment, his eyes were full of unease, looking at the monster and thinking to himself, it has really returned. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning struck the sacred monument, causing the great statue of Lord Kadermos, their pride, to be smashed into dust before the eyes of many. Then, it collapsed, making those standing nearby scream and run away violently. Impossible. The people around witnessing this scene couldn't stop gaping. The brown-haired man spoke first, the statue of Lord Kadermos. Then the silver-haired man next to him, equally shocked, added, "It was brought down by a dragon, with just one bolt of lightning." The giant dragon hissed, tiny sparks of lightning dancing around its majestic body. "I have been crushed beneath your feet for all these years." And then, the giant dragon unleashed. With bolts of electricity crackling around it and debris raining down everywhere, the creature let out a roar. The scene was pure chaos. It was finally time to settle the score once and for all. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the entire area. The bodyguard immediately shielded his master with his own body, protecting him from the devastation unfolding before them. The bespectacled bodyguard frantically dragged Tanzi Best back, struggling to dodge the relentless flashes of lightning, and screamed, "Run! Get out of here!" The man in glasses looked tense, sweat pouring down his face, his mind racing to evaluate the situation and find a way to survive. The pressure from this dragon was overwhelming. It had to be at least S rank or higher. He had to protect Tan's Best at all costs. Meanwhile, Tan's Best seemed to have lost all of his usual arrogance. His face was twisted, his eyes wide and vacant like a madman facing a cruel reality. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's massive shadow blotted out the entire sky, leaving those below in shock as they realized that the proud territory of the god race was suffering such a devastating blow. The dragon tilted its head back to gather its strength, unleashing a fiery beam of energy straight into the sky barrier, as if trying to tear apart the very nobility of the floating city. This was followed by the horrific collapse of the Great Tower. Solid architectural structures shattered, pierced by countless blinding bolts of lightning. The glory of the god race and the massive ruins crashed to the ground, and clouds of dust billowed up, signaling a bitter truth. It had all been completely crushed. Amidst the scattered debris, a man with blue hair covering half his face was so terrified he started sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Wah! He was completely out of his mind with panic, shrinking back, clutching his head as he dove behind a colleague and shrieked, "Ah, let me hide with you." With teary eyes, he stammered in despair, ready to throw his fortune away just to save his own skin. "Damn it, is there anyone? Can someone kill that dragon? I'll give 100 million as a bounty." Hearing that desperate promise, the colleague next to him frowned and shouted, "Are you crazy? Pouring cold water on the situation won't help. How are we supposed to defeat that monster dragon?" They looked up at the overwhelming dark silhouette of the dragon circling the clouds, gritting their teeth as they whispered, "Unless the god race army takes the field themselves." In response to their trembling, the dragon opened its fiery maw wide and let out an ear-piercing roar that shook the very space around them. Things went from bad to worse as the seal shattered, and the giant monsters that had been imprisoned for so long flooded out like a broken dam. The guards swung their weapons frantically, trying to hold them back, screaming. "The monsters from the hunting ground have escaped. Protect the god race." In the middle of the battlefield, the captain pointed his sword forward, his veins bulging as he roared, "Guards, hold the formation." On the other side, through the thick dust, a purple-haired woman stumbled out of a jammed door, leaning against the wall and coughing violently. She glanced around at those fleeing, her face smeared with dirt, but still tried to stay calm as she asked, "Is everyone okay? No one crushed by the rubble?" At that moment, a gray-haired girl calmly walked up, stood beside her, and tilted her head as she replied, "Don't worry, everyone here isn't awakened. We aren't that easy to hurt." Even so, a somber atmosphere still hung over the survivors. Amidst the debris, a girl with animal ears sat on the ground, clutching her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She hid her face in her trembling hands, weeping and begging, "Boo-hoo, I want to go home." The haunting escape had been too much, and she leaned her head on her companion's shoulder, choking out words of regret. "I never want to set foot in this place ever again." The young man wrapped his arms around her for comfort, his eyes looking into the distance, weary but relieved. "At least we managed to get out of that hunting ground alive." Hearing that, the girl replied, "Yeah." At the same time, at the center of the collapse, amidst the giant concrete slabs raining down, shouting broke out again. "Tanzibest, go summon the army of the gods." The fat man was in a total panic, grabbing his servant's arm and shaking it hard. "When will the army of the gods get here? Tanzibest, say something." Ignoring the piercing screams, Tanzibest stood with his back turned, hands clasped behind him. He stared intently at the continuously crumbling stone wall, piecing the events together, the destruction of the god race territory, the release of the demon king from the lowest level. His eyes narrowed in calculation, his arrogance replaced by deep suspicion. This was a long-calculated sabotage aimed at the entire god race class. No matter what, the rebels must have infiltrated this competition. The wind whipped up dust and debris in a secluded corner, revealing a familiar figure. He muttered suspiciously, "Who on earth is it?" Through the hazy dust, Bai Yi calmly lowered the hand covering his mouth, his sharp eyes sparkling with his usual cunning. "You're still covered in wounds." High above, the dragon Samael, carrying the swarm of released monsters, hovered with wings spread. He looked up at it and said nonchalantly, "Take your companions and get out of here." The dragon lowered its gaze to the tiny but mysterious young man, its deep, booming voice asking, "If I leave with you after causing such a mess, the god race won't let it slide. Your descent into the abyss will be exposed soon, too." Bai Yi smirked, offering a cunning, fearless smile in return. "Don't worry," he said, turning around as his coat fluttered amidst the falling debris all around him. "I have my own arrangements. From the moment I chose to join the hunting tournament, I had everything calculated. Meeting you down there was just a coincidence." Glancing down at the panicked god race people trying to flee, the smile on his face deepened. This god hunting game is only just beginning. He then touched his lips lightly, his demeanor overwhelming. "This is finally my moment to strike back." Samael laughed, eyes full of amusement as he appraised the human before him. "Ha, you truly are an interesting human. I'm beginning to understand why Belfio chose you." Ignoring the old dragon's praise, he tossed his head and said coldly, "Stop rambling. If you don't leave quickly, the army of the gods will be on our doorstep." Hearing the mention of their enemy, the dragon's eyes widened with bloodthirsty killing intent, and he growled arrogantly. "Humph, what can the army of the gods even do to me?" He spread his wings and rose into the gray sky, his voice still echoing with a warrior's spirit. "If it weren't for the fact that I'm burdened by my kin here today, I would have flipped this floating city upside down to its very foundation with you." The dragon's eyes flickered toward his eerie kin, clinging to his back, his anger mixed with pity. "But they have suffered too much because of me." Stepping over the thick cloud of dust, the magnificent great dragon and its followers soared into the sky, leaving behind a booming declaration. "It's well and truly time to leave." Liu Yun's silhouette shot upward, piercing through the dense smog, its voice echoing down like rolling thunder. "White, you've allowed the demon race to gaze upon the colors of the sky once more." The tone carried an overwhelming sense of liberation. "I, Liu Yun, will never forget this debt. I will be waiting for your call. That day will surely come." Trailing a swarm of monsters that blotted out the sky, the proud dragon let out a roar of pure, unbridled fury, aimed directly at the symbol of the gods below. "We will topple the rule of the gods together." Standing amidst the ruins, Bai Yi lifted his cold, sharp gaze to watch the dragon's figure fade away, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile of absolute confidence. "Until we meet again, Liu Yun." In another corner of the ruins, a surge of invisible pressure suddenly descended. A bright red system window flashed with an ominous warning, Mage Star System Skill. An unlucky monster, before it could even taste freedom, was crushed flat into the ground by the immense weight, only able to let out a desperate guttural howl. "Ooh, ooh." The source of the attack was a young man with green hair. He reached his hand forward, straining his magic power to the limit as he shouted, "Supergravity Crush." Having finished off the monster, the green-haired guy clutched his chest and coughed, sweat soaking his forehead, as he bowed his head and gestured humbly, asking the cowards cowering behind him, "Are you two lords all right?" The two nobles clutched their chests, heaving sighs of relief, their eyes bulging as they stared at the pile of goo on the ground, their voices still trembling, unable to believe what they were seeing. "That monster, it's just dead." Just like that, having regained his senses, one noble immediately lashed out, kicking his underling who was blocking his path, taking out his frustration. "You useless idiot. That monster was almost on top of us." Meanwhile, the guy beside him turned to the green-haired youth, feigning superiority as he offered praise. "Kid, you're not half bad." The green-haired youth broke into a cold sweat, responding awkwardly. "Thank you for the praise." The noble smoothed out his clothes, his face twisted in annoyance like he'd bitten into a bitter gourd, muttering spitefully about his lost dignity. "Making me lose face in front of a commoner like this. I've lost all my prestige. This hunting gala has been a massive loss." While they were busy crying over their bruised egos, the green-haired youth looked up at the sky, which had a gaping hole punched through it with dust lazily drifting about, thinking in utter despair. "It's been wrecked to this extent. I wonder if the floating city can even be rebuilt." At the same time, standing tall amidst the ruins, Tan's Best stood with his hands behind his back, his face a mask of chilling indifference. The bespectacled bodyguard hurriedly grabbed his radio, beginning to contact the remnant army. His finger pressed firmly against the button of the worn-out device. A harsh, static-filled sound echoed through the quiet space. Receiving the report, the glasses-wearing aide turned to update Tan's Best in a flat, robotic tone. "All monsters at the scene have been cleared. The great dragon has left the Holy River borders. The God's Legion has already begun their pursuit." Tan's Best seemed completely unbothered by the fact that the dragon had escaped. His gaze, sharp as a blade, coldly cut straight to the point. "What about the power supply?" The radio in the aide's hand crackled again. Squad 8 reporting. "The backup power system has been restored to normal." Amidst the rubble where the nobles were huddled and arguing, the lights flickered a few times before glowing brightly again. The radio voice continued steadily. "Backup power has been engaged. Power restored." Near where Bai Yi was standing, blue hexagonal energy grids began to manifest out of thin air, weaving together to restore the massive glass barrier. A system announcement blared. Power restored, shield barrier returned to normal. The green hexagonal light cast a glow onto the side of Bai Yi's face. He stood silently, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an eerie calm as he watched the great prison cage of the floating city slam shut right before his eyes. Watching the blue hexagonal energy shield gradually mend, stitching itself together amidst the wreckage, a man let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's finally over. The black-haired girl standing next to him slumped her shoulders, murmuring, "Mm-hmm." The tense atmosphere eased slightly. A red-haired girl gently patted the shoulder of her teammate in the green beret, who was shaking as he collapsed into her arms. "It's okay now. The monsters were cleared out by those blessed by the gods, and that dragon is gone." Tears streamed down her face. The blonde girl sobbed, her voice choked with emotion, though the weight on her heart had lifted. The hunting gala is officially over. But before they could even wipe away their tears, both girls jolted and looked up, blinking in confusion as a massive, electrically flickering system board suddenly appeared in midair. The blinding light from the giant display washed over everything, causing the panicked crowd to point and whisper, "What the hell is that?" The entire crowd craned their necks to stare at the board, erupting in shock. It's the leaderboard. Those are the hunting gala results. The purple-haired woman lifted her wide, round eyes to the top of the list, her chin practically dropping to the ground as she muttered in disbelief. Bai Yi. He actually took first place. Just as everyone stood with their mouths agape, the sound of boots striking metal stairs rang out, breaking the chatter. The noble Tanzi Best, dressed in a white suit, stepped out, standing on a high platform with an infuriatingly calm demeanor. Standing with his hands behind his back, using the leaderboard as his backdrop, he spoke with majestic authority as if the tower that just collapsed wasn't his own property. This hunting gala certainly faced many unexpected incidents, but in the end, the competition was completed in full. Tanzi Best, radiating fake legitimacy, raised his hand to snap his fingers with practiced flair and declared clearly, "The promises of the god race will never change for any reason." Following that pretentious gesture, the bespectacled bodyguard waved his hand, directing two underlings to push out a golden chest that blinded the onlookers, giving the crowd another reason to ooh and ah. Seeing this, the green-haired youth and his companions broke into a cold sweat, whispering their extreme sarcasm to each other. The place is an absolute mess, and he's still got the nerve to focus on the awards ceremony. You have to admit, Tanzi Best has some serious nerve. Ignoring the murmurs, the bespectacled aide put on a professional face, gesturing toward the treasure chest that had been flung open in front of Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, congratulations on taking first place." Facing the glory that so many craved, Bai Yi simply stood there, his face cold and unmoved, his eyes as still as if this had nothing to do with him. The brilliant light radiating from the chest seemed to beckon him, and the aide continued to urge, "This belongs to you now." Without further ado, Bai Yi reached out to claim his S-rank rewards, a weapon and a ring. Sacred Radiance. A brilliant golden aura erupted, enveloping him completely. He held up his hand, admiring the glowing ring that fit his finger perfectly, while the system notification confirmed the item was successfully equipped. Next, he lifted the magnificent sword with both hands. The blade was wrapped in shimmering, ethereal ribbons of golden mana. With a sharp, decisive motion, Bai Yi flicked his wrist, swinging the sword through the air with a swagger that left the onlookers stunned. He appeared nonchalant on the outside, but deep down, a flicker of surprise flashed through his mind. His eyes narrowed, calculating quickly. So, it was actually this weapon? As the awards ceremony continued with its formal flair, the camera shifted to the industrial power station, where a stern voice reported that the power grid was back online. The commander in the black coat walked coldly past groups of people tending to the wounded, issuing orders. "The Sky City is temporarily back in operation. Go check if there are any survivors left." The subordinates immediately saluted in unison and scattered, checking the area around the transformer floor, which was still venting excess electrical sparks. The commander stroked his chin, frowning as he analyzed the equipment destroyed by the magical beast's attack. Why would they intentionally target the power grid? Was it a monster infiltration? Just then, the guard with braided hair. Chris brushed his black-gloved finger over a clean, flat cut on a severed piece of metal. He looked up, his sharp gaze dismissing his superior's theory. No, looking at these cuts, this was definitely caused by a summoned beast. This attack on the power grid wasn't random at all. It was a carefully calculated plan. His hawk-like eyes narrowed, trying to pierce through the fog of the chaotic events that had just unfolded. He slowly stood up, looking at the skeletal steel frame of the great tower, now just a hollow shell, and muttered to himself, "But this is strange." A shocking secret he kept buried deep inside finally slipped out amidst his racing thoughts. Clearly, in my past life, the Sky Tower never collapsed like this. The brilliant golden light from the sword cast a glow on the surroundings. In the distance, two girls were still lingering, staring blankly at Bai Yi's back as he shone with his prestigious rewards. The girl with short orange hair was still busily using healing magic on her friend. She nodded and exclaimed, "An S-rank weapon really is a national treasure. This is my first time seeing one in person." The black-haired girl beside her stared curiously at the sword, whispering, "I wonder if it's been sharpened yet." Meanwhile, in another corner, the green-haired youth stood with his two henchmen, arms crossed, their faces twisted with murderous intent as they glared toward the podium with intense jealousy. His eyes burned with irritation, and he gnashed his teeth, muttering the name of the guy who had just stolen his prize, Bai Yi. He replayed the scene in the hunting ground where the dark beast had collapsed. He thought bitterly, "That was supposed to be mine." He recalled fighting with everything he had against the fiery beast while the fat guy behind him stood there bossing him around, shouting, "Shock it for me." Wasting all his hard work, he seethed with frustration. I was about to land the finishing blow on that boss-level monster. He wiped a smear of blood from the corner of his mouth. His face twisted in rage. "And yet, you stole the opening." The memory of that white shadow flashing by and stealing his prey right under his nose made him grind his teeth in hatred, whether it was the chance to impress the God Clan or that S-rank weapon. Back in the present, the green-haired guy clenched his fist, stepping forward with a dark, vengeful look. "You stole everything from my hands." Ignoring the burning gazes directed at him, Bai Yi stood calmly, twirling the hilt of the sword. The golden mana dancing around the blade only heightened his air of arrogant indifference. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. A flash of surprise passed through his gaze as he realized the true origin of the item in his hand. He thought, "So, it really is this weapon." Amidst the quiet, the fat guy, Rock, suddenly snapped. He kicked the unlucky boy who was blocking his path right in the back, cursing, "Damn it." Not stopping there, he savagely stomped on the victim, roaring like a madman. "You idiot. Why don't you just die and get out of my sight? You're supposed to have a god-tier gold in class, yet you couldn't even beat a pathetic peasant from the countryside. What did I tell you earlier?" Rock unleashed a series of powerful kicks onto the boy, leaving blood splattered across the floor, his voice rasping with threats about failing to get first place. The fat man's eyes were bloodshot and bulging, his face twisted like a demon as he screamed every word at the failure. "Just die in there, you piece of trash." Rock panted, sweat pouring down his face as he cursed in frustration over the lost money. "That trash cost me 100 million. Just as the boy was being beaten to the brink of death, Tanzibestu, standing on the high platform, spoke calmly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried immense pressure. "Rock, stop." The crowd stared at the violent scene in total confusion. The brown-haired man reminded his companion with a pretentious air, "So many people are watching. Keep it together." The fat man froze, turned his head to look up at the platform, and growled at the one who gave the order. Ignoring his initial hesitation, Rock grabbed the boy's hair and yanked his head back, gnashing his teeth in defiance. "You see this clearly. He's my exclusively blessed servant. Whether he lives or dies is up to me." Still grabbing his subordinate by the hair, Rock pointed a finger directly at Tanzibestu and gestured toward Bai Yi, cursing bitterly. "Relying on that peasant to pull dirty tricks to beat me. Do you think that means you can sit on top of me now?" Dragged into the argument, Bai Yi turned slightly, his cold, sharp eyes glancing at the fat man as he muttered the name Rock Kim. The boy was beaten to a pulp, a heavy locking collar around his neck. The fat man used it as an excuse to justify his defeat. "If we had fought fair and square, how could that brat ever be a match for my Gannicus?" Hearing the taunts, a spark of amusement flickered in Bai Yi's eyes. He glanced sideways at the man, screaming like a clown performing for his amusement. Standing up high, the brown-haired Tanzibestu closed his eyes, his tone indifferent, as he repeated the name with calculation. Gannicus didn't bother arguing further. Tanzibestu's platform lowered. He spread his arms and made a bold decision that left the fat man stunned. "Then, let them have a match right now." The fat man, Rock, stammered in confusion. "Huh." With an undeniable air of authority, Tanzibestu declared clearly to the crowd, "In the name of the divine emissary, I hereby order an additional exhibition match. An awakening duel." All eyes shifted toward the two battlefronts. Tanzibest pointed toward the ruins and shouted coldly. The two combatants were Bai Yi and Gannicus. A twisted, malicious grin curled on Tanzibest's lips. He finalized the prize, determined to twist the knife deeper into the fat man's mounting frustration. The winner would receive the 100 million that I just won betting against Rock Kim. The crowd below erupted in a buzz at the absurd announcement. Two young men in suits widened their eyes in shock. "Wait, what?" A brown-haired girl clutched her teammate's sleeve in a panic, her face blank with disbelief. This awakening duel would be a one-on-one between Bai Yi and Gannicus. Standing on the elevated platform, Tanzibest clasped his hands behind his back and turned away. A dangerous curve forming on his mouth, thinking to himself with a sick, twisted thrill, I am truly curious. Across the hazy, dust-filled ruins, Tan Zi Best's cold gaze locked onto the nonchalant figure of the youth standing below. The ruler's amber eyes narrowed, digging deep beneath the opponent's perfect facade. Just how much strength have you been hiding? Bai Yi stood in silence, his posture relaxed, letting the wind whip his clothes. From above, the arrogant Tan Zi Best commanded silently, Does this charade have anything to do with you? Show me and prove it. Hearing the decree, the fat man, Ra Kim, looked as if he'd been thrown a lifeline, sporting a cunning, deeply satisfied grin. Hey, who would have thought Tan Zi Best was this sharp? Regaining his bravado thanks to the emissary's backing, the fat man didn't hesitate to kick Gannicus, who was slumped on the ground, shouting maniacally, I'm giving you one last chance. Win back every cent you lost. The fat man pressed his face right up against the bloodied youth, his distorted smile curling into a vile, lethal threat. If you lose again, I'm personally paying a visit to your hometown. You hear me? That threat, aimed directly at his family, made Gannicus's pupils shrink violently. His eyes widened in absolute panic, witnessing every pathetic detail, yet Tan Zi Best's expression remained indifferent, devoid of a shred of mercy. In a flat tone, he looked down at the two main actors of this cruel play and asked a perfunctory question. For this duel, do either of you awakeners have any objections? Under the life or death pressure concerning his loved ones, Gannicus lowered his eyes in despair. Despite the blood streaming down his pale face, he could only bow submissively and reply, No objections. Opposite him, Bai Yi bowed slightly, his eyes flashing with sharp calculation, thinking, Tan Zi Best is ordering this in the name of the divine emissary. Refusing means a direct confrontation with the god race. Now is not the time. Calculation complete, he lifted his head and answered decisively without a second thought, No objections. As soon as he spoke, Tan Zi Best nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Suddenly, a massive rectangular slab of concrete ripped from the ruins and slammed into the ground, creating a shockwave that kicked up a cloud of dust. Tan Zi Best pointed his hand toward the fallen structure with the air of a king bestowing a favor. Then let the duel proceed up there. His cold eyes narrowed as he declared the bloody rules for his new amusement. Death, surrender, or falling off the platform counts as a loss. One round to decide it all. Bai Yi looked at him calmly, while the crowd around them was still buzzing in shock. Are they kidding? They're going to fight here? He Yue stood hiding behind her chest, her eyes filled with anxiety as she watched his back, biting her lip and whispering, Bai Yi. As Bai Yi passed by, Tan Zi Best's platform lowered. He spoke with a deep, sinister tone. That's right, Bai Yi. A lot has happened in the Sky City today. Tan Zi Best's eyes flicked toward him, filled with suspicion and malice. I suspect the one behind this mess is hiding among the participants. That person must have been hiding their true strength, plotting for a long time. Ignoring the nobleman's prying chatter behind his back, he realized even entering the tournament hadn't been a coincidence. What do you think? Bai Yi kept walking calmly without looking back. Suddenly, he paused for a beat, his steady back radiating nonchalance against every word of provocation. Turning half his face toward the floating man, Bai Yi dropped a line, cutting through the depths of the suspicion. I don't know anything. My apologies. Resuming his stride toward the arena, he threw back a final, perfectly logical answer to maintain his cover. Right now, I just want to become strong as quickly as possible. Hearing that flawless, pearls of wisdom answer, Tan Zi Best curled his lip, his dark smile revealing a lethal danger. I see. He stood straight, hands behind his back, watching Bai Yi's back as he headed toward the stone platform, muttering coldly, Good luck. The moment he was out of Tan Zi Best's sight, Bai Yi's eyes turned murderous. He analyzed the situation internally. He started suspecting me after all. This time, I can't keep hiding my full strength. In the distance, the giant concrete slab lying askew amidst the ruins had officially become a life-or-death arena. Both of them were now positioned on the stage. Bai Yi reached out, a dazzling golden magic circle spinning to summon his radiant S-rank sword, while Gannicus, on the opposite side, gathered a sharp, icy, deep blue energy in his hands. Gannicus's eyes no longer held panic or fear. They were pitch black, silent, and cold to the extreme. The gaze of a man pushed to the very edge. Looking at the opponent bracing himself in front of him, memories of Bai Yi's past life suddenly came flooding back, bringing a bitter, cynical irony. Gannicus. Who would have thought we'd be pushed onto the same stage in this life? Images of the past appeared. An official in dark glasses holding up a wanted poster with Gannicus's face, announcing hollowly, Gannicus assassinated a member of the god race and fled, escaping to his hometown in the Mangjia kingdom. Wanted notice, Gannicus. The divine army has been dispatched to pursue him, capture him alive if possible. The cruel order echoed against the backdrop of the picturesque, strangely peaceful landscape of the Mengjia kingdom. But if you meet resistance, you may handle it yourself. Returning to the memories of his previous life, Bai Yi, in his assassin's cloak, stood tall on the thatched roof, his proud, cold back looking down at Gannicus, who was slumped at a wooden table below. The Gannicus of his past life looked haggard, with stubble on his chin and a tear rolling down his cheek. He held a bottle of wine in his hand and smiled bitterly. Heh, you guys came fast. Bai Yi didn't say a word, only held up a device showing a glowing blue holographic map, his voice steady as he revealed the cruel truth. Those blessed exclusively by the gods have trackers implanted in their hearts. There's nowhere you can hide. Gannicus slammed the wine bottle onto the table, his posture resigned and helpless, yet tinged with a sense of relief. Of course, who in this world could ever escape their clutches? Suddenly, swirls of electric blue lightning gathered around his arm resting on the table, signaling a final bloody battle to the death. Since death was inevitable, Gannicus's past self erupted with power, blue thunder crackling around him and his cold, chained sword. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fierce determination, and uttered a desperate sentence. If that's the case, I'd rather die back home. Facing this futile resistance, Bai Yi's past self stood tall like a god descending, the sword in his hand radiating a brilliant golden flame, ready to crush any opposition. The scene suddenly shifted to another equally cruel memory. A dark blue giant mantis was frenziedly tearing its prey apart, accompanied by the excited screams of the cowardly nobles. Bite it. Tear it apart from me. Rock Kim and another chubby guy were hanging out, wearing floral shirts and shorts, holding drinks, laughing boisterously while pointing at the death match below. Go on, you idiots. In the middle of their fun, a subordinate bowed respectfully and reported to the fat man, My lord, the holy warriors of your legion have successfully landed on the island. He smirked and replied indifferently, I know. Oh, right. Rock Kim toyed with a leaf in his hand, letting it fall with a sick, mocking smile aimed at human lives. Do you want to place a bet with me? Let's see who's going to lose their life in a moment. Returning to the death match of the past, on the dry, cracked earth, two forces blue and gold clashed violently, their murderous intent reaching the sky, neither yielding an inch. Bai Yi coldly glided past Gannicus's icy defenses, the memory echoing with the irony of fate. When we faced off in the previous life, I was the one standing on the side of the gods. As a member of the gods' legion, the holy warrior Bai Yi, Gannicus's back at that time was etched with loneliness and tragedy. Bai Yi silently recalled how he, the one now hunted by the god clan, becoming the complete opposite of the gods, dropped his eyes, a flicker of sorrow and late regret buried from his past life surfacing. Back then, I still hadn't realized the bitter truth. The hideous grins of the nobles appeared, overlaid with the image of the two of them fighting fiercely. He realized with pain that to them, both of us were nothing more than mere entertainment, vermin to be trampled upon at will. Returning to the brutal reality on the collapsing concrete arena, Gannicus was now encased in razor-sharp ice armor, his aura exploding, ready for a new fight to the death. Bai Yi swung his golden sword into a defensive stance, his eyes flashing with ridicule at their twisted fate. Gannicus, who would have thought that in this life, we'd be forced back onto this arena built by the god clan ourselves? Watching from below, the nobles were visibly excited. The two guys huddled together, chuckling with sadistic pleasure as if watching a circus act. Ha, this is really fun. On the platform, Daibi too folded his arms and smirked, his face calmly, enjoying the tragedy he had directed himself with an unhidden, arrogant disdain. The fat Rock Kim hunched over, screaming until his throat went hoarse from below, constantly urging his pawn in a cowardly way, Get your head in the game. Hurry up and kill that hick. Rock Kim's face zoomed in, hideous, his eyes wide and evil, using the most critical weakness to force his opponent to sell his life. Think about your home. Gannicus gritted his teeth, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, veins popping as the malicious threat hit his ears. Think about the lives of those people in that small town in Mengjia Kingdom. Hearing those despicable words, Bai Yi's eyes darkened deeply. Inside, a frantic rage was rising, even though he had already shattered this sky city. Two blades collided, creating a violent shockwave that split the frame. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, realizing that even with his nature, the rotten core of these gods hadn't changed in the slightest. Sparks flew everywhere, high speed, consecutive slashes tore through the wind, the terrifying power plowed the surrounding space. Pressing his sword down with all his might, Bai Yi's eyes ignited with a burning hatred, eager to incinerate the ruling class. We will forever be nothing but trash in their eyes. The impact pushed both back. The force created a blinding arc of light, treating them as lowly vermin they could squash at any time. The shockwave from the magical explosion on the arena blasted downward, sending debris flying, causing Rock Kim to frantically cover his face and scream, Oh, damn! while the girl standing next to him also shrieked, squeezing her eyes shut. Ah! Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Gannicus, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, swung his massive ice-clad greatsword, preparing to strike down with the force of a mountain splitter. With lightning-fast reflexes, Bai Yi nimbly twisted and stepped back, dodging the freezing sword tip by a hair's breadth. At that very moment, Gannicus continued his sweeping, fatal blow. Bai Yi used both hands to lift his golden sword horizontally to block the ice blade. An explosion of light flared brilliantly, and taking advantage of the deadlock, the soles of Bai Yi's boots sparked against the concrete floor. He kicked off hard, gaining momentum to launch himself forward. To turn the tables without using his sword, he unleashed a kick with incredible power, smashing straight into Gannicus and sending pieces of ice armor flying into the air. However, Gannicus was also an experienced hand. He managed to bring his ice-armored arm and the chain sword hilt up to block the heavy kick just in time. The falling ice shards created a breathtaking, suffocating stalemate. In midair, Gannicus let out a shattering roar, his entire body erupting with ice attribute magic. Sharp blocks of ice condensed into shape, connected by cold chains tightly wrapped around his body. Sharp ice spears tore through the wind, aimed straight at Bai Yi. He slid nimbly backward, swinging his golden sword to swat away every attack in the blink of an eye. His lips curled slightly as he uttered a flat remark. "Is that all?" A massive block of ice crashed down from above onto the spot where Bai Yi had just been standing, grinding the ground into rubble. He contorted his body, dodging perfectly, his eyes sharp as daggers looking up into the air, facing his opponent's sky-high aura. Bai Yi's expression didn't waver. He coldly delivered a contemptuous line. "This little bit of resistance is simply not enough." Not letting Gannicus regain his composure, Bai Yi took the initiative and lunged. His golden flaming blade slashed straight down, clashing with the ice sword. He growled, spreading the arrogance of a rebel. "My plan." Under the terrifying pressure from Bai Yi's mountain-crushing slash, Gannicus's face contorted, cold sweat pouring down and matting his hair as he struggled desperately to hold his ground. A shockwave of magical energy erupted from the point of impact. Golden flames and icy blue energy surged, as if trying to swallow the entire arena. Bai Yi's voice echoed through the chaos, filled with a burning ambition to strike absolute terror into the god-born race. A massive shockwave swept across the stands, forcing the crowd to scramble back in panic. A girl with wild, wind-swept hair covered her face, whispering tremblingly, "Whoa, that impact is insane." Meanwhile, the young man beside her exclaimed in horror as the ice and fire clashed. Witnessing the brutal scene on the stage, a girl with dark purple hair stared wide-eyed, sweat beading on her forehead, unable to believe the savage reality. A man next to her muttered, "They're both just too strong." A fierce gust of wind carrying thick dust whipped straight at the fat guy named Rock Kim, forcing him to shield his head with his arms and curse angrily, "Damn it, I can't see a thing." Through the thick curtain of smoke, Bai Yi's sharp golden sword suddenly lunged forward, its terrifying speed tearing through every layer of the enemy's defense. Gannicus's eyes widened in terror. He tilted his chin down to stare at the blade impaled firmly against his chest, his mouth unable to utter a sound. Amidst the misty smoke, the two figures stood facing each other in a life-or-death deadlock. Contrary to the murderous aura from moments ago, Bai Yi lowered his voice to call the enemy's name, but with the tone of an invitation. "Hey, Gannicus." They were so close they could feel each other's breath. Bai Yi's gaze bored deep into the soul of a man pushed to the brink, planting a seed of reckless rebellion. "Do you want to?" Bai Yi's lips parted slightly, completely frozen by a secret that tore through every rule, something entirely unexpected for a man waiting for death. Seeing this, Gannicus's pupils contracted sharply, his face dazed and stunned, showing extreme shock. His pupils contracted sharply, his blank, bewildered face revealing pure shock. Instantly, a surge of golden energy from the swords suddenly erupted, violently throwing everything around them to conceal their brief conversation. The overwhelming force pushed Gannicus back. The leather soles of his boots scraped violently against the concrete, carving a glowing, fiery trench into the ground. He was pushed back a long way, blue ice magic shattering and scattering around him. Looking up, he saw Bai Yi circling in the air, preparing for the next finishing blow. Amidst the swirling atmosphere of magic, Bai Yi took a stance, sword held across his chest, his arrogant, sharp eyes sweeping down at his struggling foe, who couldn't even stand steadily on trembling legs. Gannicus, with thick black blood dripping from the wound on his chest, bit his teeth together in confusion and doubt, thinking to himself, why did he just say those things? From the stands, the guy with gelled hair pointed excitedly at the ring. "Gannicus is hurt," he turned to mock the fat guy next to him. That country bumpkin actually managed to land a hit on someone blessed by the gods. Struck a nerve, the fat guy, Rock Kim, went ballistic. Veins bulging on his sweaty forehead, his frog-like mouth roaring like a trapped wild beast. "You pathetic loser, what the hell are you hesitating for? Get in there and finish him." Driven to the edge by his master's curses and the lives of his loved ones, Gannicus gathered every bit of his remaining strength and soared into the sky, his eyes bloodshot with deep-seated hatred. He let out an eardrum-splitting scream, swinging his massive icy greatsword down toward Bai Yi's head with the force of an executioner. From afar, the despicable voice of Rock Kim echoed in the air as he saw his puppet throw his life away. "That's it, kill him." Yet, that life-or-death strike was countered by Bai Yi, who swung his arm and used the golden blade to deflect it decisively, sending a shockwave that rattled the entire space. Gannicus's eyes widened in panic as he saw his weapon knocked aside, leaving only the protagonist's sword visible, exposing a fatal opening right in his center. Standing beneath the debris, the fat guy, Rock Kim, stomped his feet and threw his hands up, screaming his lungs out in total despair and bitterness. "Can't you even beat a country bumpkin?" Not far away, the guy with the crew cut watched the match, sweating profusely, muttering his assessment. "This is the first time I've seen Bai Yi risk his life like this, and he's actually holding his own against someone blessed by the gods." The friend next to him grinned thinly and added a very pragmatic reason. "Well, after all, there's a 100 million reward at stake." Swinging the glowing golden sword in his hand, Bai Yi put all his strength into his slash, his eyes flashing with determination mixed with a bit of pragmatism to play along with the act. "This kind of money, you couldn't spend it all in a lifetime." A jarring sound rang out as the golden blade struck true. Gannicus hurriedly raised his frozen chain sword to block, creating a shockwave that pushed everything back. The overwhelming power of the slash forced Gannicus back. The tips of his boots tore through the concrete floor, creating two long, dragging trails of sparks. Gannicus struggled to stand his ground. Cold steam rose in thick clouds from his cracked, tattered ice armor. He looked incredibly disheveled. Under the stands, the guy with the crew cut pointed and shouted in excitement, as if he were the one fighting. He's pushed Gannicus to the edge of the arena. His neighbor clenched his fists and cheered along. Bai Yi has the upper hand. Don't let the chance slip. Bai Yi darted forward like lightning, his cold, sharp eyes locked on the target. He roared in his thoughts, pressing his opponent, unleashing his full power with godlike speed. Bai Yi blurred through his opponent's defenses, a razor-sharp slash tearing through the space, piercing the ice armor and leaving a lethal golden streak right across Gannicus's chest. Watching from afar, the fat guy, Rock Kim, rolled his eyes back, his vision filled with blood vessels, his face twisted in shock as he sputtered, It's over." His lips trembled with bitter words. "You." As black blood gushed from the wound, Gannicus seemed to lose all strength, his body wobbling before collapsing forward, while Bai Yi held his pose, keeping his sword pinned in Gannicus's body. On the high pedestal, Tan Zbest kept his face stone cold, his soulless eyes watching the match with indifference, as if viewing cheap entertainment. However, before the triumphant smile could bloom on the audience's faces, Bai Yi suddenly frowned, sensing something wrong. That's not right. The body of Gannicus that was falling suddenly turned into a transparent ice statue. The system interface blinked, signaling, "Skill, Cloud Bone Ice Soldier Clone." Just then, Gannicus's real body unexpectedly tore through space and emerged from right behind the ice statue, a chilling killing intent blowing straight against the back of Bai Yi's neck. The murder attempt came too fast. Bai Yi's pupils contracted. He glanced back in a hurry, sensing the sword of death swinging toward him. Accompanied by a wind-tearing roar, Gannicus poured his last remaining strength into an upward slash. The terrifying force sent Bai Yi flying high into the air, completely throwing him off balance. The entire stadium held its breath, staring at the massive square arena. The terrifying impact sent Bai Yi flying into the air, leaving him completely defenseless. The entire crowd held their breath, eyes locked on the massive square arena. Bai Yi's small frame was sent flying, hovering right at the edge of the abyss, teetering on the brink of falling. The crowd below erupted instantly. The buzzcut guy's eyes bulged as he roared, "Bai Yi is off the stage. Gannicus wins." As expected of someone blessed by the gods with a gold-tier class, the guy beside him couldn't help but gush as well. "This is my first time seeing that clone skill." The brown-haired guy smiled smugly, crossing his arms as he watched, his praise laced with hidden mockery. Still, for Bai Yi to hold his own this long is truly impressive. The sycophants behind them immediately chimed in. Right, exactly. The fat man, Rock Kim, seemed to have come back from the dead. He put his hands on his hips, clutching his belly as he laughed like a madman, gloating viciously. "Ha ha ha, look at that. What did I tell you?" But the fat man's ridiculous smile didn't last long before Debbie's gaze darkened, his eyes sharpening as he stared at the stage, as if he caught onto some kind of deception. At the edge of the stage, where he should have fallen, Bai Yi moved with extraordinary agility. He braced his hand against the ground, stopping his slide and landing perfectly on the stage, leaving everyone stunned. Opposite him, Gannicus was panting heavily, blood still oozing from the wound on his chest. He let his hands fall, silent and utterly devoid of hope. Bai Yi stood up, clutching his chest, feigning pain, but deep down, an indescribable sense of suspicion rose within him. This man looked like he had poured out all his strength, yet, in the heat of the fight, he kept dodging around his own vital spots and even intentionally left openings multiple times. Looking deep into the strangely calm eyes facing him, Bai Yi realized the bitter truth hidden behind this deceptive battle with a shock. Could he be intentionally losing to me? But why? Still lost in a tangle of thoughts, he suddenly looked ahead and spoke in a resounding voice. As expected, those blessed by the gods really are a step above. He then calmly dropped a life-ending statement. I surrender. His eyes drooped as memories of his past life surged back, tormenting his soul. In my past life, I never understood it. The imagery of that final battle from his previous life resurfaced. Back then, Bai Yi had put everything he had into swinging his golden, lightning-fast sword in a desperate counterattack. At that moment, Gannicus had also used his ultimate technique, the white ice bone armor, to retaliate. Bai Yi silently watched that resilient, spectral figure. In that battle, my level was clearly much higher than yours. Even when I went berserk, rushing in to kill, unleashing fatal blows that tore through wind and shattered stone, I still couldn't defeat you decisively. The Gannicus of the past life was covered in wounds, but his back remained straight and towering like a mountain, blocking the path of his enemies. He realized with a bitter sting that Gannicus had never thought of running, choosing to stand his ground and fight him to the very end. The sound of weapons clashing rang out sharply through the space. The life-or-death struggle dragged on, until the sun finally set, the twilight painting the sky of the Manhwa kingdom a blazing red. Bai Yi coldly rested his greatsword on the ground, standing before the completely exhausted, fallen corpse of Gannicus. Blood gushed from the wounds, and Gannicus's eyes were dim but strangely serene. At that time, Bai Yi had been foolishly smug, thinking he had finally found the perfect opening to take him down. But the moment he turned to carry the body away, a loud, long, mournful ship horn from the distant harbor suddenly pierced his eardrums. Bai Yi's pupils contracted violently as a cruel truth struck his mind. It wasn't until I heard that final farewell horn that I was stunned and understood everything. The peaceful view of the Manhwa kingdom harbor slowly faded into the quiet evening light. It turned out the reason he had to risk his life to return to his homeland before dying was on that ship. Leaving the harbor, mothers and wives were sobbing and hugging each other, desperately fleeing from the clutches of death. It was to evacuate his loved ones, to keep them from being implicated by the god race's order to exterminate them root and branch. Bai Yi's face had frozen back then, regret and bitterness surging through his veins. Fighting him for so long from dawn till dusk was just to buy time for everyone in his hometown to escape. He had closed his eyes, taking his final breath on the very land he was born and raised on, peacefully accepting death knowing his family was safe. Returning to the present, the ghostly illusion of the past seemed to overlap with the figure of Gannicus lying on the stage waiting to die. His voice rang out, thick with resignation. Kill me. Bai Yi gripped the hilt of his sword, choked with sorrow. From beginning to end, everything the man had done was for his family. Without further hesitation, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, raised his brilliant golden sword high, and drove it straight into the enemy's chest. A blinding light tore through the night, signaling the end of a tragic, great life that was simply too helpless against the heels of the gods. Gannicus lay on the cold ground, his face smeared with blood and dust, yet he wore a strangely serene smile, as if he had finally shed the burden of his fate. Standing tall on the ruined stage, Bai Yi forcefully withdrew his golden, fire-wreathed sword from his opponent's chest. As Gannicus spoke in a weak, willing voice, acknowledging his defeat, "This battle, you win." Memories of his past life flooded back, blending into the present. The image of the Bai Yi in his soldier's uniform coldly touching the communicator on his ear, reporting the mission in his soulless manner. Report: Gannicus has been dealt with. Beneath the ground back then, the body lay cold and lifeless, eyes wide and dull, scattered with shards of shattered ice armor. Back in the present, Gannicus staggered, clutching his blood-drenched chest, his eyes showing extreme shock as he realized the true intent behind that fatal blow. He thought to himself, he didn't kill me. He only made me lose my awakened power, and on top of that, he destroyed the tracking device implanted in my heart. A patchwork of memories from his past life appeared. Gannicus sitting dazed on a beach bathed in the evening sun, looking up at a figure rowing a boat away, wondering in absolute despair. Why? A cold wanted poster appeared, exposing the tragic background of a man driven into a corner. Gannicus, the strongest awakened one in the Manhwa kingdom. At home, He had a disabled mother and a little sister who had accidentally harmed someone from the god race's Lak Kim tribe, leading him to flee and become a wanted traitor. Under the fiery red sunset, the Bai Yi of the past stood straight, deceiving himself with the cold power of life and death given by the gods. Because he resisted, I have full authority to handle him myself. Bai Yi turned his head slightly, his sad eyes filled with a deep, unspoken pain as he let out a sorrowful remark. Unlike me, you were able to protect your mother. Leaving all rules behind, he turned his back and walked along the endless shoreline, leaving the only path of survival for the man labeled a traitor. Live on, Gannicus. You still have your family, so run away, far away. Escape this world, find a place where the Godkin will never, ever find you again. Memories intertwined with the reality of the ruined arena. Bai Yi's gaze remained fixed on the loser, silently repeating the promise made years ago. Keep living, Gannicus. But this time, his expression radiated arrogant confidence, a subtle smirk of ambition clearly etched on his face. In this life, let's build a world together where we never have to run again. Meanwhile, in another sector, a Godkin patrol squad was swarming, inspecting the massive monster carcass lying crushed on the cracked earth. Back in the main hall, a slick-haired Godkin official was adjusting his glasses, standing before the crowd, spewing empty, fake reassurances. The hunting tournament has indeed faced several incidents, but please, rest assured, everything is under the control of the Godkin. He gestured politely toward the grand door behind him, putting on a generous, fawning smile. This is the Tan Z-Best family buffet. Please, feel free to enjoy yourselves. The doors opened, revealing a lavish restaurant filled with giant lobsters, roast chicken, and premium cakes scattered around a magnificent fountain, a stark contrast to the brutal, blood-soaked battlefield outside. The green-haired youth who had been trembling in fear just moments ago now had eyes sparkling with greed, lugging a basket full of king crab and laughing like a maniac. Back in Jiang State, only high-ranking officials get to enjoy stuff like this. Man, I'm definitely putting away 20 or 30 of these today. A woman with dark purple hair walked leisurely past the gold-plated tables, glancing around, silently marveling at the blatant discrimination. To think that even after such destruction outside, this restaurant and its food are completely untouched. Godkin architecture is absurdly sturdy. At a window table, a group of awakened was lounging, cutting cake and sipping red wine, trying to use luxury to wash away the nightmare they had just lived through. Suddenly, the image of the fat man, Rock Kim, surfaced, ravenously tearing into his steak. The orange-haired girl next to him shot a side glance, staring at the man, polluting the room's refined atmosphere. Standing hunched behind the fat man was none other than Gannicus. He still wore the cruel slave collar around his neck, submissively resigned to his lowly status as a servant. The fat man, Rock Kim, reached out, holding a piece of cake behind him, his face twisting into a mocking, charitable smile as he threw it at his subordinate. Treating you today, he smirked smugly, patting his chest. Your performance at the last minute wasn't bad. Help me net 100 million. Gannicus slowly reached out with both hands to catch it, bowing humbly. That is my duty. But the exact moment Gannicus's hand touched it, the fat man maliciously let go. The cake hit the floor, shattering, bright red jam splattering everywhere. It looked disgusting. The whole room seemed to freeze. The fat man rested his chin on his hand, his tone suddenly turning dark as he threatened his subordinate, word for word. But do you even know what you did wrong? Gannicus stood motionless, shadows veiling half his face, his eyes burning with suppressed hatred. Yet he was helpless, unable to fight back. In a flash, a coarse hand swung up, ruthlessly grabbing Gannicus's messy hair and jerking it back. The fat man pressed his sinister face close to Gannicus, hissing through gritted teeth with superior arrogance. You actually dared to disobey me, and you had the nerve to break the communication device. You think because you're a servant to a great godkin like me, you're untouchable. Without waiting for an answer, the fat man cruelly shoved Gannicus's head, slamming him hard into the floor, mashing his face into the scattered, crushed cake. Gannicus gritted his teeth, lying flat on the cold tile, fresh blood oozing out and mixing with the jam smeared all over his face. From above, the despicable noble's voice echoed like a cruel final blow. Remember this well, this is the last time. The fat man, Rock Kim, leaned his evil face in close, his eyes bulging with terrifying bloodshot veins, hissing a low-down threat through his teeth. Think about your sister. Lying flat on the floor, Gannicus's face was pressed into the mushy cake. His eyes were wide, pupils constricted, revealing total bitterness, hatred, and despair. But his body remained helplessly paralyzed. Just as the humiliation reached its peak, slow footsteps echoed through the room. Bai Yi walked into the luxurious hall with a cold, haughty air, silently watching Gannicus forced to kneel at the heels of the nobles. His amber eyes were as still as a bottomless lake, showing no trace of pity or rage, just silently taking in the vile nature of the ruling class. At that moment, the green-haired youth suddenly shifted gears. He approached with a glass of red wine, a flattering, fake smile plastered on his face. "Congratulations, Bai Yi." He raised his glass, putting on a close, brotherly act, loudly sucking up to him. "You actually took first place. I'm honestly so proud of you." Bai Yi gave a slight glance, coolly watching the guy put on a show, his expression remaining blank, quietly waiting to see how he tried to wash his hands of the situation. Seeing Bai Yi's indifferent attitude, the green-haired guy broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly making up a perfect excuse to cover up for abandoning his teammate. The vice captain probably didn't know the black mist forest was that dangerous, so when he saw you enter, he didn't call you back. On the surface, he was defending his superior, but his eyes darted around shiftily, his green pupils constricting, hiding his guilty conscience and ulterior motives. Seeing this, Bai Yi immediately played the role of the good friend, giving a strained smile and offering a moralistic excuse. "I'm fine with whatever, but He Yue and you have been classmates for years, and you're comrades in the same team." He clinked his glass against the guy's, making a clear ringing sound, saying with a serious expression, "If she wants to go into a dangerous place again, you must hold her back." Then he silently raised his glass and took a sip, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the teammate who was working so hard to play the good guy. Seeing Bai Yi drink, the green-haired guy immediately flashed a smug smile, his eyes narrowing cunningly. "That goes without saying. As classmates, of course we have to look out for each other." The two stood side by side on the stairs, looking down at the banquet hall. The green-haired guy kept rambling on, his tone full of sycophantic self-satisfaction. "Geez, so many powerful participants showed up at the hunt today." Suddenly, down in the hall, the fat man, Rock Kim, stood up, puffed out his potbelly, and, laughing loudly and shouting, cutting off all polite conversation. "Why not let me choose a person blessed by the gods instead?" That arrogant declaration instantly grabbed the attention of the entire luxury restaurant. Everyone jumped, turning around in stunned silence, a giant question mark practically floating over their heads. The green-haired guy who was acting so cocky froze, cold sweat breaking out. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he muttered, "A person blessed by the gods." He Yue and the Empress standing next to her also gasped in shock, their eyes darting around, unable to believe the fat nobleman's sudden decision. At the elite banquet table, the people who had been dining elegantly stopped dead in their tracks. Everyone locked their gazes on the fat guy, Rock Kim, now the center of attention. Standing silently on the high platform, Bai Yi's eyes glinted with biting sarcasm. He was inwardly analyzing the order of this rotten, class-divided world. If one were to rank status in this world from top to bottom, a grand, distant image appearing in his mind that obscured the very sky, then the five gods would surely be the ones standing at the absolute peak of the world. And ranked just below the five gods, Bai Yi's gaze swept over the luxurious, extravagant attire of the arrogant nobles in the banquet hall, were the direct bloodline kin of the god clan, also known as first-class nobles, totaling only about 100 people. The tragic figures of powerful humans emerged in his mind as he continued to expose the pathetic truth. Those blessed by the gods were ranked as second-class nobles. That was the highest status a normal human could reach, apart from the god clan themselves. The green-haired guy's monotone voice echoed in his ears, emphasizing that hollow greatness. The number of people blessed by the gods in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Everyone flocked to them like flies. But there were only two ways to become a person blessed by the gods. Bloody memories flashed through Bai Yi's mind, risking his life. The first way was like me in my past life, giving everything to join the gods' army, achieving massive military merit, and only then becoming a person blessed by the gods. Suddenly, the fat guy, Rock Kim, lifted his head. His eyes sparkled as he looked forward, the bitter unspoken rules hitting his mind. Each god clan member had the right to choose one awakened person they favored, to become a permanent bodyguard for Ming Kanshi, essentially being valued by the god clan and awarded the one and only medal of God's blessing. Meanwhile, Bai Yi calmly walked down the steps, heading straight toward the fat man. Every eye in the banquet hall immediately turned to the white-haired teenager walking down. Whispers of jealousy erupted loudly. That god clan member. Could he have set his sights on Bai Yi? Oh my god, is he going to choose Bai Yi as a person blessed by the gods? Standing on the high platform, witnessing that scene, the green-haired guy's face twisted, his eyes bloodshot with insane hatred, grinding his teeth in frustration. How? How could this happen? He had already given him so much, was it still not enough? And now, he was going to let him win this supreme glory? Ignoring all the jealousy and ridiculous cheers, Bai Yi stopped in front of the fat man, Rock Kim. His cold, sharp eyes stared straight at the man who was delusional about power. He inwardly mocked him with bitter irony. In his past life, everyone always believed that becoming a bodyguard for the God Clan was an incomparable supreme honor. As his gaze shifted to Rock Kim's chilling, perverted smile, his thoughts grew even darker. But if the God Clan member you were facing was a low-life pervert, the scene of Gannicus kneeling, head bowed in a pool of blood and filth, flashed in his mind, then your whole life would become an eternal tragedy you could never escape. Two of Rock Kim's henchmen in suits hurriedly waved their hands to remind him of the harsh reality. Sir, you already have a person blessed by the gods. Have you forgotten, you idiot? Each of us can only appoint one person blessed by the gods. Hurt. Rock Kim spun around and roared at his underlings. You're the idiots. He turned his nose up, arrogantly explaining his reasoning. My little sister hasn't chosen one yet. I came here to help my sister choose a person blessed by the gods. Hearing this, DBC, standing behind, lowered her eyes slightly, her face remaining calm and cold, showing no interest in the clownish antics of the lowly crowd. Rock Kim turned back to look at Bai Yi, wearing a mocking, scornful expression. Do you know, just looking at you makes me sick. He squinted, a malicious half-smile plastered on his face as he stared at Bai Yi's expressionless features, especially that look in your eyes. It's begging for a beating. The fat man shrugged, closing his eyes with an exaggerated look of pity. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed straight forward, declaring clearly with an air of triumph, I want to choose her as the person blessed by the gods. The fat hand of the nobleman swept past Bai Yi and pointed straight at Hiyue, who was standing there petrified behind him. Hiyue. The spectacular plot twist left Hiyue stunned, cold sweat breaking out. She trembled, stepping back one pace, only able to stand there with a vacant expression. He kept his hand in the same position, his face ferocious as he loudly declared, I want to choose her as the person blessed by the gods. Hiyue was terrified to the extreme, her pupils twitching. She couldn't believe this disaster had fallen from the sky onto her. The crowd behind them finally understood, buzzing with discussion. He chose Hiyue, not Bai Yi. What on earth is happening? The brown-haired guy slapped his hand, a sudden realization dawning on him. Ah, right. He's choosing for his little sister. The two next to him chimed in, Ah, that's true. Choosing a female awakened person to be blessed by the gods for your daughter is much more convenient. So that was it. While they were nodding and agreeing, the blonde girl next to Alice, trembling, clenched her hands into fists, tears welling up as she pleaded in desperation. No. Alice's tiny hands gripped so tightly they turned white, her whole body shaking with fear. While Rock Kim stood brazenly with the demeanor of a predator, Alice stepped in front of him, sobbing as she called out to her brother. Alice's brother took a deep breath, trying to suppress his shaking, bravely speaking up to refuse that deadly favor. I don't want to be a person blessed by the gods. I don't need it right now. Before the refusal could even finish, a thunderous slap rang out, tearing through the banquet hall space. Alice was slapped so hard her face turned, a red handprint branded on her cheek. Everyone around them froze in horror. The polite atmosphere was completely shattered. Rock Kim stood with his hands on his hips, his pitch-black eyes staring cruelly at the crying girl, squeezing out every word with unreasonable oppression. Say that one more time. His face leaned in close, his twisted, sick smile sowing terror. Do you need it? Alice clutched her swollen, red face, tears streaming down, bowing her head in surrender amidst utter humiliation. I need it. Satisfied with that fear, the fat man reached out to pat Alice's head, grinning like he just won a prize puppy. That's it. Good girl. You're all grown up now. It just wouldn't do to not have a personal bodyguard. The lackeys behind him nudged each other, guffawing at the fat man's sleaziness. Ha. He's not looking for a bodyguard for his sister. He's clearly just picking out a new toy for himself tonight. Shifting their focus, they crossed their arms and sized up Hiyue from head to toe. Still, he's got decent taste. That girl is actually pretty cute. Too bad we've all already picked our God-blessed ones. Trying to hold onto her last shred of dignity, Hiyue mustered all her courage to stand tall and retorted to the pathetic noble, Thank you for your kindness, Lord Rock Kim. This left the man utterly confused. She bowed slightly, concocting a perfectly reasonable excuse to escape. But I'm still a student, and I want to go back to school. I want to rely on my own hard work to join the Gods Guild. As Hiyue continued to speak, her eyes burned with determination. She firmly stated her ambitions. One day, I will use my own strength to become a God-blessed person myself. Rock Kim's face darkened, leaving him speechless. Just as her declaration echoed through the hall, the girl with dark purple hair suddenly remembered something and blurted out, Oh, that's right. Hiyue's actually a student at our academy. Before she could finish, her teammate whispered a frantic warning from afar. Hiyue's firm refusal made the smile on Rock Kim's face vanish instantly. His face grew dark and veins popped in his neck as he flared with rage. You bunch clearly don't understand the edicts of the God Clan very well, do you? You think I'm negotiating with you? He glared, screaming like a madman at their defiance. This is the territory of the God Clan. I am the God Clan. What exactly do you think the word of the God Clan is? Fueled by their master's fury, the armored guards slammed their spear butts hard against the marble floor. The rhythmic, threatening thuds echoed through the room. The chilling warning made He Yue jump, her stubborn expression replaced by the realization that she had just poked a wild beast. Rock Kim stared straight at He Yue, pronouncing her fate with absolute authority. I choose you to be the God-blessed one. The fat man's smile was darker and more twisted than ever, like a demon savoring the despair of its prey. You just need to kneel and thank me. Amidst the chaotic and stifling atmosphere, Bai Yi stood with his back turned, the lights casting a cold shadow over the upper half of his face, silently exuding a murderous aura. He Yue bit her lip, cold sweat streaming down her forehead. She looked around, feeling helpless and cornered, and let out a bitter cry. Hearing He Yue's hesitation, the green-haired boy standing next to her quickly turned to advise her, his tone reeking of cowardice and compromise. That's right, He Yue. Being a god's envoy is the highest honor. You should learn to know your place. He was dripping with sweat, leaning in to whisper accusations, blaming the victim. You're being really unreasonable right now. Watching her so-called teammates turn against her, urging the victim to bow to power, Bai Yi stood silently in the shadows, his face obscured, hiding his contempt. The surrounding nobles took the chance to mock her. The young man with the long hair chuckled dismissively. These people are actually pretty funny, daring to say such things to the God Clan. The man beside him chimed in, they're way too full of themselves. In a corner, little Alice trembled as she clung to the curtains, curling into a ball, eyes squeezed shut, too scared to make a sound. Standing on the steps, Tanzi Best calmly held a glass of red wine, his gaze indifferent as he watched the cheap drama, showing no intention of intervening. Down in the banquet hall, the God Clan guards simultaneously pointed their sharp spears at He Yue's group, forming a suffocating circle that threatened their lives. The crushing pressure made the purple-haired girl break out in cold sweat, stumbling back in panic. No, no. Falling to the ground, Gannicus gritted his teeth and tried to push himself up, bitterly realizing a harsh truth. In front of the God Clan, they really were nothing at all. The sound of a metal fork stabbing into a cake rang out sharply, breaking the deadly silence. The massive Rock Kim stepped forward, his giant shadow looming over the small and helpless He Yue. He lifted the fork with a piece of food on it, wearing a twisted, disgusting smile, his voice dripping with sinister condescension. Don't worry, just be a good girl and serve as my sister's bodyguard. Holding the food close to He Yue's mouth, he raised an eyebrow, spreading a sickening sense of nausea. I'll be sure to treat you just like my sister. With all the love in the world. He Yue's eyes widened in disgust, sweat pouring out, her body frozen in fear. Suddenly, a blinding green magical surge exploded, tearing through the opulent banquet hall. A figure lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, moving with wind-tearing speed to cut right between the fat man and He Yue. Rock Kim's eyes widened in surprise, his twisted smile freezing on his face. His brain hadn't even processed that someone dared to break the rules he, a superior, had set. Bai Yi's face emerged from the green halo, his eyes burning with extreme rage and killing intent, roaring a declaration of war. I'm here. He threw a punch packed with green magic, slamming it right into the middle of Rock Kim's face with enough power to shatter a mountain. The sound of bone breaking echoed through the entire hall. The force of the blow launched the noble's massive body into the air. Bai Yi stood as firm as a rock, articulating every word as he broke all the laws and smashed the rules. The girl with the purple hair was completely stunned, her eyes rolled back and her mouth hung open in terror at the insane act of punching a member of the God Clan in the face. The green-haired boy and the noble beside him also froze in place, drained of all color as they witnessed this sacrilegious scene. He Yue was too shocked to speak. The green-haired boy's eyes trembled violently, lost in extreme fear at Bai Yi's unrestrained brutality. As the dust settled, Bai Yi pulled back his fist, his eyes sharp as daggers, locking onto his prey. The green magic was still burning brilliantly around him. Thud. Rock Kim's fat body slammed onto the floor, tumbling miserably across the slippery marble floor. The shockwave of the punch had sent him flying dozens of meters, leaving a terrifying trail across the banquet hall. Without giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Bai Yi rushed forward and descended from above. His eyes burned with the fury of an asura, his killing intent locking onto the fat man below as he delivered another brutal slap, whipping the noble's swollen face. A blow that crushed the pride of the ruling class completely. Collapsing on the floor, Gannicus gasped, his pupils vibrating uncontrollably, whispering in sheer shock and disbelief. The guy's lost his mind. The scene suddenly flashes back to the arena. As Bai Yi and Gannicus' swords lock together, Bai Yi's voice rings out, calm and steady. Hey, Gannicus. Bai Yi's sharp, ruthless eyes bore into Gannicus, dropping a fateful question that cuts through all his forced submission. Do you want to kill Rock Kim? Sprawled on the floor, Gannicus's bloodied eyes snap open, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock. Deep inside, his heart trembles as he gasps. Him. Under an explosion of green light, Bai Yi's mana-infused fist slams down like a sledgehammer, crashing straight into that pathetic, cowardly noble. Bai Yi's eyes flare with raging fire and overwhelming bloodlust. His aura is so terrifying that the onlookers tremble, wondering, is he actually going to kill Rock Kim? Rock Kim's bloated face is now a mess of blood. He screams until his throat, tears, and snot streaming down his face as he begs desperately, "Save me. Someone save me." But those spineless pleas are instantly silenced by a brutal, wind-whipping punch that shatters the wicked noble's mouth. Without a shred of mercy, Bai Yi pins him to the floor, unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire punches, raining down the most savage punishment upon his enemy. He coldly grabs the fat man by the collar and hauls him up, his right fist glowing with intense mana, ready to deliver one final, fatal blow. Standing in the distance, Hiyue covers her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide in a trance as she stares at the horrific scene, muttering her savior's name in utter disbelief. Bai Yi. History will remember this blood-soaked moment forever. The 28th of June, 2005. The sacred anniversary of the God race. It was a day when a series of cataclysmic events erupted, shaking the entire world. It began with the symbol of supreme power shattering amidst the clouds, as the floating city collapsed. In its wake, a bottomless, pitch-black gate tore open. The abyssal demons broke free, and the finishing touch to this chaotic painting was the most intoxicating, direct act of revenge, the incident of the assault on the God race. Back in the present, just as Bai Yi's fist is about to land, the green-haired youth suddenly reaches out, casting an earth attribute mage skill. Sturdy stone pillars erupt from the ground, binding Bai Yi's mana-charged arm tight, forcing him to halt. Immediately, the armored guards seize the opportunity, rushing forward and pinning Bai Yi to the floor with their sharp spears, preventing him from moving. Even so, head bowed, the enemy's blood still staining his cheek, Bai Yi thinks to himself. A ruthless ambition has ignited his rebellion against the gods. He raises his sharp, amber eyes, burning with an inextinguishable flame of defiance. It's only just begun. The sound of metal grinding against metal rings out coldly. The hands that just beat the ruler are now locked tight in shackles behind his back. Observing from afar, the elegant Tan's best swirls his glass of red wine, frowning in confusion. Why would he suddenly do something so reckless? His eyes narrow. A strange suspicion creeps into the mind of a man used to scheming. The guards have fully subdued Bai Yi. One of them bows his head respectfully to the noble standing on the high platform with arms crossed. Lord Tan's best, how should we deal with him? Tan's best idly swirls his wine, his voice cold and devoid of pity for the man being restrained before him. Take him to the detention room. His expressionless face radiates absolute authority. He coldly declares that any criminal act committed on the god race's territory must be judged by the high priest. Hearing those 3 words, the purple-haired girl breaks into a cold sweat, covering her mouth in a panic. Judgment by the high priest. Going there usually means at least 4 years in prison. No, if he's convicted of insulting the god race as a commoner, it could mean the death penalty. Meanwhile, 2 sycophants in suits stand nearby, gloating and mocking him. A commoner actually daring to strike the god race? What a novelty. His life is over. Ignoring all the nervous commotion, Tan Zbest turns and walks away. Seeing this, the man in the suit coldly ends the show. The party is over for today. Everyone, please return to your quarters. The guards aggressively point their weapons, forcing Bai Yi to move, shouting loudly as they march across the marble floor. Rock Kim, the fat man, lies face up and unconscious, his nose and mouth bleeding profusely. A guard panics and barks an order. Get a healer over here, now. Watching Bai Yi's back as he is led away, the green-haired man crosses his arms with a triumphant smile, mocking him inwardly. Such a good move, and you ruined it yourself. His eyes glimmer with deep contempt for the person who dared to surpass him to win first place. This time, you've completely cut off your own future. Hiyue hurries forward, watching the direction Bai Yi was taken with a worried expression, her voice trembling. Bai Yi, what are you going to do? Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Yi only slightly turns his head, glancing at her with calm, unruffled eyes. Amidst the circle of spears, he calmly raises his shackled hands, giving a small, carefree, and arrogant wave. Catching the signal, Hiyue's eyes widen in surprise. The image of Bai Yi exploding with emerald mana to blow away the fat man flashes through her mind. Was that a hand signal telling me not to worry? Her face is dazed, 1,000 questions rising in her heart. What did he mean? Bai Yi, why on earth did you do that? Watching Bai Yi's straight back as he is roughly shoved forward by the guards who shout at him, Yue feels a pang of heartache. Even now, he still doesn't care about himself at all. Night falls. At 7 p.m. on June 28, in the luxurious guest room of the god race, a tray of medical tools stained with blood and antiseptic alcohol sits neatly on the table. A fiery slap lands squarely on the little nurse's face, sending her sprawling, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Rock Kim, the fat man, glares down at her, ignoring her as she cowers on the floor, roaring to assert his dominance. "You stupid bitch, can't you be a little more gentle?" His bloated face is now covered in bandages, his nose stuffed with blood-soaked cotton. He grinds his teeth and curses foully. "Damn it," he turns bitterly, raising his chin to snap at the guard Gannicus, who is standing obediently like a soulless corpse behind him. "Tell me, where is that bastard being locked up?" His squinted eyes filled with bloodshot veins, the fat man hisses each word with extreme venom. "In all my life, I've never suffered such a bone-deep humiliation." Down in the cold, dark dungeon of the awakened holding cells, Bai Yi sits calmly in a lotus position, eyes closed to focus his energy. Meanwhile, the fat man's voice echoes with hatred. "That little brat will be locked up here forever, right?" The guard standing outside the iron bars responds respectfully. "Yes, sir. Tomorrow he will be transferred to the heavenly prison of the Holy Land. No one has used that place in over a decade." "I can't believe this equipment is still so new," the guard boasted, looking smug. "These entire prison bars are forged from the strongest black magic ore. Even an S-rank weapon wouldn't leave a scratch on them." His comrade added, "Well, it is the God Clan's prison. After all, it's built to the same standard as a heavenly dungeon." Just as the two guards were blathering on, the metal elevator door was violently slammed from the outside, followed by a crude, frantic roar. "Open the damn door." As the elevator door creaked open, Rock Kim's face wrapped in layers of bandages appeared, looking fierce. The guards jumped in alarm. "Oh, Master Kim, open the door for him, quickly." As the door swung open, the fat man puffed out his cheeks and charged straight in, shoving the guards out of his way. "Get out of my way. I need to find that bastard. Master Kim. Master Kim." The fat man's heavy footsteps thundered across the dungeon floor as he lunged toward the cell where Bai Yi was still, leisurely sitting cross-legged, as if nothing had happened. From the shadows, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze cold and sharp as a blade, piercing right through the man who had walked straight into his trap. Rock Kim furiously gripped the black iron bars, his eyes bulging as he bellowed into the young man's face. "Bai Yi, don't you dare delude yourself into thinking you have the upper hand." The fat man patted his chest, smugly spitting out the pathetic, power-tripping judgments of a tyrant. "I will always be a noble of the God Clan, and you will be sentenced to execution and public beheading before long." His twisted face pressed against the bars, his foul breath reeking of disgusting ambition. "But don't you even dream of it. I'll make sure you suffer before you kick the bucket. I'm going to make you taste the agony of total mental torture." The fat man kept rambling on about his vile plans. "I know for a fact that you're very close to that little girl, Yue, so I've already ordered my men to bring her straight to my bedroom." Hearing this, Bai Yi slowly pushed himself up from his knees, his hands gripping the iron bars tightly. The fat man let out a cackling laugh, exposing his demonic nature. "Even if you kneel and beg me now, it's useless. Tonight, I'm going to trample and destroy the thing you care about most." His wide, gaping mouth screamed in a frenzy, his broken voice echoing throughout the dungeon. "You have no idea how horrific the consequences will be for offending me." Facing that madness, Bai Yi walked forward calmly, his eyes looking at him as if he were nothing more than scum. "Of course I know. Trash like you will never realize your own sins, even at the moment of your death." The corners of his mouth curled into a cold, chilling arc filled with immense killing intent, and that is exactly why I never had any intention of stopping. Bai Yi's firm hand reached out and gripped the black magic ore bar reputed to be the hardest in the world and lowered his voice, challenging all logic. "Then let's see about that." Bai Yi's sudden action made Rock Kim jump. The fat man scrambled back half a step, staring at the madman in the cage, sweating profusely and full of caution. The fat man's eyes widened, stuttering incoherently. "You." Ignoring the inanimate material, a brilliant, golden magic power erupted, enveloping Bai Yi's entire body. His amber eyes flashed with the authority of a king. "Open your eyes and watch. Tonight, we'll see who's the one who ends up kneeling and begging." Meanwhile, on a luxurious floor of the Sky City Hotel, at 9 o'clock at night, the cold, oppressive voices of the black-clad soldiers rang out. "Please come with us." Yue sat dazed on the sofa, clutching an exquisitely gold-plated letter, bitterly reading the ridiculous text. "Invitation to the investiture of Alice Kim's God-blessed representative." The girl with purple hair spoke up. Is this investiture ceremony really forced to take place tonight? She frowned, trying to struggle and find a logical argument to oppose the shady situation. Besides, why must it be at the God Clan's private residence? Aren't prestigious ceremonies like this usually held in public to honor the recipient? The two guards were as cold as stone, their emotionless voices cutting off all her attempts to resist. These are the orders of the God Clan. We cannot disobey them. This is the Sky City, after all. Please don't make things difficult for us. Hiyue squeezed her eyes shut, biting her lip to swallow her resentment and helplessness. She let out a sigh, accepting her fate. Understood. I will go with you. Seeing her friend give in, the purple-haired girl hurriedly added, but her words were laced with the cowardice of someone conditioned to comply. Hiyue, if you run away now, the situation will blow up until it's impossible to clean up. Hiyue glanced back, trying to keep a brave face to reassure her friend, even knowing she was walking into a blood-soaked den. Don't worry, I'll find a way to make things clear with her myself. At the same time, in the luxurious east wing of the Zebia's family estate, the cold moonlight shone down on the guest house reserved for the God Clan, as if portending a restless night. Under the escort of two bodyguards in black suits, Hiyue was finally brought before a locked door. The guard coldly signaled with his hand, "This is the place. Go on in." As soon as the door slammed shut, what met her eyes wasn't some Lady Alice, but the fat man Ra Kim, sitting lazily on the sofa, offering a greeting filled with dark intent. "You finally arrived." Hiyue frowned, her sharp eyes scanning the empty room warily, and she got straight to the point. "May I ask where Alice is?" Ignoring her question, the fat man lounged in his bathrobe, swirling a glass of red wine, and flashed a lewd, skin-crawling smile. "As the one blessed by Alice, it's only natural for me, as her brother, to check you out first and see if you're worthy of the position." He tossed some dice onto the floor near some scattered women's lingerie, blurting out cheap, suggestive remarks. This isn't an opportunity everyone gets. His bloated, bandage-wrapped face tilted up with shamelessness. "Serve the God Clan well, and you'll be set for life." He cackled, revealing his rotten ambition, painting a fake picture of being blessed, as if her whole family could ascend to heaven, not that he would let her keep up such delusions for another second. Hiyue stood her ground, every word cold and decisive. "I came here today specifically to make it clear to you all. I cannot accept the position of the God-blessed representative." The smile on the fat man's face vanished instantly, his expression hardening into one of fake disappointment. "And here I thought you were a smart girl." He took a sip of wine, hiding the sinister glint in his eyes. "Are you really going to defy the gods again?" His bloodshot eyes reflected the small girl's image. He growled, issuing a deadly threat. "Those who are bold enough to stand against the God Clan never have a happy ending. They all die horribly." A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek, and Hiyue pressed her lips together, silent. Extreme tension was evident on her face as she realized she had walked into a den of tigers. Knowing it was useless to reason with such a sick individual, she turned on her heel to leave, throwing out one final, cold remark, "Goodbye." But before Hiyue could take a few steps, a scene of pure madness unfolded. The fat man took his own glass, wine bottle, and smashed it straight into his own head, shattering it as blood and red wine sprayed everywhere. Disregarding his blood-soaked face, he looked up with a twisted, demonic grin, his eyes rolled back, glaring viciously at the prey that had fallen into his trap. He pointed directly at Hiyue, cackling wildly while spinning a brazen lie that she had attempted to assassinate a member of the God Clan in the dead of night and, after failing, had tried to flee. The audacity of his victim-blaming caught Hiyue off guard. She spun around, eyes wide in absolute shock at such unimaginable, shameless dishonesty. Wiping the blood from his face, the fat man flicked a shard of glass from his hand and coldly ordered his lackey to capture her. The order had barely left his lips when the black-haired guard, who had been standing still like a statue until now, instantly appeared right behind Hiyue. His eyes glowed with brutal magical power, making her face pale in terror. He swung a massive hand, encased in an icy, soul-chilling magic, tearing through the air straight toward her. With lightning-fast reflexes, Hiyue turned and raised her arms to block the strike. The two forces collided with such intensity that a blinding explosion of light erupted in the center of the room. Not giving her a moment to catch her breath, the guard immediately gathered his strength, preparing to unleash a powerful, killing intent-filled punch. The devastating blow landed, sending Hiyue skidding back a long distance across the floor. She dug her heels into the carpeted floor to steady herself. Instantly, a series of enormous, razor-sharp ice spikes burst up from the ground with a deafening crash, trapping her within a frozen prison. Sealed within the icy formation, Hiyue swayed, struggling to stand as cold sweat beaded on her forehead, completely trapped in a defensive position. She clutched her numbing arm, gritting her teeth as she assessed her dire situation. "It's no use. My wounds from today haven't healed yet. She looked in despair at the guard slowly emerging from the frost-covered smoke. The pressure he radiated was overwhelming, and as someone blessed by the gods, his power level was far above her own. She couldn't beat him now. The guard's face was sunken in cold shadows, his voice ringing out like the final judgment of the Grim Reaper. If she left now, she would be branded a traitor who fled after a failed assassination attempt and would be hunted by the entire world from this day on. The venomous threat struck at her weakest point, causing Hiyue's pupils to contract in terror, her face losing every drop of color as she heard his cruel ultimatum. The students and teachers who came with you will all be implicated as well. Driven into a corner and forced to hear such ruthless threats, Hiyue tried to scream in desperation. "What the hell are you talking about? You clearly saw I didn't do anything." Responding to her desperation, a sickening, maniacal laugh erupted from behind her, reveling in pure pleasure at someone else's misery. The fat man, Rock Kim, bragged about his deeds like a glorious achievement. "Everyone within a kilometer of this villa has already been chased away by me. They didn't even dare to ask why. They just followed orders blindly." He leaned his swollen, battered face closer, his tone challenging. "Do you know why?" Not waiting for her to answer, he arrogantly explained his own shameless philosophy. "Because when the God Clan speaks, no one dares to doubt it, and no one dares to disobey. Because I am the law here." Hiyue's face turned pale with horror as she heard him assert his power. "If I say something happened here, then that is exactly what happened." Not stopping there, he condescendingly bestowed a twisted favor. "You know, you should be thanking your white-haired friend." He took another sip of wine, his lecherous gaze sweeping over her body before revealing his sick reason. "It's precisely because you and he have such a close relationship that I chose you." Hearing this, Hiyue hung her head, her heart feeling as though it were being crushed as he continued to analyze her. "I could see he cares for you, and you care for him." Then he dropped the bombshell, exposing his entire disgusting ambition. "That's why I must have you." His face suddenly turned absolutely frantic, his voice cracking with hatred, determined to destroy her at any cost. He began to ramble in a fit of rage, recalling the humiliation that Bai Yi had caused him. "A bunch of nobodies from the sticks. Just because you were lucky enough to set foot in the territory of the God Clan, you think you can sit at the same table as me." The image of Bai Yi's fiery amber eyes flashed in his mind, making him even more furious. "Just a lowly ant, yet you dared to say you'd make me regret it?" His pupils contracted with sick, vengeful pleasure, a savage smile spreading across his bruised face. He laughed triumphantly as he revealed the tragic fate of the white-haired man. He is currently locked in the black magic prison, soon to be moved to the heavenly dungeon to endure every form of torture before finally being fed to the lions. Seeing the fat man approaching, Hiyue shrieked in panic, trying to keep a final bit of distance. "Stay away from me." In a moment of desperation, a blinding bolt of golden lightning flared in her palm, small sparks dancing with powerful energy. Her eyes burned with absolute determination, her voice hardening with resentment and defiance. "I would rather die than fall into your hands." Realizing the situation, the guard coldly clenched his fist, preparing to intervene, causing Hiyue to scream in warning. "No, stay back." Rock Kim was not shaken by her resistance. Instead, he unleashed his final, fatal psychological blow. "I will ruin you first, and then I'll make you watch as Bai Yi is executed." With that, he flicked out his filthy tongue, intending to carry out his most vile act to complete his psychological torture. But at that very moment, a mystical purple magic formation suddenly appeared, slamming into the fat man's face before he could react. A skill board clearly displayed: Mage Skill, Star System, Starlight Tremor. Instantly, the ground beneath him cracked violently, and a massive pillar of energy erupted from the earth, blasting the villain into the air, flying straight into the wall behind him and causing an explosion. The guard, having just landed, looked in shock toward the villa wall, where a great explosion had just occurred. Hiyue turned around, stunned, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. In an instant, fear and despair were replaced by overwhelming, choked-up emotion. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. A flaming red blade easily sliced through the ice cage holding her captive. The ice shattered into tiny fragments. From the massive hole in the wall, a figure shrouded in a mystical purple magical aura stepped in with the majesty of a god descending. It was Bai Yi. His white hair fluttered slightly in the wind, his every step steady and imposing as he marched straight into the center of the chaos. Meanwhile, the fat man crawled up after the heavy blow, coughing violently in a pathetic state, his mouth sputtering incoherently from the sheer shock. How? How is this possible? The black magic crystal prison is absolutely indestructible. The fat man panicked, covering his bloodied mouth with his hand, and stammered in total terror. "How the hell did you escape?" Facing his panic, Bai Yi coldly spoke, his voice dripping with utter contempt. "Rock him, you'll never know." To shed light on his ignorance, perhaps we should rewind to 20. 28 that same evening, just before Rock Kim arrived at the prison. Back then, in the Awakener's cell, Bai Yi was still calmly sitting on a fur mat, perfectly still. He was meticulously drawing complex ancient symbols on a piece of paper. The scratching of his pen echoed steadily in the silent space. Outside, two guards were starting to get bored. One let out a long sigh. Ugh, I hope that Celestial's guy doesn't come here causing trouble again tonight. The other guard nodded in agreement, adding a very practical worry. If he keeps making such a scene, I'm afraid he might actually break out himself. However, his comrade immediately brushed off the concern. Don't worry about that. He boastfully bragged about the impregnable security system. There's nothing to worry about there. This cell has 3 layers of doors, all made of black magic crystal. Plus, the 2 of us are guarding it. With a sense of blind confidence, he insisted that no one could ever escape from here. Ironically, it was the fat man's own arrogance that created the perfect scenario for Bai Yi's plan. In another building, Rock Kim ordered his subordinates, "Get lost. I don't want to see a single soul within a kilometer radius." And his men could only obey after hearing that powerful, rhetoric-filled question from earlier. Meanwhile, outside the door, a strange creature appeared. It was a giant, invisible dark beetle that was relaying news back to its master. "Master, he has already sent all the guards away." Then, it materialized from thin air, revealing a ruby-colored pendant. Through telepathy, it asked Bai Yi, who was inside the cell, "Should I crush the pendant so you can teleport here right now?" Bai Yi, still calm in his cell, gently stroked the talisman in his hand. Instructions: "Wait a little longer. I can't be out of this prison for too long." His gaze sharpened, calculating every move. "So, I must strike at the most critical moment." And this was the secret behind that incredible jailbreak plan, the teleportation pendants. He explained through his thoughts that every high-grade item in this world could only be refreshed a maximum of 4 times. He recalled his arduous journey. At school, he had grinded the Spirit Jade dungeon 20 times to collect all 4 refreshable pendant pairs. Memories of his gentle mother flooded back. The first time he used a pair to save her, and before leaving, he had left another pair for her. He gripped the last 2 pairs of pendants tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Only the final 2 pairs left. We only have one chance. His finger gently traced the red string, his internal voice turning ice cold. I have to finish him in the shortest time possible. Back to the present, the final shards of ice shattered. Bai Yi gently placed his hand on Hiyue's shoulder, his voice unusually warm. Don't worry, he said softly to the girl who was still bewildered. You're safe now. Hiyue looked up at the person who had just saved her from the brink of disaster, her mouth stammering, unable to speak a word. She looked around at the devastated scene, then back at the young man, asking in shock, why are you here? Bai Yi glanced at the fat man lying sprawled on the ground and dropped a short but domineering reply. I came to kill someone. Hearing this, Rock Kim, who was struggling to get up, turned pale and stuttered like a nervous wreck. Joke. What kind of joke is this? How? How did you get out? In a panic, he scrambled behind his bodyguard, looking at Bai Yi and screaming like a madman. Gannicus, kill him for me. He kept shouting, using the bodyguard's family as a threat. If you don't, I'll make sure your whole family doesn't make it out in one piece. But the bodyguard, Gannicus, just stood still, despite the fat man's ridiculous cheering. That's it. Keep going. You've already beaten him once before. The fat man continued his delusions of power, pointing around wildly. This brat is no match for you. Show him how powerful Rock Kim is. Ignoring the screaming, Bai Yi just stared straight at Gannicus, a flow of purple magic beginning to surge around him. The bodyguard, Gannicus, finally spoke up, but his words weren't aimed at Bai Yi. They were a question full of hidden meaning. Hey, will you fulfill the promise you made on the arena floor? Bai Yi remained silent, but his firm gaze was his answer. Gannicus suddenly released all his mana. Blue ice armor enveloped his entire body, and then he made an unthinkable request. Use your full power to knock me out. At that moment, both Hiyu and Bai Yi were a bit surprised. The ice armor was complete, radiating terrifying cold. Gannicus repeated the request, his eyes full of trust. Rock Kim froze for a few seconds. His brain seemed unable to process the situation. Then he shrieked in total anger and confusion. Hey, Gannicus, have you gone mad? What arena? What are you talking about? What did you two say to each other? Completely ignoring the fat man's existence, Bai Yi smiled with understanding. He calmly responded to Gannicus's plea before delivering the finishing blow with a powerful technique name. Understood. At the same time, a red notification board appeared, Earth Stars Might. As soon as he finished speaking, a devastating punch imbued with the power of the stars slammed directly into Gannicus, sending him flying like a cannonball and knocking him unconscious on the spot. Witnessing his most loyal bodyguard taken down in a single blow, the fat man's already deformed face grew even more twisted with terror. Stumbling while trying to escape, he yelled and cursed in extreme frustration. Damn it, you bastard Gannicus. How dare you betray me? Damn you, you deserve to die. Even while running for his life, he didn't forget to let out stupid threats. Just wait until I return. I will slaughter your entire village. Not even the dogs will be spared. While Bai Yi just silently raised his hand, preparing for a grand farewell. Suddenly, the ground under Rock Kim's feet began to shake violently. A series of giant earthen pillars erupted from the ground, blocking his only escape route. The fat man jumped, spinning in the sudden encirclement, his mouth agape, unable to understand what was happening. Before he could steady himself, Bai Yi whispered the name of the technique like a death sentence from hell, Earth Star's prison. Immediately, other pillars of earth and stone sprouted up behind his back, completely locking the fat man inside a solid prison of rock and soil. Cornered, he started screaming in desperation, clinging to a glimmer of false hope. Damn it. Wait. That's right, the guards. He shrieked until his voice cracked, calling out to the very people he had dismissed. Guards? Where are the guards? Where the hell are you bastards hiding? The guards are coming any second now. Hearing those pathetic pleas, Bai Yi tilted his head with a mocking smirk. The guards, you say? He gently blew away the residual mana smoke from his fingertip, leisurely reminding the brainless fool before him. Did you already forget? Every single person within a 1-kilometer radius. Wasn't it you who sent them all away? The image of the arrogant fat man waving his hand to order his subordinates flickered in like a cruel joke of fate, the perfect case of karma biting back. I made sure to clear everyone out within a 1-kilometer radius of this villa. They didn't dare ask why, they just obediently followed my instructions. Do you know why that is? His own words from the past now struck his bloated face like a physical blow, because no one dared to ignore or doubt the orders of the God Clan. It was only then that Rocky truly realized he had dug his own grave. Cold sweat poured down his body, and his eyes bulged in pure terror. Ignoring the trembling prey, Bai Yi turned toward Hiyue, his voice softening instantly. Hiyue. He looked straight at her, his gaze both sincere and firm. Everything about to happen next had nothing to do with her. She would know absolutely nothing. As he spoke, he cast another skill, Earth Wall of Essence, creating a translucent barrier between Hiyue and the main stage, adding, and you won't see anything either. Hiyue could only stand there, confused and anxious, watching Bai Yi's back through the magical wall. Trapped in the cage, Rocky stammered, his voice shaking with fear. Wait just a second. He stared at the young man before him as if looking at a true monster, sweat and tears streaming down his bruised face. What are you planning to do? Bai Yi glanced at him, a cold smile flickering on his lips. What do I plan to do? Shouldn't you be the one who knows that best? He slowly raised a finger, declaring with the solemn authority of a divine judge. The judgment of the God Clan begins now. In a state of extreme panic, Rocky scrambled to pull out a document, trying to use it as his final shield. Don't kill me. People are coming here any second. He didn't realize that this very secret order only further incriminated him. The villa remained isolated, devoid of life, and eerily silent. The fat man began to weep, tears streaming down his face as he babbled in desperation. You will never get away with this. Seeing his threats weren't working, he switched tactics, mixing intimidation with bribery. You don't fear death, but you have to think about that girl, don't you? Let me go right now. He reached out through the bars, begging pathetically. I promise I won't pursue this. I'll let you both go. I can give you anything you want. Faced with such base groveling, Bai Yi only replied with a terrifying silence, his eyes flashing with absolute contempt. I will give you all the wealth and glory you desire. He gently raised his hand, and a surge of purple mana swirled, cutting off the fat man's last whines. Shifting focus back inside the cage, Bai Yi didn't bother with unnecessary words. He flicked his hand, releasing a blade of brilliant purple mana that sliced through the iron bars and straight through Rocky, spraying fresh blood everywhere. A streak of crimson shot into the air as the fat man's pudgy arm was severed, accompanied by a giant question mark forming in his mind. It took a few seconds for Rocky's sluggish brain to process the situation. He looked down at his spurting arm, his face blank and stupid, muttering in disbelief. At that moment, the memory of the fat man's smug, apple-chewing face flashed into his mind, the vile, mocking smirk of one who felt superior. But the reality was much crueler. Bai Yi coldly raised 2 fingers, his mana swirling sharply, and stated flatly, "This one is for Hiyue." Finally, the agonizing pain reached his brain. The fat man fell backward, clutching his severed arm and howling like a slaughtered pig. Arg, he scrambled back on the floor, his body a broken mess, sweating and begging. Stop it. But right beneath the ground, the system coldly announced the activation of the Earth Hand of Essence skill. A giant, jagged stone hand erupted from the earth, piercing and crushing his legs to pulp. While he stammered in desperate agony, Please, please, spare me. The sound of crunching bone was completely drowned out by Rocky's ear-piercing shrieks. Tears and snot smeared his contorted face. Arg, my legs. Right after that, the image of the loyal guard, Gannicus, taking a hit for him flashed through his mind. Bai Yi stepped forward, his aura radiating murderous intent. This one is for Gannicus. Rocky had completely lost the arrogance of the so-called God clan. He used his remaining strength to drag his blood-drenched, crippled body across the floor, trembling and sobbing. No, don't come any closer. But in response to his pathetic pleas came a massive magical fist, glowing with the light of retribution, descending from above. The fat man looked back, his eyes bulging as he saw the sturdy iron bars being smashed to pieces, pinned against the wall amidst a shower of falling rubble. He desperately used his one remaining hand to wave it away, crying, Don't come near me. Standing before the Grim Reaper, the man who called himself the Noble God Clan abandoned all dignity, weeping miserably as he confessed. I'm wrong. I apologize. I was wrong. I'm guilty. Watching from a distance through the bars, the shadow of the young Bai Yi loomed large like an insurmountable mountain, while the fat pig inside opened his mouth wide, screaming in desperate, flailing agony. Standing tall over his broken enemy, Bai Yi looked down at the bloody, mangled heap of flesh. He chanted softly, enunciating every word. His eyes were calm as autumn water, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. And this final strike is for myself. The moment he finished, massive stone hands erupted from both walls, grabbing the fat man's blubbery frame, causing him to grit his teeth and hiss in terror. You know there's no way out for you, right? Rocky's eyes were bloodshot as he switched to hysterical, insane cursing. You lunatic, you won't get away with this. As the stone hands tightened ruthlessly around his throat, he bared his jagged teeth in a grin, roaring like a cornered beast. You'll be branded a traitor. Your entire family will be implicated. Ha, ha, ha. Paying no mind to those vicious curses, Bai Yi didn't even twitch. The corner of his mouth curled up as he delivered one final, chilling remark. Oh, really? Almost instantly, the stone hands clamped shut, crushing the fat man's body while he desperately tried to laugh, his crazed cackling mixing with miserable screams. Ha ha ha. To put a definitive end to this noisy spectacle, Bai Yi simply clenched his fist. The magical ring on his finger flared with a blinding, destructive light. A massive geyser of blood erupted, organs and flesh exploding outward, splattering across the stone wall and cleaning up a filthy existence once and for all. Finishing the job, Bai Yi stood silently, gently drawing back his purple magical aura. Behind him lay nothing but the blood-soaked ruins of a man who had once been so arrogant. He turned his back and walked away without a second glance at the grand prison he had just constructed, as a notification screen appeared to confirm the success of his technique. The stone structure wrapped tightly around the mess inside, thick clouds of dust billowing up and obscuring the gruesome scene behind him. Stepping out from the dense cloud of dust, Bai Yi walked toward Hiyue, making her jump and spin around. Her eyes filled with unspeakable shock as she looked at the young man who had just displayed such cold ruthlessness, yet radiated a sense of absolute protection. Hiyue stood dazed, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek as she whispered instinctively. She gazed at the brutal, blood-drenched stone pillar that had just swallowed the fat man. Still reeling from the shock, Hiyue asked in a soft voice, Is he dead? Without even blinking, Bai Yi maintained a calm expression, as still as a mirrored lake, and gave a gentle reply. Humph. Hurrying to keep pace by his side, Hiyue bowed her head, her eyes filled with sadness and regret. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Bai Yi didn't even look back, his eyes fixed firmly ahead as he spoke in a calm voice. No. I intended to kill him from the start. There is no need for you to feel guilty about his death. Hearing this, a flash of resentment flickered in Hiyue's eyes. She gritted her teeth and firmly agreed he deserved to die. Just then, the stone prison behind them cracked and crumbled into pieces, dragging down the viscous mess of blood and gore. Hiyue added indignantly, Scum like him wouldn't have paid enough even if he died 100 times over. However, the harsh reality quickly pulled her back to the present. Hiyue asked, full of anxiety, But what are you going to do next? Bai Yi's expression remained unreadable. Her eyes scanned the night sky blankly, blanketing the vast villa, and her voice grew urgent. Even if the guards are a kilometer away, this place will be discovered sooner or later. Without hesitation, Hiyue reached out and pushed firmly against Bai Yi's back, urging him on anxiously. You have to run. She pressed him toward the door. Determination clear on her face, she added, Get out of here. Leave the Sky City. Despite the sweat on her brow, Hiyue pressed herself against the window frame, staring out into the night with resolve. I'll help you draw their attention. That might buy you enough time to escape. She turned to look at him, her voice bitter yet sincere as she tried to reassure herself. Right, you're so strong, you'll be fine once you're out of here. She stopped letting this foolish girl ramble on. Bai Yi reached out, gently but firmly, tapping her shoulder to stop her. Yue. He looked straight into her panicked eyes and offered a faint, confident smile. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Outside the window, under the shadows of the luxurious villa, the figure of a scapegoat had already wandered into his crosshairs. Bai Yi said calmly, someone else is going to shoulder the blame for all of this. Those mysterious words left Yue stunned. Her pupils dilated slightly. She had no idea what this director in front of her was planning, yet he maintained the relaxed demeanor of a player holding all the cards. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. He'll be here soon. Memories of that fake, blue-haired teammate rushed back, along with all his hollow, self-righteous lectures. Teammates should risk their lives to protect one another. The image of them back-to-back, fighting amidst a sea of enemies, appeared once more, accompanied by that naive, foolish faith that no matter what, they were the only ones we could trust in life or death moments. But in return for that trust, that wretched blue-haired man would only hide behind the trees, his cold, indifferent eyes watching from afar, time and again leaving his comrades to face danger alone. Even when Yue faced imminent peril, that cruel shadow would just stand there with his arms crossed, watching, and even in moments of crisis, he would lurk in the darkness, a sinister smile on his lips as he mocked her sacrifice. That's right, Yue, being a divine blessing holder, is the highest honor. You should know your place. Remembering that base face, always ready to kick others while they were down just to climb higher. Yue looked down in pain. Time and again, he had betrayed them. Now, she felt he really didn't know his place. The memory of Bai Yi being dragged away by guards, helpless, flashed through his mind, acting like a spark for his fury. Meanwhile, that treacherous teammate had just stood hiding behind the door, his eyes burning red with malice and satisfaction, thinking he had finally removed a thorn in his side. Back in the present, Bai Yi's eyes grew cold enough to freeze the air. He gritted out every word with killing intent. The thing I hate most is a traitor, especially one who betrays me more than once. Hearing this, Yue jolted, a bead of cold sweat running down her temple. She suddenly realized the identity of the scapegoat. Standing in the middle of the room filled with debris, Bai Yi calmly explained his game. So, I used the Divine Clan's name to write him a letter. He pulled out a forged secret order with a perfect, intricate seal. The content was a deadly, tempting piece of bait, Divine Clan Secret Order. We offer you a chance to replace Yue and become the Divine Blessing holder. Come to my guest room at 9:20 tonight, kill Yue, and you will take her place. After he reads it, he'll burn the order immediately. Tempted by power, that idiot with the blue hair would obediently burn the letter, falling straight into the trap. If he showed up, the corner of Bai Yi's mouth curled into an extremely evil smile. He could already picture the triumphant look on the blue-haired man's face as he walked into the room, and then he'll receive a fatal sentence. So, let him take the fall for the attempted assassination of the Divine Clan for me. Only then did Yue jolt awake. She tremblingly brought her hand to her chest, looking at the young man before her as if he were a true monster of intellect. Was this your plan, from the very beginning? Bai Yi didn't answer, only offering a soft, gentle smile, a peaceful expression that hid a terrifying ability to manipulate. Not wasting another second, he turned and strode away, leaving the blood-soaked scene behind. Time is running out. I need to head back to my cell. Stopping for a beat, he tilted his head to instruct the still-dazed girl. Just insist that you don't remember anything at all. You don't need to worry about me. His eyes narrowed with deep intent, and the air around him began to shimmer, pulsing in preparation for his escape. Suddenly, Bai Yi's form dissolved into a hazy streak of violet light. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the room, leaving behind only a whisper on the wind. We'll meet again soon. At the same time, in a desolate, heavily restricted area surrounded by barbed wire and dense security cameras, the cold electronic display read, the 28th of June 2005 at 9:20 p.m. Inside the detention cell for the awakened, a vortex of violet magical energy swirled with a brilliant glow. Bai Yi's silhouette tore through space, landing perfectly inside the cell without making a sound. Immediately, a strange, giant bird beast poked its head out, a glowing red magical collar floating before its beak, as it obediently reported, Summoned Beast, Little Lin, reporting. Everything here is normal. The guards didn't notice you leave at all. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed. A masterfully calculated scheme played out in his mind, much like a god savoring a grand game of chess. Flashback. It turned out that during that suffocating banquet, Bai Yi had intentionally beaten that fat man, Rock Kim, just so he would be arrested and thrown into the dungeon. Returning to the dark cell, Bai Yi stood behind the iron bars with his summoned bird, a cunning smirk playing on his lips as he thought to himself, And just like that, I have a perfect alibi for not being at the crime scene tonight. Meanwhile, the opulent chambers of the God Clan were being utterly decimated. Every move had been carefully orchestrated. All the skills used to assassinate the God Clan member were signature moves of the Astral-type mage class. That bloody, jagged stone pillar piercing the sky was the most damning piece of evidence for the fall guy. Remembering the time he forged the secret order by hand, his eyes turned colder than ever. I handed the key to open the gates of judgment for this traitor to you. The summoned bird obediently dropped the letter in a secluded corner, perfectly positioned to be spotted by someone hungry for fame. Just as predicted, under the silent cover of night, the green-haired man stepped into the shadows, the letter burning to ash behind him, exactly as planned. I knew it, he thought. A wicked, twisted grin spread across his face as he imagined himself ascending to the peak of power. A traitor will always choose the path of betrayal. But life isn't a dream. What met his eyes now wasn't the divine throne he longed for, but a scene so terrifying it made his heart stop and cold sweat pour down his face. He stumbled, staring at the wall that had been smashed to pieces. Inside, the lavish room was now nothing but a gruesome, ruined mess. On the cold floor, a lifeless body lay collapsed in a pool of foul blood. Not far away, Hiyue lay still on the floor, perfectly playing the part of a victim who had been knocked unconscious just as ordered, with no clue what had just happened. The green-haired man entered the scene trembling, drenched in sweat, muttering in pure confusion. What in the hell happened here? Before he could even process it, he jumped, spinning around as he sensed a terrifying wave of heat closing in from behind, leaving him utterly panicked. A massive sea of fire was raging on the balcony, hungrily consuming everything in its path. He stammered, backing away, and blurted out, "Fire." The ferocious flames roared brightly into the dark night, casting a blinding glare onto the shocked faces of the guards who had just arrived. The bearded captain widened his eyes in alarm, shouting at the top of his lungs, "The God Clan's residence is burning. Call the entire security detail." The soldiers scrambled desperately toward the flames, weapons clashing, frantic shouts echoing through the air. "Go! Help them!" In a secluded corner of the bushes, the true culprit, the summoned praying mantis, was happily holding a torch, earning its MVP title for the mission. The destroyer of power stations, the master of chaos, the ruthless arsonist. Meanwhile, outside, the guards were screaming as they struggled to contain the fire. From the midst of the swirling flames, a figure stepped out, causing the guards to recoil and take a defensive stance. They immediately drew their weapons, sweat pouring down their faces, as they gestured to hold back the squad moving in. "Stop. Nobody move." The sight inside the stone cell revealed itself, crushing every hope the hounds had. Lord Rock Kim is dead. The God Clan member has been assassinated. The once arrogant deity had been thoroughly reduced to a pile of bloody dust. Instantly, sharp spears were pointed directly at the green-haired man standing foolishly in the middle of the room. The commander barked a harsh order: "Subdue everyone present at the scene." The green-haired man panicked, waving his hands in defense. "Huh? Wait a second." A soldier stepped forward to examine the massive, twisted stone block, his expression darkening as he drew his conclusion: terrain manipulation. This is an astral-type mage's ability. The captain narrowed his eyes coldly, glancing at the green-haired man, who just happened to hold that exact profession, and loudly accused him without a shred of hesitation. The astral-type mage is the one who assassinated Lord Rock Kim. The selfish traitor, in the end, had finally tasted the bitter fruit of his own planting. With his face twisted in injustice, the green-haired man screamed desperately, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know anything." Back in the quiet detention cell, Bai Yi stood submerged in the shadows, a cold, deadly curve forming on his lips as he whispered, "This is my revenge." But everything had only just begun. The heavy iron door of the cell screeched open. The warden bowed respectfully, leading a group of officials inside. "My lord, he is right inside. Please, come in." Light from the hallway spilled in, illuminating the back of the young man, who sat calmly facing the wall, perfectly playing the role of the innocent prisoner who hadn't taken a single step outside. A low voice broke the silence of the cell. The visitor called his name with hidden meaning. Outside the cold iron bars, the elegantly dressed man smirked, tossing out a tempting bait. "How about we strike a deal?" Drifting back into the memories of that fateful day, the 28th of June 2005, the anniversary of the God Clan, the bustling city suddenly became the backdrop for a wild, chaotic play. A series of world-shaking events occurred one after another. The world was rocked by the headlines of countless newspapers. The breaking news boldly printed the terrifying words: "Sky City collapses. Abyss Demon Dragon escapes." At the same time, in another turn of events, the inspectors stared at the jagged, blood-soaked crystal with helpless expressions, facing the same event that shocked the world, the assassination of the God Clan, and feeling pity for the poor fall guy. The green-haired man's face turned pale as he struggled in despair while being tightly gripped by guards on both sides. The suspect was caught red-handed and escorted to the heavenly prison. The crime scene at that moment was a complete mess, with records and documents scattered everywhere, not a single detail missed. That night, others at the scene included the Blessed One and a female victim. But, quite conveniently, the victim clutched her head and played the part of someone in a panic, perfectly pulling off the script to silence witnesses. Yet, they all claimed to be so traumatized that they had forgotten what happened that night. The one who should have been punished, the Blessed One, also got caught up in the legal mess. A cold, formal voice rang out. Because the Blessed One failed in his duties as a guard, his status is revoked, and he shall be judged. But then, the blonde woman hurriedly raised a hand to stop them. Wait just a moment. Using the authority of someone with the blood of the gods, she pointed decisively at the wounded guard. I want him to be my blessed one. The shameless, manipulative sleight of hand of the elite played out with laughable ease, and because another god-blooded noble chose him as their new blessed one, he was granted immunity. The scene shifts to a massive, imposing structure, known as the Awakening Heavenly Prison of the Holy Hand Kingdom, which held a perfect piece of the plan. Furthermore, someone else was being dragged to the prison for assaulting a god-blooded noble in a crowded place, and that person was none other than Bai Yi. Walking in heavy chains, yet his demeanor was strangely calm and unbothered. The young man stood dwarfed before the majestic, giant scale of justice on the 30th of June 2005, facing the judgment of the Grand Priest. Sitting in the gallery, the bystanders could only shake their heads in pity for a genius who had poked a hornet's nest. Man, I don't think Bai Yi is getting out of this one. The girl with black hair dropped her gaze, filled with worry and heartache, whispering, Bai Yi. In the middle of the court, Bai Yi lowered his head, squeezed his eyes shut, and patiently listened to the judge's stern voice raining down. Defendant Bai Yi. On the night of June 28th, during the banquet at Sky City, the old priest standing on the podium, holding a stack of documents, spoke with authority. You assaulted the descendant of the gods, Ra Kim, without provocation, causing him severe injuries and leading to a coma. According to the Divine Code, Chapter 1, Article 8, and the Awakened Management Law, Chapter 3, Article 7, you committed the crime of assaulting a god-blooded noble and using awakened powers in front of those without powers. Therefore, this court sentences you to 5 years. The wind howled, whipping his hair, but Bai Yi looked up, his eyes calm and without a flicker of fear. Facing the procedural question, do you have any objections to this ruling? It turned out that everything leading to this moment had gone exactly according to plan. Memories flooded back. 2 days ago, late on the 28th of June 2005, in the holding cell, the bigwig under the flickering torchlight repeated his offer. Bai Yi, how about we make a deal? The brown-haired man looked stern, dangling a lifeline reeking of manipulative self-interest. Join the Tan Zibes family and work for me. His eyes looked down from above at the boy huddled on the floor, whispering sweet lies. You will have your freedom tonight. Surprisingly, Bai Yi, hidden in the shadows, bowed his head, acting incredibly obedient, but the smile he hid was full of sarcasm. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. He slowly looked up, intentionally acting self-deprecating behind the bars. But I'm afraid my ability level isn't enough to shoulder such a responsibility. The man outside retorted immediately, exposing his feigned humility with a guarded compliment. No, your ability is incredibly powerful. To be able to pull off something like that right under the noses of the god-blooded, his eyes narrowed sharply, silently acknowledging the perfection of the demon in angel's clothing before him, and to escape completely unscathed. Caught in the act, Bai Yi suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a razor, tearing through the dark night, and coldly replied, I don't understand what you're talking about, my lord. Angered by the dismissive attitude, the man gripped the iron bars until his veins popped, gritting his teeth in warning, showing his rotten authority. You do understand. And you should understand perfectly well that whatever the god-blooded say, that is the truth. Regaining his calm, superior composure, he played his final card to force a confession. Work for me, and the incident at Sky City will never be investigated on you again. But in response to that threat masked as a favor, Bai Yi only tilted his head slightly, his face revealing an underlying arrogance. I'll repeat the perfect script for denying the crime. I don't understand. Bai Yi stood in the shadows of the prison hallway, his profile showing deep calculation, as if he had vaguely guessed the other's hidden motives. He blinked, hiding his surprise, and muttered to himself with a hidden meaning. Understood. Looking through the bars one more time, the boy's back remained still, like a lake without a ripple. He sighed, the corners of his mouth curling into an interesting smile, silently praising this stubborn pawn. It's just not time for us to cooperate yet. The flashback ended, and the harsh reality of the courtroom returned. The majestic tone of the old priest echoed throughout the hall once again. Do you have any objections to this ruling? Under the crushing weight of the establishment, Bai Yi knelt, bowed his head, his chained hands playing the part of the one resigned to his fate. None. But how could the play end so easily? Suddenly, the man in glasses standing on the side of the god-blooded raised his hand and clearly interrupted. The Tan Zibest family has an objection. Amidst the shock of the bystanders, Lin Feng walked calmly to the podium, handed over a letter, and declared firmly, Bai Yi was invited to Sky City by the Tan Zibest family. Starting the shameless sleight of hand, he adjusted his glasses, turning the victim into the perpetrator in an instant. At the banquet, Rock Kim suddenly provoked and assaulted Bai Yi, the first-place winner. He covered half his face, intentionally emphasizing the villainy of that noble god-blooded, even maliciously claiming that he ordered his own blessed one, Ganus, to attack Bai Yi. The defense continued smoothly, weaving a perfect narrative of injustice. Bai Yi, in a desperate situation, was forced to act, leading to Rock Kim's accidental coma. To conclude the manipulative speech, he pointed toward Bai Yi, citing laws that could not be denied. According to the Awakened Management Law, Chapter 10, his actions qualify as legitimate self-defense. The guard respectfully placed the letter on the table, hammering the final nail in the coffin to force the judge's hand. This is the testimony provided by the Tan Zibest family, along with evidence from the scene at that time. The old priest frowned when he realized a larger power was meddling, but this evidence should have been presented before the court. Lin Feng adjusted his glasses, immediately cutting him off with a threatening, authoritative tone. This is evidence submitted personally by Lord Tan Zibest. I suggest the Grand Priest read it before replying. Standing at the center of the vortex of power struggles, Bai Yi just glanced indifferently at the wolves fighting over the scraps. The ruins of the crumbling city flickered past, reflecting the boundless ambition of the masked master Tan Zibest, who pondered in the shadows. This world stood defiantly amidst the wreckage. Tan Zibest nonchalantly dropped a brutal truth. The specifics didn't matter. Back at the courthouse, the old magistrate squirmed, wiping his brow, drenched in sweat, finally grasping the rotten laws of survival. Whatever the divine clan says becomes the absolute truth. Deep in Master Tan Zibest's mind, he looked at Bai Yi with a wild, fanatical expectation, feeling that this world had long since become a pile of rubble. But you show me a glimmer of hope. A massive stone wall shattered, symbolizing the desperate urge to overthrow the old order and the hope to destroy the ruins to start anew. His eyes were cold, calculating, as if the future were already grasped firmly in his palm. Bai Yi, the day will come when we work together. The wooden gavel slammed down with a jarring crack, ending the ridiculous farce of fake justice. The magistrate announced the final verdict, saving the pawn who had just been backed by a major power. Awakened Bai Yi, you are innocent and hereby released. Instantly, the heavy iron shackles shattered, clattering loudly to the floor as his freedom was restored. The guards on both sides backed off, clearing the way and coldly announcing, you're free to go. The giant courthouse doors slowly swung open, and blinding light flooded in, greeting the youth's unhurried steps. In the spectator stands, his friends burst into overwhelming joy, jumping up and cheering, that's amazing. Bai Yi doesn't have to go to prison anymore. We can go back home together. The dark-haired girl's eyes welled with tears, her hand over her heart, breathing a massive sigh of relief as the burden lifted. Thank goodness. But amidst the celebratory atmosphere, Bai Yi frowned. In his head, he was calculating moves he hadn't even needed to use. His original plan was to use the Holy Edict to clear his name. He hadn't expected things to be resolved this easily. Suddenly, the slap-slap sound of flip-flops echoed, brutally crushing the remaining solemn atmosphere. A man wearing a gaudy floral shirt rushed forward, ignoring the frantic guards trying to intercept him, warning him that this was the High Magistrate's territory. The guards broke into a cold sweat, helplessly backing away from the man's hooligan-like aura. Forget it, just let it go. Nobody can stop him anyway. The floral shirt guy marched forward, looming right behind Bai Yi like a small mountain. He looked at Bai Yi, calling out in a laid-back, cocky tone, "Hey, are you this Bai Yi kid?" Bai Yi glanced over, his face showing a huge question mark at the appearance of this oddball. Deep in his eyes, a flicker of shock surged, a distant memory shattered, leaving him stunned, thinking that not even in his wildest dreams could he have expected this. The floral shirt man crossed his arms, laughing heartily as if he'd struck gold. So it was you who beat that divine clan guy to a pulp, right? Bai Yi's pupils contracted sharply, a whirlpool of complex emotions surging in his sharp gaze. All his sinister schemes were temporarily put on hold. This was his first meeting with his master in this life, yet it happened here. At the same time, in a far-off, dark corner, a gnarled hand gripped a chain in a furious, growling rage. I've told you so many times already. The image of a hulking man madly tightening a chain, his feet mercilessly kicking the young boy, appeared, accompanied by savage shouting. Go out where? You better tell me. Bai Yi grimaced in pain, screaming out in utter helplessness. A close-up showed Bai Yi's thin arms, bound so tightly by the chains they were bleeding, with bright red drops falling onto the cold floor, exposing a childhood drowned in cruel beatings. The man's face twisted in sick, angry malice, his bloodshot eyes bulging as he growled. You guys were having fun outside, weren't you? Bai Yi's pupils shrank, filled with sheer terror, as his bitter narration echoed. He was the only memory of an adult male figure from my childhood. The cold chain whipped down without mercy. It beat the boy to a pulp in the stifling, violent night. The tyrant strained his neck, his mouth gaping as he unleashed blood-curdling sounds, roaring like a bloodthirsty beast. Yet the tragedy didn't end there. Amidst a pool of foul-smelling blood, his mother's lifeless body lay slumped, surrounded by bloodstains. The heart-wrenching pain turned into an all-consuming hatred that defied the heavens. So, when he reached for my last ray of light, suddenly, from the depths of despair, Bai Yi's eyes ignited with a brilliant golden flame of destructive power, marking the moment the devil awakened. Turning the tables, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, using that same blood-soaked chain to strangle the wretched man. His eyes burned with intense rage, while the perpetrator struggled, gasping for air. The scene shifted to the front of the imposing and silent provincial oversight headquarters. I had already prepared myself to descend into hell with him. Trapped between two guards, the battered youth hung his head, accepting the price of his revenge. After his confession, due to the extreme violence of the incident, the cell door slammed shut, bringing a new twist of fate. I was transferred to the Holy Ha Kingdom's awakened penitentiary. In that dark prison, the man's teasing voice echoed. And it's also there that, rumor has it, you were the first person to evolve from a green-tier profession. That was the first time I met him. Through the hazy smoke, the man calmly stood there watching, arms crossed, analyzing the situation with an unbothered attitude. Generally speaking, your profession has to be at least blue tier and reach A rank to have the potential to start the evolution phase. Bai Yi curled up on the floor, his face ashen, his eyes wary of the stranger questioning him. How did you evolve so early? And how did you jump directly from green to platinum tier? The man scratched his chin, whispering with curiosity amidst the deathly prison. Tell me, why exactly did you get locked up in here? This place is supposed to be for death row inmates only. Bai Yi's shackled hands trembled. He clenched his fists, suppressing his resentment, his words hissing through his teeth. Because he deserved to die. The pain of losing his mother remained vivid in eyes filled with murderous intent. How could he beat my mother to death like that? The long-haired man took a long drag of his cigarette, calmly exposing the harsh truth. He asked, So, you really did kill your own biological father just to avenge your mother? The words hit like a thunderbolt, causing Bai Yi to snap his head up, his gaze filled with suspicion. I hadn't even mentioned it was him that I killed. How do you know that? Breaking the tense, fragile atmosphere, the stranger suddenly hugged his head and laughed out loud, completely dropping his dangerous facade. Haha, sorry about that. Actually, I'm not a criminal. He lazily used his flip-flop to stub out the cigarette on the floor, complaining in an absurd way. It's just that the warden told me, if I want to blend in here, I have no choice but to dress just like the rest of you. He spread his arms, a warm, radiant smile on his face as he introduced himself. The name's Dong Yang, captain of the 6th Guild under the Holy Ha Kingdom. Since you've already been thrown into death row, why not? Dong Yang held out a large hand toward Bai Yi, offering to take him in. Why not just join my guild and roll with us? A narrative voice chimed in, reflecting on the twist of fate. In my past life, he hadn't given me a single choice. He just dragged me out of that heavenly prison. The memory faded. Returning to reality in front of the Grand Shrine's gate, veins bulged on Bai Yi's hand. He frowned slightly at this loud, persistent man. Ignoring his cold attitude, Dong Yang threw an arm around Bai Yi's shoulder and excitedly introduced him to a young man walking over. Let me introduce you. This kid is the Bai Yi I told you about. You need to take good care of him from now on. The narration continued. From that day on, I joined the 6th Guild, stuck beside this eccentric man. The redhead approached, his face showing clear helplessness at his superior's impulsiveness. Captain of the 1st Squad, 6th Guild. 6th son. He let out a weary sigh. Master is finally taking on a disciple again. Then, turning to Bai Yi, I guess you're my junior brother now. Standing beside the self-proclaimed master, who was grinning smugly, Bai Yi coldly threw a bucket of cold water on him without hesitation. I am absolutely not his disciple. A heavy slap landed squarely on Bai Yi's back, knocking him forward. Dong Yang laughed heartily and ordered, Go on, take your junior brother and show him the ropes around the guild. Without a word, Xi's son grabbed Bai Yi by the head and dragged him along, ignoring his grimacing protests. Let's go, junior. Bai Yi muttered in frustration. I already told you, I'm not your junior. The scene opened to a massive stone training ground, where figures were furiously swinging weapons at one another. Suddenly, a voice called out. The captain of the 8th Squad, Hakyu, stood with his arms crossed on the sidelines, frowning and complaining to Dong Yang with a stern look. I don't think that kid is fit to stay in the 6th Guild. His eyes darted toward the teenager, who was panting and collapsed on the ground, a wooden sword dropped beside him. It's been over 2 months, and he hasn't opened his mouth to talk to anyone. Plus, his strength. It doesn't match a platinum-level holy warrior title at all. Bai Yi knelt on the ground, his body covered in bruises, while Hakyu's voice rang out nearby. You know how it is, plenty of people can't adapt to military life, not to mention his criminal record. In fact, there's already been quite a bit of grumbling within the squad. Dong Yang ignored the complaints, his eyes gazing into the distance with profound depth. You know something? In this world, I've only met 3 people capable of naturally breaking through their limits like that. He turned to his comrade, his voice dropping to reveal a cruel truth. Without exception, those people all suffered through extremely tragic lives in their youth. Watching the lonely silhouette of Bai Yi struggling to pick up a broken blade, Dong Yang explained softly. The kid doesn't talk to anyone simply because he can't bring himself to trust a single soul. The scene of Bai Yi being thrown and hitting the ground hard flashed through his mind. He can't defeat others. Pinned to the floor by an opponent, his bloody face showed clear confusion and aimlessness. It's because, right now, he has no idea what he's fighting for. Smoke swirled, obscuring half of Dong Yang's face as he mused on another person's pain. Those who have suffered such immense psychological trauma, they simply don't know how to stand back up on their own. Heavy rain poured down, mirroring the cold, bleak atmosphere within the boy's heart. Looking up at the white curtain of rain, the man clicked his tongue, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and cast a great hope into the void. But if one day, he finds a new goal. The small silhouette of the boy stood silently in the rain with his sword in hand, suddenly appearing strangely resilient. He would surely create a life so brilliant it would be hard to believe. The narration continued, outlining the long, arduous stretch of the past life. Just like that, I spent a dull, quiet life in his guild, remembering when the flowery-shirted master had snuck him a sandwich. Grinning as he urged, I snuck an extra one for you. You're at the age where you need to eat to grow. The teenager had just silently bitten into the bread, his bruised face still bearing its usual coldness, but his heart had already begun to waver. Even while fighting giant monsters side by side, his mind remained in a fog with no way out. Yet, I still couldn't feel what I was living for. Behind his back, the whispers of his comrades always surrounded him. I don't get why the captain values him so much. A squad member, wearing a bandage on his face, frowned and complained in frustration. He just charges ahead to kill things on his own. He doesn't understand teamwork at all. The person next to him chuckled, trying to save face for his own mediocrity. Come on, when you're that strong, you don't really need teamwork, right? The squad member sighed, closing his eyes, while Bai Yi's internal monologue played. I thought I would just drift through the rest of my life like that. The silhouette of Bai Yi and his heavy sword striding through the smoke signaled a fateful turning point. Until that event occurred, the wheels of time turned to October 2010. At the 6th Guild's training ground, an uninvited guest broke the peace. Rock Kim didn't bother to announce himself. He suddenly descended upon the 6th Guild. The pudgy, arrogant, divine-blooded youth walked into the training ground, chin held high in contempt. So this is the 6th Guild's training ground. Looks pretty spacious, must have cost a fortune in funding, right? He clenched his fist, teeth gritted, as a gaudy, smug purple aura erupted around his body. This year, I finally awakened. I'm dying to see how strong I really am. A massive heavy sword was drawn, slamming into the ground to show off. Rock Kim held the sword, an arrogant, bullying smile on his face. Well then, you bunch should spar with me. Faced with the arrogance of someone with divine blood, the whole training ground scattered in confusion. He was openly challenging everyone in the guild. Six Sun frowned, sweating as he whispered instructions to Bai Yi and the others in the corner. The master isn't here today, so everyone must remember. Whatever you do, do not actually go all out against someone of divine blood. Their wary gazes were fixed on the pudgy guy brandishing his sword. The tense warnings continued to circulate. Knowing your place was vital, Rock Kim, arrogant as ever, pointed his sharp blade straight at the defenseless prey in front of him. That's right, you get up here. Singled out, Ixchich Sun broke into a cold sweat, freezing in place as he looked back. Meanwhile, Bai Yi stood beside him, maintaining an expression of cold indifference. The fat man, Rock, squinted through his piggy eyes, looking down at them with mocking judgment. You look like a weak little coward who can't even stand still. Ixchich Sun hurriedly stepped forward to shield his junior. Master Kim, why not let me spar with you instead? The chubby demigod paused for a beat, blinking in confusion at the unexpected intervention, but then a smirk of pure arrogance curled his lips. You're volunteering? Fine, but if you're too much of a weakling, this won't be any fun. You better give me everything you've got. The battle erupted in an instant. Sixth Son lunged forward with his sword, while the fat man retreated, parrying the strike with utter condescension. Immediately after, a powerful slash came crashing down, forcing Sixth Son to struggle against the brutal strength of someone with superior bloodline. The outcome was ridiculously swift. Sixth Son was defeated by Rock's blade in no time. Standing in the shadows, Bai Yi coldly took in every movement, secretly assessing the scene despite the blatant humiliation. Using a rather clumsy act, tossing his pride aside, Sixth Son quickly waved his hands, flattering his enemy to protect the guild. Master Kim's strength is truly exceptional. We are no match for you. Meanwhile, the fat man swung his sword, cursing mercilessly. You, trash. Not satisfied with just trampling them, Rock pointed his blade, issuing a provocation. You, get up here next. Ignoring the rules of a friendly match, he delivered a crushing punch straight to another member's face, raw, frenzied violence disguised as a sparring session. He swung his weapon wildly, beating the mercenaries down with cruelty and contempt. Amidst the chaos, Bai Yi remained as still as an ice statue, his cold eyes not betraying a hint of emotion at the miserable performance of his comrades. His bitter internal monologue echoed. One by one, the others from the 6th Guild were defeated. As a teammate fell miserably after a brutal, playful attack, the fat man grumbled, pointing his sword forward with a scowl. Hey, why are you all so pathetic? Not a single one of you can even last 2 rounds with me. A bloody team member forced a smile to soothe the fat man's rage. I've lost as well. You truly are a genius warrior, sir. But in return for that submission, the fat man cruelly brought his blade down onto the shoulder of the member who had just conceded, crossing the final line of a friendly exchange. Watching their teammate get slashed open right before their eyes, Sixth Son and Hekyu stared in wide-eyed horror. Sweat poured down, but no one dared to utter a word of protest. Blood splattered, accompanied by cries of agony. Ah, the demigod sneered with disgust. Is this really supposed to be the strongest guild? He tilted his head back, laughing, and spat out bitter insults. So, you're all just trash. His blood-stained sword pointed directly at the trembling group in front of him. He barked a threat. I should let the Tan Z-Best house see what's become of the trash they've been raising. With their pride trampled into the dirt, X's son bit his lip until it bled, sweat drenching his face. His eyes burned with resentment, yet his hands hung helplessly at his sides. The cold blade swept through the air again. The fat man prepared to deliver another vicious blow to the defenseless victim. In that hair-breadth moment, a figure stepped forward. Bai Yi coldly blocked the demon's blade with his own. The young man lifted his razor-sharp eyes, his voice dropping to a bone-chilling tone. Let me be your opponent. This internal declaration sparked the beginning of a spectacular overthrow. It was the first time since I got out of prison. I could feel the fury right in front of him. The fat man's face twisted with rage. The blades clashed, sparks flying. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so I only needed less than 1 round. Rock Kim's massive greatsword dropped, embedding itself into the stone floor. Bai Yi stood tall, pointing his blade at the fallen oppressor he had beaten him. The fat man tumbled backward, his face deathly pale, his eyes wide with terror, unable to believe the humiliating truth that had just occurred. Bai Yi's gaze burned with determination. He silently passed judgment on behalf of the comrades who had once abandoned him. The 6th Guild isn't all just trash. Behind him, Sixth Son hurriedly helped the bloody teammate up, asking in a panic, Are you okay? The other man was still gaping in shock. This kid. He's usually so quiet. To think he'd step up for us this time. His chapped lips, stained with blood, curled into a satisfied smile. That was actually pretty satisfying. Having been stripped of his dignity in front of the lower-class fodder, the fat man glared directly at Bai Yi and roared, What the hell do you think you're doing? His meaty hand gripped the hilt of his sword so hard his knuckles turned white, veins bulging with suppressed rage. His squinty eyes were now bulging, bloodshot. The trampling of his demigod ego drove him into a frenzy. Am I the trash? He lunged forward, screaming like a madman. As fragments of future memories flooded back like an accusation, he dared to strike the demigod. The knot of destiny was officially untied. After that, for the first time, I began to touch the truth of this world. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the blade, leaving Bai Yi confused. And then clang. The sound of the broken sword clattering against the cold floor was proof of a defiance that transcended all laws. The cruel truth descended immediately. A barrage of sharp spears from the demigod's guards pointed toward them, cornering Bai Yi. Seeing his junior about to meet his end, the teammate screamed at the top of his lungs, Bai Yi, go. Tell the master. The image of a lonely back standing behind cold iron bars reappeared. The internal monologue sounded bitter and resigned. So, once again, I'm being thrown into the celestial prison. Bai Yi hung his head in the darkness. hiding his ultimate helplessness beneath his falling hair. But just when I thought that this time I would never be able to escape again, the heavy iron door suddenly swung open. The guard walked in indifferently, bringing an unexpected verdict. I was actually being released directly, followed by a hollow announcement, "You can go now." Returning to the noisy, vibrant reality, the lights hitting his eyes revealed a scene that was the complete opposite of a prison cell. This time, the Sixth Guild had actually gone out of their way to throw a welcome-back party for me. Letting his sharp eyes scan the crowd raising their glasses, Bai Yi frowned in confusion. Where did he go? He stood lost in thought amidst the bustling crowd, a bad premonition rising in his heart, but looking around, he couldn't find a trace of him anywhere. Exich Ingam stepped forward with a strange smile, offering an explanation that sounded logical enough but reeked of lies. Master has an urgent mission lately. He won't be back for another month. The entire guild erupted, jumping to their feet, excitedly raising frothy beer mugs, cheering loudly. Let's raise a glass to celebrate the White Knight's safe return. Bottoms up. Slowly lifting the glass in his hand, Bai Yi's eyes dimmed. The intuition of someone who had lived through life and death battles told him something was wrong, yet deep down, I sensed it keenly. The image of a blank face reflected on the rippling water revealed a collective cover-up. Everyone here was hiding something from me. Trying to act natural, Sixingam flushed red from the alcohol, looking toward his comrades with a playful tone. You guys better not get smashed, all right. He then patted his chest, proudly masking his unease. I've got a great tolerance for liquor. The empty glass rolled away, and bitter golden liquid spilled across the table, signaling that the final facade had completely shattered. After 3 rounds of drinks, I finally pried the truth out of them. Shichingam hung his head, helplessness and pain washing over his face, as he gritted his teeth and hissed out the bitter truth. Those bastards from the God clan are plotting to drive you to your death. Gripping his glass so hard his veins stood out, Shichingam trembled while explaining the death sentence looming over his head. If you have to go back to court for another trial, you will never ever be able to stay in the Sixth Guild again. Your future will lose all hope. With his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, Shichingam choked out the heartfelt feelings of a great teacher in a broken voice. Master has always truly wanted to see you stand tall with pride once again. He wanted to see you succeed. The young man buried his face in his hands and sobbed, his tears revealing a despair mingled with a heart-wrenching pain. It had been so difficult to finally see a glimmer of hope. The White Knight's pupils constricted sharply, breathless with shock upon hearing the fatal final blow that upended all schemes, and so he chose to accept the divine punishment. Exish Ingam frantically grabbed Bai Yi's shoulders, crying and screaming to stop his junior brother's recklessness. Don't go looking for Master. That hellish place is too dangerous, only Master could get there. Memories of his teacher's back, hunched over, running for his life under a sky ripped apart by wild, raging lightning. The sacred edict can only be used once in a lifetime. Master already used it last time to save you from prison. Shrugging off all opposition, the White Knight ran madly into the pitch-black night, his heart screaming with self-reproach. So this time, to protect me, he made a deal with the gods. His feet flew like the wind, his eyes burning with an unprecedented resolve. He replaced me to take the divine punishment. A horrifying scene unfolded, surrounded by countless beasts bearing their fangs, waiting to devour the intruder from every side. The forest of divine punishment. Without a second of hesitation, the White Knight dove into the swarm of monsters, weaving through blood-soaked jaws. To accept the divine punishment, one is forced to kill entirely alone, cutting through the monster-infested forest. His sword flashed ruthlessly, embedding the sharp steel blade deep into the spiky scales of a giant beast, black blood spraying into the air. Escaping the forest was a sheer, terrifying cliff. The young man clung with his bare hands to every sharp, jagged outcropping, climbing with all his might. Close up on his hands, covered in countless bloody, scratched wounds, struggling to keep a tight grip on a slippery rock to find a way to survive. Suddenly, the rock crumbled, causing his hand to slip from the cliff face, throwing him into a life-or-death situation. His foot slipped, and he fell. His small figure hung precariously against the giant cliff that blocked out the sky, climbing the divine punishment peak with bare hands, piercing the 9 heavens. Massive boulders rumbled, cracked, and crashed down. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, his face contorted, channeling all his strength to cling to his fragile, dangling life. Having passed through the gates of death, the teenager's tattered figure, his clothes torn to shreds and stained with blood, stood tall amidst the gloomy, silent expanse. Half a month later, finally at the peak of divine punishment, a massive, raging bolt of lightning, carrying deafening, destructive power, struck straight down from the 9 heavens, slamming into the figure chained in the middle of the desolate, rocky ground. Dong Yang's body tensed to endure it, biting his teeth until they bled as the high-intensity electricity coursed through his entire body. Chains wrapped tightly, locking away all escape routes as he endured the lightning strike punishment for an entire month. His skin charred and burnt, he hung his head and coughed up blood, his broad back covered in scars. Hearing footsteps approaching, he whispered with great difficulty, "Kid, you actually managed to kill your way to this godforsaken place." Lifting his bruised and battered face, the man curled his lip into an arrogant smile mixed with pride, easing the agony of flesh-tearing pain. "Not bad at all, right?"